Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A burst of exceedingly strange laughter echoed through the room. Everyone in the classroom turned toward the back row, their expressions filled with bewilderment. A male student lay sprawled across his desk, constantly emitting bizarre chuckles. His shoulders trembled with excitement, making him appear almost euphoric. Chen Shu, the teacher on the podium, instantly darkened in expression, his voice turning cold. Yet only those incessant ha-ha laughs answered him. The homeroom teacher Li Yuan finally lost his patience. Pinching a piece of chalk between his fingers, he hurled it straight at Chen Shu. Whoosh. As expected, the chalk struck with perfect accuracy, squarely on Chen Shu's deskmate instead. Mr. Li. Zhang Dali's face was full of grievance. He was just sitting there and somehow took the hit. Wake Chen Shu up. Li Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. Chen Shu. Zhang Dali had no choice but to obey, shaking his deskmate. Don't disturb me. Ha ha ha. Yet Chen Shu still swayed where he lay, that sleazy laughter spilling out of him. Seeing this, Li Yuan's face grew darker and darker, on the verge of exploding. Zhang Dali knew he had to do something. School's over. Zhang Dali whispered softly. Let's go. Chen Shu reacted almost purely by instinct. His body snapped upright, and he even kicked his stool a short distance away. At this scene, the classmates couldn't help letting out snickering sounds. Having just woken up, Chen Shu's senses were dull. Confusion clouded his face. It was just the end of class. Was it really worth laughing this loudly? Couldn't they be as calm as he was? Rubbing his bleary eyes, he suddenly found a large dark face dominating his field of vision. What is that? He cried out. A heartbeat later, Chen Shu came to his senses, his entire body jolting, and, "Good afternoon, Mr. Li," he greeted. "Enjoyed your little dream." Li Yuan's face was as black as coal, to the point one might worry it would spontaneously combust. No, haha. Chen Shu shook his head hurriedly, but as the scene from his dream surfaced in his mind, he actually started chuckling again. Li Yuan drew in a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Big bro, you're truly fearless. At his side, Zhang Dali gazed at him with admiration, practically worshipping his life idol. Chen Shu finally realized what he was doing and forced himself to rein in his laughter, clamping his mouth shut. Why were you sleeping in class? Li Yuan's expression was stern. As a student, sleeping in math class is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Chen Shu couldn't help thinking to himself. But seeing the fury on Li Yuan's face, he still swallowed the words back down. Li Yuan's eyes widened, but in the end he seemed to think of something and refrained from erupting. He returned to the podium and pointed at the blackboard. What is the answer to the question I just explained? If you get it wrong, get out of my classroom. Chen Shu's body shuddered and he rubbed his eyes. But when he saw the question written there, his mind instantly fell into chaos. In the early years of the revival calendar, what is the incantation used by beast tamers to sign a contract with a contract spirit? Chen Shu stared blankly, his mind spiraling into a philosophical triple question. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is this? Wasn't this supposed to be math class? Wasn't Black Whirlwind Li Kuei a math teacher? Seeing him frozen like that, Li Yuan's face grew darker still. The chalk in his hand crumbled to dust under his grip. His anger level was rapidly skyrocketing, enough to unleash a finishing move at any moment. At that moment, Chen Shu knew he had to give some kind of answer to salvage the situation. An incantation. At last he ventured tentatively. Odd stays, even changes, and the sign depends on the quadrant. Smack. Li Yuan finally lost control and slammed his palm down on the lectern. What kind of nonsense is that? Mr. Li, don't be angry. Give me one more chance. Chen Shu spoke quickly, trying to tamp down the homeroom teacher's rage for the moment. Open-ended questions are beyond the scope of my knowledge. Multiple-choice questions are my true strength. Multiple choice. Are you only capable of doing multiple-choice questions? Li Yuan bellowed so loudly that even the floor seemed to tremble. Ding! Beast Tamer choice system successfully activated. The voice echoing in his mind threw Chen Shu into turmoil once more. Immediately afterward, 3 options appeared before his eyes. Option 1, honestly admit your mistake and promise never to repeat it. Reward upon completion a small amount of Beast Tamer power. Option 2, spread your hands and say with heartfelt sincerity, I wanted to get along with you all under the identity of a top student, but all I received was distance. Time to come clean, I'm a hopeless slacker and don't know a thing. Reward upon completion, low-grade flame potion. Option 3, remain silent and keep your head down. Reward upon completion, contract spirit obedience 1. Protagonist Halo. Although Chen Shu was bewildered, his reaction was quick. This was obviously the treatment reserved for a leading character. Apparently, all he needed to do was make a choice to obtain various rewards. He had no idea what these rewards were actually good for. But who cared? He just had to pick one. He swept his gaze over them and instantly reached a conclusion. All 3 rewards looked rather ordinary. Small amount, low grade, 1. Such stingy phrases. What a miserly system, he muttered. Though the rewards all seemed inferior, the low-grade flame potion probably had the... As for the content of the options themselves, Chen Shu couldn't care less. He only cared about the reward. The world always demands that men be fearless. Besides following the universal rule of 2 short, 1 long, he should pick the second option. Chen Shu's expression grew calm as he looked at Li Yuan, then even swept his gaze over every person in the room like a leader conducting an inspection, just shy of clasping his hands behind his back and putting on an official tone. Then he spread his hands, his face solemn. I originally wanted to get along with everyone under the identity of a top student, but all I received in return was distance. At this point, Chen Shu even sighed. Time to come clean. I'm a hopeless slacker, and I don't know a thing. Silence. A deathly silence. It felt as if even the air in the classroom had solidified. Everyone stared at Chen Shu, their eyes brimming with admiration that almost overflowed. A paragon among us. In this entire grade, who would dare dash straight into the line of fire of black whirlwind? He was practically standing at the very edge of the storm, gripping the rotation of sun and moon in his hands. Chen Shu, come with me to the office. Li Yuan's expression suddenly turned calm, yet the pressure it exuded was suffocating. As Li Yuan left the classroom, Chen Shu straightened his shirt, and at the same time a voice rang in his mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained, low-grade flame potion. In view of the host's extreme bravery, additional reward contract spirit obedience 1. The potion has been automatically stored in the system space. Chen Shu stepped forward slowly out of the classroom like a warrior about to march into battle. Inside the classroom, all his classmates performed a kind of ceremonial gaze as though awaiting his triumphant return. A storm of blood and rain was about to begin. Once the two of them left, the buzz of discussion broke out among the students. What's going on? Did Chen Dapi take some kind of drug? How is he this bold today? This is practically a direct challenge to Black Whirlwind's authority. Even the geniuses in the Beast Tamer classes in our grade wouldn't dare be this presumptuous. Dolly, what's going on? You sit next to Chen Pai. Do you know what's happening? Though Chen Shu's name sounded proper enough, his behavior was far too mischievous. His brainwaves never seemed to be on the same channel as normal people's, which was why they had dubbed him Chen Pai, Chen the Rascal. Zhang Dali straightened his back, his expression proud. Please, my deskmate is anything but ordinary. I've said it long ago, he's super brave. Today, everyone get the stretchers ready. Even if we have to carry him, we're bringing him back. Everyone wore an expression of silent mourning. If it had been anyone else daring to provoke the Black Whirlwind like this, people would definitely think there was something wrong with their mind. But when it came to Chen Shu, it was almost normal for him to be abnormal now and then. Tell me what happened. Li Yuan sat down in the chair behind his office desk and lit a cigarette. Teacher Li, I think there might be something wrong with my mental state recently. You've used that excuse 23 times already. Pick another one. Chen Shu faltered. Li Yuan took a slow drag of his cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at Chen Shu. Did you really not know how to solve the problem on the blackboard today? Although Li Yuan looked big and rough, he was in fact extremely attentive and had noticed the confusion on Chen Shu's face at the time. That problem was basic among the basics, something you could solve as long as you had hands. Even a primary schooler could do it. Teacher, I really didn't know. Right now I don't even know what a beastmaster is. He had only taken a nap in class, yet the entire world had changed. The familiar Chinese math and English had vanished, replaced by all sorts of bizarre beast-taming knowledge, and on top of that, he had awakened a completely inexplicable system. It just so happens today is Saturday and tomorrow is the weekend. Go home and rest for a day. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan did not make things difficult for Chen Shu. He seemed hot-tempered, but his heart was soft under the sharp tongue, and moreover, he knew Chen Shu's father. Chen Shu picked up the leave slip on the desk, turned around, and prepared to leave. He truly needed some time to adjust. After a single nap, he felt that his entire worldview had collapsed. Today is a fine day. Everything you wish for can come true. Chen Shu whistled as he looked at the completely empty school. It was class time, so naturally no students were outside. Although the world had changed, the people he was familiar with had not. Since he had come, he might as well settle in. Besides, he had awakened a system, which was obviously a good thing. You've used that excuse 23 times already. Pick another one. Chen Shu faltered. Li Yuan, I'm sick. The teacher stared at his spirited back, hearing the proud, almost boastful tone. Fangke muttered under his breath. Seems like the illness is quite serious. Riding a shared bicycle, Chen Shu quickly returned home. Son, are you all right? As soon as he stepped in, his mother asked with a face full of concern. Clearly homeroom teacher Li Yuan had already called home in advance. Mom, I'm fine, just a bit unbelievably confused. Back at home, Chen Shu suddenly thought of something. Right, Mom, is it still the year 2021 now? What nonsense are you talking about? It's recovery calendar year 980. Looks like I haven't completely recovered yet. Rubbing his temples, Chen Shu turned and went back to his room. The world might have changed, but technology had not. To learn about the world, the internet was still the only real option. Chen Shu deftly booted up the computer and brewed himself a steaming cup of coffee. I really want to see what kind of damned state this world is in now. Chen Shu kept scrolling through the online news. He had thought he was prepared, yet he still found it hard to keep it together. A certain celebrity beastmaster has exploded into a heaven-shaking scandal and is now headed straight down the road to prison. Beastmaster Glory has launched a new season, waiting for you to join the battle. A new dimensional rift has appeared on Qingyuan Mountain in Bailey City. The ferocious beasts within are mainly wind type. Beastmasters of all ranks are eagerly awaited. Breaking news. The CEO of Feishuan Group has broken through to King rank Beastmaster. His new contracted spirit is actually an S-grade extreme ice emperor penguin. Chen Shu's right hand moved the mouse while his left hand kept rubbing his temples. My damn brain is killing me. Over several hours, Chen Shu's worldview shattered again and again, only to be rebuilt until at last he had gained a basic understanding of this world. The world as it now stood had changed dramatically. Dimensional rifts would appear randomly in every city. Within the borders of Huagua alone, there were already hundreds of such gateways filled with all manner of ferocious beasts, the danger level cranked to the very limit. Yet humanity had its own means of response to beast masters. Everyone could undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 15. If they managed to unlock a beast taming talent and sign a contract with a being from another world, they would have a chance to become a beast master. Powerful beast masters could command their contracted spirits in battle, guarding the dimensional rifts and protecting all of humanity. Naturally, this granted beast masters extremely high social status. Son, come out and eat. Holding his coffee, Chen Shu staggered out of his room. What's wrong with this child? His mother touched his forehead, asking with concern. Just then his father, Chen Ping, came home from work. Son, I heard you're sick. I specially bought you a big gift pack. It just so happened the pharmacy was having a promotion. With that, he tossed a big bag of all sorts of medicines onto the sofa. Come on, Dad, can't you be a bit more reliable? You're treating this like buying snacks. The corner of Chen Shu's mouth twitched. That pile of medicine covered every illness imaginable, except his. By the way, Mom, Dad, are you beast masters? The thought suddenly struck him. After hours online, the term that left the deepest impression on him was beast master. Of course, your dad works at a beast taming unit. His father, Chen Ping, wore a proudly smug expression as he took out a red gift box from his hand. As it happens, this is a reward from the unit, a lower-grade flame elixir. Chen Shu looked at the red liquid in the delicate bottle, then at the red coffee in his own hand. Is this elixir very precious? He asked, softly swallowing. Of course. Flame elixir can permanently enhance a contracted spirit's fire attribute. A single bottle like this is probably worth several thousand. Chen Ping carefully put the elixir away. Of course, our family can't use it, so we'll sell it later to help with household expenses. Son, what on earth are you drinking that's so red? Chen Ping suddenly noticed the red coffee in Chen Shu's hand. Nothing. In one go, Chen Shu downed the coffee. He hadn't expected that the lower-grade flame elixir rewarded by his system would be so expensive. Just for answering a multiple-choice question, he had earned several thousand. Unfortunately, there had been no hot water at home that afternoon, so he had used it to brew coffee. No wonder Chen Shu felt his whole body pleasantly warm. Dad, there's no problem if a person drinks it right. Why would a person drink that stuff? You'd have to be completely crazy. Chen Shu was speechless, but apart from the warmth in his body, there seemed to be no other side effects, so he did not dwell on it. Dad, since you're a beast master, you must have a contracted spirit, right? Of course. That's my contracted spirit right there. With that, his father pointed at the fish tank in the living room, where a little red fish was swimming back and forth. Chen Shu fell silent. The fish they had kept for so many years was actually his father's contracted spirit. Is this fish strong? Chen Shu continuously examined the fish, wondering if it was a super ferocious beast that would reveal its true form in times of crisis. Strong. My father is a first-level beast master. That fish is just longer lived. It's no different from any other fish. Then why are you so arrogant? Chen Shu drooped his head. The ranks of beast masters are divided into 9 levels, with levels above 9 further classified into black, iron, silver, gold, and the unattainable king level. A first-level beast master is equivalent to an ordinary person with their contracted spirit simply being a decorative pet. You little brat, you're at 0 level. What are you talking about? Am I also a beast master? Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise. Having a contracted spirit naturally makes you a beast master, his father Chen Ping replied, as if it were obvious. Then what is my contracted spirit? Just then his mother brought over a bowl of steaming pork rib soup and tossed Chen Shu. This is the contracted spirit you signed when you were 15. Chen Shu's forehead broke out in sweat as he fiddled with the slime toy in his hands. Do we have a normal contracted spirit in our family? What are you talking about, you little brat? Eat your meal. His father slapped the back of Chen Shu's head. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared in Chen Shu's eyes. Name: Golden Slime. Personality: lazy kind. Attributes: all-rounder. Species: special type. Talent: sleepy. Can fall into a long-term sleep state. Defense is enhanced. Skills: charge, rushes forward wildly. The lethality depends on the weight of both parties. They do not use against enemies over 10 pounds. Potential rating: F. Contracted. Host: Chen Shu, 0 level. Beastmaster talent: ordinary. This slime is indeed his contracted spirit. Chen Shu wore a sad expression. This talent, this skill. He rubbed the slime's head, feeling as if he was holding a large piece of jelly. To be honest, the texture is quite nice. The ability to view the attributes of one's own contracted spirit panel does not come from a system, but is a rule of this world. Everyone can see their own contracted spirits panel. Gooey. Gooey. As if sensing its master's affection, the slime woke up from its slumber. Its big eyes opened wide, appearing incredibly gentle as it rubbed against Chen Shu's hands. Although it is a golden slime, its color resembles a dull yellow, and from a distance, it looks like a moving blob of feces. Dad, since I have a contracted spirit, why didn't I enroll in the Beastmaster class? Isn't the reason written on the little yellow panel? No. Check the potential rating section. Son, it doesn't matter. Even if you're in the ordinary class, you can still make a name for yourself. His mother comforted him as she placed a piece of pork rib on his plate. Chen Shu sighed. Perhaps in the past it was possible, but now it definitely isn't. Ordinary students' college entrance examinations are based on cultural knowledge, with a significant portion concerning Beastmaster knowledge. Currently, Chen Shu found himself at a loss. No, I must enroll in the Beastmaster class. No matter what happens, I cannot let anything stop me from becoming a Beastmaster. After finally crossing over and awakening the system, becoming an ordinary person would be unacceptable. He firmly resolved in his heart, and suddenly two options appeared before him. Option 1, tell my parents that I must enroll in the Beastmaster class. Completion reward medium-level Beastmaster power. Option 2, promise my parents that I will definitely get into a key university for ordinary students and work hard to become an ordinary person. Completion reward 10 million in cash. Beastmaster talent disappears. Damn it. Chen Shu's originally steadfast belief instantly crumbled. The offer was just too enticing. Dad, I have two options for you: 10 million in cash or becoming a powerful Beastmaster. What would you choose? Only children make choices, adults no. It's all nonsense. Chen Ping looked at him as if he were foolish. Ahem. You are quite rational. Chen Shu coughed a few times and suddenly became serious. Dad, I want to enroll in the Beastmaster class. He thought his parents would immediately oppose him, especially since he was already in the second semester of his second year of high school, about to enter his third year. In any world, the third year of high school is an extremely important year. Suddenly changing classes at this time is akin to switching from arts to sciences, and there is simply no way to get into an ideal university in just 1 year. His father, who had been concentrating on his meal, suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Shu was speechless. It seemed his personality was completely inherited from his father. Can't you be a little serious? This is your son's lifelong major event. Son, stop messing around, eat your meal. Chen Shu rubbed his temples. Dad, I really want to become a Beastmaster. Being an ordinary person is not my pursuit at all. I am destined to become the king of Beastmasters since I have given up 10 million in cash. Looking at the serious-faced Chen Shu, Chen Ping suddenly stopped laughing. Do you really want to study? Yes. Good. Then go for it. Chen Shu was bewildered. It was that. Old Chen, what are you doing messing around? His mother interjected. These two were being too rash. Since my son has an idea as his father, I will naturally support him. His mother seemed to recall something, and seeing this did not oppose further. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had not encountered the difficulties and obstacles he had imagined. However, since his parents agreed so easily, could it be that he was an invisible rich second generation? No matter what he chose, the final outcome would still be inheriting the family business. Dad, honestly, am I a rich second generation? Chen Shu asked with anticipation. I used to often ask your grand. His father Chen Ping looked at him with disdain. Chen Shu. Next Monday I will go to school and speak with the teachers. The food is getting cold, eat up. Chen Ping suppressed his son's unrealistic thoughts. During the weekend, Chen Shu remained in his room, engrossed in his studies, completely unable to extricate himself. On Monday at Nanjing City's second high school, you want Chen Shu to transfer to the Beastmaster class. Li Yuan, nicknamed Black Whirlwind, furrowed his brows. Changing classes in the second semester of the second year of high school is a big deal. Old Chen, it's not that I don't support you, but if he really transfers, Chen Shu will pretty much be done for. In just 1 year's time, it's impossible to become an excellent Beastmaster. Oldly, you don't need to worry about that. My son has a contracted spirit and Beastmaster talent, which already meets the requirements for the Beastmaster class. Chen Ping and Li Yuan were former classmates and had always maintained a good relationship. At this moment, Li Yuan was also quite worried about Chen Shu's future. No. To get into a key university for the Beastmaster program, there are requirements regarding the level of Beastmasters. Li Yuan shook his head firmly and handed Chen Ping a cigarette. Chen Ping's Beastmaster talent is ordinary. In a year, he can at most reach a level 2 Beastmaster and won't even be able to get into an ordinary Beastmaster university. Mr. Li, let me interrupt you. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. While my current beast taming level is level 1. Upon hearing this, both of them looked over. A golden slime appeared in Chen Shu's hand as he focused his thoughts. Every beast tamer has a dedicated beast space where their contracted spirits reside. Previously, Chen Shu had only regarded the slime as a decorative pet, which is why he kept it at home. Indeed, both felt the strength of the slime, confirming it had become a level 1 contracted spirit. As the beast tamer's level rises, so too does the strength and attributes of their contracted spirits. If a contracted spirit has a high potential rating, it may even awaken new talents or skills. Last time, after making a choice, Chen Shu received a reward of moderate beast taming power, allowing him to advance to level 1 beast tamer. Oldly, is everything fine now? Chen Ping did not expect his son to have unknowingly leveled up. It seems that Chen Shu was indeed serious. All right, since you insist, I will inform the school. Chen Shu and his father left the office with satisfaction. I really don't know if this is good or bad. Li Yuan sighed, about to light another cigarette. Hey, where's my lighter on the desk? Damn it, old Chun has stolen it again. Upon returning to class, a crowd of classmates immediately surrounded him, showering him with greetings. When it was confirmed that Chen Pai was unscathed, everyone felt a wave of disappointment. I thought we could feast, what a pity. I wanted to sit with the kids. Sigh. Zhang Dali sighed, looking regretful. Feast. What a load of nonsense. Chen Shu laughed and scolded Zhang Dali as he moved to his seat. Did the Black Whirlwind really not give you a hard time? Someone asked. Chen Shu replied, of course he did. Oldly insisted that I attend some beast taming class, but I told him I didn't want to go. I just want to be an ordinary person. I have no interest in becoming a strong individual, but he kept persuading me. Get lost. The surrounding classmates scoffed in unison, turning back to their own seats and ignoring him. Chen Shu smiled even more happily at this scene and couldn't help but shout. In the northwest, under the cloud of the Xuantian, it's truly a phoenix among crows. However, he was only met with disdainful glances from the whole class. Clearly, everyone had grown accustomed to Chen Shu's personality, preferring to call him Chen Pai or Chen Jian. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. The students sat up straight and took out their textbooks, waiting for class to begin. But the one who walked in was not the Black Whirlwind, but a refined male teacher. Which one is Chen Shu? Please come out. Chen Shu slowly stood up, intentionally coughing a few times to assert his presence before walking leisurely towards the classroom exit. That must be the teacher from the beast taming class. Chen Pai isn't really transferring, is he? It seems true he originally had beast taming talent, but his contracted spirits rating was too poor, so he chose to give up. It looks like the world has lost another troublemaker. The classmates whispered among themselves, and the atmosphere in the class surprisingly felt much lighter. Oh, it's you. Has your condition improved? The male teacher outside the classroom was none other than Teacher Fong Ku, who had seen Chen Shu wandering last Saturday. He was also the homeroom teacher of Class 5. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shu replied, it's better, but not completely well yet. Fong Ku had a speechless expression. Oldly asked me to inform you to pack your things this afternoon and report directly to Class 5. Teacher, why Class 5? What happened to the homeroom teacher of Class 1? Are you asking for a peach here? Fong Ku finally. Class 1 of Beast Tamers is reserved for the top students of the grade, with each student's contracted spirit being at least at grade. Unlike ordinary students, the competition in the beast taming classes is extremely fierce. There are 5 classes in total, divided according to the overall academic performance of the students. The goal is to cultivate the students' competitive awareness, urging them to improve their strength more urgently. Chen Shu originally wanted to enter Class 1, which was naturally a pipe dream. To even enter Class 5 was already quite a stretch. Chen Shu sighed. Class 5 it is, after all his strength will have. A single choice allowed him to become a level 1 beast tamer. Oh, wouldn't a few more choices allow him to soar? In the afternoon, Chen Shu had packed all his belongings and was waiting outside Class 5. Students, today our Class 5 will welcome a new classmate. He is Chen Shu from the ordinary class. Let's welcome. Wearing black-framed glasses, Fong Ku spoke, while signaling Chen Shu outside the classroom to come in. Hello everyone, I am Chen Shu from ordinary class 3. Chen Shu stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a leader on an inspection. I am in good health, handsome in appearance, and have no bad habits. Additionally, I am well-versed in languages, mathematics, and the sciences, known as the pristine and beautiful youth, and honest and reliable young gentleman. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Chan, or just Uncle. The classroom fell silent, not expecting such a ridiculous self-introduction from him. All right, that's enough. Fong Ku wore a forced smile. Even beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed all sorts of characters were coming to Class 5, and managing the class was becoming increasingly difficult. Teacher, I'm not done introducing myself. Chen Shu, your seat is over there. Fong Ku pointed to a seat in the back row of the classroom. If he continued to hear Chen Shu talk, he might lose his temper. As expected, just as Oldly said, Chen Shu was not an easy character to deal with. Chen Shu felt regretful. He had prepared a 1,000-word self-introduction where most of it was praise, but unfortunately, he did not get the chance to present it. He returned to his seat with a stack of books, and many people looked at him. Chen Shu smiled and nodded in greeting, appearing very approachable. The number of students in the beast taming classes is fixed, with only 24 in each class. However, with Chen Shu's addition, Class 5 became the only special class in the grade. Class is starting now. Chen Shu, you're new here, so I hope you can catch up with the class progress quickly. Fong Ku resumed his serious demeanor and began the afternoon lesson. Take out 3 years of beast taming, 5 years to success. Today we will do a set of test questions from it, as this will be part of the monthly exam. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Why does that name sound strange, giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure? Chen Shu muttered. The test questions belong to a comprehensive set divided into 4 major sections: history, geography, biology, and materials. Unlike the knowledge Chen Shu had before, these are all related to beast taming. For example, history involves studying the Resurgence era, which lasted 900 years, including various wars, changes, reforms, and so on. Geography covers the locations of various dimensional gateways around the world and the climatic characteristics within those dimensions. Biology focuses on researching the habits and combat characteristics of fierce beasts within the dimensions. As for materials, the main study involves the appearance, characteristics, and value of various rare materials found in dimensional spaces. The scope of knowledge learned in high school is vast, but it mainly consists of foundational knowledge. Only when one reaches university can they delve deeper. This is similar to the past world. As the afternoon passed, the pleasant sound of the school bell rang. Chen Shu wrote furiously, finally completing all the multiple-choice questions. If all goes well, my score should reach double digits. He sighed, finding the knowledge on the paper utterly incomprehensible. All right, please hand in your test papers, and you may go home now, Fonka said as he stood up. Unlike regular students, beast taming students do not have evening self-study, but instead engage in practicing their beast taming abilities. The enhancement of one's beast taming ability requires humans to absorb the spiritual energy from the world. The so-called resurgence era actually refers to the era of spiritual energy resurgence. 980 years ago, spiritual energy gradually appeared on the planet, leading to the emergence of beast tamers. To strengthen one's abilities, one must consistently practice their beast taming skills. This holds true for both ordinary families and those from prominent clans. Of course, well-connected beast tamers use various potions and practice in environments rich in spiritual energy to enhance their training speed. The students submitted their test papers and left the classroom. Just as Chen Shu was about to exit, a voice suddenly, "Chen Shu, stop." "Moi." Chen Shu turned around to see a boy in a black t-shirt with his arms crossed looking. "Let me introduce myself first. I am Wang Ming." Wang Ming slowly approached, a hint of malice in his eyes. Several boys also gathered around, rolling up their sleeves, immediately creating an air of intimidation. Is school bullying happening? Chen Shu instantly thought of this and was already preparing for various scenarios. Should I shout and run? Or should I just take off running? This is Class 5 of Beast Tamers. I hope you don't cause trouble so as not to affect everyone's learning. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Ming's expression was fierce as he approached Chen Shu. What? Affect everyone's learning? Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, feeling completely bewildered. He's warning me not to affect the class learning. What kind of situation is this? Have the students in the Beast Tamers class reached such a level of awareness? Do you understand? Wang Ming frowned slightly and repeated himself. Understood, I completely understand. Chen Shu nodded eagerly, being exceptionally obedient. That's good. I am the class leader of Class 5 of Beast Tamers. If anyone from other classes bullies you, let me know at any time. Wang Ming nodded, now appearing quite righteous. Clearly, putting on a tough front was quite tiring for him. What he initially thought would be a violent confrontation turned out to be motivation from an academic achiever. Chen Shu shook his head, preparing to go home to practice his beast taming skills. The evening practice time is flexible. The school does not require everyone to practice forcibly. However, regardless of their background, students will diligently practice. A beast tamer may have poor academic performance, but their beast level must not be low, as this is the most important criterion for college entrance exams. Each year, the tuition for the beast tamers class is several tens of thousands, not including various additional fees. Students from ordinary families naturally need to work hard to succeed to justify their family's investment. Those from prominent families will practice even harder, aiming to elevate their family's status and smoothly inherit the family fortune. Chen Shu rode a shared bike, swaying back home. He casually ate a few bites of food before eagerly beginning to practice his beast taming abilities. The methods of practice are well known, but whether one has talent depends on oneself. This child. Chen Shu's mother shook her head, not expecting her son to be so enthusiastic. Chen Shu sat in his bedroom, emptying his mind, trying to sense the spiritual energy of the world. 2 hours passed, and he remained seated, murmuring something. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, come quickly. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, come quickly. Ultimately, he gave up, completely lying down. This cultivation is too difficult. Chen Shu sighed, realizing why high-ranking beast tamers have such high social status. Not everyone can endure the patience required for cultivation. Without the talent for cultivation, I can only rely on the system. A few simple choices allowed him to become a level 1 beast tamer, equivalent to half a year's hard work for others. Having tasted the benefits, he had no patience for traditional cultivation anymore. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. What for? To do some multiple choice questions. Chen Shu ignored his mother's confusion and hurriedly left home. Using the basic potion of a beast tamer during cultivation will greatly increase the speed. I might as well go take a look and try my luck. Chen Shu rode his bike toward the city center. The city center of Nanjing was brightly lit at night, with crowds of people showing no difference from the world Chen Shu remembered. Although it was just a small city, it still appeared incredibly bustling. Beast Tamer Department Store. Chen Shu arrived at a department store selling various beast tamer items. Low-grade ice potion slightly enhances the ice attribute of contracted spirits, effective only for spirits of level 1 to 3. Price 5,000. Low-grade flame potion. Low-grade strength potion. Hello sir, may I help you with something? A sales clerk approached. Even though Chen Shu was just a level 1 beast tamer, he still had a promising future. Just as he was about to speak, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1, inform him that I have no money and just came to join the fun. Completion reward, slime's weight increases. Option 2, say with a cheerful face, I want them all. Completion reward, 2 bottles of low-grade strength potion. Note there is a certain level of danger. Option 3, inform him that I want to learn potion making and ask where I can find a way. Reward, slime's defense increases. Chen Shu did not expect that buying something could trigger options. Ordinary people would obviously choose the first option, avoiding any surprise. If option 2 hadn't indicated danger, he would have chosen it directly. After all, 2 bottles of strength potion would cost 10,000. I would like to ask, can I learn how to brew potions? Chen Shu said with a serious expression. He actually wanted to learn potion brewing, as well as the potions for any beast tamers were incredibly expensive. This was merely a low-grade potion meant for first to third level contracted spirits. What would the potions needed by a royal beast tamer be worth? This was a path paved with gold. The vendor rolled his eyes and decisively turned to leave. Damn it. Chen Shu did not expect to be looked down upon. Could it be that his question was really too foolish? Chen Shu eventually wandered around the department store, quietly filing a complaint about the vendor before leaving the shop. Although he couldn't afford the potions, at least it helped the slime gain a bit of defense. It seems I need to go back and study potion. After hundreds of years of development, humanity's potion-making industry had reached a high level of maturity. Chen Shu rode his bicycle towards home. At that moment, he suddenly heard a woman's cries nearby. Help! Help! Chen Shu's gaze turned towards the dark alley. With the dim light from the street lamp, he barely made out the situation. He saw two men surrounding a woman holding two gleaming fruit knives, clearly in the act of robbery. Simultaneously, three options appeared in his mind. Option 1, ignore it and leave quickly. Reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, fearless against evil, bravely step forward and take down the two assailants. Reward a large amount of beast taming power. Note there is a risk to life. Option 3, stop the assailants. Reward skill book enlargement. Chen Shu's thoughts raced as he decisively chose the third option. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his bicycle with his right hand and pointed towards the alley with his left, shouting loudly. Stop! In broad daylight. Cough cough, under the dark moonlit sky you dare commit crimes in public. Zhang Dali will not let you off easily. At that moment, Chen Shu seemed to transform into a messenger of justice, the light from the street lamp casting a sacred aura around him. But in the next instant, he steadied his bicycle with his left hand, pushing off powerfully as if riding a whirlwind, leaving the two stunned assailants staring at his retreating figure. This series of fluid actions left them completely. Meanwhile, a powerful singing voice could be heard from a distance. When faced with injustice, roar out, then keep moving. That person seems to be quite ill. One of the assailants said, not expecting someone like that. He and his companion were. At that moment, the woman in the alley suddenly pushed the two men away and ran off in the distance, dialing the police. Big brother, should we chase? Chase my ass. Didn't you see her calling the police? What a day of bad luck, running into all sorts of people. Chen Shu hummed a heroic song as he returned home. From the system's options, just now the third one was clearly the most worthwhile. Although the first was simple, the reward was. The second one offered a good reward, but came with a life risk which Chen Shu had outright passed on. Though the third option seemed very difficult, the system only mentioned stopping them and did not require him to succeed in stopping them. After all, just shouting would equate to stopping them. As he had guessed, he successfully received a reward. A golden skill book appeared in his hand, but he couldn't browse it and could only choose whether to use it. In an instant, the skill book vanished and a skill called enlargement appeared in the golden slime's skill slots. Enlargement temporarily increases one size by 2 times with a slight decrease in speed. If combined with the slime's charge skill, it should be able to slam into an enemy weighing 20 pounds now. Although it seemed to have little effect, in reality it indeed had little impact. Little Huang, when will you grow to several thousand pounds? Chen Shu rubbed the slime, shaking his head. The combat power of a first-level contracted spirit was almost zero. The next day, he arrived at class with dark circles under his eyes. After searching online all night, he finally gained some understanding of potion brewing. This was also a profession and a highly esteemed one at that, known as an alchemist. However, the first condition to become an alchemist was to obtain a diploma from a prestigious university's potion brewing program. No wonder the vendor from last night had such a disdainful expression. It seems that becoming an alchemist is not a viable path. Just as Chen Shu was about to fall asleep, the homeroom teacher Fong came to the door. Chen Shu, come to my office. In an instant, Chen Shu perked up. He entered the office. Here are your grades from yesterday. Fong's originally kind expression turned extremely serious, even more oppressive than the black whirlwind. He waved his right hand, throwing the paper on the desk to Chen Shu. Chen Shu, caught off guard, failed to catch the paper. Looking down, he saw the score on the paper and felt a sigh of relief. Teacher, I admit I have been a bit distracted lately. Oh, I only scored 91. I will work harder next time, Chen Shu said in a well-behaved manner, full of determination. That's freaking 16 points. Chen Shu slightly lowered his head, picked up the paper, and indeed had read it wrong. Can you explain this? Did you spend 2 years in high school playing in the mud? Fong's expression was serious. Such grades had already exceeded what he could bear. This time Chen Shu was in last place, while the second to last had over 60 points. The gap was simply too large. At this moment, Chen Shu appeared dazed and options reappeared in his mind. Option 1, honestly admit the mistake and guarantee he can do better next time. Reward, double cultivation speed for 3 days. Option 2, seriously tell Fong there is no mud at school. Reward, master the brewing of the strength potion, unlocking basic potion studies. Option 3, apply to retake the exam to demonstrate stable performance. Reward, medium beast taming power. Unexpectedly, Fong's question triggered a system option for him. The first option was too simple to consider, and the reward seemed rather mediocre. He had no talent for cultivation, so doubling his cultivation efficiency would be of no use. As for the rewards of the second and third options, they were quite tempting. Medium beast taming power could push his beast taming level to the peak of a first-level beast tamer, although he would still be at the bottom of the beast taming class. The second option would directly allow him to master the brewing of the strength potion. Chen Shu made a decision in his heart, his expression serious, as he said, "There is no mud at school." Huh. Fang Ke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. Class Rep Wang, what's going on? Wang Ming stood there with a swollen nose and bruised face, clearly beaten black and blue. Damn it. Dare anyone lay a hand on Chen Pi's classmate? Whoa. Chen Shu's expression flared with righteous indignation as he instantly summoned his golden slime. Glup glup. The golden slime let out a comically fierce cry. It had already attained level 1 contracted spirit status, standing a full 3 decimeters tall, yet bore the unimpressive appearance of a lump of excrement utterly devoid of combat prowess. In truth, that assessment was entirely accurate. Chen Pi, per the Huagua Nation beast taming regulations, contracted spirits may not be summoned indiscriminately. Return to your classroom immediately. Wang Ming's face paled in alarm. He hastily intervened. To assault my classmate in broad daylight, does law no longer exist? Does justice hold no weight? Chen Shu thundered indignant, and promptly retracted his contracted spirit. At that very moment, a student from beast taming class 3 suddenly appeared nearby, wearing a plain white t-shirt and sporting shockingly vibrant green hair. I'm the one who struck him. Got a problem with that. Winner takes all. That's how beast taming class plays. Zhang Yi sneered, his gaze locking onto Wang Ming. This month's low-grade beast taming bead belongs to me. Don't forget to deliver it promptly. Little Wang, I'm not singling you out. I'm saying all of beast taming class 5 are trash. Wang Ming clenched his fists, eyes burning with bitter resentment. How brazen can this green-haired punk possibly be? Chen Shu thought inwardly, and stepped forward instinctively. This is beast taming class 3's territory. Let's go back inside. Wang Ming pulled Chen Shu gently back into the classroom. Chen Shu shot Zhang Yi one last fierce glare, then held his ground. Why did you get into a fight? Chen Shu asked. From what he knew of Wang Ming, the boy was hardly the type to provoke trouble. We've long been rivals. He and I duel every month as beast tamers. The loser forfeits the school-issued beast taming bead. Beast taming bead. I've never heard of it. Every month the top 3 scorers on the exam receive one. No wonder I didn't know. They limped back into the classroom together. Several male students immediately gathered around, concerned. Bro Wang. Okay. Clearly everyone was well aware of Wang Ming's monthly duels. Pathetic. You've lost 3 months straight. A cool, disdainful voice cut through the air as a girl with a high ponytail spoke without restraint. She wore a pristine white dress, her complexion fair and delicate, her frame petite and slender. No sooner had she spoken than she strode out of the classroom. Who was that? Chen Shu asked, baffled. Our class study representative, Xia Bing. Wang Ming murmured quietly, long accustomed to her biting tone. As class representative, losing 3 consecutive duels had brought disgrace upon beast taming class 5. Not just for him, but for the entire class. Just as they spoke, a student suddenly shouted. Major news. This afternoon after school, Xia Bing will challenge every single student in beast taming class 3. What a... Our study reps that bold. Beast taming class 3 has 24 members. The weakest among them is already a level 3 beast tamer. Wang Ming froze, then sighed deeply. Sister Xia's doing this to restore my honor. It's all my fault. I couldn't beat Zhang Yi. Do you think she'll win? Chen Shu glanced toward Xia Bing's empty seat, astonished that this quiet girl would dare challenge an entire class outright. Sister Xia used to be in beast taming class 1, but due to special circumstances, she was reassigned to class 5. Her strength is unquestionable, yet class 3 is no pushover. Chen Shu rubbed his palms together, a spark of exhilaration flickering within him. Let's all go cheer her on this afternoon. If she falters, we'll step in too. Agreed. Beast taming class 5 instantly unified. Everyone pledged to attend the showdown. The clash between the 2 classes reverberated across the entire grade. Even teachers took notice, yet none intervened. Ordinary students' staging group brawls would be strictly forbidden. But beast tamers don't brawl, they battle. Just then the bell rang. Xia Bing, clad in her white dress, re-entered the classroom. Fang Ke followed closely behind, surveying the students before distributing test papers. Last test results, Xia Bing, Wang Ming, and Li Zixuan placed first, second, and third respectively. With that, Fang Ke produced 3 milky white beads, each pulsing with dense spiritual energy. These were the school-issued low-grade beast taming beads. Unlike ordinary elixirs, they directly enhanced one's beast taming force, making them exceptionally effective. Yet their value was staggering. One cost over 10,000 credits, and they were virtually impossible to procure on the open market. Only institutions with official backing like the school itself could acquire them. For high-achieving students, the annual tuition, several tens of thousands, was more than justified. Xia Bing, be careful this afternoon. Fang Ke offered a few pointed words, evidently already informed of the impending challenge. Don't worry, Teacher Fang. Everyone will be there to watch. Chen Shu declared confidently. Good. Chen Pai, you're staying behind. No need to risk danger. Focus instead on your academic studies. Chen Shu blinked. Huh, I'm the protagonist. How can it even be called a battle without me? Time passed swiftly. At first, Chen Shu had resolved to study diligently. After all, the National College entrance exam included academic subjects. But he lacked any foundation. Merely glancing at the textbooks made him drowsy. Within minutes, he slumped over and fell fast asleep. Ding-ling-ling. A crisp chime jolted Chen Shu awake, instinctively, as if summoned by reflex. School's out. The classroom atmosphere shifted instantly. Xia Bing, backpack slung over one shoulder, strode purposefully from the room. Her classmates surged after her, heading toward the school's beast-taming pavilion home to its dedicated arena. Beyond the two rival classes, students from 3 other classes also arrived to spectate. Nearly 100 people packed the arena, crowding it tightly. At its heart rose a vast platform, the designated battlefield for contracted spirits. Xia Bing, I admit your strength is formidable, but I never imagined you'd be this foolish, challenging our entire class. Have your 3 beast-taming beads ready. Zheng Yi crossed his arms, amusement dancing in his eyes. 3 beast-taming beads equaled 30,000 credits, a true high-stakes gamble. Even students from elite beast-taming class 1 wouldn't wager so extravagantly. Enough talk. Xia Bing scoffed and instantly summoned her contracted spirit. Roar. A magnificent ice wolf materialized, its fur shimmering sapphire, its body stretching 2 meters long, radiating frost so intense it froze the breath of every onlooker. A level 5 beast tamer. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Level 5 marked the pinnacle of beast taming class 1, the caliber of students ranked among the top 10. No wonder you're so confident. Zheng Yi's face darkened. His own rank as class representative was only level 4. Don't panic. We outnumber her 2010. Even a war of attrition guarantees victory. Hardly had he spoken than Zheng Yi summoned his own contracted spirit. A skeletal warrior gripping a bone cleaver, twin emerald flames flickering where its eyes should be. Terrifying to behold. Though dubbed beast tamers, their contracted spirits spanned countless classifications, not limited solely to bestial forms. Zheng Yi's skeleton belonged to the undead category, while Chen Shu's slime fell under the rare category. In an instant, the others summoned their respective contracted spirits. The violent monkey mud monster and greenback bug, each contracted spirit appeared to possess a certain level of combat power. Chen Shu wore a face full of resentment as he vigorously rubbed the excrement in his hand. Gurgle. The golden slime looked utterly delighted, continuously shaking its large head. At that moment, the battle in the arena erupted instantaneously. Xia Bing was fully concentrated, commanding the ice wolf to launch an attack. The intelligence of the contracted spirits was quite low, and their fighting style was extremely primitive and brutal. To fully unleash the combat power of the contracted spirits, the Beastmaster must constantly control them. Especially for high-level Beastmasters, their contracted spirits are not limited to just one. They must be maneuvered by the Beastmaster, allowing the skills of the contracted spirits to synergize, which is essential for maximizing their strength. The ice wolf's body was agile, and its sharp claws slowed down any approaching contracted spirits. Clearly, this was an exceptionally powerful area skill. Such a terrifying ability instantly knocked several contracted spirits flying. Altogether, attack him, Zheng Yi shouted as the skeleton soldier wielded a bone knife, showcasing impressive defense and attack power. Just as the competition heated up, Chen Shu triggered a choice once again. Option 1, shout cheers on the field to rally for Xia Bing. Completion reward, golden slime's obedience increases by 1. Option 2, wave both hands while loudly shouting, stop fighting, please don't fight. Completion reward, a bag of contracted spirit feed. Option 3, take advantage of the distraction to ambush Zheng Yi and give him a severe beating. Completion reward, a large amount of Beastmaster power. There was no need to think about how to choose. Chen Shu's expression turned decisive as he stealthily approached the position of the Beastmaster class 3, taking advantage of everyone's attention on the battle of the contracted spirits. At this moment, Zheng Yi was entirely focused on controlling the skeleton soldier in combat, constantly clashing with the ice wolf. Suddenly, a wicked arm reached out and firmly covered his mouth. Chen Shu, being tall and imposing, silently dragged Zheng Yi away from the crowd. At this moment, none of the Beastmaster Class 3 even noticed their main force had vanished. Chen Shu chuckled wickedly as he dragged Zheng Yi into the restroom of the competition arena. Simultaneously, he skillfully pulled out a bag of urea from behind and directly placed it over Zheng Yi's head. Zheng Yi's vision went dark as he struggled in vain. He tried to summon his contracted spirit for protection, but the skeleton soldier was currently entangled by the ice wolf. Bang, bang, bang. A series of beats echoed from the restroom. Zheng Yi's eyes were filled with anger, but more so with confusion and doubt. He had lived for 17 years and had never witnessed a Beastmaster personally engage in battle. Wasn't that purely insane? At that moment, the skeleton lost its master's control, its combat power plummeted, and it was soon defeated by the ice wolf. With their leader defeated, the morale of the remaining members of the Beastmaster Class 3 began to wane gradually, giving way to defeat. Damn, how is this wolf so fierce with high power and impressive skills? How can we fight it? If even Zheng Yi lost, we should give up. Leader, I want to apply for a laydown, is that okay? The members of the Beastmaster Class 3 discussed in whispers, turning to look for Zheng Yi's position, suddenly realizing something was amiss. How could it be that in the midst of battle their main force vanished? Help me, help me. A figure stumbled out from the restroom with a bag of urea atop its head. What is that? A group of people looked at the moving urea bag, cautiously stepping back a few paces. Whose contracted spirit is this? It's me. Zheng Yi removed the bag, revealing a face mottled with bruises. Zheng Ge, what happened? The members of the Beastmaster Class 3 rushed forward, showing great concern, but clearly struggling to contain their laughter. They had not expected that someone would sneak attack midway and place a urea bag over Zheng Yi's head, utterly absurd. It must have been you guys from Beastmaster Class 5. Zheng Yi, with a bruised face and a hateful glare, had injuries much worse than Wang Ming's. Nonsense. Chen Shu, who had returned to the class first, immediately stood up, speaking with righteous indignation. Which one of my Beastmaster Class 5 members is not upright? How could we engage in such despicable acts? But rest assured, I will personally investigate this matter. In the name of Chen Shu, I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory result. Looking at Chen Shu, who wore a face of righteousness, everyone was at a loss for words. Could he stop trying to add drama to himself? Chen Pai, by the way, where did you just go? I went to throw the urea bag. The two murmured, although they found Chen Shu's actions quite bizarre. Wang Ming displayed a smile, feeling quite satisfied. You've already lost hand over the 3 Beastmaster orbs. Xia Bing similarly cast a strange glance at Chen Shu, then looked towards Zheng Yi. The ice wolf stepped forward, exuding an aura of oppression. Zheng Yi, with a face full of reluctance, ultimately took out 3 Beastmaster orbs. I remember that person's build was quite tall. He scanned the members of Beastmaster Class 5, identifying a few who could have silently dragged him away. Finally, his gaze landed on Chen Shu. Don't panic, my classmate, you can always trust me, Chen Shu. Chen Shu wore a serious expression, promising once again. Subsequently, the students in the competition arena began to leave one after another. Even though Xia Bing displayed great prowess today, the most discussed topics among the crowd were Zheng Yi and the assassin. This person was truly malicious, taking advantage of the other's control over the contracted spirits to directly place a urea bag on them and drag them into the restroom for a beating. Zheng Yi felt utterly embarrassed, his fists clenched tightly, his head buzzing. This was truly a shame that opened the door to shame. It was a disgrace to the family. Asked the classmates who were watching. You must find out who was behind this. Zheng Yi retracted the skeleton soldier and spoke to his classmates. At this moment, Chen Shu was in high spirits. Having gained a large amount of Beastmaster power, he had directly become a second-level Beastmaster. Unfortunately, the golden slime did not comprehend any talents or skills, but its attributes had all improved. If he became a third-level Beastmaster, the slime would possess a certain level of combat capability. Here, your Beastmaster orb. Just as Chen Shu was riding a shared bicycle preparing to head home, Xia Bing caught up with him, handing him a bead. If it weren't for your help today, I wouldn't have one so easily. My help? What help did I provide? Chen Shu scratched his head, looking puzzled. I saw the bag in your backpack earlier. All right, I confess it was me. Chen Shu appeared indifferent as he accepted the Beastmaster orb. How did you think of doing that yourself? Fighting between Beastmasters is extremely dangerous. First and foremost, one must protect oneself. What's so special about it? I'm Shu, and what I like best is to ambush others. Xia Bing. Chen Shu wore a proud expression, riding away on his bicycle. Truly a unique individual. Xia Bing shook her head. Alchemy, alchemy. Chen Shu returned home and began to explore the new functions of the system. Following his previous choices, the system had unlocked basic alchemy. Before him appeared a new panel. The branches of the tree represented various potions: strength potions, fire potions, ice potions, giant potions, and more. However, only the strength potion was illuminated while the others remained dim. The further down the potion tree, the more precious and rare the potions became. He focused his mind on the strength potion. Strength potion permanently enhances contract spirit power. Proficiency mastery level I30. Reduction in materials needed to brew potions. Current materials are insufficient, cannot brew. Note, each brewing will enhance proficiency, which is divided into beginner mastery, grand mastery, and grandmaster levels. Further note, different proficiency levels will provide various additional effects. Chen Shu was exhilarated, continually studying the functionality. As a primary discipline among humans, the significance of alchemy was clear. Mastering it would be akin to gold falling from the sky. It seems I still need the materials for brewing. I can't create something out of nothing. Chen Shu concluded that others needed to concentrate when brewing potions to avoid any mistakes. Even so, failures would still occur. Although alchemy had developed over hundreds of years, it had not yet reached industrialization and could not utilize instruments for brewing. Each bottle of potion was personally brewed by an alchemist, which was why they were so expensive. But Chen Shu was different. He had a system that allowed him to simply add the materials and automatically brew the corresponding potions. Strength flower, I need strength flower. Chen Shu murmured continuously while lying in bed. The materials needed for the strength potion were quite common and easy to obtain, but the main ingredient, called strength flower, was a herb from a different dimension. The large stores in the city center surely sold it, but he lacked the qualifications to purchase, needing the identity of an alchemist. I guess I'll have to check the black market. Chen Shu whispered, eager to make money quickly. The strength of the contract spirit could be greatly enhanced not only through advancement, but also by consuming various potions. The contract spirits of wealthy families had a constant supply of potions, enabling them to fight beyond their rank. Zhang Dali seems to know the location of the black market. Chen Shu opened his chat app and found Zhang Dali. His profile picture was of a prairie wolf named Lonely Wolf. Hey, what's up? Why are you suddenly looking for me? After you left, I was the only one in the regular class feeling so lonely. Your uncle just beat up the class leader of the Beast Tamer class. It was quite the spectacle. Tell me more. He'll tell you next time. Do you know the location of the black market? Why? Are you going to buy something? I just want to check it out. Perfect. I skipped evening study tonight, so let's go together. By the way, lend me some money. Dali. What? Now that you're talking about borrowing money, you're playing dead. Chen Shu noticed the other person had stopped replying, but persisted in sending messages. We are the same age, but if you don't have money, how can I? Zhang Dali finally couldn't stand the harassment and replied. By the way, can't you use IOU? Don't you get a limit every month? No way, that has to be paid back. Lonely. Zhang Dali decisively closed the chat app. The two lived in the same neighborhood, and Zhang Dali quickly paid. I said, Shinpai, do you really have no money? I really don't. My pockets are cleaner than my face right now. Forget it, let's go check the black market first. Although Chen Shu had no money, he might trigger a system option. As long as he could get a bit of potion and sell it on the spot, wouldn't he have money? The two rode their bikes, swaying towards the outskirts. Speaking of the black market, I've had the fortune of going a few times with my parents. It's a mixed bag, so we must not be too high profile. Zhang Dali's parents were both black iron level beast tamers, a wealthy family. However, since he lacked the talent for taming beasts, he could only be an ordinary person. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Oh, I understand this principle well. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. The two looked like they were about to stir up the black market. But when they reached the entrance of the black market, they were dumbfounded. Sorry, no entry without a 5th tier or higher beast master accompanying you. Big brother, please make an exception. We are both people of status. May I ask, aside from your ID, what other status? The staff at the entrance of the black market crossed their arms, appearing unconcerned. He was also a beast master and could slightly sense their aura. One was just an ordinary person, while the other was at most level 3. The two did not expect the guard to be so unyielding. Zhang Dali coughed, realizing he needed to introduce himself formally. I am Zhang Dali from the 2nd Middle School of Nanjing City Class 3, and I once held the position of Materials Class Representative. Get lost. All right. Zhang Dali turned to leave, without stopping for a moment, pulling Chen Shu along. Shinpai, it looks like we can't get in. Let my dad take you next time. Chen Shu, however, remained standing still as 3 options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Use the golden slime to forcefully break into the black market and show off. Completion reward: increase beast master level by 1. Option 2. Leave helplessly and seek opportunities. Completion reward: double slime power for 3 days. Option 3. Top level provocation: lean close to the security guard's ear and whisper when none die. Completion reward: skill giantization increases by 1. Chen Shu fell into deep thought until Zhang Dali's urging brought him back to reality. Dali, are you familiar with the terrain here? Not bad. Why? Get ready to run. Whatever you do, don't look back. Take a picture. Before Zhang Dali could react, he saw Chen Shu approach the guard. Chen Shu whispered, Big brother, I know the secret phrase, can I go in? What? The guard looked puzzled. At that moment, Chen Shu slowly stepped forward and gently leaned close to his ear. When none die. In the next instant, Chen Shu suddenly turned and ran. The guard was taken aback for a moment before realizing what was happening. Just as he intended to chase after them, the two had all— Shinpai, what did you say? Nothing, I just tried the secret phrase. Shinpai panted heavily, admitting that the thrill of that moment was exhilarating. The golden slime's skill giantization indeed increased by 1 level. Giantization temporarily increases one size by 4 times, slightly reducing speed. It seems we need to think of a way to enter the black market. We'll talk about it next time. Want to eat ramen? The two looked up and happened to arrive at a ramen shop called La Demian. This name sounds a little disgusting, doesn't it? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, finding it reminiscent of a crude joke. It proves to be a specialty. Just right, since I haven't had dinner yet. Zhang Dali, however, was unfazed and directly entered the shop. Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, please. Do you want a Yes, a large portion, definitely a large portion. ITLL be ready soon, you must eat it hot. Chen Shu and the other person were filled with suspicion, their foreheads covered in black lines, feeling something was off. Is there really someone who comes to eat at such a place? The owner, however, wore a look of enthusiasm, finally welcoming customers after a week. The promised bustling crowd near the black market did not live up to expectations, leaving him greatly disappointed. By the way, for an extra 2 yuan, you can get 2 cans of cola. Would you like that? Forget it, what kind of place is this? Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Just then he caught sight of a stunning figure outside the shop. Dali, follow me, I know how to get to the black market. Aren't you two coming along? Your noodles are too hot, I'm afraid of burning. Chen Shu and the other person hurriedly left the noodle shop and stepped onto the street. Could it be that my noodles really don't taste good? The owner of the noodle shop reflected continuously, trying to find the root of the problem. The black market was located in the suburbs, but the crowd was still bustling. Little you. Chen Shu shouted enthusiastically. In the crowd, a girl with a ponytail kept glancing around. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and her eyes exceptionally clear, clearly the object of admiration for many boys. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, a look of confusion in her eyes as she saw the two rushing towards her. Who are these two? Little you, we are classmates. I am Chen Shu from the Beastmaster class. I am Zhang Dali. You must have heard of my legendary story. The two began to introduce themselves, hoping to bridge the gap between. Su Xiaoyu was well known in her grade as a top student, consistently holding the first position. Her academic scores were nearly perfect and her talent in beast mastery was exceptional, with her contracted spirit being a rare grade nurtured by the school as a promising talent for Huaxia Academy. It could be said that she was not from the same world as the two. Xiaoyu, do you know these two? A handsome boy standing next to Su Xiaoyu stepped forward, deliberately putting some distance between the two sides. Despite his friendly appearance, there was a trace of arrogance and disdain hidden deep in his eyes. We are classmates, and who are you? Zhang Dali could see through the pretense and spoke with displeasure. You don't recognize me? The boy raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on his lips. Are you Huawa currency? You brat. The boy's expression turned cold, having never encountered someone who dared to speak to him like that. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, Su Xiaoyu stepped in to mediate. This is the top student from the 3rd high school, Wang Tong. Oh, Wang Tong. Zhang Dali suddenly realized, his face filled with amazement. This naturally greatly satisfied Wang Tong's vanity, causing his lips to involuntarily curl up, followed by a light snort. I completely don't know you. Then Zhang Dali delivered a wave of ruthless blows. Chen Pai, do you know him? I don't know, but I feel like you have the aura of an emperor. What? Wang Ting looked over, though he couldn't understand. He sensed it wasn't a compliment. As a genius, he felt a sense of being mocked. What do you want with me? Su Xiaoyu interrupted at that moment. Although Chen Shu and the other looked odd, they were ordinary students, and if Wang Ting took an interest in them, it wouldn't bode well. Little you, we want to experience the black market, but it seems we can't get in. Zhang Dali spoke with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Coincidentally, I also want to stroll around the black market, so let's go together. Since you have matters to attend to, I won't keep you company. Wang Tong took the initiative to leave, feeling uneasy around Chen Shu and the other two. Xiaoyu, I hope you can seriously consider my proposal. As he left, Wang Tong cast a deep glance at Su Xiaoyu and turned. Little you, what proposal? Zhang Dali, straightforward, as always, asked directly, while Chen Shu, usually not so normal, appeared a bit silent. The city-level Beastmaster competition for seniors. Wang Tong wants to form a team in advance. Su Xiaoyu explained briefly, saying no more. Perhaps in her view, the two were too far from being able to participate in such a competition. Let's go take a look at the black market. The three entered through another entrance of the black market. Su Xiaoyu didn't need anyone to lead her. She was already a 7th-level Beastmaster, qualified to enter freely. I have something to do you two can explore on your own. After bringing the two in, Su Xiaoyu decided to leave. Though kind-hearted, she saw no need to waste time with them. Thank you, little you. If you need anything in the future, come find me in the Beastmaster Class 5 anytime. Su Xiaoyu nodded and walked away. Zhang Dali and the other person were like curious babies, constantly examining the black market. The black market belonged to the Qixing Street of Nanjing City, with 7 streets intertwined, lined with various stalls, the crowd bustling, its prosperity rivaling that of the city center. Although it was called a black market, it had a certain official background, otherwise it would have been shut down long ago. Selling Earth Dragon King beast cores, these come from the only disaster-grade alternate space in Huawa, worth a fortune, can forge sacred artifacts for contracted spirits. Don't miss out, dear. Shocking. Due to lives pressures, a high-level Beastmaster is actually selling a divine beast egg. If consumed, it will allow the contracted spirit to directly become a golden level. Good news. Good news. Those who purchase items worth over 50,000 Huaxia coins at this stall today will receive a handwritten signature from me, first come, first served. The shouts from both sides of the street were continuous. This was the area for stalls, mostly individuals selling goods. Though it seemed more like street con artists, patient ones could still find plenty of treasures. The rare treasures from alternate spaces were countless, and human material science couldn't fully encompass them. Perhaps there were truly extraordinary items covered in dust. Zhang Dali, intrigued, kept examining the stalls and inquired, Uncle, how much for this Earth Dragon King beast core? Young man, you really know your stuff. I can see you have a natural gift. You will surely become a dragon among men in the future. They'll sell it to you cheap today. Just 10,000. Bring the Earth Dragon King home. Can you make it cheaper? How much are you willing to offer? 10 bucks. Chen Shu felt a black line on his face. Their conversation was truly shocking. He initially thought Zhang Dali would get a scolding, but the stall owner surprisingly nodded decisively. Deal. Zhang Dali took out 10 bucks, happily pocketing the earthy-colored round ball. Looking at the two leaving, the stall owner felt heartbroken for earning just 10 yuan, then took out another Earth Dragon King beast core from a large wooden box behind him. I say, Dali, have you eaten your fill and have nothing else to do? You actually bought something made of mud. Chen Shu couldn't help but speak up. You really think I'm stupid? There's no such mud on Blue Star. It must come from an alternate space. I bought a souvenir for 10 bucks. Of course it's worth it. Chen Shu was speechless, wandering around the black market until he finally found his target. On a stall, various exotic flowers and herbs were displayed, appearing quite unique. Boss, how much for the dilly flower? 5,000. Just as Chen Shu was inquiring, suddenly options appeared before him. Option 1 loudly questioned the boss, asking why it is a counterfeit. Completion reward medium, beast mastery option 2, do not expose the boss, give up the purchase. Completion reward golden slime size increases by 10 option 3 angrily exclaim, is it too much to use paint to impersonate the Dali flower? It's even wet paint. Chen Shu was left speechless, never expecting the black market items to be so deceptive. Just as he pondered which option to choose, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Boss, I want it. He'll pay 10,000. Who's this big fool? Chen Shu was taken aback. Someone was actually buying this painted item. He turned around to see Zheng Yi from the Beastmaster Class 3. At that moment, Zheng Yi's face was still bruised with hatred. Chen Shu, you shameless thing, how dare you ambush me? What are you talking about? Chen Shu looked perplexed. I've remembered you, you'll pay for this in the future. Zheng Yi shot Chen Shu a fierce glare. If you want the Dali flower, wait for your next life. The Dali flower is the core material for producing the Dali potion, rarely seen in black market stalls. Only large stores have a limited stock, but the prices are exorbitant. Then he'll offer 15,000. Do you have 15,000? None of your business. 20,000. Zheng Yi gritted his teeth. A single Dali flower can produce about 5 bottles of Dali potion worth approximately 25,000. Buying a Dali flower for 20,000 isn't a complete loss. 30,000. Chen Shu said nonchalantly, his tone calm. Though his pockets were empty, he spoke with confidence. If the boss forced him to buy, he would simply expose the fraud. He couldn't let someone sell him a fake flower for 30,000. At that moment, the stall owner was nearly laughing himself silly. It was his first time in the black market. He had heard that people here were foolish with money, and it turned out to be true. Zheng Yi's expression darkened, feeling somewhat hesitant, as if he were being pressured. No way a rich second generation is hesitating over buying a flower. What about your strength? Chen Shu shook his head, a look of pity and sarcasm on his face. His mocking demeanor instantly ignited Zheng Yi's competitive spirit. He'll offer 40,000. Good. You do have some guts. Uncle Chen acknowledges you. Chen Shu decisively turned and left the place. Zheng Yi was stunned. Oh, why was the other party so straightforward? He felt something was off. However, he was still a notable figure, and although 40,000 for a Dali flower was a bit of a loss, he could still afford it. By the way, class leader Zheng, if you need paintbrushes, feel free to find me. I guarantee discounts. Chen Shu suddenly turned back, leaving Zheng Yi bewildered. The stall owner was getting anxious. He quickly completed the transaction and hurriedly left the black market. Chen Pai, I didn't expect a Zheng Yi to pop up halfway through. What bad luck. Let him be. Hell, have a hard time at home. 40,000 is no small sum. Zhang Dali felt indignant seeing Zheng. Chen Shu was in high spirits, even whistling. By the way, how did he find out it was me behind the scenes so quickly? I hope I don't find it. Chen Shu grunted a few times, clearly displeased with the informer. Of course it's me. Zhang Dali suddenly slapped his thigh, looking proud, as if claiming credit. Chen Pai, now you're already a famous person in the grade, but you don't need to thank me. Yes, you told me last night, and I immediately shared the news in the grade group. I don't know how many are discussing you now. Chen Shu took out his phone and found numerous messages in the group. Lonely Wolf Zhang Dali Zheng Yi, the one who attacked you, is my brother Chen Shu. If you dare to retaliate, feel free to come find me. I Zhang Dali don't mind playing with you. Zheng Yi Wan Yin Chen Pai, so it was indeed you who made the move. Ooh, I've remembered you. Wang Yu just Chen Pai is too ruthless, truly a model for our generation. Teacher Fong Ku Chen Shu, come to my office tomorrow. Zhou Wei, this is the group for brutes. We beast masters should. Wu Kai is a beast master to choose a sneak attack like this. Such a person isn't worthy of being called a beast master. I've done it too, so it's nothing. Chen Pai, look, the group is so lively now. Oh, everyone is discussing you. Zhang Dali had a silly smile, completely unaware of the awkwardness. Dali, we don't need to be so high profile in the future. Being low-key is the best. Flaunting, got it. Chen Shu spoke earnestly. He had calculated a lot, but never expected Zhang Dali would betray him. Got it. Zhang Dali suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. Let's go see if we can still find the Dali flower. The two continued to browse the black market, but unfortunately no Dali flowers could be found on any stalls. Such resources are already extremely scarce, mostly bought up by large corporations and the government. After all, Dali potions are common potions, and most contracted spirits need to enhance their strength. Let's check out the shops here. Finally, Chen Shu had no choice but to enter a shop in the black market. There were only a few shops here, but the products were comprehensive. More importantly, as long as you have money, you can purchase without any qualifications. Dali flower for 20,000. Goodbye. Chen Shu stepped into the shop, instantly feeling speechless. The prices in the black market shops were simply too high. If supplemented with other materials, the cost would be 25,000. Ordinary alchemists could only produce 5 bottles, which is break even. Oh, it's just a lonely endeavor. In any case, Chen Shu wouldn't be making any potions. By the way, big brother, are you hiring store clerks? Chen Shu suddenly thought of this. With his second year about to end and summer vacation approaching, he wanted to find a part-time job. Not only can he earn huaxia coins, but he can also gain experience. The more people he interacts with, the higher the chance of triggering system options. We're hiring. It's posted outside the store. Chen Shu quickly went outside and indeed found a recruitment notice. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Hiring shop clerks entrance. Job content mainly responsible for organizing and classifying various products. Working hours 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Salary 400 per month. If official, the salary doubles. Note, summer workers accepted, salary halved. Good heavens. I can't believe it. Chen Shu was left speechless. The shops in the black market truly deserve the name black shops. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would shed tears. Young man, are you interested? You look impressive. I can let you skip the interview and start work anytime. Please spare me the nonsense. Chen Shu and his companion promptly departed, unwilling to linger any longer. And at that very moment, a thunderous rumbling shook the black market. Chen Shu looked up to see two contracted spirit beasts emerging onto the distant street. None was a massive crimson bird soaring into the air, its talons shimmering faintly with flickering flames. The other was a towering shadow, over 2 meters tall, solid yet utterly black. And the two beasts clashed fiercely, locked in brutal combat. Though the crimson bird held the advantage of flight, it was being suppressed. In from the shadow, a slender black filament extended like a rope, coiling tightly around the flamine-shrouded bird. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu's expression darkened. She had not expected crisis to erupt within the black market. And the scarlet bird was her own contracted spirit beast, a Class A flame bird. Someone has brazenly unleashed a contracted spirit beast to cause chaos. Surely the Spirit Beast Control Bureau will arrive shortly. And onlookers murmured nervously, swiftly retreating from the street. Though the black market housed high-tier beast tamer practitioners, none wished to intervene. And the tamer controlling the shadow had already reached level 9, a feat requiring intervention only by a black iron-ranked beast tamer. Yet, black iron-ranked tamers were elite warriors, qualified to form beast tamer squads and venture into alien dimensions. And such formidable figures rarely appeared in common black markets. Zhang Dali, though an ordinary civilian, had parents who were both black iron-ranked beast tamers. And otherwise, given his temperament, he would long since have been soundly beaten. That's Su Xiaoyu's contracted spirit beast. And Zhang Dali gazed at the flame bird. Its awakening had once sent shockwaves through their entire grade. Chenpai, what's your call? It seems we must act now. Indeed, it's time we stepped in. Chen Shu's expression turned solemn, his fists clenched lightly. And the two exchanged a glance, and nodded in silent accord. In the next instant, they bolted, sprinting straight for the nearest southern entrance. Years of navigating treacherous paths had honed their escape skills to near perfection. As the titanic clash between the two spirit beasts threatened to engulf them, there was no moment more urgent to flee. Yet, just as they dashed headlong, Chen Shu's vision flickered, revealing a set of options. Option 1, release the golden slime and overpower the shadow beast decisively. In reward 1 rank in beast tamer proficiency. In option 2, ignore the crisis and flee amid the chaos. Reward 1 level to the slime's charge skill. In option 3, strike the master before the beast. Launch a direct ambush on the shadow beast's tamer. In reward 5 enhancement to all attributes of the golden slime. Note system alert confirms target's location. In option 4, raise your voice and rally the crowd to spectate. In reward, title acquired, Beyond Humanity. Effect 20 damage against non-human entities. Chen Shu's breath caught. The title, Beyond Humanity, instantly captivated him. Its name alone exuded raw authority, yet its effect proved disappointingly trivial. Dali, follow me. We're going to beat someone up. Chen Shu halted abruptly, resolving to save Su Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, he pulled a large sack from his backpack. You carry a urea bag everywhere. Zhang Dali stared in utter disbelief, and convinced he'd reached the apex of audacity, only to find someone far more outrageous. No more chatter, move. Chen Shu's vision shifted sharply. At the far end of the street stood a man radiating eerie crimson light. Beast tamers below black iron rank rarely revealed themselves openly. They could bond with only a single spirit beast, leaving their physical bodies dangerously vulnerable. Only black iron rank tamers awakened a second contracted beast, granting their mortal forms essential protection. And there at the roadside stood a buzz-cut brute, silently commanding the shadow beast. A sinister grin curled across his face, the very portrait of a villain in AS if branded across his forehead. I am the villain. To distract him, Chen Shu released the golden slime ahead of time. And though merely a level 2 beast tamer, repeated choices had greatly strengthened the slime. Now nearly half a meter tall, resembling a pulsating ambulatory mound of, well, something best left unnamed. Glup! And the slime blinked open enormous eyes and began bouncing vigorously in place. And under Chen Shu's command, it advanced steadily toward the battlefield. The crimson-lit man's vision suddenly blurred. A colossal yellow mass materialized, unervingly closed, slamming into the shadow beast. What the hell is that excrement? His heart lurched. He instantly realized a beast tamer had intervened. The slime swelled to nearly 2 meters tall, its imposing silhouette radiating unexpected menace. While the brute was distracted, 2 high school students slipped forward in absolute silence. Their stealth surpassed even professional operatives, clearly veterans of such covert maneuvers. Within 1 meter of the brute, they couldn't suppress grins, letting out soft, gleeful chuckles. And the brute sensed something amiss and whirled around sharply. But in that split second, a sack hurtled toward him, blinding his sight entirely. And then came the furious barrage of blows. Lu Wui cried out in panic, his head ringing violently, his consciousness fraying at the edges. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali attacked like berserkers, unrelenting, unrestrained. And had the brute summoned his spirit beast to retaliate, their lives would have hung by a thread. They held nothing back, not even as high schoolers. Both stood exceptionally tall, a necessity for securing seats in the classroom's rear row. Stop. For heaven's sake, stop. And Lu Wui thrashed, helplessly convinced he'd drawn the unluckiest lot in existence. Ambushed without warning. Zhang Yi, class monitor of Beast Taming Class 3, will knock him unconscious first. In Wang Tung, top scholar of 3rd middle school. Do you think this might get us into trouble? No time to worry. And they shouted in rapid succession, one prompting the other, echoing, immediately betraying Zhang Yi and Wang Tung. And anyone bold enough to strike in the black market was clearly no mere thug. Bystanders stared speechless. No one introduced others so recklessly. And Lu Wui's mind meanwhile dissolved into haze. Then a searing jolt of pain sent him plummeting into unconsciousness. Deprived of its master's control, the shadow beast instantly withdrew into the spirit beast dimension. Chen Shu likewise recalled the golden slime into his own spirit beast dimension. Below, Su Xiaoyu froze, stunned that the crisis had vanished so abruptly. Could a true powerhouse have intervened? Nas doubt flickered in her gaze. She spotted another crowd gathering nearby. She dismissed the flame bird and hurried over. In there, 2 students stood over a motionless figure, knees head completely enveloped in a urea sack, his body limp upon the ground. You too. Su Xiaoyu recognized Chen Shu and Zhang Dali immediately. Xiaoyu Jia, you've arrived just in time. This criminal dared assault you openly, but fear not. I've already subdued him. Chen Shu declared, punctuating his words with sharp kicks to the downed man. You resolved this. Su Xiaoyu stood dumbfounded. She'd imagined a legendary master stepping in only to find these 2. Chen Shu nodded slightly, moving the bag of urea aside to reveal Lu Dei's face. Oh, I recognize this person. Isn't he a wanted criminal online? Soon some bystanders recognized Lu Wui. Everyone quickly checked online, and indeed, he was a dangerous wanted criminal. Chen Shu, however, immediately noticed the bounty amount displayed, which was a staggering 100,000 yuan. Before long, personnel from the Spirit Beast Bureau arrived, specifically tasked with dealing with beast tamer criminals. The crowd in the black market was dispersed, and the 3 of them also left Qixing Street. Thank you this time, they said as they stepped onto the street. Chen Shu left his phone number, promising to send him a reward if the information checked out. As for Zhang Dali, he put on a demeanor of indifference towards the bounty. In his words, it was after the matter is settled one should retreat, keeping their achievements and fame hidden. It's a trivial matter. What Chen Shu love most is to uphold justice. The 2 displayed a righteous appearance, seemingly dedicated to rectifying the world's injustices, completely forgetting their earlier carefree escape. I remember this favor. If you ever need anything, feel free to let me know, Su Xiaoyu said earnestly, clearly disliking being indebted to others. Sister Xiaoyu, we're not helping you for the sake of any favors, Chen Shu said with a serious expression suddenly changed. By the way, I want to find a job during the summer vacation. Zhang Dali's body trembled. Didn't you just say you weren't looking for any favors? Now it's like I'm about to believe you. What kind of job are you looking for? I might have a suitable recommendation, Su Xiaoyu said, brushing her hair aside the night breeze, making her look exceptionally captivating. Unfortunately, her beauty was completely lost on these 2 fools. Sister Xiaoyu, my requirements aren't high. As long as it's a job with few responsibilities, close to home, and with high pay, that's enough for me. Zhang Dali spoke decisively without considering. Who could refuse such a job? Dali, your requirements are excessive. Chen Shu immediately chimed in, his tone filled with reproach as he turned to Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I just want a job where I can lie at home counting money. Heh. Su Xiaoyu gave a stiff laugh, clearly taken aback by their lack of discernment. My company just happens to need people. If you want, you can go and give it a try. What kind of job? Su Xiaoyu looked a bit embarrassed, mainly responsible for patrolling the company and providing security services. Security? Chen Shu frowned. He was actually looking for a job related to alchemy. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhang Dali's expression suddenly shifted, filled with excitement. Is there really a security job? Su Xiaoyu asked, baffled. Was this job really worth such excitement? Dali, are you out of your mind? If your parents, who are black iron level beast tamers, found out, wouldn't they beat you up? Zhang Dali, after all, came from a well-off family and was considered middle class in Nanjiang. Was it really worth getting so excited over a security job? Chenpai, what do you know? If you haven't engaged in security this year, then you're out of touch with trends, Zhang Dali said proud. Chen Shu sighed and shook his head. When would Dali be a bit more normal like him? Sister Xiaoyu, I can prepare medicinal liquids. Is there a more suitable position? You can prepare medicinal liquids. Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, looking incredulous. Is this something you can just claim to do? It's not like you're breeding pigs. Becoming an alchemist requires mastery of various complex pharmacological knowledge. Only outstanding university graduates can possibly pursue this profession. Now a high school student tells me this. I can't decide on this, but if you really want to try, you can check with my company. Su Xiaoyu didn't agree outright. Her family's company primarily dealt with various medicinal liquids, which involved core aspects of the business that she couldn't decide on. But if you want to become a security guard, just say you're my classmate, and that should suffice. Both of them were tall enough that being security guards wouldn't be an issue. Thanks again, you two, Su Xiaoyu said, giving a slight bow to the 2 of them. The three exchanged contact information. I didn't expect that we would casually save a top student, Zhang Dali couldn't help but exclaim. Chenpai, do you think we are the protagonist? Not me, but should be you, Zhang Dali exclaimed. Why do you say that? You have the qualities of a protagonist. Zhang Dali trembled with excitement, his eyes wide, as if he had finally found a soulmate. I've hidden for a full 17 years, and you still saw through me. Chenpai, your insight is extraordinary. Chen Shu twitched at the corner of his mouth. Can we keep some dignity here? Huh. You just said I have protagonist qualities, Chen Shu replied. Yes, generally protagonists start off as useless. You fit that perfectly. You're such a dog. Zhang Dali raised his middle finger and scorned Chen Shu. The two bantered as they returned to the community. Chen Shu returned home, tidied up a bit, and quickly prepared to sleep. Suddenly options appeared before him again. Option 1, cultivate all night, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Completion reward, obtain the title diligent talent effect, increases cultivation efficiency by 10. Option 2, go straight to sleep, just lie flat. Chen Shu didn't expect to trigger options even before sleeping. He decisively turned on the air conditioning, covered himself with a blanket, and instantly lay flat. If he had to cultivate hard without the system, then what was the point of having the system on in the first place? Surely no one is that clueless about a protagonist's worth. The next day, as soon as Chen Shu stepped into the classroom, he was met with numerous admiring gazes. Paiga, you're really impressive. While others fight using contracts with spirits, you directly engage in hand-to-hand combat, truly pioneering a new path of battle. Of course, Pai Guest's reputation in the regular class is even greater than Su Xiaoyu's. Just the sight of that urea bag is enough for us to learn from for a lifetime. Paiga, do you have any more bags of urea at home? Send me one, I want to hang it on my wall for good luck. Chen Shu waved his hand slightly, tilted his head, and closed his eyes, appearing unable to bear the flattery. Everyone be low-key, mainly, it's because class leader Zheng cooperated. Just as he was boasting with everyone, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Get out of the way. Who the hell is Chen Shu? A slender student with a sharp gaze appeared at the classroom door. Zheng Nan from the 3rd year. What are you here for? Wang Meng was the first to step forward, blocking Chen Shu's path. What's wrong? Aren't I welcome? Zheng Nan sneered, crossing his arms. I heard that someone in year 2 bullied my brother, causing my family to lose 40,000 yuan for nothing. As the brother, I need to ask about this, right? What? Are you afraid to take responsibility? Aren't you the little brat who wanted to turn the tables? Zheng Nan's gaze locked onto Chen Shu, clearly having prepared for this moment beforehand. He took a few steps forward while the others dared not approach, and even retreated a couple of steps. After all, senior students always carry a certain aura of intimidation. It's a universal rule in school. Zheng Nan looked up slightly at Chen Shu and let out a sneer. So you're Chen Shu, huh? With that, he reached out his right hand, intending to slap Chen Shu's face. Chen Shu remained unperturbed and swiftly grabbed Zheng Nan's wrist. At the same time, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1, release Zheng Nan's hand and allow him to slap his face, smiling obsequiously as he said, Brother, Nan, that feels great. Completion reward, earn the title those who know their place are talented effect, increase food intake by 50. Option 2, seriously state, Big brother, you've mistaken me, my name is Zhang Dali. Completion reward, golden slime size increases by 10. Option 3, directly retaliate and show off your own prowess. Note, Zheng Nan is a level 6 beast tamer. Completion reward, skill book, dominating body. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he saw the first option and almost laughed out loud. The content was so ludicrous that he could tolerate it, but this reward was simply absurd. Increasing food intake, truly those who know their food are talented. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much and directly chose the third option. He had even beaten level 9 beast tamer fugitives. A mere level 6 beast tamer was nothing. Chen Shu tightly grabbed him with his left hand, while his right hand suddenly swung out. Bang! I am Chen Shu, what are you going to do about it? In an instant, Zheng Nan's head jerked violently, feeling dizzy. Are students nowadays so violent? What happened to the universal rules of the school? Where was the fear of seniors? Although he was a level 6 beast tamer, his slender build was no match for Chen Shu. Are you looking for death? Zheng Nan's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly as anger surged within him. What do you want? Want to summon a contract spirit? Chen Shu's right hand formed a palm and swung out again. According to the official rules of beast tamers, it is not allowed to summon contract spirits at will. If a contract spirit injures someone or causes a scene, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would personally come to investigate. To maintain social stability, China has promulgated various strict laws. If you dare summon, well, call the Spirit Regulation Bureau. The classmates of Beast Tamer Class 5 threatened. Usually fights are just minor skirmishes, but summoning a contract spirit to harm someone is a different matter. If you have the guts, come with me to the school's Beast Tamer Hall. Zheng Nan felt his anger rise. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so fierce and was caught off guard by the sudden beating. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Coming to get beaten? Chen Shu scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm, which only fueled Zheng Nan's anger. I see you've played too much Plants vs. Zombies. Huh? What do you mean? Zheng Nan had taken several hits and was a bit dazed, almost instinctively asking. Your brain must have been eaten away. They'll ask you one last time. My name is Chen Shu. Is there a problem? Chen Shu lightly patted Zheng Nan's face, exuding an air of arrogance. Everyone was momentarily stunned with fog rising, making it hard to tell who the villain was. No, no problem. Zheng Nan's face was filled with frustration as he finally chose to back down. Had he known this kid was so big, he should have called more people. All right, everyone disperse. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Fong Ku lazily entered the classroom. Chenpai, what are you doing? Teacher Fong, we were just messing around. Xiao Nan's beast tamer level has recently increased and wanted to spar with me. Everyone was speechless. This excuse was too ridiculous. Which beast tamer after getting stronger would choose to fight in person? Shouldn't they go to the beast tamer hall? All right, Zheng Nan, go back to your class. Fong Ku slightly nodded, fully accepting this excuse. Zheng Nan, bruised and battered, left beast tamer class 5, casting a venomous glance at Chen Shu as he departed. Chenpai, be careful. Zheng Nan is hot-tempered and could do anything if pushed too far. Fong Ku warned, recalling some impressions of this senior. Chen Shu disdainfully replied, let him boast. What can he do? Just give him a set of college entrance exam questions. Fong Ku, stop talking nonsense. Come with me to the office. Chen Shu's expression fell immediately, reluctantly following Fong Ku to the office. Chenpai is truly impressive, beating up the Zheng brothers. These two have some notoriety in Nanjing No. 2 High School. Indeed, Zheng Yi is the class leader of Beast Tamer Class 3, and Zheng Nan is a member of Beast Tamer Class 1. They are definitely future college candidates. Will Chenpai be retaliated against? If he gets set up, it could lead to trouble. Everyone began to murmur, although beast tamers cannot summon contract spirits at remote areas are unpredictable. As long as no serious injuries or deaths occur, the Spirit Regulation Bureau will not conduct thorough investigations. I don't think Chen Shu is likely to be set up. The usually aloof Xia Bing said softly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then felt there was some truth to it. Although Chen Shu's beast tamer level was not high, he was too cunning. The key was that he did not play by the rules and could always pull off surprising feats. Teacher, I really didn't hit anyone. A Zheng Nan just came to me to discuss issues. What issues, eh? He asked if my name is Chen Shu, and I answered him friendly. Fong Ku looked speechless. Then how did he get those injuries on his face? Every time I answered, he was so moved that he kept bumping his head against my hand, leaving me completely bewildered. Looking at Chen Shu's innocent expression, Fong Ku couldn't help but sigh. How can you be so calm? This is simply all right, I won't pursue it further. After all, he provoked you first. Fong Ku had already learned about the situation and had not intervened on purpose, wanting Chen Shu to teach Zheng Nan a lesson. Zheng Nan's situation is his own doing, but Zheng Yi's issue is your fault. In battles between beast tamers, the school does not allow students to fight personally. Otherwise, if someone gets hurt, how can we explain to the parents? If everyone were like Chen Shu, disregarding the rules, the school would be in chaos. The education everyone receives from a young age is that the human body is fragile, and during battles one can only rely on contract spirits. Contract spirits possess strong vitality. Even if they sustain severe injuries, they can slowly recover. But if a human dies, everything is over. Teacher, I was just informing him of the dangers of the world. If he goes to the portal to another dimension, the fierce beasts won't just target his contract spirit. If he can't even protect himself, having a powerful contract spirit is useless. Under the stick, good children are born. Cough, strong individuals. I am doing this to train both of them. Fong Ku was surprisingly persuaded, for a moment left speechless. I believe my words have deeply touched your soul. Chen Shu clasped his hands together. Teacher Fong, take your time to ponder it. Farewell. Fong Ku. Chen Shu returned to the classroom feeling joyful, even whistling. His golden slime had once again comprehended a skilled dominance body, which grants a temporary state of invincibility, ignoring the control effects of contract spirits of the same level. The golden slime now possessed 3 combat skills: charge, giantization, and dominance body. If it were to engage in battle, it could already be considered formidable. Every skill or talent is exceptionally precious. To acquire them, one can only comprehend them during the advancement of their contract spirit. This probability is related to the potential of the contract spirit. The golden slime is at F rank, and the probability of comprehending skills through its own efforts is virtually 0. This is also why Chen Shu did not choose to attend the Beast Tamer class back then. Skills and talents are directly linked to strength. How can one compete with a useless skill against someone with 4 or 5 combat skills? Now with the system, he can easily choose and acquire skills, making it incredibly easy. At this moment, Chen Shu wished to proclaim with great enthusiasm, all bodily functions are normal, the future is promising. Just then Fong Ku walked into the classroom, seemingly having awakened from some deep contemplation. There is only 1 month left until the final exams, and I hope everyone can give their all. The rewards from the school are as generous as ever. The top 30 in the grade will receive beast taming pearls, and the top 5 will be awarded mid-grade beast taming pearls. Additionally, to stimulate your competitive spirit, the school has specially prepared a spirit enlightenment pill for the top student in the grade. Fong Ku spoke with fervor, eager to awaken the competitive consciousness of everyone. However, the students below appeared lifeless, devoid of any fighting spirit. The rewards are indeed generous. The spirit enlightenment pill has an extraordinary effect, significantly increasing the chances of a contract spirit comprehending skills during the advancement of a beast tamer. Although the probability is low, it is enough to drive people mad. The value of the Spirit Enlightenment pill is in the hundreds of thousands, and it is scarce in the market, only obtainable through a school with official backing. Yet despite the treasures being so good, they have nothing to do with them. The top student in the grade Su Xiaoyu is already a level 7 beast tamer, while their class representative Xiaobing is merely at level 5. How can they possibly compete? The beast tamer class 5 has completely given up. Although the Spirit Enlightenment pill is not relevant to you, the top 30 in the grade is still within reach for our class. Dreams are still worth having. What if they come true? Fonka hoped to inspire the group. Just then an out-of-place voice, what about the remaining 999%? The class fell silent, astonished. It made sense. If there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of success, then the remaining probability is just failure, right? Chen Shu. Fonka gritted his teeth, wondering what kind of student Li Yuan had stuffed into his class. Disrupting morale in front of the class is a serious offense. Teacher Fong, I was just speaking the truth, Chen Shu said, with a sincere expression. Stop with the nonsense. Fonka finally erupted at him. This time, if you fail to pass the cultural subjects, then you won't be staying in Beast Tamer Class 5. At that moment, options appeared before Chen Shu once more. Option 1, sincerely apologize, teacher, I was wrong, please forgive me. Completion, reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, stand up proudly and say 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I will definitely pass the final exam. If I fail, I am willing to drop out. Completion, reward mid-grade strength elixir. Option 3, seriously ask, is class 1 finally ready to completion, reward high school knowledge about beast tamers. Chen Shu was taken aback. Although he felt that the second option suited his character, the reward for the third option was too tempting. Without hesitation, he looked earnestly at Fonku. Is it because class 1 is going to recruit me? You seem to have a serious... Fonka took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. So what I meant by saying you don't need to stay in Beast Tamer Class 5 is that you can go to Class 1. I have something to attend to today, and now self-study begins. Maintain discipline. Fonka left the classroom with a grim expression. The college entrance exam was approaching, and the second-year teachers would participate in the monitoring that day, leading to frequent meetings. As soon as Fonka stepped out of the classroom, he ran into a dark-faced man. It was Li Yuan Fongke's former homeroom teacher. Only you really messed me up. Upon seeing Li Yuan Fongke's face filled with frustration as he began to vent his grievances, accusing Chen Shu of numerous faults that were simply too many to list. Li Yuan, however, remained calm, wearing an expression as if he had never seen such a thing. You haven't experienced the combination of Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, which could drive anyone insane. Meanwhile, Chen Shu in the classroom had his eyes glowing, continuously looking at various test questions, almost instinctively coming up with answers. Indeed, the system is the system, a knowledge that others study hard to acquire is easily grasped by him. Throughout the morning, Chen Shu continuously absorbed the knowledge in his mind. The foundational knowledge of beast tamers not only enabled him to handle the exam with ease, but also gave him a more comprehensive understanding of beast tamers. What the hell? Has Chen Pai turned over a new leaf? I don't know, is Pai Gu really determined to redeem himself and aim for second to last place? Many classmates noticed Chen Shu's abnormal behavior. Even in the afternoon, Chen Shu was still studying hard, which was simply absurd. Chen Pai, are you okay? Xia Bing, dressed in a white dress, approached, her eyes filled with concern. But it was not the ordinary concern, it was a look akin to that of visiting a patient. Chen Shu slightly raised his hand, only then realizing the unusual gaze of others. Come on, I'm just digesting the knowledge in my mind. There's no need for such looks. I'm just looking at a book. Chen Shu said. It's over, he's already gone crazy, let's send him to the school doctor. A group of people nodded in agreement. Chen Shu, if you want to study, I can help you. There's no need to push yourself so hard, Xia Bing said with a cold expression. For a moment, the others looked astonished and began to make strange hissing sounds. The peculiar gazes of the crowd made Xia Bing's small face flush as she lowered her head slightly. I'm the class representative who, of course, I need to take care of his grades. Chen Shu looked dazed, and once again options appeared before him. Option 1, politely refuse Xia Bing's offer. Completion, reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, rub his hands together with a mischievous grin and say, having your guidance is great. When shall we start? Completion, reward 20 increase in slime's ice resistance. Option 3, firmly say, are you questioning my learning ability? Completion, reward 20 increase in all attributes of the slime. Unexpectedly, options appeared again. Is there really a need to consider such a simple question? Chen Shu suddenly stood up, looking at the petite Xia Bing, and spoke seriously. Class monitor, you actually doubt my academic abilities. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom fell into complete silence. Is he really that much of a straight man? Not to mention that the matchmaker ties a red string. Even if it were tied with steel, it could be easily broken, right? Looking at the stunned expressions of the others, Chen Shu sat down indifferently, not understanding what was happening. But those who knew him understood that Chen Shu was not a straight man, he was simply a bit peculiar. Oh, Xia Bing felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that since she had given him a beast-taming pearl yesterday, they were already friends. However, Chen Shu's response left her speechless. She turned and returned to her seat. Chen Pai, you understand silence better than Hua Milan. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. In truth, Xia Bing wanted to tutor him out of genuine concern for his grades. If he failed to get into a good university because of poor academic performance, it would be something to regret. The joyful afternoon soon passed. Dingling. What a fulfilling day. Chen Shu stood up, stretched lazily, and let out a massive yawn that seemed never-ending. In an instant, many people felt it and followed suit in yawning. Do you really have to yawn that long? The people around wore resentful expressions, not expecting to be infected. There's still a month until the final exams. If you come for more sessions, the cultural subjects should be fine. Now that I'm already a level 2 beast tamer, if I can become a level 4 beast tamer, I would be among the top 30 in the grade. Chen Shu walked towards the school gate, reflecting on his performance. Play as you will, joke as you will, but don't make a mockery of the exams. Although there's a system, the college entrance examination remains a crucial opportunity to change one's fate. Just as Chen Shu reached the school gate, 7 or 8 people suddenly surrounded him. The leader was none other than Zheng Yi's older brother, Zheng Nan. Oh, isn't this brother Nan? Why does your face look even puffier? But I can still faintly discern your charming demeanor. Zheng Nan felt a lump in his throat, as if he had been punched. This guy was ruthless and had a sharp tongue, truly not something an ordinary person could handle. Are the second-year juniors this arrogant now? One person dressed in a white shirt and wearing glasses looked exceptionally refined. That's enough. What era is this? Is being a year older really that oppressive? Chen Shu scoffed, showing no signs of panic. After all, this was the school gate, and the security guard was not far away. I thought it was raining, but it turns out you just left me speechless. Chen Shu's mocking words instantly broke the defenses. Being young and reckless, they naturally couldn't contain their anger. Just as they were about to strike and teach him a lesson, Chen Shu suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing across half the high school. Someone in the 3rd year is killing. Damn, this guy is like a built-in loudspeaker. In an instant, the others appeared, extremely flustered. This guy's voice was simply too loud. Who knows how many onlookers would be attracted? More importantly, who the hell is killing someone? Is he really just spreading rumors with his mouth? Zheng Nan, let's go. The group reached a consensus, wanting to turn and blend into the crowd. Stop. At that moment, a security guard in a blue uniform approached. He seemed somewhat familiar with Chen Shu. After all, there were only a few special individuals in the school, and they were always memorable. What are you guys doing? Several security guards approached, looking at Zheng Nan and the others. Uncle, we didn't do anything, but we were just chatting among friends. Chatting about killing someone. The guard turned to the tall Chen Shu and asked, Chen Shu, what's going on? Uncle Wang, it's this person who said he wants to kill me to commemorate his lost youth. Zheng Nan. In an instant, the few 3rd-year students felt a lump in their throats. What the hell is this nonsensical stuff? Can you say something that a normal person would say? Several security guards also twitched their lips slightly, clearly thinking it was too absurd. Just then, several people dressed in formal attire arrived at the school gate. What's going on? A middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor approached. He was the head teacher of the 3rd-year students. Seeing this man, Zheng Nan and the others inwardly thought they were doomed. Director Ma Yu finally arrived. Chen Shu wore a look of grievance and began to recount, accusing Zheng Nan of his crimes. Classmate, take your time. Director Ma Yu looked at Zheng Nan and the others, clearly recognizing his students from the same grade. Originally, Ma Yu's eyes were filled with anger, thinking his students were trying to bully those from other grades. But the more he listened, the more outrageous and absurd it sounded. What was this about commemorating youth and about killing Chen Shu to add some excitement? All right, classmate, I roughly understand the situation. Ma Yu's face darkened as he finally interrupted Chen Shu forcefully. You go home first, I'll handle the rest. Chen Shu left the school gate reluctantly, his face filled with unfulfilled desires. Zheng Nan, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. Oh, why provoke others? Director Ma Yu let out a sigh of relief, finally sending Chen Shu away. Director Ma, we really didn't do anything. Zheng Nan wore a look of grievance coupled with the bruises on his face. He looked every bit the victim. Enough with the nonsense. The college entrance examination is just a few days away. You all mustn't cause trouble. If anything affects the exam. Ma Yu's expression was stern now. As the head teacher, he didn't want any accidents during the exams. We understand. Zheng Nan and the others hung their heads, feeling filled with frustration. At this time, Chen Shu returned home and began to study diligently. Although he had acquired historical knowledge about beast taming, he still needed to practice with problems to master it. Even if the system served food on a plate, one still had to open their mouth right. Moreover, he had now offended the 2 Zheng brothers, so it was best not to walk alone at night. Otherwise, he might really encounter trouble. Could he really let his lifetime of fame come to an abrupt end? A week quickly passed. Chen Shu maintained a low profile and did not cause any further trouble. In those days, he only triggered 2 choices, with rewards being the power and physique of a slime. Though he was still only a level 2 beast tamer, the combat power of his contracted spirit was probably equivalent to a level 3. Vacation is finally here. After waiting so long, today has finally arrived. After dreaming for so long, the dream has finally come true. At this moment, the classmates in the class became somewhat excited. Nanjing Second High School is also one of the examination centers, which means the other grade students will have 3 days off for the college entrance exam. Mengo, what are your plans for these 3 days? Wang Meng and the others were discussing their plans for the holiday. They were all top students, and the 3-day break would only be spent buried in study. The Beast Taming Institute was one of the educational institutions in society known for its high concentration of natural spiritual energy, which attracted countless students eager to improve their beast taming levels. Chenpai, what about you? Any plans? Me? I'm planning to interview for a summer job. Chen Shu thought for a moment and decided to take this opportunity to visit Su Xiaoyu's family business. You really have a good attitude, Wang Ming remarked. Chen Shu's academic performance was undeniably the lowest in the class, and his strength in beast taming was no better. It was already a case of letting things fall apart. Chen Shu yawned and offered no further explanation. He had a laid-back personality, and with the system, now he had become even more relaxed. The world did not need him to save it. He had no deep-seated grudges, and everything could come slowly. Chen Pai. A dark-skinned Li Yuan suddenly appeared at the door of Beast Taming Class 5. Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting his former homeroom teacher to come looking for him. Old Li, is there something wrong? Chen Shu crossed his arms behind his head and spoke with an indifferent expression. The sword of the previous dynasty cannot strike the officials of this dynasty. He was now a member of Beast Taming Class 5. You brat, you're asking for it. Li Yuan smacked Chen Shu's head hard, having no time for further discussion. With a solemn expression, he asked, have you gotten into trouble? The Spirit Regulation Bureau is specifically looking for you. The Spirit Regulation Bureau. Chen Shu suddenly shivered. The authority of the Spirit Regulation Bureau was far stronger than that of the former police station. They are currently in my office. The two hurried toward the office. They saw Zhang Dali sitting with a man in a black short-sleeved shirt appearing to be engaged in a pleasant conversation. Upon seeing Chen Shu arrive, Zhang Dali stood up and said, Uncle Wang, this is my best friend Chen Shu, you can call him Chen. You didn't see how dangerous it was that day. The wanted criminal had a face full of brutishness, and the contracted spirit was extremely fierce. But could Chen Shu and I be afraid? We have no other merits, just our integrity. Without hesitation, we charged forward and beat that person up. It was a bloody scene. Zhang Dali was full of excitement, spitting as he spoke, occasionally twitching. All right. Wang Qian shook his head, looking utterly speechless. I've seen you grow up under Uncle Wang's watch. I know what kind of person you are. He looked at Chen Shu with an appreciative expression. It must have been this young hero leading the charge, right? Options appeared before Chen Shu once again. Option 1, bow your head and respond humbly. Completion, reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, look down your nose and give a slight grunt. Completion, reward randomly enhance one skill or talent of the contracted spirit. Option 3, stand with your hands behind your back, speaking in a spirited tone. Uncle Wang, your insight is just one word, spot on. Completion, reward all attributes of the golden slime increased by 10. After a brief thought, Chen Shu decisively chose the third option. Although the first and second rewards were quite excellent, they paled in comparison to the third. Chen Shu looked toward Wang. Qian swiftly turned around and gazed out the window. Uncle Wang, your insight is simply too accurate. Chen Shu reminisced about that day, his tone filled with passion. The thug from that day was so arrogant. In broad daylight, he dared to cause trouble before me. It was intolerable. Uncle could bear it, but Aunt could not. I pulled out a urea bag and directly covered that person's head, followed by a righteous judgment, turning that person dazed after a few hard hits. Stop. Wang Qian had a strange expression, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You two have truly played together since childhood. These two were utterly ridiculous, their thought processes like those of an alien. The 100,000 reward was just enough for them to go to a big hospital for a checkup. I want to ask you, how did you find his location? The wanted criminal had only summoned his contracted spirit while hiding among the crowd. Not even experienced beast tamers could quickly identify him unless the contracted spirit had relevant detection skills. I saw that person had a wicked face. It was obvious he was not a good person, Chen Shu said sincerely. Is that your reason, Oi? Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could you be any more reckless? What if it wasn't him? Wouldn't you have hit the wrong person? It's fine, we covered him with a bag. He couldn't see us. Wang Qian. Li Yuan. Their actions were even more reckless than they imagined. Were they really just guessing? Had they even thought about their escape route? In any case, you saved Su Xiaoyu, the daughter of 666 Medicine Company. If something really went wrong, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would probably go into a frenzy again. Here's the 100,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Regulation Bureau. Wang Qian had no intention of inquiring further, believing that these two were just lucky. He initially thought Chen Shu's contracted spirit had comprehended a detection skill, but it seemed that was not the case. He also learned from Li Yuan that Chen Shu's contracted spirit was a slime. The likelihood of such a contracted spirit comprehending advanced skills was extremely low. Uncle Wang, is there no citywide report? Zhang Dali wore a dissatisfied expression. He was not interested in the 100,000 yuan reward, but was obsessed with making a name for himself. A 9th level beast tamer wouldn't be that significant unless they were at the black iron level. If you really want it, you can fund a media interview yourself. Wang Qian stood up and left the office. The college entrance examination was approaching, and to prevent chaos, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would be busy. Although the city appeared calm on the surface, it was due to the covert protection of various official agencies. Teacher Li, can you arrange a school-wide announcement? Zhang Dali said pitifully. Unable to gain fame citywide, he at least wanted to be known in school. You actually caught a wanted criminal. Li Yuan felt it was a fantasy. These two had actually saved the top student Su Xiaoyu and apprehended a 9th-level beast tamer. Don't doubt it, old Li, it was definitely not a coincidence. Zhang Dali said recklessly. What did you just call me? Li Yuan's expression suddenly turned severe, and his fierce demeanor made Zhang Dali shudder. Teacher Li, Zhang Dali lowered his head. You can skip the college entrance examination break. Go home and copy your history notes 10 times. Li Yuan said sternly. If I can't manage Chen Pai, can I manage you? Zhang Dali's head drooped immediately. You two should go back now. Although luck was on your side this time, who knows what will happen next? Even when acting with righteousness, one must consider their own strength, do you understand? Li Yuan's expression became extremely serious, hoping that the two could take his words to heart. As a teacher, he certainly did not wish for his students to perish heroically. A lacking strength would only lead to harm for themselves and others. As for the school-wide announcement, go ahead and dream about it. Dali, this time the bonus should rightfully be split with you, but I know you won't take it, so they'll just keep it for now. By the way, Dali, come with me to 666 Medicine Company tomorrow, and I'll try out the pharmacist job. Chen Shu looked puzzled and asked, why do you want to be a security guard? Could it be that Zhang Dali, like himself, has awakened some kind of security system? Because I have wanted to protect peace since I was a child. Eldest son, get in the car. Just then a black Benz stopped at the school entrance. The window rolled down, revealing a man wearing sunglasses, a rugged figure who called out, Little Pai is here too. Perfect, let's go home together. Dad, you're back from Daxing City. The visitor was none other than Zhang Dali's father, a powerful black iron level. Those who reach the 9th level of Beastmaster are considered intra-level, and the gap, compared to black iron level, is upon advancing to black iron Beastmaster, one's contracted spirit undergoes a bloodline evolution, resulting in a significant increase in strength. If by chance it evolves into a high-tier species, the combat power boost can be terrifying. Moreover, upon becoming a black iron Beastmaster, one will sign a new contract spirit from another world. 2 formidable contracted spirits are enough to crush any 9th-level Beastmaster. More importantly, once one becomes a black iron Beastmaster, the contracted spirit will provide a certain degree of power feedback to them. This also means that the physical qualities of a black iron Beastmaster are significantly stronger than those of ordinary people. At least facing 10 opponents at once is not a problem. This is why only black iron Beastmasters can establish Beastmaster teams to hunt in other dimensions. Although this is only the 2nd level for Beastmasters, it is already an unattainable existence for ordinary people. Once the matters are handled, I will naturally return, Zhang Feng smiled. The two got into the car without hesitation, and Chen Shu did not hold back either. The 3 of them sped away. Little Pai, I heard you were studying in the Beastmaster class. Zhang Feng inquired. Yeah, that's ambitious. It's a pity Dali lacks talent in beast mastery, though otherwise I would have to carry him to black iron level. Dad, please stop talking. I have been confused for 17 years already. Zhang Dali slightly pouted. You and your mother both have Beastmaster talents. According to geneticists, my talent in beast mastery shouldn't be lacking. So what happened? Now I even doubt I'm not your biological child. Who said that? At least you inherited your father's handsome looks. Zhang Feng rubbed his rugged face. However, I also suspect that according to probabilities, your lack of Beastmaster talent is akin to winning the lottery. It probably means you blew up an old folks' home in your past life. Forget it, I've come to terms with it now. Zhang Dali looked out the window, his face carefree. Now that I have you too, and later on with Chen Pai and Sister Fong, see, protecting me, no one dares to provoke me anyway. In terms of idling about, he had figured it out. Uncle Zhang, can you tell me about the other dimensional spaces, eh? Chen Shu suddenly said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Now that he was already a Beastmaster, with the help of the system, he could become incredibly powerful even by lying down every day. Naturally, he yearned for the other dimensional spaces. The other dimensional spaces. Zhang Feng's eyes revealed a peculiar expression as he sighed. Some say it's hell, others say it's heaven. In there, fierce beasts gather, and various precious resources are abundant. It can make you rich overnight, but it can also put your life at risk. Without powerful strength and a reliable Beastmaster team, it is best not to enter lightly. Zhang Feng sighed a few times, and then ceased to speak further. He had watched Chen Shu grow up, naturally hoping he wouldn't take risks. With Chen Shu's strength, entering the other dimensional space would be tantamount to seeking death. The 3 returned to the neighborhood, and Zhang Feng and his son were invited to Chen Pi's home for dinner. The 2 families were neighbors and had always had a harmonious relationship. After drinking and eating to their fill, Zhang Feng and his son left, and at the same time Chen Shu and Zhang Dali agreed to go to 666 Medicine Company for an interview the next morning. Chen Shu lay on the bed and opened his phone. Should I ask Su Xiaoyu first? He couldn't help but think that although Su Xiaoyu couldn't intervene in the pharmacist position, she still had a bit of a connection. Just as Chen Shu was about to open Chao Xin, a series of messages suddenly arrived. Sister Fong Si suddenly sent me a message. Chen Shu looked at Chao Xin, which displayed a long series of voice messages. In the end, she typed, "Can you understand this feeling?" Looking at such a voice message made him headachy. He hadn't even listened to it, and directly replied. Sister Fong Si, I completely understand, sigh, this is just too much, right? Chen Shu couldn't help but think of the neighbor girl in his memories. Fong Si also lived in the same neighborhood, but was 3 years older than him. Fong Si, Chen Shu, and Zhang Dali were once the trio that ruled Nanjing. No. 2 Middle School. Unlike Chen Shu and Zhang Dali's talents in beast mastery, Fong Si was a true genius in beast mastery, with her first contracted spirit reaching the terrifying strength, breaking the history of Nanjing No. 2 Middle School. With an outstanding score of 700 on the college entrance exam, she successfully entered the highest level of Chinese academia, becoming the top student of Nanjing City. Fong Si was known for her fiery personality and was considered a tyrant at Nanjing No. 2 Middle School, causing fear wherever she went. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Shu was reminiscing, another message from Chao Xin came in. I sent a blank voice message. Chen Pai, are you feeling itchy? Oh no. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he opened the voice message, and it was indeed all blank. A thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly replied. Yes, Sister Fong Si, it's exactly this blank and powerless feeling. I really understand it very well. Now that's what I call extreme stretching. Stop being poor. Is there anyone bullying you and Dolly at school? I might come back for a while during the summer vacation to help you deal with them. Sister Fong Si, no need. Your studies are also very busy. Chen Shu replied in a tone of rejection followed by a flurry of typing. He'll send you a list when the time comes. So you're not being polite at all, you even made a specific list. Zheng Yi Zheng, Nen Wang Tong. Chen Shu kept pondering, preparing to add these people to the list. Anyone he couldn't stand got added. After all, Fong Si was a tyrant in Nanjing City. The 2-year term is up and the King of Skin officially returns. Chen Shu and Fong Si casually chatted for a while before ending the conversation. Although he had plenty of free time, Fong Si had very little spare time. As the highest-ranked beast taming university, the competition at Huaxiao Academy was fierce beyond imagination. Chen Shu opened the contact for Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I have an interview tomorrow. Can you share some insider information in advance? After a long pause, there was no reply. Unable to hold back, Chen Shu asked again, Sister Xiaoyu, are you busy? I'm eating melon. Chen Shu's face showed interest. Was the internet stirring up again? Who was the subject of the gossip? To his surprise, Su Xiaoyu quickly replied, it's about Hami's melons. Chen Shu, so she really is eating melons. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoyu began to reply. Is it for the position of an apothecary? Her words were clear. If one was proficient in material science from high school, it was possible to become an apothecary assistant. However, it was a fantasy for a high school student to become an apothecary. Also, don't call me sister, just call me Xiaoyu. I'm only just 16. Generally, students would undergo the awakening ceremony in their 3rd year of middle school, but Su Xiaoyu awakened in her 1st year of high school and was transferred to the beast spirit class. What if I can proficiently refine a potion? Chen Shu said. In his studies of apothecary, his proficiency with the strength potion was already at the mastery level with a success rate of 100% and a 30% reduction in required materials. Cold medicine. In any case, just give it a try. Perhaps I can attract the attention of an apothecary. Su Xiaoyu was lying on her bed, her expression strange. A high school student can proficiently refine a potion. If it were that easy, the potions for beast tamers would have become. Su Xiaoyu was already accustomed to Chen Shu's carefree attitude, directly turning off her phone to focus on cultivating her beast taming power. It seems you don't believe me anymore. Chen Shu shook his head and turned off the light to read a novel. At 1 in the morning, as he prepared to sleep, options. Option 1, cultivate throughout the night, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Completion reward obtained the title Super Diligent Talent Effect 20 increase in cultivation efficiency. Option 2, go straight to sleep. Without hesitation, Chen Shu chose to sleep. Suddenly, a surge of beast taming power emerged within him, equivalent to the cultivation output of a remarkably gifted beast tamer over 2 days. The next day came quickly. The sunlight was dazzling, penetrating the curtains. Chen Shu, still drowsy, instinctively opened his phone to check the time. 1207. Why is it so early? It feels like it's just past midnight. Chen Shu's consciousness blurred, and he was about to drift back to sleep when suddenly he jolted awake. Where did the sun come from at dawn? Chen Shu's eyes suddenly widened as he opened his phone. Oh no, did I sleep until noon? He exclaimed, shocked that it was. No wonder time during the holiday feels so fast. It turns out there was no morning. Chen Shu quickly freshened up. His parents had already left for work. He arrived at Zhang Dali's front door. Bang, bang, bang. Dolly. Zhang Dolly. After a long time, there was no response, and Chen Shu had to shout with all his might. Fire! Fire! Soon a crowd with fire extinguishers rushed over, panicked. Where is the fire? Where? Chen Shu was shocked, not expecting to attract so many people. Uncle Wang, Aunt Lu, I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Shu said awkwardly. This child. The crowd sighed in relief and reprimanded Chen Shu a few times before leaving. After a while, Zhang Dali appeared at the door, still drowsy. Chen Pai, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Why would a big moon, but why is it so glaring? Zhang Dali shielded his eyes from the sunlight. It's already noon. Chen Shu said, looking speechless. It turned out he wasn't the only one who thought it was early morning. Why is it so dark in your house? He glanced into Zhang Dali's home, where not a shred of sunlight penetrated, only deep darkness. My dad's contract spirit skill, I think it's called Nightfall, can improve sleep quality. Not bad, right? Zhang Dali stretched and turned on the lights in the house. Wait for me to get ready. 10 minutes later, the two left the community and headed towards the 666 potion. In the high-tech zone of Nanjing City, various enterprises were built here. The 666 Potion Company was among the top-tier companies mainly focused on various potions for beast tamers. The two took a luxurious taxi to the high-tech zone. Let's eat something first to recharge, then go for the interview. They arrived at a sparsely populated Chinese restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. Boss, what's your signature dish? Just as Zhang Dali was about to eat, he suddenly looked displeased. Tomato, fried tomato, it's not a mistake. A waiter approached. It's just that there are only tomatoes. Where are the tomatoes? Zhang Dali stirred it with his chopsticks. The tomatoes are in there. The waiter said seriously. Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali reacted simultaneously and could only utter a sound of agreement. Tomato, fried tomato? Are you kidding me? The corners of their mouths twitched, feeling their perception shattered. It's actually just fried tomatoes. The boss is just trying to make it sound colorful to fill the words. The waiter smiled, laying it all bare. Forget it, let's eat. Chen Shu shook his head, not wanting to argue further. Although the name was ridiculous, the dish was indeed well cooked. After finishing their meal, the two arrived at the entrance of the 666 Potion Company, gazing at the imposing office building, and walked in with unwavering steps. May I ask who you were looking for? The security guard at the door asked politely. Senior. I'm Zhang Dali, a classmate of Su Xiaoyu. I want to work as a security guard at the company. Zhang Dali said. Oh, it's you guys, Miss Su has already instructed us. The head of security said with a smile, showing no sign of difficulty. It was clear that Su Xiaoyu had informed them in advance. After all, these two had saved her life, so they would naturally do their best to help. Xiao Wang, take this classmate to the apothecary department. A security guard stepped forward and led Chen Shu into the company, while Zhang Dali stayed in the security department. With Su Xiaoyu's connections, Zhang Dali would certainly be able to become a security guard, but Chen Shu's job would depend. Little brother wanting to be an apothecary assistant is probably not easy. Xiao Wang, the security guard, had a strange look in his eyes. Clearly it was unusual for a high school student to aim for such a position. I'm not here to be an assistant, I'm here to refine medicine properly. Chen Shu casually replied, while surveying the exquisite decor of the office building. Refine medicine? Brother, you are quite humorous. Xiao Wang chuckled awkwardly. The two took the elevator to the 10th floor of the office building. A solid glass door appeared, revealing a layout of small laboratories, each containing several people in white coats. You want to be an apothecary? Do you want to become an alchemist? A cold voice echoed, and a woman with flowing long hair and a stern expression stepped forward. Her tall figure naturally exuded an air of arrogance. Security guard Xiao Wang even dared not meet her gaze, merely whispering a few words before leaving the floor. I want to give it a try. Chen Shu continuously assessed the woman. This is not a place for children to play, you should go back. The woman turned and left, never sparing a glance at Chen Shu. What's up with Xiaoyu? Introducing all sorts of troublemakers to the company. Has my interview even started yet? Chen Shu shouted loudly. It has already ended. The woman's indifferent voice came returning to the laboratory. Chen Shu's options Option 1 remained silent and dejectedly return home. Completion reward title died before achieving success with effect diminished charm 1. Option 2 take advantage of her unguarded moment and kick her in the backside, causing her to lose her composure and become furious. Completion reward moderate beast taming power. Option 3 sneak into the laboratory and look for opportunity. Chen Shu gazed at the retreating figure of the woman. Although he wanted to choose the second option, reason held him back. If he kicked her, he would definitely lose the job and also be hated. Let's sneak in and take a look first. Seeing that the woman had gone far away, Chen Shu swaggered to the laboratory door. Oh, I didn't expect there would be a lab coat. Chen Shu calmly picked up the white lab coat at the entrance, put it on, donned a mask, and then entered the laboratory. His demeanor was calm, and he quickly blended into the environment. Chen Shu walked into a small laboratory where 3 people were intently concocting potions. The 3 each had their tasks, refining a flame potion. Busy, huh? Chen Shu said, hands behind his back, greeting. The 3 looked over, unsure of who he was, but could only smile and nod. Being busy is good, the company can't do without you backbones. Chen Shu, still hands behind his back, left the laboratory. Take care, leader. One of them said, hurriedly, mistaking him for a high-ranking company official. As Chen Shu walked, he stumbled, unexpectedly treated as a leader. Confidence immediately filled his eyes as he began to inspect the surroundings proudly. Finally found the strength potion. Chen Shu's expression brightened as he entered the laboratory, but there was not a soul inside. It seemed there was some issue. Should I wait? Chen Shu found himself bored in the laboratory. A few minutes later, he spotted various herbs on the table, even the precious strength flower with 5 on display. Chen Shu's heart stirred as he directly picked up the herbs. The system's alchemy interface displayed that the strength potion could be refined. Would he refine it? Curiosity piqued. Chen Shu chose to refine. At that moment, he felt himself sinking into a strange state, as if his body was under the system's management. His hands moved steadily like a machine, continuously picking up various pre-processed herbs and proportionally adding them to the container. Soon the white potion in the container emitted a faint sweet aroma, precisely the strength potion sold on the market. Low-grade strength potion successfully refined. By refining 10 times, unlock medium-grade strength potion. 110-inch. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, surprised by how user-friendly the system was. The medium-grade strength potion could be used for contract spirits of levels 4 to 6. The refining herbs remained the same, but it required 2 strength flowers, and the difficulty of refinement doubled, thus the selling price naturally doubled. I wonder how many bottles I've refined. Chen Shu poured the potion into standard-sized bottles. In no time, a total of 13 bottles of strength potion were placed on the table, equivalent to over 60,000 huaxia coins. His cost was less than 20,000, making it a truly lucrative business. Of course, the real profit was not in the strength potion itself, but in his system. Depending on the level of the alchemist, one could refine anywhere between 5 to 10 bottles of strength potion. Generally, an average alchemist could only refine 5 bottles with a chance of failure. Since Chen Shu was using the system for refinement, he naturally reached the highest level of 10 bottles. Additionally, mastery could reduce material usage by 30, leading to an extra 30 yield, resulting in 13 bottles of potion. Isn't it too ostentatious to refine 13 bottles at once? Chen Shu couldn't help but think. Just then footsteps approached. Chen Shu, quick on his feet, stored 7 bottles of the potion into the system space. The laboratory door opened, and 2 people in white lab coats walked in. Who are you? Su Qingxuang frowned, her eyes showing hostility. Oh no, it's her. Chen Shu's heart sank. He hadn't expected it to be the indifferent woman from before. The layout of the laboratory is quite well done, Chen Shu said, hands behind his back, nodding nonchalantly as he walked towards the exit. It's you. Su Qingxuang instantly reacted. That student. Wow, you recognized me so quickly. Chen Shu was surprised by her quick reaction and had to remove his mask. Did you dare to enter the laboratory without permission? Su Qingxuang's eyes were filled with anger at his boldness. Sister, I really came for an interview. Oh, why make it hard for me? Chen Shu replied. The two stared at each other, unwilling to back down. Oh, what about these potions? The person accompanying Su Qingxuang suddenly looked at the laboratory table and saw 6 bottles of strength potion there. He stepped forward and lightly sniffed the aroma of the strength potion. This is real strength potion. The alchemist exclaimed in disbelief. Su Qingxuang also reacted, looking at Chen Shu incredulously. You refined these. I told you I can really refine strength potion. Chen Shu shrugged, feeling rather helpless. A high school student could actually refine strength potions, and moreover, he had produced 6 bottles. This shocking feat left both in a prolonged silence. It turned out that some people were merely fillers in this world. After a long time, Su Qingxuang swallowed hard and asked, Is your failure rate in potion refining high? It rarely fails, Chen Shu replied. On behalf of the company, I hope you can become the department's alchemist. Su Qingxuang said earnestly, feeling a bit regretful in her heart. A thick fog rolled in. He didn't expect to be the one in trouble. I really disliked your previous attitude, Chen Shu said, slightly raising an eyebrow and shaking his head, teasingly looking at Su Qingxuang. Su Qingxuang was at most a few years older than him, and at such a young age, she had not even graduated from university, making it unlikely for her to be an actual pharmacist. She was most likely just an assistant. Of course, her surname Su indicates a connection to Su Xiaoyu. However, a pharmacist is an indispensable asset for a pharmaceutical company. Even Su Qingxuang had to take this seriously. What do you want? Su Qingxuang frowned. At the very least, you should apologize. You looked at me with disdain from the very beginning, which is intolerable to anyone. Chen Shu said nonchalantly. On that day you ignored me, and now you think you can just look down on me. By the way, I can actually attempt to refine both the medium-grade and high-grade strength potions. It's just that I'm not quite skilled yet. His words instantly startled Su Qingxuang, and before she could respond, the pharmacist beside her exclaimed, You can refine high-grade strength potions. Of course, as long as I have hands, I can do it, Chen Shu replied with a smile. Su Qingxuang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately showed decisiveness. All right, I apologize, but if you deceive me, don't even think about staying in the company. Is this the attitude of an apologizer, eh? Chen Shu frowned slightly. I am sorry, Su Qingxuang said, lowering her head. What? I can't hear you without my glasses. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes. What do glasses have to do with your hearing? Su Qingxuang knew he was deliberately making things difficult for her, but someone like Chen Shu was far more important to the company. Even when higher-ups came, it was always her who had to take a step back. I apologize for my actions. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen. Su Qingxuang took a deep breath and finally spoke sincerely. That's more like it. Chen Shu did not make things too difficult for her. After all, she was named Su, and if he offended her too much, it would create a rift with Su Xiaoyu. However, I'm only here for 2 months during the summer working as a temporary employee. Oh, just pay me what you see fit, Chen Shu said, showing little concern for his salary. His true goal was the strength potion. While others could only produce 5 bottles at a time, he could produce 13. As long as he secretly stashed away 8 bottles, each time the value would reach 40,000, making his salary seem negligible. All right, he'll draft the contract. Each pharmacist has a guaranteed daily output of 5 bottles, which shouldn't be a problem for you, Su Qingxuang said. The company wouldn't keep idle workers, so they naturally set production quotas. If you couldn't meet them, you'd be asked to leave. For Chen Shu, successfully refining once would suffice. No problem at all, Chen Shu nodded. Can I start working in 3 days? I'd like to be paid daily. Of course, Su Qingxuang turned and left the potion refining department. Although she was cold in demeanor, her efficiency in handling tasks was commendable. She quickly drafted a contract specifically for Chen Shu. His position was merely that of a pharmacist assistant, since he had not yet obtained the pharmacist certification. However, his salary was at the level of a pharmacist earning 1,000 each day. Although it sounded like a lot, the profit from producing 5 bottles of strength potion daily was about 5,000. This meant the company took 80 while the pharmacist received 20. Of course, the contract also included an enticing clause. If you could refine more than 5 bottles from a single batch, the excess would belong to the pharmacist. Therefore, none of the potion rooms were equipped with surveillance cameras. As long as you could provide 5 bottles daily, the rest didn't matter. Although the company was greedy, it also left opportunities for high-level pharmacists to earn. If you couldn't make money, it only meant your compounding skills were insufficient. With this contract in place, both the company and the pharmacist benefited, creating a true win-win situation. Without hesitation, Chen Shu signed the contract with the company. Because he had the ability to independently refine potions, the company prepared a separate potion room just for him. As for those sharing a potion room, they were mostly newly graduated intern pharmacists. Armed with the system's golden finger, Chen Shu started off much higher than others. As long as he continued to unlock new potion blueprints, theoretically, he could easily become the world's top pharmacist. In an afternoon, others typically managed to succeed only once, which meant producing exactly 5 bottles. Refining potions was extremely mentally and physically demanding, and most 30-year-old pharmacists were already experiencing burnout and losing their edge. However, at this moment, Chen Shu's table was filled with a total of 20 bottles of potion. Nice needles. Chen Shu clapped his hands. The system space had already stored a whopping 40 bottles of strength potion, which was far quicker than robbing. Xiao Mao helped me apply for the 5th batch of materials. I want to refine another one. The assistant at the door walked in, his eyes filled with disbelief. Master Chen, aren't you tired? Not at all, I'm feeling great. What's wrong? Chen Shu looked at Xiao Mao, who had been specially prepared with potion materials. The company has run out of stock for the strength flower. Out already. Why so little? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, not expecting the company to limit his capabilities. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man entered, followed by a delicate-looking girl. It was none other than the top. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chen Shu smiled. I came with my uncle, Su. Xiaoyu replied. This must be your classmate, indeed a young talent. The middle-aged man beside Xiaoyu exclaimed. I'm Zhou Cheng Xiao. Yes, uncle. Nice to meet you. Uncle Zhou, you have a good eye. Chen Shu shook hands with him amicably. I heard you successfully compounded strength potions 4 times in one afternoon. Zhou Cheng said, still in disbelief. Just basic operations, nothing special. Chen Shu waved his hand, appearing completely calm. Everyone's mind was filled with a single thought, damn, it let him show. After a while, Zhou Cheng spoke. In that case, you'll be the only one refining strength potions for now, but the company can currently provide a maximum of 3 batches of materials daily. The main ingredient for the strength potion, the strength flower, comes from an alternate space. The 666 Potion Company is merely a large company in Nanjian City and clearly lacks the qualification to purchase large quantities of strength flowers. 3 strength flowers were already their daily limit. Moreover, the company produced various potions, not just strength potions. It was impossible for them to allocate all funds to this alone. No problem, Chen Shu nodded. 3 strength flowers would allow him to yield an extra 24 bottles of strength potion, generating an income of 100,000 huaxia coins daily, which was likely already equivalent to that of a high-level pharmacist. Good, Xiao Chen, Uncle Zhou will decide. Your salary will be doubled, and you'll be paid on the same day. Zhou Cheng's eyes were filled with joy, not expecting the company to gain such talent today. For just 6,000 a month, he could receive hundreds of thousands in return, which would naturally be considered a windfall for a businessman. I wonder if Xiao Chen has thought about becoming a professional pharmacist. The company can hire you long-term, and the salary and benefits will surely satisfy you, Zhou Cheng said eagerly. Just then, new options appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Options reappeared before Chen Shu. Agree to Zhou Cheng and become the company's dedicated alchemist. Completion reward, complete unlocking of the alchemy compendium contract, spirit disappears, politely decline, and firmly become a beastmaster. Completion reward, medium-level beastmasters, spiritual power. Chen Shu almost hesitated, not at all, and directly chose the second option. Although the reward for the first option was extremely tempting, unlocking it would instantly make him the world's #1 alchemist, but what use would that be? After all, alchemists ultimately serve beastmasters. Uncle Zhou, my journey is the stars and the sea. Chen Shu resolutely declined. Zhou Cheng chuckled, you have ambition. If you wish to become an alchemist, the door of the company will always be open for you. The two of them shook hands lightly, and Zhou Cheng then looked at Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect there to be such talent in your school. You should communicate well with Chen Shu and learn a bit about alchemy. Even though Chen Shu had declined, Zhou Cheng still wanted to make an effort. If he could keep Chen Shu, it would be like having a money tree. It's time to get off work now. Do you need Uncle Zhou to drive you? Zhou Cheng asked. No, I will leave with my friends. That's fine, Xiaoyu, please see off your classmate. Zhou Cheng left the alchemy room. I didn't expect you to really be able to make potions. Su Xiaoyu kept sizing him up, her eyes even showing admiration. Although she was the top of her grade and expected to enter a prestigious university, she knew nothing about alchemy. In fact, many university graduates couldn't reach this level. They needed time to practice and hone their skills. You're so young. How could you possibly brew potions? Su Xiaoyu was filled with doubt and found it hard to understand. That has to start from my childhood. The two of them chatted as they walked. That day the clouds piled up, the sky was gloomy, and a storm was imminent while I was walking down the road, eating spicy strips. Suddenly the wind rose and clouds surged. In the depths of the clouds a golden dragon was rolling its mouth big enough to fit a soccer field, looking incredibly frightening. I felt something and suddenly looked up, meeting the gaze of the golden dragon, only to be surprised that it could speak human language. Chen Shu deliberately paused and swallowed. What did it say next? What did it say? Su Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with interest. I will remember the dragon's words for my entire life. Chen Shu pressed the button for the first floor. It exclaimed at that time, incredible, incredible young man, you have Tao spirit emanating from the crown of your head, truly, ancient millennium genius. Here is a book titled Alchemy Techniques, a priceless treasure. I see you have a connection, so I will sell it to you for just 10 yuan. Su Xiaoyu fell into silence, directly wondering what she was really expecting. So you bought it for 10 yuan. And then you automatically learned how to brew potions. Su Xiaoyu's head was filled with black lines. Do you think I Chen Shu am foolish? Chen Shu said, I questioned it at that time, what kind of nonsense sells for such a high price? Who knew the golden dragon's body surged, and it roared, what do you think, I'm a swindler? We intellectuals have principles. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her head, feeling a headache. I can prove it, I am that dragon. A voice suddenly rang. Zhang Dali, dressed in a security uniform, walked over with a serious expression. Chen Pai, I didn't expect you to still remember things from childhood. When will you give me back that 10 yuan? Heavens! Help! Su Xiaoyu slapped her forehead and decisively left. She was afraid that if she stayed with the two for too long she would end up like them. Chen Pai, how was the interview today? Now you can call me by my other name, Chen the Great Alchemist. Chen Shu coughed and emphasized the word alchemist. As expected of my best friend. The two walked together and after enjoying a feast in the city center returned home. Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, this is the 100,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu took out the money from his backpack. He had almost forgotten about it while busy with the interview. Son, what did you do? His father Chen Ping frowned slightly, not showing any joy, and instead asked seriously. After Chen Shu's explanation his parents breathed a sigh of relief. No next time allowed. A wanted criminal with a reward of 100,000 yuan must have committed a serious crime. It's not something you students can handle. Chen Shu nodded repeatedly, thinking his parents would gladly accept it, but to his surprise they refused. The family doesn't need it for now. You need to practice your Beastmaster power by whatever potions you need yourself, and if it's not enough, tell your dad again. Not needed. Dad, could it be that I am really a rich second generation? Chen Shu's eyes widened. His family was just an ordinary one, and 100,000 yuan was already a considerable sum, yet it was rejected by his parents. You don't need to worry about it. Anyway, it's not needed in the family. His father Chen Ping did not explain further. Chen Shu had no choice but to put away the 100,000 yuan and return to his room. Could it be that there's really a secret in the family? Chen Shu had some thoughts, recalling various clues. Uncle Zhang was a black iron level beastmaster, but often referred to his father as brother Chen, showing no arrogance of a beastmaster. Could there be a deeper reason? Chen Shu shook his head, not thinking too much about it. If there really was a secret, his father would naturally tell him. He placed all the power potions from the system space on the table. So many power potions, I didn't expect wealth to come. A full 40 bottles of power potion priced at 5,000 each amounted to a total of 200,000. I hope it won't disappoint me. Chen Shu focused his thoughts and a golden slime appeared in his arms. Goo, goo. The slime wiggled in his embrace, being extremely affectionate. Although the slime's potential rating was only E, its personality was exceptionally gentle, with a compliance rate exceeding 80 towards its master. Chen Shu opened each bottle of power potion and poured them all into the golden slime. The function of the power potion was to permanently increase the power of the contracted spirit, but the increase from one bottle was not very large, approximately about 0.5 increase. Goo, goo. The golden slime opened its mouth wide and drank all 40 bottles of power potion. Burp. The slime let out a satisfied burp, bouncing around excitedly. Although its strength was weak, it could certainly. Chen Shu rubbed the golden slime in his arms and stored it in the Beastmaster space. The 40 bottles of power potion permanently boosted its strength by 20, enough to give the contracted spirit a certain advantage in battle. Spending money will never go out of style. This is the pressure from wealthy players. The maximum limit of a low-grade strength potion is 20 of power. At this moment, the golden slime has developed a resistance, making it impossible to further increase its strength. The only option is to switch to other potions or to a medium-grade strength potion. Next, it will be time to prepare the medium-grade strength potion, Chen Shu thought. If he hadn't unlocked alchemy to enhance the slime's power by 20, he would need to purchase 40 bottles of low-grade strength potions costing a total of 200,000 huaxia coins. Ordinary families naturally couldn't afford such an expense, especially since this was just for strength potions. The costs for speed potions, defense potions, and so on would be another frightening expenditure. Even in the world of beast taming, the disparity between rich and poor still existed unchanged. The contract spirits of the wealthy were simply much stronger than those of the poor, a fact that could not be altered. The stark disparity made the other dimensional spaces extremely popular. Only by relying on these spaces could ordinary beast tamers amass a considerable fortune to purchase potions to enhance their contract spirit strength. Over the course of 3 days, Chen Ping did nothing else, merely shuttling between the community and his company. On the second day, he successfully prepared the potions 3 times, yielding 24 bottles of strength potions. On the third day, Chen Shu prepared 2 more low-grade potions and unlocked the illustrations for the medium-grade strength potion. He initially intended to prepare a medium-grade potion, but the materials required 2 strength flowers. Left with no choice, Chen Shu had to prepare another low-grade strength potion. As the 3-day holiday for the college entrance examination was coming to an end, Chen Shu had accumulated 48 bottles of strength potions in his system space, and the power of his contract spirit had also seen a significant increase. What a fulfilling holiday, Chen Shu thought as he left the company in the afternoon. He only needed to complete the preparation 3 times a day, something that other potion makers might not achieve in a day, and he took less than an hour, leaving him free time for other activities. Let's check out the black market. Chen Shu casually called a taxi and saw a man sitting in the front seat. Driver, is it convenient to go to the black market? Chen Shu inquired. Convenient. There's a public restroom ahead, no need to go all the way to the black market, the driver replied, puzzled. Chen Shu, is this the legendary sensitivity effect? Sensitivity as you wish in this prosperous world. I meant if it's on the way to the black market. Oh. On the way, this passenger will get off just ahead. The driver finally understood. Within an hour, Chen Shu arrived near 7-Star Street. Even during the day, the crowd in the black market was still bustling, rivaling the city center. He arrived at the entrance of the black market, seemingly waiting for something. Without Su Xiaoyu's guidance, he couldn't enter the black market by himself. Just then a man strode toward the entrance. Yo, old Zhang, long time no see. Chen Shu grinned and put his arm around the other man's shoulder, appearing as if they were old friends reuniting. Who are you? Zhang Ming looked confused. Who is this guy? I have no memory of him at all. It's me, old Chen. Last time we even sat together drinking, Chen Shu said warmly, naturally, leading Zhang Ming into the black market. Old Chen, that's why you seem so familiar. How have you been lately? Zhang Ming, though puzzled, still spoke enthusiastically. Chen Shu twitched his lips, thinking Zhang Ming was putting on a good act. Of course, it's the same as always. If we have the chance, we can chat again. I'll take my leave now. Chen Shu turned and left, leaving Zhang Ming confused in the wind. He passed by the roadside stalls and walked into the shops on the street. The strength potion can only be sold for 3,000. Sure enough, these were black merchants. The selling price was 5,000, but they were only selling for 3,000. I have the trademark here from the 666 Potion Company. It's a genuine product, Chen Shu explained, using the company's packaging for convenience in selling. I know if it's black market goods, it would be 1,005, the attendant said calmly. This is truly black market stuff, Chen Shu said. Do you have strength flowers? Yes, 2,000 each, and I have 4 in stock. Then give me the materials for 4 strength potions, Chen Shu, and that's 100,000. Do you have that much? The attendant asked, looking skeptical. The strength flowers cost 2,000 each, and the other materials are around 5,000. Chen Shu took out the 48 bottles of strength potions from his backpack, neatly displayed in front of him. What the hell, you didn't rob the 666 Potion Company, did you? I'm a model citizen, do you take me for a criminal? Exchange for 4 sets of materials, any surplus should be converted to huaxia coins. Understood. In the black market, we don't look at backgrounds. The attendant collected all the strength potions. I can't believe it's this cheap. Chen Shu thought it was 5,000 per bottle, but that was the store selling price. If he sold them himself, naturally, there would be Unfortunately, he didn't have a potion maker certificate. Otherwise, if he sold them in a legitimate store in the city center, the price would be significantly higher. Here's 4 sets of materials, and here's 44,000 huaxia coins. Please count it. The attendant quickly returned. Chen Shu glanced at the strength flowers to ensure they weren't dyed with any kind of color. The attendant placed the purchased strength potions directly on the shelf, marked with a price of 5,000 below. Could you at least show me some respect? Chen Shu said, twitching his lips as the potions he sold for 3,000 were displayed right in front of him. He shook his head and left the black shop. It seemed he needed to apply for a street vendor license for the black market next time. If he sold them himself, he could at least sell them for 4,000 each. This shop was simply too exploitative. 4 sets of materials can be used to refine 2 medium-grade strength potions, likely producing about 26 bottles, which would almost instantly double in value. Though the black shop made a killing, Chen Shu would never lose out. First, let's prepare the potions. Chen Shu wanted to find a quiet place, but the black market was too crowded and noisy. A public restroom. Without hesitation, Chen Shu walked in. He waited for a while and finally got a stall. He organized all the materials for refining strength potions on the ground. In the system's alchemy, the low-grade strength potion had unlocked a new illustration, which was the medium-grade strength potion. Do you want to refine the medium-grade strength potion? Yes, no. Chen Shu chose to refine directly, and in the next moment his body was managed by the system, as if he had transformed into the world's #1 potion maker. Various materials were placed into the large container one by one, without any error, like a highly precise machine. The difficulty of preparing the medium-grade strength potion was evidently much higher. After a full 20 minutes, he successfully refined it, producing exactly 13 bottles. Medium-grade strength potion refined successfully, refined 10 times to unlock the upper-grade strength potion. 110. The system sent another notification, and Chen Shu began the second round of refining. The restroom stall door remained tightly closed. A young man walked in holding his stomach, but the most troubling thing for him occurred. The restroom stalls were all full. He squeezed his legs tightly, his sphincter straining, accompanied by slight tremors in his body, while a song echoed in his mind. Me and my last stubbornness, squeezing my legs forever. There were only 3 stalls in the public restroom, and the other 2 were occupied. The young man could only wait in the innermost stall. Time passed second by second, his body trembled, and even sweat began to bead on his forehead. Buddy, I need help. I need help. Finally, unable to hold it in, he knocked on the stall door. The other 2 stalls were occupied by people who had just entered, and it was likely to take a long time for them to come out. But no response came from the stall. Could it be that no one is there? He wondered, but the stall door remained tightly shut. After agonizing for a while, he finally mustered the courage to choose to climb over. The stall door wasn't too high, and he easily flipped over to see the scene inside. In the next moment, his eyes widened, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying scene. What the hell? Someone is preparing potions in the restroom. This person's worldview has been completely shattered. Has the apothecary reached such absurdity now? Or are they specifically here in the restroom to gather some materials? In an instant, his desire to use the restroom diminished significantly. His exclamation attracted a crowd, and many gathered outside the stall. Hey, what's going on? Is someone mixing potions in there? Many looked on with expressions of disbelief. After all, this is a restroom. How could such ridiculousness occur here? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves. The man shook his head and said. In no time, many had intrigued expressions and jumped up to peer into the stall. This left the 2 others in the stalls in a tough spot, occasionally seeing a head pop up with an incredibly odd expression. What are you all doing? They're even forming a group. What a bunch of perverts. Although most people were there to watch someone mix potions, a glance revealed the other 2 in the stalls. Wow, there really is someone mixing potions. This person is completely indifferent to the outside world. With such a calm mindset, I bet he will become a master apothecary in the future. His hands are so steady, not shaking at all, but why does it seem like he's occasionally fishing for something in the restroom? Chen Shu was only left with a silhouette, and with more herbs on the ground, it naturally led to wild speculation. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the public restroom was packed with people, but none were there to use the facilities. They were all spectators. Finally finished with the mixing, Chen Shu thought happily, having produced a total of 26 bottles of mid-grade strength potion. As long as the slime becomes a level 4 contract spirit, it can consume the potion and further enhance its power. With the system's rewards and the infusion of potions, even a pig could be cultivated into a divine beast. Bang! The stall door swung open, and in an instant over 10 pairs of eyes turned to look. He's out. The public restroom apothecary is out. Quick, come see the visage of the Great One. Chen Shu was taken aback, wondering what was going on. What on earth is a public restroom apothecary? Big brother, were you really mixing potions? Someone couldn't help but ask. My. Chen Shu looked puzzled. Did they really see me mixing potions? At that moment, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1, flee the scene in panic to avoid being recognized. Completion reward contract spirit obedience 10. Option 2, nodding in acknowledgement while declaring your name and identity to gain fame. Completion reward superior strength potion. Option 3, flash a charming smile and drink a sip of the potion in front of everyone. Completion reward large amount of beast control power. Chen Shu was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. He spoke. Since that's the case, I won't hide it anymore. Would anyone like to give it a try? Chen Shu took out a container from his backpack, revealing a light yellow liquid inside. The crowd had already formed preconceived notions and naturally associated it with some unpleasant things. Is there anyone who wants to drink it free of charge? Chen Shu extended the container. A group of people stepped back as if facing a formidable enemy. What the hell is this? Why does it smell like urine? Chen Shu shook his head, then put on what he thought was a charming smile and opened the container. He wouldn't actually. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Gulp. Chen Shu tilted his head back and drank a sip of the strength potion right in front of everyone. Not bad. Chen Shu felt a slight sweetness, but otherwise had no reaction. This is a potion for contract spirits which has little effect on him and won't produce side effects. While you're quite the brave, the crowd felt their scalps tingle and their stomachs churn. The taste is quite good. Chen Shu grinned, putting the container back in his backpack and calmly walking out of the public restroom. In an instant, the crowd parted, even daring not to get close to him, as if he had an aura of dominance. He truly is a werewolf. Such a great feat must be shared online. Many recorded Chen Shu's silhouette while mixing potions, all choosing to post it on Weibo. Shocking. An advanced apothecary actually mixed a light yellow potion in a public restroom. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? In a public restroom in Nanjing City, the figure of an apothecary appeared. Even in such a harsh environment, he remained calm and steady. Are today's alchemists this extravagant? The apothecary concocted a new type of restroom potion and drank it in front of everyone. Is this what is known as? The crowd all added captions featuring Chen Shu's suave silhouette. Little did Chen Shu know that his actions had already been spread online as he quietly left the black market. After this choice, the large amount of beast control power directly elevated him to a level 3 beast tamer, no longer the bottom of the class. In just a week's time, Chen Shu went from a level 0 to a level 3 beast tamer, showcasing the power of the system. It was now close to evening, and he chose to ride his bike home. As for Zhang Dali, after just 2 days of being a security guard, he completely lost interest. He was merely trying to experience life, not actually wanting to become a security guard. Such is the confidence of a rich second generation. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for seems to come true. Chen Shu was in a cheerful mood, humming a tune along the way. Soon he passed by that dim alley from before. There shouldn't be any robberies today, right? He looked towards the alley and couldn't help but recall his previous experience. Just then a dark figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. Hiss! A black snake about half a meter long rushed towards him at high speed, its eyes glinting with a venomous cold light. What the hell is that? Chen Shu's heart skipped a beat. The black snake was extremely fast and lunged at him in an instant. Behind a tree at the corner, a man wore a sinister expression. Dare to offend young Master Zhang. Consider yourself unlucky. Wu Li was a social beast tamer. Due to his poor talent, although he was nearing 30, he was still just a level 4 beast tamer. However, because he was good at currying favor with the Zhang brothers, he wasn't lacking in food and clothing. Long before the college entrance examination, he had asked Wu Li to find a chance to teach Chen Shu a lesson. Today he just happened to encounter Chen Shu in the black market, trailing him until he finally found an opportunity. Though we live in a harmonious society where killing is not allowed, sending you to the hospital for a week or 2 is still no problem. Wu Li manipulated his contract spirit, and the black venomous snake bared its fangs and lunged forward. At that moment, against the dark backdrop of the night, a shockingly bright yellow suddenly appeared. Boom! Wu Li felt the ground tremble as a massive pile emerged out of nowhere. What the hell is that? Wu Li was astonished. Although he knew that Chen Shu's contracted spirit was a golden slime, no one had ever seen it before. Moreover, according to the information, Chen Shu's contracted spirit supposedly had no combat power. Before him, the black poisonous snake's eyes were wide open, blood spewing from its mouth, appearing in a tragic state, as if it were about to die, likely with its internal organs crushed. Though it was a level 4 contracted spirit, its advantages lay in speed and venom. Being pinned down by a heavy orb weighing 500 pounds was unbearable for anyone. After several enhancements and the effects of a powerful potion, the golden slime had already gained a certain level of combat power. With the boost from growth, most level 4 contracted spirits were no match for it. Damn it, what a dishonorable move to ambush me. Chen Shu was quite angry. It was always he who ambushed others, and he had never faced such a situation. Crush this thing. Guji, Guji. The golden slime bounced in place, while the black poisonous snake felt as if it were pinned by a heavy weight, unable to turn over, only able to emit painful hisses. What the hell, why is it so fierce? Wu Li, the owner of the black poisonous snake, could naturally sense the state of the contracted spirit. If he didn't recall it soon, it might really die. For a beast master to lose their contracted spirit would be a fatal blow. Recall. Wu Li put away the black poisonous snake and turned to quietly leave the area. Indeed, it's a contracted spirit. Chen Shu reacted immediately. If it were an ordinary animal, it would be impossible for it to exhibit such noticeable aggression. He had been closely monitoring the movements around him, and as soon as Wu Li made a move to escape, he caught it. Chen Shu grinned. Though his thought process was different from others, those who thought him foolish were truly the ones who were ignorant. Guji. The golden slime gave a slight bounce, its large eyes widening in anger, and its body suddenly trembled, as if it were an arrow released from a bow. Wu Li felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Unable to help but look back, he only saw a flash of yellow before being sent flying several meters away. Bang! Wu Li's body crashed into a tree, looking extremely miserable. Chen Shu retracted the slime and approached Wu Li. According to the combat power of the contracted spirit, it could easily kill a human, but Chen Shu had held back. If the Spirit Control Bureau investigated, he would also face dire consequences. Who are you? Chen Shu leaned down to look at Wu Li. At this moment, Wu Li remained silent, only moaning in pain. Hey, I've seen you before. You were sent by Zhang Nan, right? Chen Shu suddenly exclaimed. How did you know? Wu Li blurted out, realizing too late. I was just messing with you now, scram. Chen Shu paid no further attention to Wu Li and turned to ride his bike home. Wu Li struggled to get up and stumbled away. Now his injuries would likely require him to lie in the hospital for a while. Indeed, it wasn't in vain to nurture you. Well done. Upon returning home, Chen Shu kept rubbing the golden slime, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Although the main reason he could defeat the black poisonous snake today was that it was caught off guard, taking advantage of its moment of confusion, the slime had effectively pinned it down. On the other hand, it also showcased the slime's strength. The level 3 slime was already close to 7 decimeters. After using growth, its body would swell to nearly 3 meters. With its terrifying weight, being pinned down by it would likely spell disaster. I just need you to become a level 4 contracted spirit. The potions are all prepared. Chen Shu's system space held 26 bottles of mid-grade strength potions, which would provide a significant boost once consumed. The next day arrived quickly. Chen Shu arrived at school as usual. Why does it feel so strange? He looked at the others. Everyone had odd expressions, as if looking at something unusual. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, all the students turned to look at him in unison. What the hell, what's going on? Why are they all looking at me like this? Chen Shu crossed his arms and warily looked at everyone. Chen Pai, it wouldn't be you, would it? Suddenly, class monitor Wang Ming pulled out his phone to show him a picture. In the picture, a person squatted in a bathroom stall, the dim light and yellow clothing creating a bizarre harmony with a llama printed on it. That's me, what's wrong? Chen Shu was also wearing that yellow outfit today with the llama looking vividly alive. Damn, you've become famous, the South River City toilet potion master, Wang Ming said. Chen Shu took the phone and saw the outrageous comments and shares. Is this the so-called epic? Art comes from life. It turned out quite well, though it's a bit shabby. What the hell, it really blew up. He had just casually refined a potion, yet it became widely known throughout the city. Paiga, you can't be seriously using stuff from the toilet for potion making, right? Can that stuff even be used for medicine now? Everyone wore expressions of shock and curiosity. I truly was refining potions. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. It seemed he could no longer explain himself. I was indeed refining potions, not mixing fertilizers. Oh, what use would that have? Dingling. Soon it was time for class, and the discussions in the classroom abruptly stopped. Fong Ku, wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked in looking at Chen Shu with a rather peculiar expression. He had also heard of the legend of the toilet potion master. In fact, when he saw the picture, he had already suspected it was Chen Shu. This guy was the kind who could do anything. Any abnormality he caused would appear remarkably normal. All right, everyone, stop discussing other matters now. Fong Ku cleared his throat, becoming serious. The college entrance examination is over, and the third-year students can take a breather, but not you all. As the finals approach, let me reveal a bit of information. Whether you can enter the third-year special training class will depend greatly on this upcoming final exam's results. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was in an uproar. As students of the Beastmaster class, they had some understanding of the special training class for the third year. To cultivate excellent students to challenge the top universities in Huawei, the school would form this special training class. As long as one could enter, their own beast mastery skills would significantly improve, and the various resources consumed would basically be covered by the school. This was a place envied immensely by society's beast masters. For students of the Beastmaster class, the special training class was like a small dragon gate. As long as they crossed it, their college entrance exam results would surely not be poor. Teacher, didn't they typically only form the special training class in the second semester of the third year? Wang Ming asked. Our school's results in this year's college entrance examination were not ideal, and we might fall out of the top 3 in the city. Fong Ku sighed. Once the school's performance declined, the Ministry of Education would correspondingly cut back on educational resources. Just the monthly Beastmaster pearls were a significant expense that the school could not bear. To recover our performance, the school has decided to form the special training class in advance. Fong Ku's gaze turned to the top students of the class. The results of this final exam will be an important indicator determining whether you can enter the special training class. Both Xia Bing and Wang Ming were energized, their eyes filled with determination. The third-year special training class only recruited 20 students, the top 20 of the grade. Currently, only Xia Bing's grades could qualify, while the rest seemed a bit stretched. Don't worry, teacher, we will work hard, Chen Shu shouted with vigor. It's rare for Chen Shu to have this level of ambition. It's fine, the result isn't important as long as you've put in the effort. Chen Shu. This statement made it feel like the outcome was already predetermined before he even started to exert. Xia Bing, Wang Ming, Li Zixuan, come out for a moment. The rest of you continue your studies. The homeroom teacher Fong Ku called out to the top 3 students. Although Class 5 of Beast Tamers had the worst academic performance, the top students still had the potential to join the intensive training class. It seems they really see me as a poor student. Chen Shu shook his head, realizing that teacher Fong was confused, not even knowing that a bright star was rising. He yawned, preparing to take a short rest. Chen Shu, come out for a moment. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from the doorway of the classroom. Teacher Yin. Chen Shu stood up, feeling bewildered, and followed to the office. Teacher Yin taught them the history of beast tamers, and his strict demeanor made many students fear him. Chen Pai, I just entered the office, and you followed me right away. Fong Ku's mouth twitched slightly but felt as if he were everywhere. Teacher Yin is looking for me, Chen Shu said, moving to a nearby desk. Teacher Yin, did this kid get into trouble again? Fong Ku inquired. Oomph. Teacher Yan's expression darkened, filled with an oppressive gloom. He even cheated on a small test. Upon hearing this, Fong Ku frowned. Cheating was a significant issue concerning the school's disciplinary climate. If taken seriously, it could lead to a disciplinary record. Chen Shu, what is going on? Fong Ku asked. Cheating? Me, eh? Chen Shu looked utterly confused. You must be mistaken. Still playing dumb. This is your history quiz from last week. Teacher Yin threw out a sheet of paper which had no score marked, but was entirely correct without any mistakes. But the most abnormal part was that the name on it was Chen Shu, the one who ranked last in the monthly exam. Please explain how you went from the bottom to the top in just 1 week. Teacher Yin spoke. Chen Shu suddenly found himself presented with options. Option 1, nodding in acknowledgement, say, I'm only 17, ooh, I made a mistake. What's wrong with that? Completion, reward a small amount of Beast Tamer power. Option 2, deny the cheating behavior. Completion, reward high school Beast Tamer material knowledge. Why even choose? Chen Shu spread his hands and said passionately, I, Chen Shu, would rather starve. Cough cough, I'd rather be last than cheat. So you really got lucky, huh? Fong Ku had a bead of sweat on his forehead. Teachers, I truly did not cheat. Chen Shu sighed. If I had to give a reason, it would have to be talent, unparalleled talent. A talent that stands out. Alright. Fangke knew this guy was going to ramble again, or in fact, he didn't quite believe that Chen Shu would cheat. Not because he trusted his character, but because someone who dared to score 16 points was unlikely to fear any score. Teacher Yin, if you don't believe me, feel free to test me on history questions. Do I really know them all? Chen Shu couldn't possibly explain to the two that it was due to the system. The stern teacher, Yin, still wouldn't believe Chen Shu. He picked up the test paper. What year did the first dimensional space appear within the borders of Huagua? And how was it suppressed? In the 5th year of the revival era, the fierce beasts in the space were of the dark attribute, and the strongest 300 people of Huagua at that time joined forces to quell the uprising of the dimensional space. Huh. Teacher, Yin looked at Chen Shu with a hint of surprise, studying him intently. What year did the strongest dimensional space of Huagua appear? In the 380th year of the revival era, to this day, the Dragon's Nest located in Huayuan province remains our country's most perilous dimensional space home to fierce beasts, with dragon blood currently garrisoned by the 1st Spirit Suppression Legion. What year was the most crisis-ridden moment in Huagua's history? In the 625th year of the revival era, a total of 12 dimensional spaces within Huagua jointly revolted. Countless fierce beasts invaded, and the fierce battle lasted for a full 12 years, with significant casualties among the major legions before this turmoil was finally quelled. Watching Chen Shu answer fluently, everyone else was bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be a poor student? Breaking the mold, huh? I initially wanted to live a low-key life, but now I have no choice but to reveal my true self. Chen Shu looked at the homeroom teacher Fang, his eyes filled with confidence. For now, I believe you. Fang examined Chen Shu closely. Teacher Yin continuously quizzed Chen Shu on various questions, partly to verify his knowledge, and partly to... Fang paid no more attention to Chen Shu. Although he was somewhat surprised by his grasp of historical knowledge, it was merely a minor issue. The final exam wouldn't focus solely on history. Fang returned to his desk and looked at the 3 top students in the class. They were truly the hope of Class 5 of Beast Tamers. Fang coughed lightly and said passionately, now that the Dragon Gate is in sight, you must consider whether this might be your only opportunity in life. To restore the glory of Class 5 of Beast Tamers, it is your unshakable duty. In an instant, the 3 top students felt a surge of blood and responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu bluntly expressed his thoughts. Forget it. Even getting one in would be a success. Chen Shu. Fang's expression turned furious as he scolded. As if I never said it, teacher, please continue. Chen Shu fell silent, turning to engage with teacher Yan about historical knowledge. Fang sighed, feeling the frustration within him dissipate somewhat. He took a breath and continued speaking. All 3 of you have a chance. There are still 20 days until the final exam. Your academic results are completely fine. The only issue is the beast taming subject. During this time, try to acquire more potions. If you have the financial means, you can check the black market for any beast taming. There is only one shop in Nanjing City authorized to sell beast taming orbs, and its backing is naturally the official government. However, the prices are exorbitantly high and supply cannot meet demand, making it nearly impossible to purchase. Fang could only hope they would get lucky in the black market, as anything could potentially appear there. Getting more points in beast taming could significantly improve your rankings in the grade. Wang Meng and Li Zixuan nodded, determined to have their families helped by the potions. Although it was a significant expense, both came from relatively well-off families and could manage for the time being. Not only were they 3, but also the top-performing students in the grade would be frantically improving themselves, hoping to make a remarkable impression in the final exams to secure a spot in the senior training class. At this moment, Xiaobing appeared to be in a dilemma, remaining silent. Xiaobing, do you have any questions? Fang asked with concern, as she was the top student in the class, and thus a focus of attention. Xiaobing shook her head, saying nothing further. Alright, all of you have a chance to enter the senior training class. The teacher has... Fang did not ask further, and let the 3 return to the classroom. At this time, Chen Shu also concluded his conversation with the history teacher. Observing teacher Yan's satisfied expression, it was evident he had earned her trust. Teacher Fang, don't you have any confidence in me? Chen Shu asked. As long as you maintain your position, that will be enough. Fang shook his head, suddenly recalling something. Don't embarrass yourself too much in the final exams. After the last college entrance examination failure, the school leaders were quite upset and might tighten their grip on underperforming students, possibly moving you back to an ordinary class to avoid lowering the beast taming class graduation rate. Understood. Chen Shu waved his hand and returned to the classroom. Falling behind. That would be impossible for the rest of his life. He entered the classroom and began to digest the additional knowledge of beast taming materials in his mind. The various rare materials inside his mind came from other dimensional spaces, with all their shapes, characteristics, growth, environments, effects, and more vividly surfacing in his thoughts. This world is even more wondrous than I imagined. The various rare materials and spiritual herbs in his mind opened his eyes, and this was only high school knowledge. Soon the school bell rang, and Chen Shu stretched lazily, preparing to go home to rest. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali walked in from outside. Aren't you going to evening self-study? Chen Shu asked in confusion, as ordinary class students typically had evening self-study. I'm not going. I'm too hungry. Treat me to dinner tonight. Zhang Dali said. Perfect timing, let's go. Chen Shu still had 100,000 yuan in rewards from the Spirit Regulation Bureau, which he had kept in his bag. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, leaving the school and arriving at Nanjing City's snack street. After a hearty meal, it was already 7 in the evening. Let's head back. The two rode their bicycles, cheerfully preparing to return to their neighborhood. As they passed a shop named Beast Taming Home, Chen Shu suddenly stopped. Such shops exist in almost every city, primarily serving to customize growth paths for contracted spirits, advising on suitable diets and what potions to take to maximize their abilities. The staff inside are known as tamers, and their fees are not low, attracting only wealthy families for consultations. Not far from the shop, several people were gathered together. Two men in black suits cornered a beautiful girl. Miss Wang, when will you be able to repay the money you owe us? One of the men crossed his arms, speaking in a hostile tone. Wang Qinghan remained silent, as she owed them 100,000 yuan, and repaying debts is only reasonable. I don't have that much at the moment, but I will be able to pay it all back soon. At that moment, a little girl carrying a backpack ran over. Sister, I finished all my homework. When are we going home? The girl, around 10 years old, looked exquisitely cute. Wang Qinghan was an intern at Beast Taming Home. Her salary was decent, but she had exhausted her savings to help her sister undergo the awakening ritual and had even incurred debt. The price of the awakening ritual is exorbitant. Even the lowest tier of the ritual is beyond what an ordinary person can afford. The purpose of the ritual is singular: to increase the likelihood of awakening a high-potential contracted spirit. The two men's gazes shifted towards the girl behind Xiaobing. The little girl is quite cute. She must be your sister. One of the men reached out to pat the little girl's head, but Wang Qinghan blocked his hand. This has nothing to do with her. Do not even think about touching my sister. Wang Qinghan threatened coldly. The man spoke menacingly. If you don't repay the money soon, I will erase all your sister's homework with an eraser. Wang Qinghan's expression froze. Two useless fools. Not far away, a crew-cut man under a tree cursed. He stepped forward and gave both men a hard slap on the head. What a bunch of useless wretches, can't even collect a debt. The crew-cut man scolded angrily before turning his gaze towards Wang Qinghan. Now, including principal and interest, the total is 200,000 yuan. I hope to see 30,000 every month. You're an employee of Beast Taming Home. Your monthly salary is at least 30,000. The man spoke authoritatively. In the distance, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali parked their shared bicycle. Options had already appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, cover your eyes and walk past while mumbling, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Completion reward skill book, violent execution. Option 2, act decisively and help the girl out of her predicament. Completion reward medium beast. Option 3, join the evil forces and coerce the girl into repaying the debt. Completion reward title, corrupted effect, the personality of your contracted spirit becomes evil and cruel. Chen Shu's expression froze. Without hesitation, he confidently walked forward. Chenpai, those three don't look like good people. Oh, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Zhang Dali said. If they were ordinary students, the two might step forward, but against people like this, careful consideration was needed. However, Chen Shu did not speak and continued walking forward. So fine, I'll join your madness this once. Zhang Dali rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action at any moment. Kid. The crew-cut man immediately noticed the two approaching. This was clearly not a friendly encounter. As the three men readied themselves, prepared to strike, Chen Shu suddenly covered his eyes, mumbling, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. The man with a buzz cut twitched his mouth, feeling a surge of frustration. Was this person out of their mind? Zhang Dali felt a pang in his heart, realizing that this lofty moral stance was just to deliver this line. Where is the legendary hero saving the beauty? Wang Qinghan also wore a bewildered expression. Who is this person, completely disregarding the usual rules? The skill book Violent Sit Kill has been placed into the system space. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, seeing that his goal had been achieved, and he took off running with Zhang Dali closely following. The two left as mysteriously as they arrived, not taking a single cloud with them. Big brother, it seems we've been played, one man said in a strange tone. Fool, what do you mean it seems? It's obvious. The buzzcut man replied with displeasure. Remember these two. The next time we see them, make sure to beat them up. Let's go and beat them up. Chenpai, why do I feel like your condition has worsened? After running for a long distance, Zhang Dali stopped, panting heavily. What do you understand? I always have my reasons for doing things. Others might cry and howl without making the contracted spirit comprehend a skill, yet he could easily acquire it. Violent Sit Kill, the contracted spirit leaps into the air, precisely landing on the enemy's head with lethality proportional to its size. It's just tailor-made. Indeed, Chen Shu's risk was not in vain. He slapped the skill book directly, allowing the golden slime to comprehend it, gaining a highly compatible combat skill, which significantly boosted the slime's power. What a fulfilling day. Chen Shu was in high spirits, having bought a large bag of skewers on the way home, ready to treat himself to a midnight snack. The two returned to their respective homes. Back at home, Chen Shu played on his phone while enjoying skewers, feeling utter. On Weibo, various messages about the public toilet alchemists spread rapidly. His alpaca t-shirt had become an overnight sensation, with someone even offering 10,000 yuan to buy it. What a crazy era. It seems this piece of clothing will have to be stored away, Chen Shu sighed. He was used to being low-key, and now that he had become famous, how was he supposed to carry out sneak attacks? All the photos on Weibo showed only his back with not a single front-facing shot. Perhaps it was because his demeanor, while personally tasting the powerful potion, had stunned everyone, thus no front-facing photos circulated. After browsing online for a while, Chen Shu yawned and suddenly remembered something. He opened the chat window with Fong Si and quickly typed, "Sister Fong Si, I went to the hospital to check on my leg today. Ding ding. What happened?" Fong Si quickly replied, as if she had just been on her phone. "But I arrived too late. First tell me what's wrong with your leg. Did someone beat you?" Fong Si asked with concern. "The nurse had already left, there's no one to check on my leg." "Hey, Chenpai, are you trying to get yourself killed?" At Huaxia Academy, Fong Si lay on her bed muttering, "This brat seems to have really lost his mind." "Sister Fong Si, who else are you thinking about?" A girl with bangs from another bed asked. Fong Si had a fiery temper and short hair, looking quite spirited. "Nothing, just a little brother." Fong Si didn't elaborate. Ding ding. "Sister Fong Si, how's the environment at Huaxia Academy? I plan to come over next year." "Why are you coming over? The school doesn't need any security guards for now." Chen Shu felt speechless. "Am I someone who works as a security guard? Isn't that Zhang Dali? I'm coming to study. Don't kid around. Oh, just focus on getting into a regular university. With your sister watching over you, no one will dare bully you too." Fong Si was unaware that Chen Shu had already transferred to the Beast Tamer class. Chen Shu also didn't say much, planning to make a remarkable debut without prior notice. The two hastily ended their conversation, and Chen Shu washed up preparing for bed. The choice between sleeping and cultivating appeared again, and Chen Shu quickly fell into a deep sleep. A surge of beast taming power entered his body, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became a level 4 beast tamer. The next day, Chen Shu walked into the classroom. Throughout the day, nothing unusual occurred except for the history and materials teachers praising him during roll call. When school ended in the afternoon, Xia Bing suddenly approached with a troubled expression. "Chen Shu, could you lend me some money?" she said softly, her head lowered, looking quite embarrassed. Chen Shu was taken aback. Someone was asking him to lend money. A new choice appeared before him. Option 1, generously say, "What kind of relationship do we have? Why talk about borrowing? Just tell me how much you need. Completion, reward a small amount of beast taming power." Option 2, shake your head vigorously while quickly saying, "Hey, I have money, but I just won't lend it. Completion, reward golden slime size increased by 10. Option 3, look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle sadly saying, "Talking about money really hurts feelings." Completion, reward rage potion. Option 4, heartily pat your chest while saying, "As a friend I'll lend you this money, but it must come with interest." Completion, reward high school beast taming geography knowledge. 4 rare options appeared, causing hesitation in Chen Shu's eyes. The first option was definitely eliminated as it only rewarded a small amount of beast taming power. Besides, it was equivalent to giving money away to others. Nobody's money comes easily, and there's no surplus in the landlord's house. As for the other 3 options, the fourth was naturally the most useful to him. As long as his cultural subject scores were perfect, he could fully aim for the senior year special training class. Chen Shu no longer hesitated, patted his chest. "I'll lend you this money, but about the interest. Let's calculate it at double the bank interest rate." Xia Bing quickly nodded in agreement. She was inherently proud, and asking to borrow money was already quite difficult for her. If there were no interest, she would feel uneasy inside. "How much do you need?" Chen Shu asked. 100,000 yuan. Xia Bing said softly. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Shu was instantly choked by his own saliva and began to cough. "Sister, did you inquire about all my assets? What do you need so much money for?" Chen Shu asked. "I can soon break through to level 6 beast tamer and want to buy a mid-grade beast orb from the black market." Xia Bing spoke frankly, her eyes filled with anticipation. As a student of the beast tamer class 5, becoming a level 6 beast tamer was evidently quite rare. This was already among the top 10 scores in the grade, ensuring a stable entry into the senior year special training class. "All right, I'll lend it to you, but I have one condition." Chen Shu paused, a strange smile on his lips. Xia Bing's heart skipped a beat. Something about that smile seemed off. "What condition?" Xia Bing asked. "You need to write an essay praising me, no less than 2,000 words, and it must be sincere and deeply touching to be submitted to me by tomorrow." Xia Bing, what kind of ridiculous requirement is this? It seems that such a simple matter poses no difficulty for you, right? Chen Shu said with a mischievous smile. "If you don't speak, you'll take it as your consent." He took out 100,000 yuan from his backpack along with a white beast master pearl. "This is the beast master pearl you gave me last time. I'm lending it to you as well since it's of no use to me. Even after swallowing the beast master pearl, time is still needed for cultivation to refine it into one's own." However, for Chen Shu, cultivation was impossible. He would never be able to cultivate in this lifetime, relying solely on the rewards from the system to sustain his life. "Chen Shu, even if you cannot get into the Beast Master University, since you've chosen this path, I hope you take it seriously." Xia Bing looked serious, clearly believing that Chen Shu was already slacking off. As the class monitor, she naturally wanted to salvage the situation. "Committee member Xia, I'm well aware that a low-grade Beast Master Pearl is valued at 20,000 in the black market, totaling 120,000. Although we are friends, let's follow proper protocol and write a loan note first." Chen Shu completed the loan note, and after they both signed it, he felt relieved. Thank you, Chen Shu, Xiaobing said earnestly. Although everyone was a beast master, they lacked the ability to earn money. Lending her such a large sum was undoubtedly an act of kindness. We're all classmates, so saying thank you is too formal. Chen Shu waved his hand and added, by the way, remember to pay back the interest when the time comes. Chen Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to head home for a rest, while Xiaobing went to the black market. Though she had the money, the Beastmaster Pearl was an extremely rare item, and there was no guarantee it would be available. It all depended on her luck. Days passed, and Chen Shu had intended to find an opportunity to teach Zheng Yi a lesson, especially since his brother had previously sought someone to deal with him. Now that Zheng Nin had graduated and was no longer in school, Chen Shu could only focus on Zheng Yi. However, Zheng Yi had been extremely cautious during this period, not giving Chen Shu any opportunities. He always moved in a group, not even going to the restroom alone. After 2 weeks, Chen Shu successfully broke through to the 4th level of Beastmaster. Every bit of beast power he possessed was earned through the system, making him deeply appreciate the difficulty of being a Beastmaster. At the same time, he had completely mastered the knowledge of Beastmaster in high school, making virtually no mistakes. His academic scores had even surpassed those of the top student Su Xiaoyu. One day, the homeroom teacher Fong Ke walked in with a grave expression. Students, the results of this year's college entrance examination have been released, Fong Ke said solemnly. In an instant, all the students in the class were filled with curiosity. With less than a year until the college entrance examinations, they were naturally very concerned. On the day of the college entrance examination, the results for the Beastmaster subject were released, but the cultural subject's scoring required time. The combined scores of both subjects would determine the total score. The comprehensive score of Nanjing No. 2 Middle School ranked 5th, 2 places lower than last year. The top score in the grade was 630, placing it outside the top 10 in the city. The school's performance in the college entrance examination was as predicted, quite poor, at least incomparable to previous. The school has placed its hopes on you. If next year's college entrance examination results are still unsatisfactory, Nanjing No. 2 Middle School may fall into a slump from which it cannot recover. Fong Ke's tone was heavy. This presents both pressure and an opportunity for you. The school will provide various resources to nurture you. If all goes well, next year's college entrance examination scores for the entire grade should improve. With just 1 week left until the final exam, I hope everyone will seize the time to push yourselves further. After speaking, Fong Ke surveyed the classroom and said, the remaining time is up to you to review. Fong Ke left the classroom, and the students buried themselves in their studies. Chen Shu yawned, appearing somewhat bored. He had already mastered all the high school knowledge. The only thing he needed to improve was his Beastmaster level. He was still a distance away from becoming a 5th level Beastmaster, and to enter the top 20 in his grade, he needed to at least reach that level. Just as Chen Shu was feeling bored, an option suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, stay in the classroom to study. Completion reward, obtain the title Diligent Scholar effect, learning efficiency increased by 20. Option 2, leave the classroom for free activities. Completion reward, unlock a new potion in pharmacology, body size potion. Did this even require consideration? Chen Shu stood up abruptly and walked out of the classroom steadily. Chen Xiaobing, the class monitor, was about to stop him, but since Chen Shu had just borrowed money from her, she held back the words she was about to say. New potion, body size potion, has been unlocked. Chen Shu felt delighted, not expecting that such a simple choice would allow him to unlock a new type of potion. As he walked past the boys' restroom, a bruised little chubby boy walked out. Zhou Xiaoping, who bullied you? Chen Shu immediately recognized a classmate from the ordinary class. Zhou Xiaoming froze, and then began to express his grievances with a face full of complaints. Pai Gu, get away from me. Seeing Zhou Xiaoming come at him with snot and tears, Chen Shu tactically jumped back to evade. Pai Gu, it was Zhao Qi and Zheng Yi from Class 3 of Beastmasters. Did you provoke them? Chen Shu asked. I accidentally peed on them. Uffed. Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really didn't mean it. Zhou Xiaoming scratched his head and said, Pai Gu, I want you to help me get revenge. Chen Shu's laughter ceased, his eyes darting as he pondered. I know Zheng, he is my dear friend, my brother. Zhou Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat at Chen Shu's words, and he quickly replied, Pai Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't know your relationship. No. Chen Shu waved his hand, furrowing his brow. How can you be so clueless, little chubby boy? Let me clarify what I mean is. It will cost extra. Zhou Xiaoming froze instantly. Was this the legendary brotherly loyalty? Though timid by nature and often bullied at school, he came from a remarkably affluent family. His parents, though not beast tamer practitioners themselves, ran a prestigious herbal pharmacy specializing in rare medicinal ingredients, including exotic materials sourced from parallel dimensions. Discussing money is so unnecessarily formal. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Chen Shu's eyes gleamed with sly amusement. Actually, I'd like to negotiate a business deal with your family. Zhou Xiaoming blinked in mild surprise. Bro Chen, what kind of business could you possibly have with my family? That's none of your concern. Just introduce me when the time comes. Chen Shu said, turning away. He currently worked as a pharmacologist at 666 Elixir Co., where he received daily rations of potent strength-boosting elixirs. Yet his slime companion had long since reached saturation, Any surplus elixir had to be sold to acquire other rare components requiring a trustworthy apothecary to partner with. The primary obstacle was his lack of an official pharmacologist license, which barred him from purchasing interdimensional materials. Zhou Xiaoming's family pharmacy thus became his natural first choice. Fine, but whether the deal succeeds is entirely up to you, Zhou Xiaoming nodded. Also, please don't mention to my parents, you're simply too soft-spoken. When trouble arises, tell your teachers or parents. They're the ones who can resolve it. With that, Chen Shu clapped Zhou Xiaoming on the shoulder and walked away. Coincidentally, he had already planned to confront Zheng Yi, and now it seemed the timing called for careful orchestration. Chen Shu strode onto the school's athletic field, scanning for any opportunity to trigger a pivotal choice. Wandering aimlessly, he suddenly heard voices echoing from the grand auditorium. Today's the day exam results are released. It dawned on him, under tradition, graduating seniors would return to their alma mater one final time. Without hesitation, Chen Shu headed toward the grand auditorium. Inside the auditorium, all graduating seniors from grade 12 had assembled, while Principal Nanjiang No. 2 High School stood at the podium delivering his address. Though deeply disappointed by this year's academic performance, he still recited platitudes. May you soar to great heights. Remember always that you are children of Nanjiang No. 2. Both Zheng brothers are here. Chen Shu's gaze narrowed instantly. He spotted Zheng Nan and Zheng Yi seated discreetly at the rear, whispering intently. Such furtive behavior, troubles surely brewing. Remaining perfectly composed, Chen Shu slipped into the row behind them and feigned tying his shoelaces while eavesdropping closely. Brother, your Gaokao score hit 590. You're certain to enter a top-tier beast taming university. Pity my academic subjects faltered. I might have aimed for an elite university otherwise. In Huagua Nation, universities were ranked into 3 tiers: elite universities, key universities, and standard universities, specifically for beast tamers. Compared to non-tamer students, beast tamer programs offered far more institutions and far higher standards, signaling clearly that beast tamers were the vanguard of the new era. That's already outstanding. You'll certainly secure an excellent major, and our family will fully support you, Zheng Yi remarked calmly. Zheng Nan gave a slight nod. Though faintly regretful, he remained satisfied with his own results. By the way, has that brat Chen Shu given you any trouble? Zheng Nan suddenly recalled something. No, I've been walking with the group lately. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't lay a finger on me. Zheng Yi growled, teeth grinding with suppressed fury. He recalled how Chen Shu had once shoved him headfirst into a urea sack, a humiliation that cost him 40,000 yuan in the black market. Brother, you're a level 6 beast tamer. When will you teach that run a lesson? Zheng Yi added. That boy isn't simple. He left Wu Li critically injured. Zheng Nan stroked his chin. Wu Li is a level 4 beast tamer, isn't he? Zheng Yi gasped. Though Wu Li's contracted spirit also held only in frank potential rating, a level 4 contract should effortlessly subdue any ordinary person. Chen Shu isn't even a level 1 beast tamer. He's at least level 3, concealing his true strength all along, Zheng Nan explained. Damn, what a crafty schemer. Zheng Yi thought grimly. If Chen Shu could defeat Wu Li, he might well overpower Zheng Yi himself. How humiliating for the class leader of beast taming class 3 to be outmatched by the bottom-ranked student of class 5. If we strike, it must be decisive and devastating. Zheng Nan's expression hardened. Though newly graduated, his temperament was narrow and unforgiving. No slight would go unanswered. So this little pest has real bite. Chen Shu mused silently from behind, having absorbed every word. Brother, I'll step out to use the restroom. Suddenly Zheng Yi rose and strode toward the restrooms. A golden opportunity. From the back row, Chen Shu rose quietly and followed close behind. His backpack's zipper hung slightly ajar, revealing a blue bag bearing the faint, unmistakable character. Zheng Nan remained seated, glancing sideways, just in time to catch Chen Shu's retreating figure, an oddly familiar silhouette, though he couldn't quite place it. I love peeing. I'm feeling so good. Zheng Yi hummed lightly as he entered the restroom, swaying carelessly. Just as he relaxed, a flicker in his peripheral vision made him freeze. His entire body jolted, so violently he accidentally urinated onto his own hand. But he had no time to react. The nightmare of his past surged forth, raw and immediate. Once again, a urea sack descended over his head, followed instantly by a brutal, unrelenting barrage of blows. Fyu Chen Shu. Zheng Yi thrashed wildly, desperate to tear free from the suffocating sack, but to no avail. Chen Shu's physique vastly overpowered his pure strength domination. He began dragging Zheng Yi bodily toward a restroom stall, intent on delivering a merciless beating inside. At that moment, a skeletal figure materialized, wielding a razor-sharp bone blade, its eye sockets blazing with eerie green ghost fire. Though subdued, Zheng Yi retained enough control to summon his contracted spirit. Cut him down, Zheng Yi commanded. Thud. The floor trembled beneath him, and then silence. His skeletal soldier stood utterly motionless. Glup. The golden slime expanded into a colossal 3-meter behemoth, then dropped its massive bulk squarely onto the frail skeleton, pinning it flat. Crack. Bones snapped audibly beneath its weight. Yet the slime blinked blankly, even drifting drowsily toward sleep. My contracted spirit is injured. Zheng Yi recoiled in shock. Was it really defeated that fast? Before he could process the loss, he was already, "Help! Help! Scream all you like. No one will hear you even if you shred your throat raw." Chen Shu grinned wickedly, the very portrait of a villain. "Shred my throat." Zhang Yi, either disoriented or momentarily unhinged, actually began shrieking until his voice broke. Thump. A single punch silenced him instantly. Do you think you're being clever?" Zhang Yi continuously wailed, his heart filled with despair at this moment. How did he get entangled with this disaster? Zhang Nen actually dared to call on a beastmaster from the society to deal with me. If Uncle Chen doesn't teach you a lesson, you won't understand why the flowers are so red. Uncle Chen did not hold back at all, quickly bruising Zhang Yi's face. A few minutes later, Chen Shu clapped his hands and stood up gracefully. As for Zhang, he was completely still, occasionally convulsing, appearing to have suffered severe injuries. But how could there be a case of excessive force? Although Zhang Yi looked extremely serious, he would soon recover, just experiencing a few days of pain. Chen Shu clapped his hands, opened the booth door, and walked out of the restroom with style. "Chen Shu, it really is you." Zhang Nan rushed over with an anxious expression. "Yo, isn't this Xiao Nan? Haven't seen you in a few days, looking so down." Zhang Nan was instantly choked. "You were the one who looked down. Stop with the nonsense, where's my brother?" Zhang Nan's eyes were fierce, and he already had a bad feeling. "Your brother?" "Zhang Yi, I think I saw him go into the ladies' restroom." Chen Shu appeared calm, speaking nonsense, even with his eyes wide open. Block him." Zhang Nan did not come alone. He specifically brought 5 people. After all, he was also afraid of being beaten by Chen Shu. The other 5 people aggressively surrounded Chen Shu while Zhang Nan entered the restroom. At a glance, he did not see his brother's figure. Zhang Nan inexplicably thought of Chen Shu's words. Could it be that his brother really went into the ladies' restroom? Suddenly, his gaze drifted to the last restroom stall where a bag was visible with a faint urine written on it. At this moment, Chen Shu triggered an option. Option 1, act forcefully and shout, "I want to fight 10 of them." Completion reward, golden slime power 5. Option 2, use snake-like footwork, muttering. Once the ghost knife is drawn, it's invisible. Go for the stomach. Go for the stomach. Completion reward, golden slime speed 5. Option 3, shout for help, request support. Completion reward, teleportation potion. Option 4, start a friendly conversation with the 5 people trying to turn enemies into friends. Completion reward, Beastmaster level 1. Chen Shu pondered slightly. While the first 3 options were good, the 4th was what although he could not use most of the Beastmaster resources in class, they could be sold for various potions. "Bro, long time no see, your scores should be good this time, right? Do you know me?" Chen Shu had a friendly smile on his face, casually resting his hand on one person's shoulder and starting a conversation. "Huh." Wang Yu looked confused, and the other 4 also had blank expressions. Chen Shu left the 5 of them bewildered. "It's me, Chen Shu, you forgot." Chen Shu frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Wang Yu shook his head, still appearing dazed. "Your memory is really bad." Chen Shu shook his head and began to deceive them. "Actually, I have a good relationship with Zhang Nen. You see how fierce he is towards me, but we've been friends since childhood." "Then why did you hit his brother?" Wang Yu felt something was off. "It was all just for fun. Actually, Zhang Yi is like my little brother. If there were really conflicts, I would have run away long ago. How could I be so calm?" Chen Shu managed to confuse the 5 of them with just a few words. 5 minutes later, Zhang Nen helped Zhang Yi out of the restroom. Zhang Yi appeared battered and bruised with some blood at the corner of his mouth, looking extremely disheveled. "Chen Shu, you bastard." Zhang Nan gritted his teeth, but upon looking up, his words were instantly cut off. To his surprise, his 5 friends were actually chatting happily with Chen Shu, arms around each other's shoulders, almost as if they were about to pledge brotherhood on the spot. How could this happen in just a few minutes? They actually turned traitors. It wasn't surprising that the 5's intelligence had dropped. The key was that Chen Shu spoke so convincingly. He fabricated various experiences shared with Zhang Yi, full of emotion, leaving no trace of flaws. Just this ability to fabricate stories had already surpassed countless people. The key was that his expressions appeared extremely natural, making it truly hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. "Wang Yu, what are you all doing?" Zhang Nan said angrily. "Brother Nan, stop it. Chen Shu has already told us." What the hell is going on?" Zhang Nan's face turned dark. "Zhang Nan, is it really necessary to insult? Nan is like this, he gets easily caught up in the drama, and we all need to understand." Chen Shu played the peacemaker, looking like a mediator. "Everyone take a step back. Zhang Nan, don't get into it with your good brothers." Zhang Nan felt like his brain wasn't working and what the hell was going on. "All right, Zhang Yi, stop pretending. Is this really funny?" Chen Shu said. Zhang Yi felt a lump of blood in his chest. Oh, why was he still pretending after getting beaten for nothing? "All right, it's just a joke. Brothers, disperse. Everyone disperse." Chen Shu shouted, and the other 5 shook their head. Only the bewildered Zhang brothers were left. "Chen Shu, you bastard, stop right there." Zhang Nan approached fiercely, his eyes filled with anger. "Brothers, you go first. Nan is still in character. Let me help him out." Chen Shu signaled the other 5 to leave first, then turned to cover Zhang Nan's mouth and forcibly dragged him into the restroom. It seems something is off. Wang Yu noticed and saw Zhang Nan struggling. "Go to the restroom." One person hurriedly said, finally regaining clarity. The 5 of them rushed toward the restroom. "Stop." As soon as they entered, they saw Chen Shu violently beating Zhang Nan. Although Zhang Yi was also on the side, the 2 of them together were no match for Chen Shu. Brothers, why are you back? Chen Shu still maintained his calm demeanor. You bastard. Zheng Nan's anger was about to explode, and he felt like he was almost steaming. Kid, do you dare to play with me? Wang Ye's mind was now exceptionally clear. Even Zheng Nan's face had swollen up. No, we're all civilized people. If you hit me, you'll shout. Come on, you think you're tough, huh? The five surrounded him, rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. Wait. Zheng Nan suddenly spoke up, stopping them. He had experienced Chen Shu's voice and feared that a crowd would soon gather. Chen Shu, you're also a Beastmaster. If you really have the guts, let's duel in the Beastmaster's Hall. Zheng Nan calmed down, constantly pondering in his mind. With the final exams approaching, if he could severely injure the opponent's contracted spirit, making sure he got a 0 in the Beastmaster subject would be the ultimate revenge. The opponent was hiding so deeply, surely wanting to enter the special training class for Beastmasters. He would personally shatter that idea. At this moment, Chen Shu appeared dazed, and the options reappeared before him. The options appeared before Chen Shu once again. Option 1, beg for mercy on the spot, asking Zheng Nan to let him go. Reward, gain the title Cowardly Beggar effect. During the beating, there is a chance to soften the opponent's heart. Option 2, refuse directly while running towards the bathroom. Reward, medium-level beast mastery. Option 3, nod in agreement and win the battle of the contract spirit. Reward, golden slime comprehends the talent thick armor. Chen Shu was taken aback and directly nodded in agreement to Zheng Nan's request. After the earlier choice, he had already become a level 5 beast master, and against the level 6 Zheng Nan he might not be without a chance of victory. However, I need to find a witness. Oh, I question your character. Chen Shu spoke frankly. If you lose, all of you will come at me together. Where would I go to reason? You still have the nerve to question others' character. Several people rolled their eyes. This guy actually began to talk about character, which was truly ridiculous. What if you take the chance to run away? Zheng Nan had finally cornered Chen Shu in the bathroom, but would not let him off easily. I, Chen Shu, lead my life with integrity. Oh, would I be such a person? Chen Shu appeared indignant. What do you think? Zheng Nan retorted coldly. All right, Chen Shu admitted that without the system's choice, he would indeed take the chance to run away. But now that a talent was presented before him, he naturally couldn't refuse. The slime size was huge, and its combat style relied completely on brute force. A defensive talent was evidently a perfect fit. Then I'll call a witness over. That should work, right? That would be acceptable, Zheng Nan replied. Chen Shu took out his phone and directly dialed a super message. Hello, shall you come to the Beastmaster Hall? There's something going on. Among the people he knew, Zhang Dali was just an ordinary person, and the strongest in the Beastmaster Class 5 was only Xia Bing, which would be hard to rely on. Regardless of winning or losing, this group would certainly take the opportunity to beat him up. Su Xiaoyu was a level 7 Beastmaster, so taking him along would be a walk in the park. Let's go. Well, wait at the Beastmaster Hall first. Chen Shu walked calmly and composedly outside. In the auditorium, the principal was still passionately giving a speech while the students below were drowsy. The 8 of them sneaked out and headed towards the Beastmaster Hall. Chen Shu. Su Xiaoyu had been waiting inside the Beastmaster Hall. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were her saviors, as she took their matters very seriously. The previous wanted criminal was clearly malicious, but unfortunately the 666 Medicine Company had yet to uncover the mastermind. Xiaoyu, Chen Shu greeted with a smile. The top student Su Xiaoyu, Zheng Nan, and the others were taken aback. As a potential candidate for a prestigious Chinese university, Su Xiaoyu's reputation was known across other grades. Seeing the familiar interaction between the two, the expressions of several people showed signs of hesitation. Whether in terms of personal strength or family background, Su Xiaoyu was enough to instill fear. Ninggu, why don't we just let it go? Wang Yu whispered. They all knew Zheng Nan's intentions to seriously injure Chen Shu's contract spirit. But now that Su Xiaoyu was present, it seemed somewhat impossible, and a class flame bird was not something they could deal with. Zheng Nan remained silent, yet his eyes still held hatred, ultimately shaking his head firmly. Su Xiaoyu's family background was powerful, but the Zheng family was not to be underestimated either. Moreover, Chen Shu came from an ordinary family and would not have too much connection with Su Xiaoyu. Let's begin. Zheng Nan stepped forward and spoke. At the same time, his heart moved as he summoned his own con. A large eagle with blue feathers suddenly appeared, measuring half a meter in length, fierce in demeanor, constantly emitting sharp cries. Blue feather eagle. Su Xiaoyu frowned. Ew, she hadn't expected Chen Shu to be up against a level 6 Beastmaster, and the contract spirit even had flying capabilities. Chen Shu hadn't anticipated that Zheng Yi's contract spirit belonged to the undead skeleton type, but Zheng Nan's was a blue feather eagle. Were they really biological brothers? Let me see your power, Zheng Nan declared, filled with confidence. A contract spirit with flying abilities had a natural advantage, especially against low-tier beastmasters. Not to be outdone, Chen Shu summoned his contract spirit. Suddenly, a huge dropping fell from above, aiming at the blue feather eagle while it was unprepared. Damn it, a sneak attack. Zheng Nan was startled and quickly ordered the blue feather eagle to dodge. The blue feather eagle's speed was impressive. With a flap of its wings, it evaded the dropping. The golden slime landed steadily, but did not move at all. Who? The slime's eyes were tightly shut, emitting faint snoring sounds. It was actually still asleep. The crowd. No wonder it was Chen Shu's contract spirit. Both were a perfect match, taking an unconventional path. Chen Shu silently urged the golden slime to gradually wake up, but it still looked groggy, even yawning. Is this really a battle-type contract spirit? The onlookers couldn't help but think. Goody goody. The golden slime kept bouncing, but because it was too heavy, its jumping ability was weak, only able to provoke the blue feather eagle, creating a rather comedic effect. Chen Shu sighed, not expecting the sneak attack to fail. Zhang Nan ordered the blue feather eagle to launch an attack, and the eagle flapped its wings, its sharp claws slashing towards him. The slime's defense was instantly broken, and pure colorless goo flowed out, which was its blood. Goody, goody. The slime cried out in pain, its eyes widening, displaying a look of grievance. The blue feather eagle, however, was fierce in demeanor, attacking once more. Although it didn't possess special skills, its physical prowess was enough to crush the slime. This was the advantage of potential rating. Generally high-rated contract spirits had stronger combat abilities. Chen Shu's brow furrowed slightly. The golden slime was at an absolute disadvantage against the flying contract spirit. To win, he had to take risks. A thought crossed his mind as he gave new orders to the slime. In the next moment, the slime began to move clumsily. But the blue feather eagle's speed was too fast, completely overwhelming, with sharp claws constantly attacking. The slime's blood spilled all over the ground, and its already slow body could barely move, having entered a state of severe injury. Chen Shu's expression turned grim, his fists clenched tightly, and ultimately he spoke up. Stop hitting, please stop. I concede. Zhang Nan wore a satisfied smile, secretly thinking fool, and ordered the blue feather eagle to launch its final strike. The blue feather eagle let out a fierce cry, flapping its wings, and its sharp claws even reflected cold light. Chen Shu, quickly retract your contract spirit. Conceding will not help. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. Only retracting the contract spirit or leaving the arena would be considered a loss. Too late. Zhang Nan smiled. The blue feather eagle had already approached the slime and unleashed its attack without holding back. But in the next moment, a sly smile appeared on Chen Shu's face. The slime's body suddenly leaped high, reaching 5 meters into the air, resembling an extraordinarily agile fat man directly covering the blue feather eagle. Where was the semblance of being severely injured? This kind of acting could easily win an Oscar in the slime world. Given the weight and bounce of the slime, it was impossible for it to leap so high. This was undoubtedly the effect of the skill violent sit kill. At the same time, the slime activated its gigantification skill, and the 4-meter-wide yellow sphere suddenly plummeted. All the changes occurred in an incredibly short time, so swiftly that the others had no chance to react. The eyes of the Qingyu eagle narrowed as it attempted to take flight, but it was already too late. Boom. The onlookers felt the ground shake. Damn it. How dare you ambush me? Zhang Nan's expression was extremely grim as he watched the golden slime's size swell, pinning the Qingyu eagle down. Although the Qingyu eagle was fast and had the advantage of flight, it was currently immobilized and had no chance of escaping. Crush this feathered beast. Although the Qingyu eagle was fast and had the advantage of flight, it was currently immobilized and had no chance of escaping. Crush this feathered beast. Nop. Its large posterior was writhing incessantly. The Qingyu eagle let out a painful shriek, feeling as if its insides were being crushed. Once pinned by the slime, it was nothing short of a nightmare. How is this possible? And Frank Slime cannot have 2 active skills. Zhang Nan clenched his fists tightly, disbelief filling his eyes. In a short span of time, the Qingyu eagle had suffered severe injuries, blood spilling everywhere. The reversal of roles was simply too swift, leaving the others dumbfounded. This slime is so cunning. Wang Yu murmured while everyone thought the slime was gravely injured. However, it was lively and vigorous, showing no signs of weakness. Despite being an frank contracted spirit, the slime had an undeniable strength. Its life force was exceptionally robust. Because the Qingyu eagle was so powerful, everyone had forgotten about the slime's vitality. It must be said a contracted spirit reflects its master. I lost, Zhang Nan said with a defeated expression. As he prepared to withdraw, the Qingyu eagle, the golden slime, jumped away, no longer pinning it down. Huh. Zhang Nan's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected the opponent to voluntarily relinquish the advantage. As long as the Qingyu eagle was on guard, the slime would not be able to pin it down again, even with its skills. The Qingyu eagle trembled slightly as it flapped its wings, still feeling a bit dazed. Chen Shu, don't let it take off, Su Xiaoyu reminded. But at that moment, Chen Shu's mind sparked with an idea. The golden slime opened its large eyes wide in anger, its body quivering slightly, and then it shot forward like an arrow. The skill charge was suddenly activated. The Qingyu eagle, which had barely managed to rise half a meter, was startled, seeing only a flash of yellow rushing toward it. Then its body was sent flying. Against the contracted spirit, Chen Shu held nothing back. Even if it meant crashing it to death, he was fine with that. The Qingyu eagle's body fortuitously flew toward Zhang Nan. Bang! Both the master and the contracted spirit flew several meters in the air before crashing to the ground. Xiao Nan, fly freely, the wheelchair will push itself. Cough. Cough. Zhang Nan felt intense pain in his chest, coughing continuously. You lost. Chen Shu spoke softly. The Qingyu eagle had been forced out of the battlefield, thus counted as a loss. 3 skills. How can you have 3 skills? This is unscientific. Zhang Nan clenched his fists tightly. Despite his body aching, he could not hide his shock. And Frank Slime having at least 3 combat skills was simply absurd, a ridiculous fantasy. Yet the reality was indeed so. Su Xiaoyu covered her mouth with her small hand, equally shocked. She knew that even her rank flame bird only had 2 combat skills. Because it is the yellow flash of Nanjing's second high. The crowd exclaimed in confusion. Chen Shu withdrew the slime into the Beastmaster space and turned to leave with Su Xiaoyu. Brother, are you okay? Zhang Yi suddenly ran over concern in his eyes. Cough. Cough. I'm fine. I won't be at Nanjing's second high anymore. Don't provoke Chen Shu again. Zhang Nan's complexion was pale as he coughed, yet he warned his younger brother with a serious expression. Although Chen Shu acted independently, his strength was formidable, and with such deep concealment, he was not someone the Zhang brothers could contend with. After so many encounters, they had never gained any advantage. I understand. Zhang Yi sighed, a look of defeat in his eyes, having given up on provoking Chen Shu. Chen Shu, is your contracted spirit really Frank? It seems even more powerful than my flame bird. Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. Of course not, Chen Shu said mysteriously. Actually, my contracted spirit is the SS rank cosmic invincible poop. Su Xiaoyu was speechless. There can't be a contracted spirit with that name unless you show me the contracted spirit's information. I want to keep a low profile. Chen Shu said seriously. Oomph. Su Xiaoyu muttered unhappily, suddenly remembering something. You are already a level 5 Beastmaster. If you can improve a bit more, you might be able to enter the special training class. Let's see how it goes. Chen Shu nodded. With his current strength, it was likely he could enter the top 20 of his grade. However, during the last week, everyone would do their utmost to improve, and he might end up being pushed out. Whether he could enter the special training class in his senior year depended entirely on luck. Regardless, even if he didn't get in, he could achieve a perfect score in the college entrance examination. You should buy some Beastmaster orbs to cultivate during this period. If you can reach level 6, you'll definitely get in, Chen Shu replied vaguely. His Beastmaster talent was mediocre, and his training efficiency was too low, making it nearly impossible for him to cultivate. The two parted ways. After the battle, Chen Shu's contracted spirit comprehended a new talent, thick armor. Thick armor defense is moderately increased, and when the contracted spirit is in a sleeping state, the effect triples. It was indeed a good defensive skill that was extremely suited for the golden slime. Chen Shu arrived outside the classroom, where a young teacher was explaining the key points of biology. It's almost the end of the term, why are we still in class? Chen Shu grumbled, quietly opening the back door of the classroom, preparing to return to his seat. Huh, student, who are you? The biology teacher suddenly turned around and saw the sneaky Chen Shu. Chen Shu fell silent instantly. Am I not the protagonist? Is my presence so negligible? Chen Shu reacted quickly. Teacher, I'm a student from this class. Oh, I was feeling unwell and had to rush to the restroom. The biology teacher looked speechless. Just sit down. Chen Shu was waiting listlessly for school to end, having already mastered all the knowledge of high school. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, and Chen Shu was the first to rush out of the classroom, arriving at the entrance of the regular class. Zhou Xiaobing. Pig brother. Zhou Xiaoming ran over, his face filled with excitement. I saw Zhang Yi's miserable state. Pig brother's efficiency is truly impressive. Of course. Let's visit your house tonight. I want to discuss business. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together. He had unlocked the body-shaping potion, which required raw materials for refinement. Unlike the strength potion, the output of the body-shaping potion was only 2 to 4 bottles. If he went to the 666 potion company to refine it, his profits would be minimal, especially since it was too ostentatious. For a high school student to proficiently refine 2 types of potions was already quite astonishing. Tonight, Zhou Xiaoming's expression changed in surprise. Isn't it a bit too early to meet my parents? My. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Are you looking for a fight? Speak properly to me. No. Pig brother, I haven't told my parents yet. Zhou Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly. And we have evening study tonight. Chen Shu directly pulled Zhou Xiaoming towards the school gate. No problem, I'll have Zhang Dali tutor you tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoming. Have Zhang Dali tutor. Can we not joke around? I don't want to be the last in the grade. The two went to Zhou Xiaoming's family shop, and it turned out to be even easier than Chen Shu had imagined. Although he didn't have a potion master's certificate, under the pressure of money, Zhou Xiaoming's parents agreed to reserve the specified spatial materials for him, but the price would be 10-20 higher than the market price. Both sides hit it off. As long as Chen Shu could provide the money, Zhou Xiaoming's family shop was willing to sell the medicinal materials. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoming's material shop did not sell potions, so they naturally wouldn't buy his potions. The next day, Chen Shu didn't go to school as usual, but went directly to the 666 potion company. Now he had completely mastered the high school beast control knowledge, making it unnecessary to review the textbook material. As a beast controller, it was quite reasonable to study outside of school, right? He quietly arrived at the potion department of the company, while others regarded him with indifference. The company did not make a big deal about him since Chen Shu did not have a potion master certificate. If he were exposed, he could very well be dismissed. Master Chen, why are you here today? Assistant Xiao Mao asked in surprise. I came by when I had a moment. Dolly flowers are reserved, right? Now there are 14 flowers. Should I fetch them all? Yes, bring them all. Chen Shu nodded. Although the company said they supplied 3 dolly flowers every day since he hadn't come, they naturally couldn't reserve all for him, otherwise the strength potion would run out. The potions from the 666 Potion Company were sold to various shops, making them in short supply. In a day, Chen Shu used up all 14 dolly flowers. Among them, 6 dolly flowers were used to create inferior strength potions, yielding a total of 78 bottles. According to the contract, 1 dolly flower required 5 strength potions for the company, so 14 flowers meant 70 bottles. The remaining 8 dolly flowers were all used to create intermediate strength potions, which Chen Shu stored in the system space. With such a frenzied speed and potion refinement, assistant Xiao Mao was already used to it and stored the 70 bottles of strength potion. In the evening, Chen Shu left the company and headed straight for the black market. He needed to sell the potions and then buy medicinal materials from Zhou Xiaoming's family shop to refine new body-shaping potions. Now he had 52 bottles of intermediate strength potions in his system space. 14 of those were consumed by a golden slime, which developed resistance and could no longer take intermediate strength potions. Chen Shu arrived on the street of the black market, found an empty spot, and began to display his potions. Come and take a freshly made intermediate strength potions. Chen Shu set up a stall in the black market, loudly promoting his wares. Absolutely genuine. Fake 10 times compensation. Although his voice was loud, very few people came to him, and passers-by looked at, damn, I'm a model student, and am being treated like a fraud. Kid, your scam is too clumsy. The boss from the neighbor, I really have strength potions. Chen Shu set his mouth twitching as he explained helplessly. Who would believe your 10 times compensation? Are you planning to give someone 11 bottles? The person continued. Chen Shu turned his head, looked at him, and suddenly remembered, aren't you the one who sold mud? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali came to the black market for the first time, and Zhang Dali spent 10 yuan to buy a piece of mud. What do you mean mud? That's the Earth Dragon King's core. The boss explained seriously, do you want to learn some tricks from me? Tricks? What tricks? Of course, the tricks of setting up stalls in the black market. I guarantee you'll earn 3,000 a day. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss took out an old book that boldly proclaimed collection of black market scams collect. Chen Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Could you be more outrageous? They've even published a book, and it's a collector's. Oh, come on, mine is genuine, not like you scammers. Not bad, the boss nodded. Although your scam is terrible, your acting is quite good. Chen Shu was speechless. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, may I ask what you were called, boss? Call me Old Wang, that's what everyone calls me. Alright, Wang Bagua, I need a favor from you. Chen Shu said, I am Old Wang, not Old Wang Bagua. The stall owner looked, okay, Wang Bagua. Chen Shu nodded, suddenly lowering his voice. Can you help me find some people to pretend to buy something to create some buzz? Old Wang shook his head, no longer caring about the other person's name. Is this useful? He asked, rubbing his hands together. It's no problem to call people, but you know that anything requires funding. 100 yuan per person, Chen Shu boldly said. You just need to call people over. After the job is done, it'll give you 1,000. Do you have that much money? Old Wang looked skeptical. Hey, raise 500 as a deposit. It'll give you another 500 after the job is done. Chen Shu took out 500 yuan. Remember to find more people. Old Wang's expression brightened as he happily tucked the 500 yuan into his pocket. 10 minutes later, Old Wang indeed brought a group of people to his stall. Most of them were stall owners, just ordinary people selling fakes. Although the black market only allowed beast masters of level 5 and above, it wasn't hard for ordinary people to sneak in. Xiao Chen, these people are all elites in the black market. How about it? Wang Bagua said. Chen Shu surveyed the group in front of him and nodded. The crowd quickly surrounded his stall, and Chen Shu didn't need to train them. These seasoned veterans knew exactly. I want a bottle of intermediate strength potion. Give me a bottle. I specially ran over from downtown. Boss, I want 5 bottles or wrap them up for me. The crowd's acting was impeccable, completely at the level of a movie star, and it was impossible to spot any flaws. They truly were seasoned pros in the black market. The only problem was, could you all just pay up? Damn, at least put on a show. This is too fake. Chen Shu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Actually, it wasn't that the crowd didn't pay, it was just that their pockets were much cleaner than their faces. Who has money and still wants to play a fake buyer? However, Chen Shu had a backup plan. He gathered everyone around and whispered something. Isn't this inappropriate? I think so too. It tarnishes our image. I, Wang Tianba, have always been upright and would never do such a thing. Unless you can pay a bit more. Chen Shu said speechlessly, 200 from each person. As soon as he spoke, everyone trembled as if they had been injected with energy, quickly getting into the mood. I want all these potions. Anyone who tries to take them from me will face my wrath. Damn it, is there anyone in the black market who dares to oppose me, Wang Batian? Everyone began to curse, and the intensity of the scene escalated instantly. Soon people started fighting. A dozen of them became entangled, causing utter chaos. Such a commotion naturally attracted many onlookers. What suddenly triggered this fight? The crowd of spectators grew larger. One of human instincts is to gather for excitement. Chen Shu didn't expect this group to be so dedicated. Although they were scammers, their professional spirit was commendable. Quick, persuade them to stop fighting. Everyone can share the 8,000 yuan of mid-grade strength potions. Chen Shu appeared to be mediating, but in reality, he was promoting his potions, emphasizing the words 8,000 yuan. A crowd of spectators gathered around, pulling the fighters apart. Among them, Wang Tianba was covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. He painfully crawled towards Chen Shu, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Damn, do you really want to go this far? Chen Shu instinctively took a strategic step back, looking at Wang Tianba in shock, catching a whiff of tomato sauce. Give me a bottle of the 8,000 yuan authentic mid-grade strength potion. After saying this, Wang Tianba tilted his head and fainted. What a talent! Chen Shu's mouth twitched, filled with admiration. Is he all right? The others rushed over to help Wang. At that moment, Wang Tianba suddenly convulsed, mumbling in a daze, "Quick! Give me the mid-grade strength potion." Chen Shu felt speechless, realizing even he had gone a bit overboard. He signaled with his eyes, and over 10 accomplices forcibly dragged Wang Tianba away. "Xiao Chun, I told you long ago that mid-grade strength potions cannot be sold for 8,000. You are disrupting the market." The stall owner Wang Beige came over, looking admonishing. Selling mid-grade strength potions for only 8,000. At that moment, the crowd finally reacted, looking at the yellow potions at Chen Shu's stall. According to market prices, mid-grade strength potions are usually around 10,000, and in the black market, they can go for 12,000. Is this fake? A college student approached, doubt visible in their eyes. Chen Shu assessed the person and guessed, "You're a student from Nanjing University. Whom are you one to?" "Luo Yu." Chen Shu looked no different from a college student, so he was naturally mistaken for a fellow alumnus. Chen Shu shook his head. "Do you have a student ID? If you want to buy, you can try it first." Chen Shu had some confidence in the character of college students. If the other party claimed it was useless on purpose, he would naturally deal with them at their school. Luo Yu thought for a moment and took out his student ID. Nanjing University class of 98, Combat Department, Luo Yong. Chen Shu nodded and returned the student ID. He then opened a bottle of potion and handed it to Luo Yong. Luo Yong's heart stirred, summoning his contract spirit. As long as it doesn't affect the city or harm anyone, summoning contract spirits for a short time is legally permitted. A blue-winged insect about half a meter long appeared. Its wings were transparent and extremely aesthetically pleasing. A grade blue-winged insect. Luo Yong took the strength potion and let the contract spirit consume a small amount. Moments later, his expression turned excited as he nodded. This is indeed a mid-grade strength potion. Instantly, the crowd became incredibly excited, not doubting Luo Yong's words. A beast tamer college student possesses a certain level of credibility in society. Only 8,000, only 8,000. Don't miss out. A Nanjing University student personally vouches for it. Chen Shu shouted loudly. As long as it can be proven to be authentic, an 8,000 yuan mid-grade strength potion is absolutely worth it. Soon Chen Shu's potions were sold out, even the remaining low-grade strength potions were sold. He earned over 300,000 huaxia coins. Fortunately, he had previously opened a bank card. Luo Yong played a significant role, and Chen Shu specifically sold him 3 bottles at 7,000 each. This is really making money. Old Wang stood by dumbfounded, thinking that he wouldn't earn this much even if he sold in the black market for a year. Wang bade your payment. Chen Shu took out 500 huaxia coins and packed up his stall. Old Wang felt speechless, looking at the 500 in his hand, feeling that it was hardly worth anything. At the same time, Chen Shu found the previous group of accomplices. Being able to sell out the potions so quickly was largely due to their efforts. Chen Shu, being generous, directly gave everyone 300 yuan as performance fees, and even gave Wang Tianba an additional 700. "No need, I just used tomato sauce. There's no injury." Wang Tianba declined, feeling a bit embarrassed since everyone else only took 300 while he was getting 1,000. Chen Shu insisted on giving it, even adding Wang Tianba to his super contact list. In today's world, what is most precious? Talent, of course. Just being able to carry tomato sauce showcases admirable dedication. Chen Shu hurriedly left the black market. It was already 9 o'clock. He bought some barbecue on the way and happily returned. The next day, Chen Shu arrived early at Zhou Xiaoming's materials shop, purchasing 5 units of the giant fruit, the main material for crafting size potions, along with the other necessary herbs. Unlike strength flowers, size potions are classified not into low, medium, and high grades, but into basic black, iron, and silver grades respectively for 3 levels of contract spirits. The price of the giant fruit was significantly higher than that of the strength flowers, with a market price of 30,000 each. Chen Shu spent a total of 180,000 to buy 5 units from Zhou Xiaoming's stock. In one sentence, Chen Shu spent 18,000 on it. He couldn't wait to return home with the giant fruit, crafting 20 bottles of size potions in one go. Due to not having mastery level proficiency, he failed to produce any extra yield. However, 20 bottles of size potions are already quite rare, and most shops don't have that much stock. If we consider their value, each bottle is worth around 30,000. He had no intention of selling them, as he prioritized nurturing his golden slime. With the assistance of the system's various rewards and potion infusions, even grade contract spirit can become the strongest being. Chen Shu had already begun to imagine the bizarre scene of his golden slime sitting on a dragon's back, crushing it. 20 bottles of body enhancement potions increased the size of the golden slime by 15, with a maximum limit of 30. It still needed to consume another 20 bottles of body enhancement potions. Just to increase the size of a contracted spirit by 30 requires an expenditure of 1,000,000 Chinese yuan, a burden only a select few can bear. Chen Shu gently patted the golden slime. Gooey, gooey. Its pair of large eyes opened wide, filled with affection as it continuously rubbed its head against Chen Shu's hand. Now the slime size was already 1 meter. If it used the enlargement ability, it would exceed 4 meters, undeniably a massive creature among low-tier beastmasters. I hope the final exam will yield me a good score. Chen Shu put away the golden slime, realizing it was already noon, and prepared to go out for a meal before heading back to school in the afternoon. Boss, I'll have a green pepper pork rice with a cola. As Chen Shu focused on his meal, he suddenly caught sight of a figure. Oh, isn't that Wang Tung? He called out loudly. A tall and cultured boy looked surprised and turned to glance inside the shop. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize Chen Shu and approached the shop. I remember you're Xiaoyu's classmate, right? Wang Tung began. I've heard about Xiaoyu's encounter with a wanted criminal in the black market. Thank you for saving her, he sighed. It was nothing at all. Chen Shu waved his hand and directly said, you wouldn't feel so guilty if you weren't the one who caused it, would you? Cough, cough. In an instant, Wang Tung felt as if he had choked. The words were stuck in his throat. What kind of thinking was this? Dare to be more direct. Of course not, Wang Tung replied, but I have a favor to ask of you. Although Wang Tung was somewhat displeased with Chen Shu, he hit it well at this moment. What is it? Just to clarify, I don't have money to lend you. I instinctively spoke up. Wang Tung took a deep breath, finding it hard to accept Chen Shu's way of conversing. My Wang family is a top family in Nanjing. Would I really need to borrow money from you? I want you to persuade Xiaoyu to join my team. If we team up, we can definitely secure a rank in next year's Beastmaster competition. Chen Shu was about to speak when suddenly options appeared before him. Option 1, agree to Wang Tung's request. Reward 100 Chinese yuan. Option 2, shake your head and refuse, saying, do you think you deserve it? Reward mighty flower. Option 3, seriously say, anyone can join, we can achieve a ranking together. Reward golden slime, attribute boost of 5. Chen Shu was surprised to see the reward of Chinese yuan again, but unfortunately, it was of no use to him. As for the second reward, it was even less appealing, not even as good as 100 Chinese yuan. Chen Shu shook his head and said, I can't persuade Xiaoyu, why don't we team up instead? What are you talking about? Wang Tung had a constipated expression. How could you say such a thing with a straight face? What do you think of my proposal? If your strength meets my expectations, I wouldn't mind. Chen Shu pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, meet your expectations. Wang Tung rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. You have quite the sense of humor. In any case, I hope you can help me out. After saying that, Wang Tung staggered out of the restaurant, fearing that if he stayed longer, he might lose his sanity. Chen Shu smiled, pleased that a simple choice had once again enhanced the slime's power. Boss, the bill, please. Chen Shu had finished his meal. A total of 30 yuan. Isn't the rice bowl 12 yuan? Chen Shu felt as if he had stumbled upon a black market, wondering what was going on. The rice bowl is 12 yuan, but the cola costs 18 yuan. What kind of cola is that expensive? Chen Shu felt he had been cheated. Even though he had money, he couldn't spend it frivolously. It's the type of cola that costs 3 yuan outside, the boss explained. You're really straightforward. Chen Shu looked at the menu and saw it was indeed clearly priced. However, the font for the cola was at least half the size of the dishes. An average person would hardly notice. He shook his head, paid, and left the restaurant, mentally adding it to his blacklist. After eating and drinking to his fill, Chen Shu returned to school. Chen Shu, the exam is coming up soon. You should stop wandering around. As soon as he returned to school, Xia Bing approached him with a kind reminder. Not wander. How can I get stronger without wandering? Chen Shu thought to himself, but nodded on the surface, promising. A few days quickly passed, and the final exam arrived as scheduled. Students, today is the day of the final exam. I want to elaborate on its importance. Everything depends on your performance. Fang Ke said seriously. Ding ding ding. With the sound of a bell, the cultural subject exam officially began. Apart from Fang Ke, 3 other invigilators were present in the classroom. With 4 teachers supervising 25 students, the possibility of cheating was virtually eliminated. The cultural subjects were divided into 4 categories: history, materials, geography, and biology, each with a total score of 100. Unlike the previous monthly exams, this was conducted according to college entrance examination standards. With each subject worth 100 points, the assessment content was naturally extensive, primarily testing students' mastery of knowledge from their sophomore year. Chen Shu appeared confident, requiring little consideration as he quickly completed the entire exam paper. A genius, truly a genius. Looking at the filled exam paper, Chen Shu couldn't help but exclaim he could guarantee no mistakes in his cultural subject scores. At that moment, when he was feeling bored, new options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, submit the paper early to showcase your strength. Reward medium, Beastmaster power. Option 2, honestly lie down and sleep waiting for the exam to end. Reward chaos potion. Option 3, disrupt the mindset of the other examinees. Reward charge skill 1. Chen Shu thought for a moment and chose the third option. Based on his knowledge, skills and talent were the most crucial. In the next second, Chen Shu suddenly flipped through the exam paper. Swish. Everyone who was concentrating on their papers felt a sudden sense of panic at the sound of the paper flipping. This exam was harder than they had imagined, since it was meant to select candidates for the senior training class. Swish swish. The sound of flipping papers grew more frequent as it seemed that most of the candidates had already started working on the other side of their papers. In fact, only a few top students in the class managed to flip to the other side. Swish, 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 swish. A smug smile crept onto Chen Shu's face as one hand propped up his head, while the other flipped the paper, his eyes observing the expressions of the others. Reward acquired, charge skill 1. Huh, that was quick. Chen Shu was taken aback. It seemed this year's candidates couldn't handle the pressure. Chen Shu. At that moment, Fong Ke strode over, his expression stern. If you can't solve it, just stay still. Why keep flipping through your test paper? Isn't this blatantly disrupting others' exams? My hand cramped badly just now, but it's fine now, Chen Shu murmured, lowering his head onto the desk to nap. After all, the reward had already been secured. Each subject's examination lasted half a day. 2 days later, the academic exams concluded and students gathered in clusters, exchanging thoughts and discussing the questions. This exam was genuinely difficult, probably designed to filter out top-tier students. Sigh, I just hope my academic score reaches at least 320 points. Indeed, the senior year special training class is beyond our reach, but at the very least we must avoid scoring too poorly. Chen Shu smiled quietly beside them. A classic, silent scholar, calm, composed, and destined to stun everyone once the results were announced. All right, everyone, no more discussion. Fong Ke suddenly entered the classroom and declared, regardless of how things turned out, the academic exams are over. What matters now is the upcoming beast taming exam. The academic exam carried a total of 400 points, with most students scoring between 340 and 380, relatively narrow margins. In contrast, the beast taming exam totaled 350 points. Some students might barely scrape past 100, while others could soar to 200 or even 300. This was where true distinctions emerged. For the final exam, please strictly observe discipline and do not emulate certain individuals. Fong Ke's gaze drifted toward Chen Shu. A faint unease stirred within him. He feared what extraordinary, perhaps even world-defying act Chen Shu might pull next. After school that afternoon, Zhang Dali waited eagerly outside the classroom. His eyes lit up as he spotted Chen Shu. Finally, summer vacation has arrived. Chen Pai, you're actually planning to work for 2 whole months. Ordinary classes don't hold beast taming exams, so I'm officially free. Chen Shu nodded. Absolutely, I'm desperate for money. Any plans for your summer? The two walked out of school together. Zhang Dali beamed with excitement. Gaming, of course. I'm aiming for the king rank in beast taming glory. Oh, by the way, my mom's back. She's invited you over for dinner tonight. Chen Shu accepted instantly, without hesitation. Who could refuse a free meal? Chen Pai, from now on, I'm counting on you. Zhang Dali suddenly slung an arm around his shoulders and declared solemnly, dog. Wealth and honor. Never forget our bond. Chen Shu stared blankly. Could you please stop emphasizing the word dog? It makes me sound like one. Laughing and teasing, they strolled back into their residential complex. Chen Shu's parents had last-minute commitments and wouldn't be home for dinner, so the two headed straight to Zhang Dali's house. Mom, Dad, I'm home. They tossed their backpacks aside and collapsed luxuriously onto the sofa. Chen Shu didn't stand on ceremony, acting as comfortably as if he were in his own home. Our 2 sons are back. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her face warm with kindness. Shui Yuan, Zhang Dali's mother. Aunt Shui, hello. Chen Shu rose politely to greet her. Zhang Dali meanwhile lay sprawled lazily on the sofa. Mom, where's Dad? Where is he? I haven't seen him yet. Old Zhang's in the study shopping online. You two can go take a look. Nah, we'll pass. I wouldn't understand a thing. Zhang Dali shut his eyes tight and melted deeper into the sofa cushions. Chen Shu, however, felt a flicker of curiosity. Both of Zhang Dali's parents were Blackhorn-ranked beast tamers. Whatever they were purchasing must relate to beast taming. Without hesitation, he made his way to the study. Xiao Chen's here. Zhang Feng, a broad-shouldered, imposing figure, looked up from his computer screen and gestured warmly for Chen Shu to sit beside him. Chen Shu took a seat and instantly found himself captivated by what filled the screen. Tian Yuan ginseng, price 3000, Chinese yuan. Rock milk from Yunding Peak, 1 liang, price 5000, Chinese yuan. Grade II gigantification fruit, price 1000, Chinese yuan. Beast core of the Frostwolf sovereign, price 1000, Chinese yuan. Chen Shu swallowed hard. These items commanded staggering prices. He'd mastered high-skill-level knowledge of beast taming materials and recognized common resources, but never imagined their costs would be so astronomical. He'd thought formulating a few doses of strength elixir would make him wealthy, yet now realized such wealth fell woefully short of what a high-tier beast tamer required. Zhang Feng chuckled and explained, Xiao Chun, these items are exclusively used by Blackhorn-ranked beast tamers, hence their premium cost. Below that rank, trainees aren't even permitted access to such resources. Uncle Zhang, what site is this? Curiosity gleamed in Chen Shu's eyes. Every item listed was essential for beast tamers. Exotic materials sourced from other dimensions, each profoundly valuable to him. The Beast Tamers Association website, established nationally to facilitate communication, trade, and collaboration among beast tamers. Zhang Feng added, once you attain Black Iron rank, an official invitation will arrive directly. Chen Shu sighed inwardly. Trainee beast tamers clearly knew far less than he'd assumed. No wonder urban retail stores carried only scarce exotic materials, those catered solely to trainees. Truly rare dimensional materials were almost exclusively sold on the Beast Tamers Association website, affordable only to certified beast tamers utterly out of reach for ordinary people. Chen Shu watched stunned as Zhang Feng spent 1 million Chinese yuan, purchasing materials exclusively for black iron-ranked beast tamers. How exorbitant then would ingredients for silver rank or gold rank beast tamers become? Let's go, Xiao Chun. Zhang Feng stretched languidly, shut down the computer, and noted his purchases would arrive in 2 days. Drawn by the savory aroma wafting from the living room, his appetite surged. All four gathered around the dining table, warmth and laughter filling the air. Xiao Chun, you're taking the beast taming exam tomorrow, right? Aunt Shui asked suddenly. If you get into the special training class, don't let that chance slip away. Aunt Shui, you know about the special training class too? Chen Shu asked. Of course. In fact, your Aunt Shui was a founding member of Nanjiang No. Tu Hai's inaugural special training class. A gentle smile played on Zhang Feng's lips. Students admitted to elite universities almost invariably come from the special training class, Aunt Shui explained. Its abundant resources accelerate your beast taming prowess dramatically. The senior year special training class wasn't unique to Nanjiang No. Tu Hai. It existed in nearly every beast taming academy nationwide, though resource offerings varied by institution. In Chen Shu's prior world, senior year had indeed been a pivotal juncture, offering students a comprehensive academic. Here too it held equal weight. To secure admission into a prestigious beast taming university, families spared no effort, spending everything they owned, even plunging deep into debt, all for their child's future. It's all about luck. I'll do my best, Chen Shu replied. He didn't care much about the senior training class. If he could pass, that would be great, but if not, it was no big deal, as he had the system. Mom and Dad, why aren't you concerned about my grades? Zhang Dali expressed his dissatisfaction nearby. I've already finished my final exams, and you have no expectations at all. Zhang Dali's father Zhang Feng spoke up. You've always been stable in your grades. What is there to ask about? Perhaps you hope to climb up to second to last this time. Well, not really, Zhang Dali admitted. I just wanted you to ask me something. Zhang Feng shook his head and chuckled, saying, Come on, you've never failed to disappoint me in that regard. By the way, Mom and Dad, I'm about to turn 18 and want to live alone to try out the feeling of independence. Huh, you actually have that awareness. Zhang Feng's eyes widened as he scrutinized his son, seemingly unable. Of course, after all, I'm your son. Zhang Dali proudly patted his chest and said, Mom and Dad, I've already packed your luggage. You can take it at any time. For a moment, the dining table fell silent. So living alone meant this. Chen Shu suppressed a laugh. It truly was a grand filial act. This brat is getting too cheeky, isn't he? Zhang Feng commented as a shadow suddenly appeared and bang hit Zhang. Zhang Dali covered his head, looking aggrieved, and said, Dad, how can you use a contracted spirit to hit your son? Only then did Chen Shu see that it was a small monkey about 30 centimeters tall. This is to let you remember your place. Zhang Feng put away the contracted spirit, while Aunt Shui smiled without saying a word. Chen Shu's eyes moved slightly. He had some impression of that black monkey. Most of the biology courses in high school cover fierce beasts from alternate dimensions, but they also document some common human contracted spirits. Zhang Feng is a black iron-level beast tamer, and his contracted spirit has undergone a bloodline evolution. That monkey evolved from a dolly monkey to a violence monkey, raising its potential rating from C to B. Although the potential rating can change after bloodline evolution, the initial rating of a contracted spirit still affects a beast tamer's entire life. Chen Shu's slime is rated F. If it awakens a common evolutionary path, when he becomes a black iron level, the slime's potential rating will rise to E. However, others' contracted spirits will also evolve, which means the gap will always exist. Unless Chen Shu awakens a rare evolutionary path, his potential rating could skyrocket, but that probability is too low. Therefore, it can be said that beast tamers are divided into ranks from the moment they awaken. The importance of talent far exceeds effort. Of course, this excludes those who cheat. The family finished dinner in an atmosphere of fatherly kindness and filial piety. Chen Shu returned to his home, looking forward to the beast taming exam the next day. The next day arrived quickly. Nanjiang No. Tu middle school became quite deserted, with only first and second year beast tamers left, as the other students had already started their summer vacation. Fang Ke walked in and calmly said, Today the beast taming exam is crucial. I hope you all can perform to the best of your abilities. After speaking, he led Class 5 of the beast tamers to the school's beast hall. At that moment, long lines had formed outside the hall, with over 200 students waiting orderly for the exam. Soon the second-year Class 5 entered the hall in an orderly manner. The beast hall was vast, not only featuring a competition arena for beast tamers, but also housing 3 large examination rooms, each designated for different grades. 121 beast tamers from the second year entered the examination hall. The beast taming exam is divided into 5 assessments as per the usual standards. The grade director stepped forward and began to announce the examination rules. First is the potential rating of the candidate's contracted spirits. If there is an error, students can come forward to correct it. When students enroll, the school records their potential ratings, and there should generally be no errors. If there is an error, it can naturally be corrected, but one must share their contracted spirit panel with others. The potential rating displayed cannot be faked. Su Xiaoyu potential rating A. Tang Lai potential rating A. Lin Xingchen potential rating B. There are only 2 Erat contracted spirits in the grade, but Chen Shu's freight spirit is even rarer. He stands alone in that regard. In fact, many students in the ordinary class have freight spirits, but they are self-aware and choose to be ordinary people, not burdening their families. There should be no objections now. The grade director looked down and gathered the list. Now we begin the second assessment, Beast Tamer level. Under the guidance of the homeroom teacher, each class queued up orderly, recording their respective Beast Tamer levels. The assessment of Beast Tamer levels is also very simple, requiring students to share their contracted spirit panel with the teacher, which will display the Beast Tamer level. Su Xiaoyu level 7 Beast Tamer. Tang Lai level 6 Beast Tamer. Lin Xingchen level 6. The results of each student were recorded, and the students of class 1 of the Beast Tamers are indeed the best. Even the weakest among them is a level 5 Beast Tamer. Soon it was class 5's turn, with Xia being the class monitor naturally at the front. Xia being level 6 Beast Tamer. The recording teacher felt surprised, but still read it out. In an instant, many students looked over astonished. So it's Xia Bing, the former top student of class 1 of the Beast Tamers. The students in class 1 understood Xia Bing's achievement seemed surprising, but was actually expected. Only a few could consistently outperform Xia Bing in the grade, and if not for her family's poor circumstances, she wouldn't have chosen to go to class 5. Class 5 consumes few resources, so naturally the tuition is not too high. Now it seems she is definitely going to enter the senior training class. Su Xiaoyu looked towards her former rival. Wang Ming level 4 Beast Tamer. Soon the assessment results of class leader Wang Ming were announced. Wang Ming hung his head, looking defeated. Even at the end of the term, he still hadn't managed to break through fundamentally, making him miss the training class. Li Zixuan level 4 Beast Tamer. Zhang Yue level 3 Beast Tamer. Most students in class 5 are level 3 Beast Tamers. Level 4 Beast Tamers are extremely rare. Soon class 5 finished their assessments. Homeroom teacher Fong Ke's expression remained unchanged. The results were pretty much as he had expected. At least Xia Bing being a level 6 Beast Tamer was a pleasant surprise. Mr. Fong, isn't there still one student in your class? The teacher responsible for recording the results asked while looking at the list. One more. Fong Ke looked towards the class, his heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "Where's Chen Shu? What is going on? How could a person just vanish during the exam?" Fong Ke looked left and right, remembering that he had brought the entire class to the Beast Hall. Just then the gate to the examination venue was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. Director Wu. Fong Ke immediately recognized one of them, the grade director of the first year. "These are your students, right?" Director Wu spoke up. Beside him was Chen Shu from class 5 of the Beastmasters. Director Wu looked helpless and said, "You, a second-year student, came here to show off, didn't you? You just claimed that you weren't targeting anyone, but that everyone here is trash." Director Wu was clearly a bit angry and wanted to give an explanation. "Damn it, can you just calm down?" Fong Ke's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He was worried at such a critical moment. Fong Ke hurriedly stepped forward to bring Chen Shu back, saying, "Director Wu, I'm sorry, he's a student from our class." Director Lu, a second-year instructor, shot Chen Shu a glare and apologized, saying, "Old Wu, the student is just messing around. Be careful being so arrogant at such a young age. Do you want to flatten the dragon's nest in the future? However, with good talent and beast mastery, he should be a student from your class." Director Wu didn't pursue the matter further and turned back to the first-year examination venue. "Good talent." Fong Ke shook his head. He must be out of his mind. He then turned to Chen Shu and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you acting like this at such a critical moment?" Chen Shu himself didn't expect to get off track while following the line and somehow ended up in the first year. No wonder he didn't recognize anyone. All right, the last student stepped forward for the assessment. Director Lu had an unhappy expression. Chen Shu stepped forward to the supervising teacher and shared his contract spirit panel information. Name, personality, potential rating F. Contract host Chen Shu level 5 Beastmaster talent ordinary. Besides the potential rating of the contract spirit and his own information, Chen Shu did not reveal any other information about the slime, especially regarding talents and skills. Chen Shu level 5 Beastmaster. The supervising teacher's expression changed, his tone clearly filled with surprise. This was the first level 5 Beastmaster from class 5. Indeed, good talent. It seems you are the top student of the class. Director Lu took a look at Chen Shu and his expression softened considerably. However, the entire class 5 was wide-eyed, looking completely stunned. If they drooled a bit more, they could directly apply. You are level 5. Fong Ke felt his head spinning. The underachiever of the class was a level 5 Beastmaster. The other students also couldn't believe it. This guy acted so unruly every day, yet was actually hiding his capabilities. At this moment, options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, remain silent and keep a low profile. Completion reward, increased proficiency in strength potion. Option 2, let out a sigh and say, "I just accidentally walked in front of you all." Completion reward, collision skill 1. Option 3, pretend to be confused and say, "How I thought I was a level 1 Beastmaster, how did I suddenly become level 5? Completion reward, level 1 giant fruit. Chen Shu paused for a moment, thought for a while, and chose the second option. The first option didn't specify how much proficiency would be increased. It might still just be at the control level, not reaching the mastery level, so it wasn't very effective. The third option offered a level 1 giant fruit used to concoct basic type-size potions similar to the fruit he purchased from Zhou Xiaoming's shop, so there was no need to choose that. Suddenly, Chen Shu walked to the front of everyone, looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and sighed with a sorrowful expression. I have tried my best to suppress my growth, yet I didn't expect to still surpass you all. I hate that I have no ability, not even to hide my talent. Was this something a carbon-based life form could say? When did Class 5 produce such a talent? Chen Shu pounded his chest and said, Was this something a carbon-based life form could say? When did Class 5 produce such a talent? Chen Shu pounded his chest and said, I solemnly apologize to everyone. I, Chen Shu, am filled with guilt. Enough. Enough. That's enough. Are you speaking human language? Director Liu finally intervened, unable to listen any longer. What does it mean to suppress your talent? If you exert yourself, would you directly head to the Huaxia Academy? Moreover, what was with this sudden apology? Who told you to apologize? You really are something. All eyes from the entire grade were on him, and they couldn't help but think. All right, let's start the next ability test. Director Liu concluded this round of assessment, fearing Chen Shu might say something provocative again. Although Chen Shu's potential rating was F, his Beastmaster level boosted his score considerably. There were fewer than 40 level 5 Beastmasters in the entire grade. Let's begin with the offensive test. Director Liu announced. Several teachers pushed a gigantic yellow sphere forward, and behind the sphere were several wires connected to a large display screen in the distance. According to previous examination rules, each contract spirit had 5 seconds to attack. The internal algorithms of the sphere would compile the attack intensity and ultimately yield a score, which would be the test result for the examinee. Let's begin. Director Liu declared the start. The first to step onto the stage was still Su Xiaoyu. As the top student of the grade, she was the center of attention, with everyone eager to see just how strong this genius was. A crimson bird suddenly appeared, soaring high, and looking down below, the A-level firebird was clearly much stronger than the other contract spirits. Launch the attack. Su Xiaoyu commanded the firebird to attack the yellow sphere. In an instant, red light flickered on its claws as if flames were burning. It was the firebird's only active skill, Fiery Claw. Boom. The claw swung down, suddenly striking the yellow. If an ordinary person were hit, they would either die or be injured, but as an instrument specifically designed to test attack intensity, the yellow sphere was incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding various attribute attacks. The display screen behind continuously flashed, ultimately showing a rating. Attack intensity A. As a level 7 contract spirit, having such terrifying offensive capability was extremely rare. Not bad. Director Liu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval, truly a talent from Huaxia Academy. Following this, various Beastmasters summoned their contract spirits. Roar roar. Jia jia. Woohoo. Yo-ho. Various contract spirits made sounds, making the examination venue exceptionally lively. Attack intensity B. Attack intensity F. One by one, the contracted spirits attacked continuously, but none achieved an A rank. In fact, even the B rank was a rarity. Chen Shu, it's your turn. Feng Ke's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He initially thought the opponent was mediocre, yet they hid their true strength so deeply. Chen Shu stepped forward, summoning his golden slime. Among the contracted spirits, the golden slime was indeed unique, as it was the only one at F rank. It's a pity for a level 5 Beastmaster status. Indeed, even if it were a D rank contracted spirit, it would likely possess decent offensive capabilities. The potential of the golden slime is low and its attributes are equally mediocre. The only commendable trait is its vitality, but this advantage is utterly useless in the exam. Moreover, the slime's attack speed is extremely slow. It could probably launch an attack only once in 5 seconds. Goo, goo. The golden slime bounced around, its big eyes filled with curiosity as it observed the surrounding contracted spirits. Go for it. The yellow flash from Class 2. The slime's eyes widened, feeling incredibly ferocious, but to others it appeared exceedingly cute. From a distance, the slime bore some resemblance to the apparatus, though the slime was significantly smaller. Goob. The slime shook its behind and then charged forward. With the activation of its third-level charge skill, its speed suddenly surged, truly embodying the essence of a yellow flash. Is it going to crash into it? Everyone curiously gazed at the golden slime. However, just 10 meters away from the yellow sphere, the slime suddenly leaped, its size quadrupling in an instant. Another active skill. The crowd exclaimed. The slime had just accelerated, clearly using a skill, and now its size increase was undoubtedly another active skill. With 2 combat skills, it had already surpassed the majority of the students. In reality, the slime's jumping ability also stemmed from a skill, violent sit kill. The 4-meter golden slime resembled a giant poop, its big, but aiming to sit on the yellow sphere. Bang. Both were yellow spheres, looking almost indistinguishable, creating a rather comical scene. Goo, goo. The golden slime opened its big eyes wide, its expression akin to being constipated as it pressed down on the yellow sphere. Its master had commanded it to crush its own kind. A massive dent appeared on the yellow sphere, but ultimately it did not collapse. Not to mention a level 5 Beastmaster, even a level 9 Beastmaster would struggle to destroy it. Goob. The yellow sphere suddenly bounced, sending the golden slime flying straight towards the ceiling. Quick, put it away. Director Liu immediately urged. He wasn't worried about the slime's safety, but was afraid the ceiling of the Beastmaster Pavilion would be damaged. Such a colossal creature's weight was evident to all. With a thought, Chen Shu recalled the golden slime. As long as it was within a certain range, he could summon the contracted spirit at any time, but summoning it back would require some time. Attack Strength B. Ultimately, a rating appeared on the display. The other Beastmasters gasped in astonishment, while Chen Shu was not surprised. If the golden slime didn't even reach AB rank, it wouldn't have been able to severely injure Zheng Nan's Qingyu Eagle. As for a rank, it was undoubtedly unattainable. Only Su Xiaoyu had achieved it throughout the entire grade. She was the only level 7 Beastmaster with an A rank contracted spirit, her combat power far surpassing that of the slime. B rank. It's actually B rank, another prodigy from the third-year training class. Fong Ke's fists clenched slightly, his eyes filled with excitement. Li Yuan truly brought him a genius. In just a month, this person had grown to such an extent. No, it's very possible that Chen Shu has been playing dumb all along. Although he didn't know the reason for this, the individual was indeed Chen Shu. Does doing things require a reason? If Fong Ke could figure this out, he should probably go get checked at the hospital. The students from Beastmaster Class 5 had complex expressions as they looked at this class underachiever. Heavens, this isn't how you play. Cough, cough. Chen Shu coughed lightly and said seriously, no one in this world is a genius. Only through relentless effort can one become strong. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Is this meant to inspire us? Look at me, after a month of hard work, I've only managed to rise from a level 1 to a level 5 Beastmaster. Chen Shu sighed deeply. I hope my efforts are something you will never understand. The entire venue fell. To go from a level 1 to a level 5 Beastmaster in a month. Does that sound like something a person would say? All the Beastmasters present had been diligently training for 2 years, yet most remained at level 3. Why do I feel the urge to beat him up? I can relate, this guy is truly infuriating. Even Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but twitch her mouth, wanting to summon her Firebird. Director Liu hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Alright, continue the exam. Oh, we must finish the Beastmaster subject today. If a chaotic brawl truly broke out, the scene would be unimaginable. At the same time, he cast a deep glance at Chen Shu. After all, it was an F-rank slime that had grasped 2 combat skills. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? The attack strength test concluded quickly, and they moved on to the speed test. Speed not only refers to physical movement, but also includes neural reaction speed. The yellow sphere in the examination hall suddenly morphed, revealing a Gatling gun that slowly rotated at the muzzle, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is this really that high-tech? Chen Shu was taken aback. He had thought that the technology in this world was similar to what he was used to, given that household appliances were merely televisions and refrigerators. But now it seemed there was a significant difference. Let the speed test begin. Director Liu announced. The Gatling gun didn't fire real bullets, but rather dye-covered rubber pellets, so even if the contracted spirit was hit, it wouldn't be harmed. The speed test primarily assessed the contracted spirit's dodging ability and reaction speed. Chen Shu's golden slime once again astonished everyone, not because of its strength, but due to its utter lack of it. Other contracted spirits, even if slow, would at least make a symbolic effort to dodge. However, the golden slime simply fell fast asleep, catching all the pellets raining down like a shower without missing a single one. In a sense, this was a reverse perfect score. Speed rating F rank. Unsurprisingly, Chen Shu earned the word. This made many feel relieved. It seemed the slime was indeed a very specialized contracted spirit. Now Chen Shu had received 2 F ratings, and his overall score would be severely impacted, making it nearly impossible to enter the training class. The speed test concluded swiftly, and they were about to begin the final assessment, testing the defensive capabilities of the contracted spirits. Although Chen Shu had received an F rating, he remained unfazed. The defense assessment would ultimately determine his final score, and besides, he still had academic subjects to boost his score. The examination supervisor, Director Liu, announced from above, defense assessment begins now. In the testing arena, the Gatling gun underwent a transformation. Faint blue light shimmered at its muzzle. Its ammunition was no longer rubber rounds, but had been replaced with specialized projectiles. Su Xiaoyu's Flamebird was once again the first to undergo the assessment. Director Liu cautioned, if your contracted spirit shows signs of inability to withstand the assault, immediately. Yet such a scenario was virtually unheard of. Once a contracted spirit's defense was breached, the assessment would terminate instantly, and the Gatling would cease firing. Su Xiaoyu gave a slight nod while the other students retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Data. The Gatling's barrel began rotating rapidly, emitting surging pulses of azure light. Its imposing presence unmistakable. The Flamebird stood motionless on the ground, eyes gently closed, radiating serene composure. Clearly, this level of assault posed no threat whatsoever. The Gatling's muzzle accelerated further, and the intensity of its projectiles appeared to intensify in tandem. With each escalating tier of difficulty, the Flamebird's expression shifted, from placid calm to solemn gravity, culminating in a sharp, piercing cry as a bullet wound materialized upon its chest. Assessment concluded. Defense rating B. The invigilator declared, recording Su Xiaoyu's result. One by one, other contracted spirits stepped forward to undergo the same defense evaluation. Compared to the prior two assessments, defense scores were generally lower. Aside from Su Xiaoyu, only two others achieved a B rating. Many received merely an E. Student after student advanced. Chen Shu remained last in line until every peer had completed their test, leaving him for the final turn. The golden slime emerged like a glistening orb, eyes tightly shut, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth, clearly lost in deep slumber. Feng Ku said, "Chen Shu, awaken your contracted spirit." This defense assessment carried critical weight. There could be no misstep. Another F rating would undoubtedly seal Chen Shu's academic fate. "No need. Proceed as is," Chen Shu replied, shaking his head in firm refusal. The golden slime possessed the thick shell trait, a passive ability whose effect tripled during sleep, while its innate drowsy trait further augmented its defensive resilience. In essence, the slime was at its absolute hardest while dreaming. "Begin," Director Lu nodded. All other students turned their gaze toward Chen Shu's slime, watching intently. Throughout these final examinations, Chen Shu had undeniably emerged as the dark horse. His offensive output and beast tamer rank both ranked among the top in his grade. In truth, many students had never even heard of Chen Shu's name. A month ago, he'd still been dozing through classes in the standard track. Only recently had he begun dozing through beast taming lectures instead. Data. The Gatling spun anew, its muzzle blazing with radiant blue light. Yet the golden slime remained utterly unmoved. Deafening snores and gunfire wove together into a surreal, dissonant symphony. Ah, what? Stunned silence fell over the crowd. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. The Gatling's intensity steadily climbed, swiftly ascending from the lowest fire to level force. Unlike the flamebird, the golden slime showed no sign of breached defenses. It continued sleeping soundly. Gurgle. Suddenly the slime yawned widely, mouth stretching open. Several bullets even lodged themselves inside its gaping maw. The slime smacked its lips and swallowed them whole. Astonished onlookers stared incredulous. Is this truly the so-called weakest slime? Though classified as a special type contracted spirit, the slime was neither rare nor extraordinary. Among frank contracted spirits, slimes accounted for at least 30%, appearing in myriad hues, not merely gold. How could such a supposedly feeble spirit deliver such an extraordinary performance? A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. For nearly a full minute, the tire barrage failed to pierce the slime's defenses. Could this yield an entire defense rating? Director Lu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. But just as the Gatling prepared to escalate its assault, the golden slime vanished instantaneously. What just happened? All eyes turned sharply toward Chen Shu, bewildered, uncertain. At that moment, a set of options flickered before Chen Shu's vision. Option 1, honestly admit the slime can no longer endure. Reward 5 slime defense. Option 2, maintain mystique through bold posturing. Option 3, march confidently out of the beast taming hall, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Option 2, reward unlock new alchemical formula, defense elixir. Option 3, reward swift elixir. Was there any hesitation required? The first and third options conferred only temporary enhancements, whereas acquiring an alchemical formula promised enduring utility. Chen Shu surveyed the assembled students, gaze unwavering and calm. This is all a tire assault offers. Truly, even an attire strike would surely fail. Teacher, please record the result. This attire trial is beneath my skinking dignity. Speechless, the crowd exchanged glances. This was sheer unadulterated audacity. Yet for the moment, none could truly ascertain whether the slime could withstand attire force. Defense rating B. The invigilator ultimately logged his defense rating. Though identical to Su Xiaoyu's, the instructor would naturally assign Chen Shu a higher defensive score during holistic evaluation. Today's beast taming examination concludes successfully. Final grades will be delivered to your mobile devices. Director Lu addressed the assembly, wishing you all a joyful summer vacation. He cast one final penetrating glance at Chen Shu, his impression of this student now indelible. His contracted spirit defied categorization, its master flouted convention entirely, impossible to forget. Students within the examination hall exuded palpable relief. Perhaps their results fell short of expectations, yet the imminent arrival of summer lent lightness to their spirits. Naturally, most continued animatedly discussing Chen Shu and his slime. Some even approached him directly for guidance. Brother Chen, a girl with a ponytail dashed over. No need for such formality. Just call me uncle. Chen Shu waved. She blinked, momentarily flustered, then asked earnestly, I'd like to know how you trained your contracted spirit to become so formidable. Chen Shu stroked his chin, adopting an air of scholarly gravity. Read widely, stay informed, snack less, and sleep more. Chen Shu, come with me. Feng Ku interjected. Just as Chen Shu prepared to continue his playful evasions, Feng Ku called out sharply. Remember, your contracted spirit must read voraciously. Awaken its intellect. My own slime operates smartphones fluently. The girl stared, utterly bewildered. So the prescription was literacy for contracted spirits. Chen Shu and Fang Ku departed the examination hall heading toward the school's open field. Do you believe you'll secure admission to the elite training program? Fang Ku asked. 1 part effort, 9 parts destiny. I'll know only when results are revealed. Chen Shu crossed his arms behind his head, posture utterly relaxed. Not a trace of pressure weighed upon him. Within a mere month he'd ascended to 5th rank beast tamer status. What heights might he reach within the year? You're remarkably composed. Fang Ku's lips twitched, then sighed. I misjudged you before. I never imagined your talent ran so deep. Talent matters, but it is not paramount. Chen Shu grinned, suddenly lifting his gaze skyward. Oh, you mean diligence? Fang Ku frowned, puzzled. How could it possibly be diligence? It was clearly an overwhelming advantage. Chen Shu smiled enigmatically, saying nothing, then strolled leisurely away from the field. Sunset's golden afterglow stretched his shadow longer still. Fang Ku stood transfixed, as if gazing upon the silhouette of a future grand beast tamer. Chen Shu returned home. To celebrate the successful conclusion of his final exams, his father specially invited Zhang Dallas' family and Fang's parents. The relationship between the 3 families had always been very friendly, but unfortunately Fang Si was far away at Huaxia Academy and could not return to Nanjing City. Time flies. I didn't expect Xiao Chun and Dolly to be entering their senior year soon. Fang Si's father Fang Guowei had dark skin and a simple smile on his face. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile. Yes, it's a pity that these 2 boys do not possess the same talent as Xiao Fang. And class contract spirit has a significant impact on beast masters. I think not necessarily Xiao Chun and Dolly are unlike ordinary people. Even if they cannot become powerful beast masters, they can still excel in other fields. However, Fang Guowei's expression was serious as he rebutted Zhang Feng's viewpoint. Father Chen Ping smiled and said, the younger generation will naturally find their own path, so we shouldn't interfere too much. Despite Fang Si's success, the 3 families did not experience any estrangement or unfamiliarity. It's a pity that Fang Si cannot come back during the summer vacation, otherwise the 3 siblings could gather again. Fang Si cannot come back during the summer vacation. Chen Shu frowned, a look of regret in his eyes. Her beast team has taken on a temporary task in an alternate space, and she's probably unable to return. Fang Guowei explained, thinking that Chen Shu missed Fang Si. Chen Shu sighed. If Fang Si couldn't come back, wasn't my list of enemies made in vain? Dolly, aren't you going to react at all? Chen Shu nudged Zhang Dolly with his arm. Don't rush me, I'm in a ranking match, Zhang Dolly replied, excitedly engrossed in his phone. Chen Shu took a casual glance and was immediately startled, nearly losing control of himself. You're already 0-100. Why aren't you participating in team fights? What are you doing here? Just a few minutes into the game and you've died 10 times. You're either dying or on the path to dying. I suffer from social anxiety and can't join team fights, Zhang Dolly explained. Chen Shu. The 3 families enjoyed a cheerful conversation reminiscing about the past. After a hearty meal and drinks, they each returned home. Uncle Zhou, do you have iron core fruits in the shop? Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at Zhou Xiaoming's shop, eager to refine after unlocking the defensive potion. We have 2 in stock, let me get them for you. Zhou Xiaoming's father came out holding 2 black fruits. However, we currently have no stock of the giant fruits. The main materials sold in Zhou Xiaoming's shop were mostly from Blue Star, with occasional acquisitions from wandering merchants in alternate spaces. The vast majority of beast teams have their own sales channels, such as collaborations with large families or corporations. Many beast masters choose to sell to the authorities, although the prices are not as favorable as other companies. They do receive additional benefits. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Chen Shu nodded, taking the 2 iron core fruits. If you have giant flowers iron core fruits or giant fruits, please set them aside for me. I'm willing to pay a high price. After acquiring the 2 iron core fruits, Chen Shu hurried to the 666 potion company. Chen Shu, you're here. Assistant Xiao Mao asked, sighing internally. It's truly unreasonable for a proud graduate of Beastmaster University to be an assistant to a high school student. Now Xiao Mao is already contemplating writing a book titled, My Days as a Stand-in in the Human World. Chen Shu nodded. With the start of summer vacation, he had made plans early on. In the morning, he would refine potions at the potion company, then sell surplus potions in the afternoon and wander around to trigger system options at night. 10 days passed in a flash. Chen Shu earned nearly 1 million Huaxia coins through potions, a rate of earning that would make countless people envious. Although he earned a lot, Chen Shu's expenses were equally high. Due to the inability to purchase raw materials, he could only opt for the legitimate potions available in the shop. Of course, he didn't buy defensive potions or body-size potions since he could refine them himself. He just needed time to wait for raw materials. Chen Shu spent all of his million Huaxia coins on basic cell potions to enhance the vitality and recovery speed of the golden slime. Although the contract spirit became significantly stronger, his own Huaxia coins were also completely exhausted. Chen Shu initially thought he would spend his summer vacation buying and selling potions. However, early the next morning, Su Xiaoyu's uncle, Zhou Cheng, came in with 3 giant flowers and delivered some bad news. Xiao Chun, these are the last 3 giant flowers left in the company, Zhou Cheng said, gently sighing. Chen Shu immediately replied, no way. Has the company gone under so quickly? Zhou Cheng twitched his lips. You really do say what's on your mind. As an employee of the company, couldn't he hope for a bit of good news? Zhou Cheng sighed. The contract for the giant flowers signed by the company has expired. It will take some time to acquire. Was there no renewal? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Logically, such a large company shouldn't encounter this sort of issue. If the supply of giant potions is cut off, it will definitely impact the company. A new force has signed a contract with that materials company, and they got ahead of us. Zhou Cheng's eyes held a hint of anger. For the potion company, cutting off raw materials is akin to pulling the rug out from under them. Well, does the company have defensive potions or body-size potions? Chen Shu didn't understand these business matters. He just wanted to know if he could still earn from potions. If the 666 potion company couldn't provide giant flowers, his earning plans would fall through. He was just a student with no connections and no alchemist certificate, making it difficult to consistently purchase alternates. Zhou Cheng said awkwardly, these two potions are the company's main products, and we probably won't lack for people. Since they are primary potions, those responsible for their formulation naturally have high salaries. It wouldn't be possible to let a summer worker in, as it would require paying a salary and could upset other potion masters, not to mention that Chen Shu was just a high school student. I will find a new materials company to cooperate with as soon as possible, Zhou Cheng reassured, patting his shoulder. Your salary will not stop. Chen Shu shook his head. My focus is on potions, not salary. Without unexpected windfalls, a small salary couldn't satisfy Chen Shu. Zhou Cheng frankly stated, recently the company's beast team will personally venture into an alternate space, and they should be able to achieve something. Just as he finished speaking, options appeared in Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1, apply to follow the company's beast team into the alternate space for an adventure. Completion reward, exclusive skill book for contract spirits. Option 2, speak up and say, why not go quickly? Hurry up. Completion reward, medium beast power. Is there still a need to consider this? Chen Shu decisively said, Uncle Zhou, can you take me along? Zhou Cheng was taken aback, sizing up Chen Shu before he awkwardly replied, entering the alternate space requires a He currently had not reached the black iron level and couldn't enter the alternate space alone. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, in that case, come to the company. In 3 days, Shao, you will also be going with us. When the time comes, just make sure your contracted spirit takes care of itself. It was clear that he was aware of Chen Shu's endophthalm performance. The golden slime could surpass the defensive capabilities of Shao Ye's Firebird, indicating it had certain merits. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Chen Shu exclaimed joyfully. Although he could no longer configure the powerful dolly flowers, being able to experience the alternate space was still a great opportunity. He used the last 3 dolly flowers and then left with 13 bottles of mid-grade dolly potions. The black market was bustling with people. Chen Shu had become a distinguished level 5 beast master, allowed to come and go freely from the black market. He arrived at his exclusive territory, laid out a blue cloth, and placed the excess potions from his system backpack on it. Xiao Chen back to make money again. Wang Beihow's business today. Chen Shu was leisurely, having no intention of shouting, as his reputation had already been established. The #1 dolly seller in the black market, who doesn't know him? Old Wang sighed, it's tough. If I can't sell them soon, it'll just in time, I can directly eat the Earth Dragon King beast core from the stall. It's a waste utilization. Old Wang ignored Chen Shu's words and leaned over, whispering seriously, Xiao Chen, where do these potions come from? Introduce me to a source, will you? No source, I made them all myself, Chen Shu replied earnestly. Yeah, right. Old Wang rolled his eyes and returned to his stall. Chen Shu sighed. These days no one believes the truth. Boss, I want a bottle of mid-grade dolly potion. While the two were talking, a line had already formed in front of Chen Shu's stall. The mid-grade dolly potion, priced at 8,000 per bottle, was obviously extremely cheap, even affecting the market. Although it couldn't be resold due to lack of a trademark, it was perfectly fine for strengthening one's contracted spirit. Chen Shu grinned, handing the potion to the customer while collecting 8,000 yuan through super credit. Today was another bountiful day. Suddenly a young man in line said, hey lady, can you queue up? Don't you understand the order? A displeased older lady who was about to cut in went back to the end of the line, mumbling, you don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young, what a thing. The young man turned back, snorted, and said to Chen Shu, boss, how many bottles of this potion do you have left? 12 bottles of mid-grade dolly potion, 15 bottles of low-grade dolly potion. Chen Shu's eyes sparkled. Could it be that he was packing up so soon today? Ahem. I'll ask on behalf of the brothers behind me. The young man cleared his throat. Give me a bottle of mid-grade dolly potion. Chen Shu. TCH, what a show-off. The lady mocked. The small line was quickly finished. The lady initially planned to buy 1 bottle each, but the university student in front of her had packed all the remaining potions. Hey young man, are you going to drink all that? The lady anxiously said she was hearing for the first time that the black market sold cheap potions, originally wanting to buy some for her grandson, but didn't expect them to be so popular. What would I drink that for? Of course, it's for my contracted spirit. The university student rolled his eyes and left the black market with the potions. Chen Shu also packed up, feeling cheerful as he prepared to go home. But just then his phone rang. The final exam results are out. Chen Shu looked at his phone with anticipation. Name Chen Shu, Cultural Studies 396, Beast Master Studies 215, total score 611, class rank 2, grade rank 20. Chen Shu grinned. He just happened to be 20th. That was truly heart-stopping. In fact, it was roughly in line with Chen Shu's expectations. His Cultural Studies score was undoubtedly the top in the grade, while his Beast Master score was rather mediocre. Although his defensive capabilities were the best in the grade and his attack power was also outstanding, his Beastmaster level was just average. The most critical issue was the ratings for his contracted spirit's potential and speed tests. 2F ratings would definitely drag down his total score significantly. It was akin to being outstanding in all subjects in the previous world, but only scoring 50 or 60 in English. Even if you were excellent, you couldn't possibly rank high in the grade. Fortunately, Chen Shu's cultural studies score was astonishing. No way to fly out of this flowery world. Suddenly, the new ringtone Chen Shu had set up on his phone rang. The note displayed clearly Fong Jingjing. Chen Shu was taken aback. He didn't expect it to be his homeroom teacher, and without further thought, he picked it up. Hello, Teacher Fong. Chen Shu, you've been accepted into the third-year special training class. Fong Ke's voice trembled, clearly filled with excitement. Chen Shu pouted, saying, Old Fong, stay calm. Wasn't this expected? At this age, how could he not have a little composure? Fong Ke took a deep breath, and then said, Chen Shu, I really misjudged you before. I didn't expect you to be gold-wrapped in. Of course I was just. Huh. What do you mean by gold-wrapped in dung? Chen Shu's smile suddenly froze as he said, What does it mean to be gold-wrapped in dung? Fong Ke said, Don't mind the details. Having a student like you makes me very proud. The school's reward isn't low, right? Chen Shu asked. Of course. Ahem, as a teacher, educating and nurturing students is both duty and mission. Isn't talking about money too vulgar? Chen Shu, can you be a little more fake? The two chatted for a while before Chen Shu took the initiative to hang up the phone. Every day is such a fuss. Besides, when do I have time to chat with you? Chen Shu felt happy and whistled as he left the black market. Although he didn't place too much importance on the third-year special training class, getting in was naturally the best, also proving him. By the way, I almost forgot about the exclusive skill book rewarded by the system. Chen Shu suddenly recalled and took out the skill book from his backpack. With a gentle pat, a golden glow surged from the body of the golden slime, and then it comprehended a new skill. Invincible pressure passive skill creatures pressed by the slime will be unable to use active skills. Note this is ineffective against contract spirits that are one major realm higher. Chen Shu's expression brightened. It was indeed an exclusive skill, clearly in perfect harmony with the golden slime. Although the slime's weight was formidable, the contract spirits pressed down by it could hardly escape, but that was under the condition of not using skills. Even with a simple charging skill, the slime might not be able to hold down its opponent. According to the knowledge Chen Shu possessed, the advantages of skills and talents greatly determined a contract spirit's combat power. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mom, Dad, I've decided to go on a trip to relax. Early in the morning, Chen Shu left his home with a large military backpack. Chen Shu's parents paid no mind, thinking their son was just traveling out of town. If they knew he was heading to another space, they would probably confine him for the entire summer vacation. A level 5 Beastmaster daring to venture into another space isn't that reckless. At the entrance of 666 Pharmaceutical Company, 2 black SUVs were parked nearby. A group of people was waiting at the entrance. I say, bro, suddenly bringing in a burden like this, isn't it just adding to the team? A middle-aged man with a fierce expression spoke discontentedly to Zhou Cheng. He was Zhou Cheng's brother Zhou Shi, the leader of the Beastmaster team and a powerful black iron level Beastmaster. Zhou Cheng replied, It's just an ordinary level alternate space. I believe with your strength you can protect the team, and besides, that kid can take care of himself. I hope so. Zhou Shi shook his head. At that moment, a person wearing sunglasses rode a shared bicycle speed. Chen Shu. Su Xiaoyu waved, her eyes filled with excitement. With Chen Shu joining them, Su Xiaoyu finally had, Is this the kid? Zhou Shi's mouth twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was somewhat unreliable. Chen Shu dismounted gracefully, preparing to park the bike, but soon he got back on and shouted loudly, This isn't a parking spot, wait for me. Everyone. Zhou Shi forced a stiff smile and said, Bro, are you sure he can take? Chen Shu's antics even made Zhou Cheng lose confidence. He hesitated and said, Ahem. Probably should be able to. Before long, Chen Shu came rushing back with his backpack. Since Xiao Chun is here, let's get ready to set off. Zhou Cheng said, This is the leader of the Beastmaster team, Zhou Shi, and also my brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu looked at Zhou Shi and said, Hello, Uncle Zhou. My name is Chen Shu. Zhou Shi shook his head and said, Since you're here, let's depart. The group got into the 2 SUVs parked nearby. Chen Shu seemed incredibly excited in the car, constantly looking around. It's much more comfortable than riding a bike. He leaned back against the seat, feeling utterly at ease. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, Are you thinking of buying a car? With Chen Shu's salary, buying a car for commuting isn't simple. As long as it doesn't involve Beastmasters, the rest of the things aren't considered expensive. Chen Shu said, I'm a bit torn. I haven't decided yet. Not sure what type of car to buy. Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. Chen Shu shook his head and said, Seriously, recently, I got a $5 coupon for Rolls-Royce, which tempted me a bit, but on the other hand, the monthly card discount for shared bicycles also makes me reluctant. Suddenly, the SUV slammed to a halt. The Beastmaster driving had an expression like he was constipated, thinking, Is this what you're really worried about? Uncle Wang, Chen Shu is just humorous. He's not abnormal. Probably not. Su Xiaoyu explained with great uncertainty. Let's hope it's not too outrageous. Wang Yi shook his head, silently praying. By the way, Xiaoyu, do you eat biscuits? Chen Shu suddenly took out a bag of biscuits from his backpack. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand, saying, No thanks, I'm not hungry right now. What about chocolate? No thanks. Potato chips? No. Instant noodles? Watching Chen Shu take out various snacks from his backpack, the other three in the car were utterly stunned. Are you really going on an adventure in another space? How about we play a game of landlord to relax? Chen Shu obliviously took out a deck of playing cards from his backpack. Ahem, Xiao Chen, let me interrupt for a moment. The other beast master in the passenger seat spoke up. Don't you have anything important with you? Of course I do. I specially brought a pair of slippers. Old Deng, my head is aching. Wang Yi pulled one hand out to rub his temple. The passenger Old Deng looked over with resentment, as if to say, do you think I'm not in pain? Chen Shu shook his head, feeling that the things he worked hard to bring were being rejected. He looked out the window, munching on various snacks, not at all resembling a beast master preparing for an adventure in it. The SUV drove towards the outskirts of the city, with the closest alternate space to Nanjing City being the Qingyuan Forest, which is an ordinary level alternate space. Based on the strength of the ferocious beasts within the alternate space, the state has categorized them into ordinary, dangerous nightmare destruction and the highest level disaster. The geographical location of Qingyuan Forest is between Nanjing City and Daxing City, and the Beastmaster teams from various nearby cities often enter to hunt. 5 hours later, Chen Shu and his group had left Nanjing City and arrived in a small town. This place, or named Qingyuan Town, has been established for nearly 50 years specifically for Qingyuan Forest. Every appearance of an alternate space brings both crisis and opportunity, attracting countless merchants, powerful beastmasters, large enterprises, and beastmaster families, all eager for a piece of the pie. Stop right there. At the entrance of the town, several sturdy soldiers in military uniforms immediately stopped the identification. Zhou Shi took out his ID card and handed it to the soldier. The soldier scanned the ID with a nearby device and then returned it to Zhou Cheng. The others were similarly not spared. Even Chen Shu's ID was scanned. Eventually, the group was allowed to enter Qing. At the same time, both SUVs parked outside the town area and were not allowed to enter. Chen Shu whispered, Xiaoyu, the security here is really strict. It's making me a bit nervous. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and replied, when do you ever feel nervous? This is the closest to the other dimension, Qingyuan Town. Su Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and said cautiously, you must not cause any trouble. These soldiers have the authority to kill. As the region most valued by the nation, no one is allowed to disrupt the rules of the other dimension. Chen Shu nodded and gazed at the buildings of the town. Unlike the city, the buildings in the town are extremely retro, even described as simple and dilapidated, as if merely meant to provide shelter. Most of them are storefronts appearing rather unremarkable, yet those who can establish shops in Qingyuan Town are undoubtedly top-tier forces within the country. The 666 Medicine Company has spent countless resources, but still failed to obtain a storefront's operating rights in the town. Many beast tamers have profited in the other dimension, but materials are first partially bought by the government and then purchased by the town's shops, resulting in very few resources reaching the market. Let's stay at a hotel for the night and head to Qingyuan Forest tomorrow morning. As the leader Zhou Shi made the decision, and the group arrived at a small hotel in the town. Although the town's facilities are simple, the foot traffic is quite high. Everyone is hurried, exuding a more rugged vibe compared to the residents of the city. Zhou Shi asked Xiao Chun, is it okay for you to sleep with others? Sleep together? Chen Shu was taken aback and then nodded, absolutely no problem. After checking in, everyone realized that hotels in Qingyuan Town are in high demand and expensive, making it unnecessary for everyone to have a separate room. After placing their luggage, they left the hotel. It was now 3 p.m, and they all felt quite hungry except for this fellow had been eating non-stop along the way. The group then arrived at a restaurant. Zhou Shi looked at the menu and confidently ordered several signature dishes. Boss, 1 portion of braised ice hare, steamed spirit tail, fish, crispy, fried 4-winged locust. What are those? Chen Shu looked confused and then asked in shock, are the ingredients here sourced from fierce beasts? Old Deng explained, of course, the town is close to Qingyuan Forest, so the ingredients from fierce beasts are not expensive and are considered a local specialty. In the other dimension, the most precious items are naturally various herbs, ores, etc. While special parts from fierce beasts also hold great value, and the meat of fierce beasts generally isn't worth much. Only beast tamers with minimal gains choose to bring back beast meat, as it is hard to preserve and is sold to the town's restaurants. Oh, isn't this the famous beast tamer, Zhou Shi? Suddenly, as the group entered the restaurant, they were met by a tall man in black. His gaze was fierce, clearly not a good person, and the others also exuded hostility. It was evident that the two beast tamers had a feud. In the other dimension, without legal constraints, one can fully unleash the power of their contract spirits, leading to inevitable conflicts over resources. Zhou Shi shook the tea in his hand and sneered, Huang Weasel, haven't you been beaten enough last time? Still not convinced? That mutated ice hare has significantly boosted my beast taming power. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei glared furiously, and his companions were also filled with anger, escalating the tension in the air. Zhou Shi wore a mocking expression filled with provocation and said, what? You want to fight? Hurry and back off. Don't hold back. You're asking for death. In an instant, a young man's anger surged, wanting to Xiaosu come back. Huang Wei, as the leader, reprimanded, though even with great anger inside, he could only restrain. This is Qingyuan Town. If you dare to cause trouble, the soldiers have the right to execute you on the spot. No matter how strong a beast tamer is, they cannot violate the law. Going against the army is akin to courting death. Huang Wei glared at the group fiercely before finding a table to sit. At this moment, options reappeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, summon a golden slime and directly engage. Completion reward promotion to Black Iron level Beast Tamer. Extra reward 1 international flight ticket. Option 2, quietly focus on eating. Completion reward increase the food intake of the contract spirit by 5. Option 3, show Huang Wei and others some colors. Completion reward increase the defense of the slime by 10. Chen Shu was startled and instinctively wanted to choose the first option. Directly advancing from a level 5 Beast Tamer to Black Iron level is a qualitative leap. Not only can he awaken a second contract spirit, but it would also allow the golden slime to undergo a bloodline evolution. If he becomes a Black Iron level Beast Tamer, the Huaxia Academy would immediately process his enrollment. There is a vast chasm between a level 9 Beast Tamer and a Black Iron level 1, and very few can break through before entering university. However, the system's extra reward doused his enthusiasm with cold water. An international flight ticket clearly indicated that he should prepare to flee. The cost of becoming a Black Iron level Beast Tamer seemed too steep. Chen Shu whispered, "Uncle Zhou, what would happen if I used my contract spirit to blow them up right now?" Zhou Shi's body shook tightly, gripping Chen Shu's hand, saying, "Bro, my dear bro, don't act impulsively." Old Deng seriously explained, "We would be sentenced, and you would become a pixelated blot on tomorrow's news channel." Chen Shu twitched his mouth, directly implying it would end in a bloody mess, avoiding the euphemistic wording. It seemed the first option could be immediately dismissed. As for the second option, the reward is too meager. Currently, he is merely an intern Beast Tamer, and the level of his contract spirit is not high. The energy in the beastkeeping space can only keep the slime alive. Only by becoming a Black Iron level Beast Tamer would the contract spirits begin to care about the quality of their food. However, the third option would clearly lead to conflict, and even without summoning the contract spirit, a fight would likely break out, attracting soldiers. He certainly didn't want his life to become increasingly difficult. Chen Shu's eyes turned, seemingly coming up with an idea. He whispered, "Uncle Zhou, I'm going to show them some colors." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu pulled something dangerous from his pocket and stood up, heading towards Huang Wei's table. This isn't good." Zhou Shi wanted to stop him quickly, but it was too late, and he could only watch Chen Shu approach the other table. Huang Wei squinted, saying, "Kid, what do you want?" The others also had unfriendly expressions, exuding immense pressure. Chen Shu, however, wore a smiling face, saying, "I'm here to show you all some colors." Bang! Huang Wei slammed his right hand on the table angrily, saying, "Humph. Arrogant little brat. I want to see." The others also got up, all wearing provocative faces, yet none took the initiative to strike. The first person to attack would likely be deemed guilty of instigating a crime. "I knew it. You truly are a source of worry." Zhou Shi shook his head, preparing to bring Chen Shu back. But the next moment, Zhou Shi's eyes widened, staring blankly at Chen Shu. The others were equally dumbfounded, feeling their minds go blank. Chen Shu held up a stack of cards and said to Huang Wei, "Here, take a look, this is red." Then he took out various cards. "This is yellow. And what color is this?" "That's right, this is green." The crowd, Zhou Shi and his companions, were completely astonished. He really gave them something to see. Huang Wei took a deep breath, feeling a rush of blood to his head. He then shouted angrily, "Kid, do you want to die? How dare a student mock their Beast Tamer team?" Huang Wei took a deep breath, feeling a rush of blood to his head. He then shouted angrily, "Kid, do you want to die? How dare a student mock their boss? Let's have some signature dishes." Just then, 2 soldiers arrived at the restaurant. Huang Wei and the others' anger was instantly suppressed, and they dared not act. Chen Shu placed the cards on the table and said, "It seems you all can now accurately recognize colors. These cards are a gift for you. Practice with them at home when you have time." "Damn it," Huang Wei said politely. Chen Shu returned to Zhou Shi's side, and at the same time the defense of the golden slime increased by another 10. The system instructed him to show the others what he could do, and he meticulously complied, fully meeting the requirements. The system was silent. "Xiao Chen, you really aren't afraid of offending Huang Wei, are you?" Watching Chen Shu enjoy his meal, Zhou Shi looked speechless. After all, the other party was also the leader of a Beast Tamer team and a Black Iron level Beast Tamer. "This guy seems a bit reckless." "It's fine, I usually don't leave the city," Chen Shu said with satisfaction, surprised that the meat of the fierce beast was even tastier than he had imagined. As for Huang Wei, he was not worried at all. As long as he didn't venture into the other world, even a Black Iron level Beast Tamer would not be able to do anything to him. The key point was that the other party did not recognize him and would only target Zhou Shi's Beast Tamer team. Huang Wei's team had just returned from the other world. They wouldn't enter again for him. Did they think tickets were free? This kid Zhou Shi shook his head, not wanting to think too much. Although there had been a conflict with Huang Wei and others, both sides had grievances, and he truly did not care. The group had their fill of food and drink and continued to stroll around Qingyuan town. That must be the entrance to the Qingyuan forest, right? They arrived at the back of the small town, easily spotting a large building, standing tall, surrounded by soldiers patrolling with real firearms. Behind the building was enveloped in white mist, making it difficult to see what was real. It was now close to dusk, and such dense fog should not be present. Zhou Shi nodded and said, "All right, well, go over early tomorrow morning." Just then a group of people appeared from the white mist, all dressed in camouflage uniforms, stained with faint blood, looking utterly exhausted. Yet there was excitement on everyone's faces. A mutated Qingjing snake, the highest bidder wins. The leading man shouted, instantly energizing the surrounding vendors. I bid 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. Soon the price of the Qingjing snake skyrocketed, ultimately being purchased by a vendor for 800,000. Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Can a basic-level fierce beast sell for such a high price? The Qingjing snake's strength was at most equivalent to a level 9 contract spirit and was extremely common in the Qingyuan forest, so it shouldn't sell for that much. Fierce beasts are classified not only by strength, but also by bloodline levels, Zhou Shi explained. Bloodline levels are divided into ordinary, mutated, lord, and king. The bloodline level is essentially equivalent to the potential rating of contract spirits. A contract spirit of the same level rated S is certainly on a different tier than one rated F, except for Chen Shu's golden slime. Zhou Shi continued, an ordinary Qingjing snake is naturally not worth much, but a mutated one is different. Not only can its gallbladder enhance beast taming strength, but its eyes have a chance of allowing contract spirits to comprehend the skill-keen sight. Of course, the probability is terrifyingly low, but wealthy individuals are willing to spend high prices just to take a chance. Su Xiaoyu looked enlightened. As the top student in her grade for the final exam, she had successfully obtained a comprehension pill, which could give contract spirits a chance to comprehend skills or talents during a breakthrough, and this probability was also extremely low. The value of the comprehension pill is also several hundred thousand, and it is often hard to find in the market. Anything related to skills or talents is often driven up to sky-high prices. This is also why Chen Shu slime, which has 2 active skills, is considered by the grade director to have saved the galaxy in a past life. Let alone lords and kings, even mutated fierce beasts are hard to come by. Old Deng shook his head and said, let's go back. Hopefully this adventure will bring good luck. Everyone nodded, leaving the place and returning to the hotel. At night, boom, boom, boom. Chen Shu lay on the bed looking distressed while Uncle Wang, who drove during the day, snored thunderously from the adjacent bed, a cacophony of sounds. I should have just slept alone, Chen Shu muttered. He had tormented the other during the day, and now the roles had reversed at night. This is unbearable. Chen Shu splashed cold water on himself to wake up and gazed at the quiet night town, feeling a sudden urge to leave. At night, the hotel became exceedingly quiet, with only the front desk attendant engrossed in a suspense drama. Let's go take a stroll around the town. During the day, the group had not finished exploring the town. As soon as Chen Shu left the hotel, he unexpectedly saw a couple embracing on the street. The boy said tenderly, Xiaofeng, did you know? I've always liked you. The girl, blushing, hid in the boy's embrace. Not. Chen Shu happened to pass by and asked, what about when you weren't erect? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu sprinted away, his movement graceful and decisive. What the hell? The boy felt as if 10,000 llamas were galloping in his heart. How can I still like you when I'm not erect? The originally romantic atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a certain obnoxious brat. Chen Shu whistled, enjoying the night breeze, feeling completely relaxed, finally escaping the thunderstorm in his room. Even at night, the streets of the town still had people walking back and forth. Chen Shu walked until he arrived in front of the building was 9 stories tall, exceptionally impressive, contrasting sharply with the surrounding low buildings. This is the Beast Tamer Association, a place specifically providing services for beast tamers, including information sales, otherworld maps, fierce beast manuals, task halls, and more. A staff member approached with a smile, saying, Sir, I am pleased to serve you. You are too early to be pleased. Chen Shu replied. The staff member stumbled, almost falling. Sir, you are really humorous. He forced a stiff. It seemed he had encountered another troublesome customer. May I ask what you need, sir? The Beast Tamer Association can serve you. Not at the moment, I'm just browsing. Chen Shu shook his head, wanting to look around alone, and the staff member wisely left. It was nighttime, and there weren't many people at the Beast Tamer Association. Chen Shu arrived at the task hall on the 3rd floor, where a giant display screen hung from the ceiling, showcasing various tasks. Task name: collecting Qingji grass. Task difficulty: normal. Task content: you need to collect no less than 10 gene of Qingji grass, with the only requirement being freshness, and the picking time must not exceed 10 days. Qingji grass is a common plant found in the Qingyuan forest, suitable as a staple food for certain contracted spirits. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance the wood and fire attributes within the body. However, it must be fresh Qingji grass, otherwise the internal fire attribute will significantly diminish, rendering it less effective for contracted spirits. Chen Shu continued to read the other tasks. Task name: hunt the ironback bear. Task difficulty: dangerous. Task content: the employer wishes to hunt a black iron level mutated ironback bear in the Qingyuan forest and needs to find a beastmaster to accompany them. Task requirements: black iron level beastmaster, priority for those with experience in alternate dimensions. Task name: capture the Qingjing snake. Task name: retrieve the lost underwear. Task name: hunt the ice wild rabbit lord. Chen Shu couldn't help but scoff. How could someone even lose their underwear? It felt absurd. Moreover, who would specifically issue such a task? Could it be made of pure gold? Now everyone in the world knows you lost your underwear in the Qingyuan forest. Just as he was complaining, a selection option unexpectedly appeared before him. Indeed, a pleasant surprise. It was worth it for him to loiter around the street in the middle of the night. Option 1: accept any normal level task. Completion reward: medium beastmaster power. Option 2. Accept the task to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Completion reward skill enlarge increases by 1. If completed, receive an additional reward title. Lord Slayer effect damage dealt by contracted spirits to Lord level beasts increases by 5. Chen Shu was slightly taken aback. Are they joking? Asking me to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. The bloodline of the Ice Wild Rabbit is not particularly strong. This species only has lords at its peak, with no kings, indicating its mediocrity. However, even if it is weak, it is not something a mere 5th level beastmaster like Chen Shu can contend with. Yet the reward of increasing the enlarge skill by 1 is simply too tempting. As a core skill for slimes, an increase in enlarge means a corresponding rise in the damage of other skills, as size is the main attribute of a slime. With a quick thought, he realized there might still be room for maneuvering. Chen Shu looked at the staff in the task hall and asked, "May I ask what happens if the task is not completed?" "Hello, sir. Accepting tasks requires a deposit. If you fail, the deposit will be deducted." "How much is the deposit for the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord task?" "This task." Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he looked at the staff's odd expression, repeatedly telling himself, "This is not disdain, this is not disdain. This task is issued by the military and no deposit is required. As long as you can successfully hunt, you can receive the reward." "Oh," Chen Shu said, "so it's free." "Yes, sir." Chen Shu waved his hand dramatically. "Are there any other free tasks?" "I want them all." "Free tasks? Bring them on." The staff looked utterly speechless. Was he casting a wide net to catch foolish fish? "Sorry, there is currently only this one free task." Chen Shu shook his head in disappointment and accepted the task to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. The staff handed him the detailed task information, and Chen Shu left the Beastmaster Association with a satisfied expression. At the same time, the enlarge skill of the golden slime successfully increased by 1. Enlarge temporarily increases its size by 6 times, with a moderate decrease in speed. Although the increase in size becomes greater, the side effects also amplify. The slime's speed is inherently slow, and upon activating enlarge, its speed is as slow as a snail. However, with the 3rd level charge to back him up, the problem is not too significant for now. Chen Shu studied the task information continuously. Task name: Hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Task difficulty: Extremely dangerous. Task content: Recently an Ice Wild Rabbit Lord has appeared in the Qingyuan forest, frequently commanding a group of ice wild rabbits to harass the spirit guarding army base, leading to the release of this hunting task. There are no prerequisites for accepting this task. Task reward: 50 points of Huaxia credits. Task challenges: 1. The whereabouts of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord are difficult to trace, and no definite clues are currently available. 2. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord is immensely powerful, requiring at least a black iron level beastmaster to contend with. 3. It can command the Ice Wild Rabbit population, and if surrounded, there is a high possibility of total annihilation. Beastmasters are advised to gauge their capabilities. Task hint: The Ice Wild Rabbit is a severe neat freak, and its habitat is likely in a clean and comfortable environment. Chen Shu took a quick glance at the task information and promptly dismissed it from his mind. Not to mention that finding it would require immense luck. Even if he did find it, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Dealing with a lone Ice Wild Rabbit Lord would require a black iron level beastmaster, and being a lord, it would be impossible for it to act alone. Wasn't that absurd? If surrounded by a group of Ice Wild Rabbits, that would truly be game over. Chen Shu had already abandoned the thought of completing it and began to wander around Qingyuan town. In the middle of the night, he yawned, feeling drowsy, and returned to the hotel. "Oh, you're still watching the show?" Chen Shu saw that the front desk attendant was still engrossed in the drama. The attendant nodded. "No need to watch anymore. The murderer is this guy." As soon as Chen Shu finished speaking, he dashed upstairs at an absurd speed. The attendant looked bewildered and after a while realized, damn. Spoiler alert. Listening to the angry shouts below, Chen Shu contentedly returned to his room. Another global mystery added: how did Chen Shu grow up this big? Boom, boom, boom. The snoring in the room was still incredibly loud, as if a thunder-type beast was exerting its power inside. "Watch me not suffocate you." Chen Shu turned and placed Old Deng's stinky socks on his nose. Old Deng frowned, and his snoring immediately quieted down. These socks actually have a suppressive effect. Chen Shu hadn't expected that. Finally, I can have a good night's sleep. He comfortably lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. "Damn, who put socks on my nose?" Old Deng shouted loudly, waking up. "Dengo, what's wrong?" Chen Shu rubbed his eyes. Although he hadn't slept long, it was enough for him. Thinking about the adventure in the Qingyuan forest, he felt incredibly excited. "Was it you, kid?" Old Deng glared. "I had a nightmare all night, dreaming that I was sealed in a jar of pickles and stinky tofu. That sour and stinky smell." "Huh." Chen Shu chuckled, not expecting the other party to have such a dream. "I don't know, I just heard you talking in your sleep last night, saying something like you were hungry and wanted to eat stinky tofu, and then it seemed like you took something yourself." Bang. Just as the two were chatting, a knock sounded from outside the door. Zhou voice came. "Get up, it's time to set off." The two quickly finished packing and left the room. Chen Shu carried a large military backpack, dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, with a slight smile that made him look incredibly sunny. But who would have thought this guy was so abnormal? The receptionist shot Chen Shu a resentful glance, clearly still troubled by last night's events. The others looked at Chen Shu with strange smiles, evidently misunderstanding something. Shall you keep your distance from him in the future? Zhou Shi said. Chen Shu scratched his head confused, thinking, I was just acting in a play, why are you all so wary of me? The group left the hotel, and after a simple breakfast headed towards the back of the town. Halt! Just as they arrived in front of the building at the edge of the town, they were intercepted by soldiers. Zhou Shi clearly understood the rules and took out his ID card. The soldier scanned his ID card with a nearby device, and a synthesized electronic voice soon announced, Zhou Shi, Black Iron 1-star Beastmaster, leader of the 666 Beastmaster team. Chen Shu couldn't hold back his laughter. He never expected the team to be called the 666 Beastmaster team, and the electronic voice made it all the more hilarious. Zhou Shi twitched his mouth, then took out a bank card to deduct everyone's entrance fees. The alternate space was an important resource controlled by the state, so naturally Beastmasters could not enter for free. Whether for exploring the alternate space or guarding it, substantial costs were required. The group successfully reached the front of the building, but did not enter. Instead, they moved towards the thick fog behind the building. This was the entrance to the Qingyuan forest. Soldiers frequently patrolled the thick fog, instilling a sense of solemnity. Finally, Chen Shu saw a faint white light in the fog, seemingly from another realm. The group stepped inside. Soft sunlight streamed in, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of flowers, making one feel refreshed. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted, and they became much more alert. Is this a farmstay? Chen Shu looked around, his expression turning curious. What caught the eye were rows of wooden houses, and beneath their feet lay soft grassy soil, making it seem as if they had entered a small village. In addition, several birds of prey were seen patrolling the skies, their fierce gazes scanning the ground. Around them, soldiers in military uniforms moved about, accompanied by formidable contracted spirits, remaining vigilant against any potential crisis. Zhenling. Chen Shu's gaze was drawn to the armband on the soldier's right arm, which prominently displayed the words Zhenling. This is the Zhenling army responsible for guarding the alternate space. Remember, do not act recklessly here, Zhou Shi said, mainly directing his words at Chen Shu. If you dare to break the rules, it's certain that something unexpected will happen. The group left the small village and encountered numerous contracted spirits along the way, with Zhenling soldiers resting inside the wooden houses. Though the small village appeared unremarkable, many Beastmasters were hidden within, and even Black Iron level Beastmasters could frequently be found. Although there were no defensive structures, it still provided an immense sense of security. Chen Shu curiously asked, Uncle Zhou, why isn't there a Gatling gun blazing with blue light here? Zhou Shi glanced at him and replied, modern technology in the alternate space is significantly weakened, and not effective. Beastmasters are the primary combat force here. Oh, Chen Shu nodded in understanding. No wonder Beastmasters had become the backbone of society. Their existence was closely tied to humanity's survival. If a fierce beast were to invade, it would spell disaster for Blue Star. The group left the Zhenling army base. In their view, towering ancient trees loomed in the distance, each at least several dozen meters tall. Surrounding the group were only massive tree stumps, indicating that the trees had been cleared by the Zhenling army. Zhou Shi and the others were tense, their expressions showing extreme vigilance, and they summoned their respective contracted spirits. Zhou Shi's contracted spirit was a large black wolf over 4 meters long with sharp fangs that projected a striking intimidation. As a Black Iron level beast master, he naturally had 2 contracted spirits, but he didn't summon the other one. The remaining members of the Beastmaster team also summoned their contracted spirits. A black crow took to the sky early, constantly scouting the surroundings. Others included a giant lizard-like ironback beast, a beautifully stunning blue-tailed butterfly, and a low-flying flame bird. Though Qingyuan Forest was classified as an ordinary level alternate space, it was still fraught with danger. Even an ordinary ice wild rabbit could easily kill a person. Experienced Beastmasters would release their contracted spirits early to ensure safety. Is the atmosphere this tense? Seeing everyone on high alert, Chen Shu couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest, and quietly pulled out a bag of chips. Stop eating. Summon your contracted spirit. Zhou Shi turned back, looking exasperated. Really, how can you be so calm? It's not the time to be eating chips. Chen Shu replied. Uncle Zhou, my contracted spirit has defects. Old Deng said. As long as it can be effective, don't worry about the defects. Oh. Chen Shu nodded in agreement, and a one-dimensional golden slime appeared out of nowhere. Hoo. The slime's eyes were tightly closed, its mouth slightly opened, and drool occasionally dripped out. Wake it up quickly. Chen Shu focused his thoughts and roused the slime from its slumber. The slime opened its eyes slightly, looking bewildered. Goo. It looked confused, wondering if there were enemies nearby. Let's go, the area has been cleared by the Zhenling army, so no fierce beast should appear. Zhou Shi took the lead and officially set off towards the Qingyuan forest. As the team advanced, Zhou Shi realized the slime's defects. This guy was just too slow. It barely kept up with the others, but before long it would start to doze off. Xiao Chen, are you serious about this contracted spirit? Zhou Shi sighed. Forget it, just put it away. Chen Shu obediently returned the slime to the Beastmaster space. Old Deng rubbed his forehead and said, shall you just have your flame bird protect the 2 of you? I leave the rest of the fight. The team's pace quickly returned to normal. Although it was a forest, there was a clearly marked main path. The Qingyuan forest had appeared 50 years ago, and countless Beastmaster teams had explored it, with so many people having walked through a path had naturally formed. As everyone moved forward, the surrounding trees grew dense, and warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves. Occasionally the sound of insects could be heard, and the air was refreshingly clean, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful comic. Our team's mission mainly consists of 2 parts: capturing 3 live Qingjing snakes and gathering level 2 iron core fruits. Zhou Shi remained vigilant of his surroundings while speaking. The mission to capture the Qingjing snakes was issued by a laboratory in Nanjing City aimed at conducting live experiments. The level 2 iron core fruits were what the company wanted to attempt to refine into a black iron level defensive potion. Besides completing these 2 tasks, the rest is to try to collect rare materials or hunt mutated fierce beasts. A group of people walked along the main road for 2 hours, and the surroundings remained extraordinarily peaceful with no signs of danger. Now, everyone focus your attention. Zhou Shi led the team down an unknown path off the main road where the weeds grew thick, causing everyone to become. After another half hour of travel, Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu were in the middle of the group. He crossed his arms behind his head, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Huh, Uncle Zhou, that branch is moving. Chen Shu suddenly spotted a branch above him, slowly wriggling. Experienced Zhou Shi immediately reacted and shouted, "A branch. Moving. Be careful." Chen Shu's eyes widened as he saw the branch suddenly transform into a large snake bearing its fangs and lunging at him. The snake was nearly 2 meters long, looking fierce and emanating a strong foul odor. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the snake's originally menacing eyes widened as if about to explode. Suddenly, a massive creature over 6 meters long appeared, pinning the fierce snake down. What the hell is this? The fierce snake was filled with indignation, thinking it would feast today, but unexpectedly, a giant pile of dung fell from the sky. The crowd was taken aback as a sleeping slime appeared out of nowhere. Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he reacted quickly. This beast with nearly 1,000 pounds of weight can hiss. Although the fierce snake was in excruciating pain, it still launched a counterattack, stretching its head to bite Chen Shu's calf. Hey, can't reach me, can't reach me. Chen Shu strategically jumped back, just out of the snake's attack range. And back, Chen Shu took a step forward, tempting the fierce snake. Can't reach again. And back again. Watching Chen Shu bounce around, the crowd was perplexed, wondering what kind of person he was. Hiss. At that moment, the humiliated fierce snake finally let out a desperate hiss and ultimately died. It was just a 5th-level disguised snake. What sins did it commit in its past life? Zhou Shi sighed, and then the black wolf beside him opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Although Chen Shu's behavior was quite despicable, one could not deny his quick reflexes. The slime's combat power was also impressive, but he was still quite despicable. The group continued on walking for another hour. Su Xiaoyu looked somewhat fatigued. After all, she was just a girl, and her physical stamina couldn't compare to the other. Fortunately, the Firebird had a certain capacity to carry passengers, though it would affect its combat power, but it didn't really need it for battle. Just as Xiaoyu was about to hop onto the Firebird, Chen Shu suddenly said with concern, "Xiaoyu, let me help you with your backpack." "No need." Su Xiaoyu shook her head, indicating her refusal. "It's fine, I have some news for you. I've entered the senior year training class as well, so I'll be classmates from now on." Chen Shu patted his chest and directly took Xiaoyu's backpack, then smoothly sat on the Firebird. The Firebird looked resentful, as if to say, "You have ulterior motives. You got into the training class." "Huh." Su Xiaoyu's mouth opened slightly, her face full of surprise. "Of course I got in without even trying," Chen Shu said with a smile, patting the Firebird's warm back. "Little fire, we can take off now." At this moment, Su Xiaoyu finally realized how this guy had managed to sneak onto the bird unnoticed. The Firebird's size was not large, but it was just enough to seat 2 people. "Let's go." Zhou Shi sighed, already accustomed to Chen Shu's unconventional ways. Now that Chen Shu had already taken a seat, it was impossible to get this shameless person off. "Uncle Zhou, is your backpack heavy? I can help carry it." Chen Shu waved his hand, feeling completely relaxed. Hiss. The Firebird suddenly opened its mouth, and its body temperature rose significantly. "What do you mean by carrying it? In the end, I'm still the one bearing the weight, right? Don't get excited, don't get excited." Chen Shu patted the bird's back, trying to soothe it. "Whoa." He looked up in shock, his gaze fixed ahead. "There's a powerful flower." Everyone's expressions changed, and they looked in that direction. Over 300 meters away, 3 powerful flowers swayed in the wind, appearing extremely tempting. "You have a keen eye?" Old Deng was surprised by Chen Shu's sharp vision. "Silence." Zhou Shi's face turned serious. Any place with rare herbs or minerals is usually guarded by fierce beasts. Old Deng let the ironback beast scout ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The ironback beast, resembling a giant lizard, trotted towards the powerful flowers. Just as it was about to get close, huge ice balls suddenly appeared. From the bushes behind the powerful flowers, several wild rabbits, each about a meter tall, emerged. Their eyes were blue, and they continuously spat out large ice balls. The ironback beast's already slow speed nearly came to a halt, unable to move. But the reason it was called the ironback beast was because of its incredible defense on its back, which not only mitigated physical attacks, but also had considerable elemental resistance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 9 ice rabbits appeared, constantly spitting ice balls, keeping the ironback beast immobilized. Without assistance, this ironback beast would surely be worn down. Go! Zhou Shi called out softly, and the black giant wolf beside him suddenly kicked off its hind legs and charged forward at high speed. Chen Shu sat on the firebird, his gaze fixed on the black wolf. With knowledge of beast mastery from high school, he immediately recognized the black wolf as a clever Shredclaw wolf evolved from a level claw wolf. The black iron level Shredclaw wolf was capable of easily killing the ice rabbits ahead, as the strongest ice rabbit was only an 8th level fierce beast. Sure enough, the Shredclaw wolf let out a roar, and a deep black light suddenly appeared on its 2 front claws. This was its innate skill, rending claw. The ice rabbits sensed the black iron level aura, and their blue eyes were filled with panic, but it was too late to escape. 2 ice rabbits were instantly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Oh! Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim at this sight, but she forced herself to keep watching. It was her first time in a different space, and although she was already a 7th level beast master, she had never killed a fierce beast. Seeing this scene, she naturally felt a bit unaccustomed, but she forced herself to adapt. A beast master who couldn't fight was a waste of resources. Su Xiaoyu glanced over, wanting to see Chen Shu's expression since they were peers. But to her surprise, Chen Shu swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "Is cumin better? Or is spicy better?" Su Xiaoyu tapped her forehead. How absurd, to expect Chen Shu to feel fear. What on earth was she thinking? Roar! A claw-tier wolf let out a guttural snarl and instantly slaughtered 3 ice wild hares. As the remaining 5 ice wild hares attempted to flee, eerie luminescence surged around the wolf's body, its speed exploding upward in a single terrifying surge. Clearly another combat skill. Hiss hiss. Not one of the 5 escaped. Their bodies fell lifeless, motionless, utterly extinguished. Bloodlust gleamed in the claw-tier wolf's eyes as its maw gaped wide, poised to devour. Big black dog, spare the hares. Chen Shu rose abruptly and bellowed the sheer force of his voice, making the wolf recoil mid-lunge. Without hesitation, he leapt from the back of the flamebird, clutching a urea sack, and under the wolf's aggrieved glare gathered the hare carcasses into it. What kind of person is this? Stealing prey from a wolf. And I killed them, mind you. The wolf seethed inwardly, yet bound by Zhou Shi's command could only watch helplessly, saliva glistening with bitter envy. Xiao Chun, ordinary grade ice wild hares hold no real value, Zhou Shi interjected, sighing. Even sold to restaurants in Qingyun town, they'd fetch barely a few hundred coins apiece. Chen Shu replied with solemn sincerity, I know, but aren't you all hungry right now? And with that he unzipped his field pack and withdrew an array of iron rods and collapsible brackets, a fully assembled portable barbecue grill. Wait, hold on. Zhou Shi's lips twitched, his thoughts stalled, frozen mid-circuit. Brother, this is the Qingyuan forest, not a campsite. It's daytime, Zhou Shi said firmly. Our operational window is narrow. As if savoring the memory of tender hare meat, he swallowed hard and added, even if we're starving, we wait until nightfall. Chen Shu's face fell. He folded the grill away. Yet each ice wild hare measured nearly a meter long. His urea sack held only 2. Without immediate processing, carrying them would be impossible. Here, take a few, big black dog. He tossed 5 carcasses to the claw-tier wolf, the remaining 4 he placed atop the iron-backed beast's broad spine. The whole party felt a pang of hunger, and none raised objection. With the claw-tier wolf handling frontline combat, the others played mostly supportive roles, primarily honing coordination. After all, they belonged to the same beast-taming squad, destined to confront far fiercer beasts in the future. Once the wolf had devoured its share, contentment softened its gaze, even as it remained vigilant, scanning the perimeter. Zhou Shi approached a cluster of mighty blossoms, preparing to harvest them. Let me, I'll do it. Chen Shu dashed over, brandishing an exquisitely crafted silver trowel. According to the textbook, mighty blossoms must be harvested with silver tools, or their medicinal potency degrades. Zhou Shi blinked, then chuckled. Well, you've mastered materials science, haven't you? Chen Shu dug, carefully murmuring naturally. A cultural study score of 396 speaks for itself. You? 396. Spare me. Do you take your uncle for illiterate? Zhou Shi scoffed. Even top-tier students rarely cracked 380. The final exam questions were simply inhuman. Believe it or not, Chen Shu retorted unfazed, then unearthed 3 mighty blossoms with practiced ease, placing them neatly into his pack. Zhou Shi stared dumbfounded. Smooth. Too smooth. This is clearly habitual. Sensing the look, Chen Shu added, I know how to preserve them. For now, I'll keep them safe. Zhou Shi shook his head and turned to the group. Rest here for a while. Then pulling out a small cobalt vial, he sprayed mist indiscriminately into the air. An uncanny aroma bloomed, erasing the lingering scent of blood in an instant. Uncle Zhou, your air freshener is legendary. Truly indispensable for highway robbery, or arson and murder. Chen Shu's eyes sparkled with awe. Zhou Shi remained silent, thinking you're the air freshener. After replenishing energy and restoring stamina, the team resumed their journey half an hour later. But having advanced barely a kilometer, the black crows overhead erupted in shrill, panicked cries. Chief, danger! Steel Fong rat swarm ahead. One beast tamer paled, terror flooding his eyes. Zhou Shi's expression hardened. He roared, ascend, now. In that instant, every contracted spirit vanished, retracted into their spirit realms. Even the claw-tier wolf dissolved into light. A massive gray eagle materialized, radiating the unmistakable aura of a black iron tier spirit. Clearly Zhou Shi's second contracted companion. Xiao Yu, push the flamebird to its highest altitude. Zhou Shi commanded, directing his team onto the eagle's back. Wings flaring, the eagle bore 6 riders, straining visibly, yet still lifting them skyward. Su Xiaoyu issued quiet commands to her flamebird as well. The flamebird, moments earlier skimming low, beat its wings once, crimson light shimmering across its feathers, and surged upward, leveling with the treetops at 30 meters. That was its secondary ability, Wing Surge, a brief but potent boost to aerial mobility. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with the group's ascent, the ground trembled faintly. Leaves rained down like ash, and lethal peril descended without warning. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shrill, piercing shrieks tore through the air, carrying an invisible current that set teeth on edge and prickled scalps. The tremors intensified, as though a colossal beast trampled the earth beneath them. Chen Shu clutched 2 ice wild hairs, tightly peering forward through the falling foliage. His eyes widened, round as bronze bells, and he gasped aloud. Heavens above, the mole rats have awaked. A giant mouse approximately 3 feet long and covered in a yellow-brown hue appeared, surging forth like a tidal wave. The massive tree was struck with a loud crash, causing the ground to tremble violently. Its mouth revealed 2 sharp fangs that glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. In the forefront of the mouse-tide, 2 middle-aged men were fleeing in panic, their eyes filled with despair. Su Xiaoyu's face showed reluctance as she looked towards her uncle Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi, however, merely shook his head coldly and made a gesture for silence. Chen Shu also remained silent, tightly clutching onto 2 ice hairs to prevent them from falling. To ensure a successful takeoff, he had already given up 2 others, and he could not let go of these 2 easily. No. One of the middle-aged men faltered for a moment and was instantly devoured by the steel-toothed mouse, turning into a pool of blood with no remains left. The other man seized the opportunity to climb up a large tree, thinking he could catch his breath temporarily, but the next scene made his heart drop. Below the tree was a circle of steel-toothed mice, their mouths opened wide as they began to gnaw madly at the wood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It sounded as if a chainsaw was relentlessly slicing through the tree, which soon began to sway precariously. Xiaoyu, leave. Zhou Shi's keen eyes noticed that the great tree was likely to fall and crush the firebird, prompting him to shout urgently. Boom. The tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the firebird narrowly avoided being struck. However, Zhou Shi's voice revealed their location. Is someone there? Help me. The middle-aged man cried out in desperation, clutching the branch and shouting to the sky. Yet there was no response. The middle-aged man, filled with rage and resentment, shouted, Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Suddenly a green worm appeared, ferociously bouncing towards Zhou Shi. As an experienced beastmaster, Zhou Shi was naturally prepared and dodged in advance. No. The man's expression was filled with despair as he fell into the horde of steel-toothed mice. The outcome was predictable. His body was devoured entirely, leaving only a golden fruit behind. A giant steel-toothed mouse approached, its fierce gaze fixated on the fruit, which it clutched tightly, while letting out a roar full of provocation. A Lord-level steel-toothed mouse. Zhou Shi's expression changed with shock. He hadn't expected to encounter a Lord-level beast on the very first day, yet he had no other thoughts. As long as the 8 of them dared to land, the steel-toothed mice would dare to devour them all. Ultimately, the leader of the steel-toothed mice let out a roar, and the massive tide of mice quickly retreated, vanishing from sight. A black raven appeared, surveying the surroundings. After confirming the mouse tide had dispersed, the 8 of them returned. Su Xiaoyu's expression grew somewhat grim as she asked, Uncle, why did that happen just now? Zhou Shi replied sternly, You saw it, he wanted to drag us down with him. Old Deng, who was nearby, sighed, saying, The Blue Star is different from the other space. There are strict laws and powerful enforcement agencies there, but here is a lawless land. Even if one is killed, no one would know. I hope you don't become a villain, but also don't be a good person. Instead, learn to be an observer. Zhou Shi looked deeply at Su Xiaoyu and advised. Beside them, Chen Shu clenched his fists, unable to hold back. Damn it. Looking at Chen Shu's appearance, Zhou Shi shook his head and said, Xiao Chun, life and death are fated. My 2 ice hairs were eaten up by that group of groundhogs. Chen Shu said with a heartbroken expression. Zhou Shi's words of comfort instantly silenced, as expected of you. Moreover, what on earth are groundhogs? Can't you stop giving beast names random nicknames? Let's go. Whether it's good luck or bad luck, we unexpectedly encountered a Lord-level creature on the first day. If it were an unknown fight, Zhou Shi could contend against a Lord of the same level with his 2 black iron-level contracted spirits, but there were simply too many of the opponent's minions. 1 clawed wolf could not possibly feed so many steel-toothed mice. To avoid encountering another mouse tide, the group changed direction. Night quietly fell with stars dotting the clear. Even at night, the Qingyuan forest remained as beautiful as a paradise, but unfortunately the occasional roars of beasts echoed around. With a crackle, Chen Shu set up a simple barbecue rack, piercing 2 giant ice hairs with iron rods. The campfire blazed, releasing a layer of fragrant grease that not only soaked the ice hairs, but also made them crispy. Salt, cumin, and pepper were sprinkled all over, and as the flames danced, it emitted an enticing, sizzling sound. When the aroma spread, the previous driver Old Wong gulped down hard. Xiaochen, Uncle Wong was wrong, or what you brought was not useless. The group, wearing heat-proof gloves, quickly moved forward to dismember the ice hares. As the tender meat entered their mouths, smiles appeared at the corners of everyone's lips. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Chen Shu conquered the entire Beast Master team, albeit through the medium of food. Too bad there are no sauces or wine. Chen Shu shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. In the other space, everyone could only eat compressed food, ensuring survival was paramount. Who would have thought to bring a bunch of spices and a barbecue rack? The two giant ice hares were quickly devoured by the 8, and even Su Xiaoyu patted her belly, looking satisfied. After dinner, the 666 Beastmaster team arranged for night watch, and both Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu were no exceptions. Bringing them here was not for enjoyment, but to familiarize them with the survival rules of the other space. Zhou Shi took out a packet of yellow powder and sprinkled it around the group. This was the feces of a silver-level lord beast worth several thousand, just for a small bag, effectively deterring lower-tier beasts. The clawed wolf was also not recalled, but lay crouched by the campfire, its eyes narrowed in vigilance against the crises that could appear at any moment. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, the group set off again. Chen Shu, holding a military backpack, dutifully sat on the back of the Firebird, provoking another round of discontented screeches. As they ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest, encounters with ferocious beasts increased. The clawed wolf displayed its might, annihilating all ferocious beasts that dared to approach. The group successfully captured 3 azurite snakes, sealing them in special bags and stuffing them into their backpacks. They headed deeper into the Qingyuan forest, attempting to find the second-level iron core fruit. However, even on the 6th day, they still hadn't found it, but they had collected medicinal materials worth over 200,000 huaxia coins. The entrance fee for the Qingyuan forest was 30,000 huaxia coins per person, and they had nearly recouped their costs. Uncle Zhou over there. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up while sitting on the Firebird. In the distance, on a giant tree, colorful flags were planted reading the words Spirit Town. It's a supply point, and Zhou Shi also looked to the side. We don't need supplies now, but let's head forward. Since the supply point was ahead, there would naturally be no medicinal materials or ferocious beasts in the vicinity, prompting the group to change direction again. The next day, just as the group arrived at a fork in the road, Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze as before him appeared another option. Option 1: head left to challenge a black iron-grade ferocious beast. Completion reward golden slime, strength 5. Option 2: head right to gather a grade 2 iron core fruit. Completion reward golden slime, defense 10. Option 3: move straight ahead to explore Qingyuan forest. Completion reward moderate increase to beast power. How thoughtful. This is plainly a satellite map, isn't it? Captain, which way now? A beast tamer asked, glancing in different directions with obvious hesitation. Zhou Shi was about to decide when Chen Shu interrupted. Uncle Zhou, wait. Let me divine, Chen Shu said with feigned solemnity. Then he produced a box of playing cards. Zhou Shi raised an eyebrow and widened his eyes. You can really divine. A little. Chen Shu said, earnestly drew a card and flung it forward, sending it toward the right. The divination says go right. The group fell into stunned silence. They had expected genuine divination, but found nothing but bluff. You must be out of your mind, someone muttered. Then go right, we don't really know either way. As Captain Zhou Shi made a blunt decision, the party marched to the right, and boss, I think we chose wrong. There are even fewer ferocious beasts this way. They had encountered no ferocious beasts along the way, but where things are abnormal, danger often lurks. In an instant, a black shadow slid into view and a streak of red flashed past. No one had time to react. Even the Renclaw wolf lagged a beat behind. Watch out, Lao Deng. Zhou Shi's eyes widened as a wild boar with 2 dreadful blood tusks charged toward Lao Deng. If a ferocious beast hits someone, the outcome is seldom good. As the red tusks were about to pierce Lao Deng, a yellow figure descended from the sky. Have you ever heard of a technique of descending from the sky? Chen Shu's reflexes were razor-sharp, far quicker than the golden slime asleep landed with its broad posterior pressing down on the back of the blood-tusked boar. The boar convulsed and with raw force hurled the slime away. A powerful kick and its tusks punctured the slime. The golden slime whimpered with tearful, wronged eyes. It seemed to plead inwardly, I only wanted to sleep. Why must I suffer this? Return. Chen Shu recalled the golden slime. Though wounded, its vitality was tenacious and it could recover inside the beast's space. The blood-tusk boar was ready to continue its rampage when the black Renclaw wolf leapt forward. 2 black iron-grade creatures faced each other, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Good job, Xiaochun, Zhou Shi said to Chen Shu, letting out a breath of relief. That beast was treacherous. Lao Deng almost met disaster. There is a saying in other realms, you never know whether opportunity or death will come first. The boar's hind hooves trembled, then it surged forward. The Renclaw wolf would not be outdone. A dark sheen ran along its claws. With a thunderous clash, the 2 black iron-grade beasts met and recoiled, seemingly evenly matched. A mutated grade bloodtusk boar. Boars normally rank around levels 8 to 9, yet this one is black iron-grade. Its bloodline clearly altered. Not a lord, but undeniably mutated. Zhou Shi thought for a moment and summoned another contracted spirit. The windwing hawk ascended, eyes razor-sharp, exuding a black iron-grade aura. The arrival of the two black iron-grade beings did not make the boar flee. Instead, it grew wilder. In an instant, its eyes glazed with a bloody hue and its ferocity spiked. This was its innate talent, berserk. The Renclaw wolf bristled with a shadowy radiance, and its speed leaped. They collided with a violent impact. The boar's tusks ripped two great holes in the wolf's head, blood gushing down. But the wolf's claws had also torn into the boar. Both suffered grievous wounds. Both black iron-grade creatures favored offense over defense, so their duel was merciless. It was a matter of dominance and of life and death. The wolf's eyes dimmed with weakness while the boar grew more savage. Pain only honed its strength. If the fight continued, the wolf would surely lose. But above them, the windwing hawk circled. Seizing the moment, it let out a fierce cry and struck with its talons. An invisible wind blade sliced through the air and grievously wounded the boar. The wind blade, the windwing hawk's innate talent. The two contracted spirits cooperated, driving the boar to the brink and instantly turning the tide. The boar's eyes burned with murderous light as its tusks flashed a deep crimson. Xiao Yuan used psychic shock. Zhou Shi shouted. The black crow in the sky emitted a shrill, piercing cry. A momentary haze crossed the boar's eyes, and in that instant its fate was sealed. The Renclaw wolf and windwing hawk closed in and finished it. Had the boar managed to trigger its skill fully, casualties were likely. I didn't expect to encounter a mutated grade bloodtusk boar, Zhou Shi muttered. Zhou Shi exhaled, then produced a green pill and tossed it to the Renclaw wolf to hasten the healing of its wounds. The Renclaw wolf was recalled to the beast's space, while the windwing hawk hovered low, guarding the group. Mutated grade beasts do not appear without reason. There must be herbs, or here. Thoughtfulness showed in Zhou Shi's eyes. As the seasoned captain, he trusted the most basic instincts of judgment. The windwing hawk soon discovered the prize. Behind a large tree grew a green plant bearing several fruits. A grade 2 iron core fruit. Zhou Shi's expression brightened at their unexpected luck. Chen Shu, you are our team's lucky star. Your guess actually paid off. Apart from the topmost fruit being grade 2, the other 3 were grade 1. One last day of exploration, Zhou Shi made the decision. The team had completed 2 tasks and harvested hundreds of thousands of herbs. With the boar's carcass, their haul was considerable. Shall we disassemble the boar and take the valuable parts? A crew member with a close-cropped haircut produced a sharp boning knife and deftly cut out the boar's important tissues. The most valuable was the boar's heart meat. If a contracted spirit consumed it, there was a tiny chance of awakening the innate talent berserk, an extremely prized combat skill. Also inside the boar was a red sphere humans call a beast pearl. Swallowing it can rapidly increase a tamer's. The vast majority of mutated grade or higher ferocious beasts carry a beast pearl within them. The human-made beast orb is produced by analyzing the components of a beast pearl, but compared to a true beast pearl, it must be refined by a beast tamer before it can be converted into personal beast power. The party cleared the battlefield and pressed deeper into the heart of Qingyuan Forest. Xiao Chun, I old Deng, owe you a life. Old Deng suddenly leaned closer, speaking earnestly. If it weren't for Chen Shu summoning the slime at a critical moment, he would undoubtedly be a corpse now. Is this a big deal for me? Of course not, it's just a simple task. With me around, is there really any problem? Certainly. Listening to Chen Shu's self-questioning and answering, old Deng felt it was strange, but he recognized Chen Shu in his heart. Although the other person seemed a bit off, he could still step up when it mattered. Suddenly, the wind-wing eagle in the sky let out a soft cry, and an invisible blade of wind descended instantly, slaying a green-eyed snake perched on a tree above everyone. The power of the skill was evident. Along the way, with the protection of the wind-wing eagle, no further crises appeared. However, the group also failed to collect any medicinal herbs from the alternate space. We'll stay here for the night and head back tomorrow morning. Although there's a high chance of getting rich in the Qingyuan Forest, it's best not to stay too long, or they might encounter some extremely terrifying creatures. Chen Shu's mouth watered as he took out the meat of the blood-toothed wild boar and set up his barbecue rack. Today we are. Chen Shu spoke, his gaze fixed on the giant tree overhead. Everyone looked up and saw a huge beehive hanging there. Zhou Shi frowned, ordering the wind-wing eagle to scout it out, ultimately discovering that it only contained slightly larger bees, which couldn't even be considered fierce beasts. The contracted spirits moved swiftly to take down the beehive, resulting in the complete demise of the bees inside. Today we'll make honey-glazed wild boar meat. Soon everyone could smell the mouth-watering aroma, their eyes instantly lighting up with anticipation. A full 20+ pounds of wild boar meat was devoured by everyone, leaving them savoring the taste. I say, Xiaoqin, you might as well go read at the Beast Tamer Culinary University. You'd definitely be better off than being a beast. Nowadays there are all sorts of bizarre professions, and beast tamer chefs specialize in cooking various fierce beast meats. Long-term consumption can even enhance the attributes of contracted spirits, making it a respectable and high-end profession in society. Chen Shu curled his lips, saying, No way you're burying the future of a legendary beast tamer. Besides, my best buddy Zhang Dali is much better at cooking than I am. He indeed learned from Zhang Dali, who excelled in culinary skills and even won first place in the Nanjing chef competition. After chatting for a while, everyone began to feel sleepy. Zhou Shi spoke up, Get some rest early. The night watch order remains unchanged. Everyone returned to their tents, leaving only Chen Shu and Old Deng by the campfire. The night was silent. Chen Shu lay beside the campfire gazing at the clear night sky, his eyes deep, as if pondering the meaning of life. The honey-glazed wild boar meat might have been a bit overdone. A mistake. Old Deng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Xiaoqin, you should only be 17 this year, right? What's that? Are you envious of my youth? Chen Shu said with a blade of grass in his mouth. Old Deng chuckled and suddenly said, she's about the same age as my daughter. You wouldn't be trying to introduce your daughter to me, would you? That's a huge taboo on the battlefield. Why do you look like you're at a loss? I just wanted you guys of the same age to interact a bit. With that, Old Deng pulled out a phone and opened a photo. Chen Shu glanced out of the corner of his eye, stood up, and said, Old Deng, we must act with conscience. You're repaying kindness with malice, aren't you? Old Deng's face darkened. Did you smear your mouth with something, kid? What do you mean by repaying kindness with malice? The most critical part is you say your daughter is about the same age as me. That's going too far. Chen Shu also looked speechless, seeing a little girl in the photo wearing a red scarf holding a certificate that read Nanjing City North Primary School. Are you really taking me for a fool? Cough, cough. She's about to enter middle school. You're in high school, and she's in the first year of middle school. Aren't we all in the same school then? Come on. Chen Shu looked utterly speechless. You are really her biological father. Just as he was chatting idly with Old Deng, an option suddenly appeared in front of Chen Shu. Option 1, roll 5 meters to the right to dodge the attack. Reward contracted spirit speed increased by 5. Option 2, trust in your iron head skill and use it to withstand the attack from the earthquake bear. Reward beast tamer level increased by 1. His expression froze as if in doubt, but in the next second he reacted. Chen Shu suddenly kicked, sending Old Deng flying several meters, using the recoil to roll away himself. A terrifying giant paw struck where Chen Shu had just been. Roar! A bear blending into the night let out a roar filled with a fierce aura. Help! The Black Bear King is here to steal the cassock. Chen Shu shouted at the top of his lungs. The few who had just fallen asleep instantly woke up and rushed out of their tents. A sharp cry echoed as the Wind-Wing Eagle reacted as well, delivering a wind blade that severely injured the Earthquake Bear, plunging it into a near-death state. Although the Earthquake Bear was nearly 3 meters tall and looked terrifying, it was only a level 9 fierce beast. Xiaoqin, Old Deng, are you alright? Zhou Shi approached, asking with concern. Chen Shu and Old Deng shook their heads, signaling that they were fine. But just then Chen Shu's expression changed. Roar! With the help of the campfire and moonlight, everyone could vaguely see the surrounding shadows of black bears which had surrounded them. Zhou Shi shouted, enter battle mode. Everyone summoned their contracted spirits, and a great battle was about to. Clearly we spread the dung of the Beast Lord, so how could we attract so many earthquake bears? Chen Shu suddenly thought of something, licking his lips as if reminiscing, and said, perhaps it's, we stole some honey. It makes sense. The crowd immediately understood, but there was no time to ponder as the earth-shaking bears charged in with a mighty roar. The Wind-Wing Eagle swung its sharp claws, unleashing a wind blade that severely injured one of the earth-shaking bears. However, instead of intimidating the others, it only incited their fury as they roared and charged forward. The Wind-Wing Eagle's wind blade has a cooldown period and cannot be released continuously. In an instant, the remaining earth-shaking bears closed the distance. With a roar resembling that of a giant lizard, the ironback beast charged at an earth-shaking bear, easily blocking its attack due to its robust defense. At the same time, the firebird emitted a shrill cry, its claws glimmering with red light as it tore at the earth-shaking bear, temporarily stalling one due to its aerial advantage. The other contracted spirits also displayed their might. Although they couldn't achieve victory, they were at least able to hold back the offensive of the earth-shaking bears. Now they just needed to wait for the Wind-Wing Eagle's skill to cool down to secure victory. Chen Shu slime was previously injured and could not be summoned for the time being. The Wind-Wing Eagle let out a sharp cry and clawed at an earth-shaking bear, its claws flashing with a chilling light, instantly tearing into the bear's back. Though it lacked the wind blade, its attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary ferocious beast. Roar! The earth-shaking bear, realizing the danger, changed its attack strategy. Suddenly, 7 earth-shaking bears slammed their paws down onto the ground, activating their innate skill, Earth Wave. The once calm earth began to tremble eerily. Although the tremors were slight, they caused everyone's balance to falter. Taking advantage of the ironback beast's unsteady stance, one earth-shaking bear charged directly into the crowd, targeting Zhou Shi. Clearly, the ferocious beast was aware that the beast master was particularly vulnerable. You reckless beast. Zhou Shi's expression turned cold, his body slightly hunched as he struggled to maintain his balance on the trembling ground. As the massive paw of the earth-shaking bear came crashing down, the black-clawed wolf appeared in an instant. Despite being injured, it still possessed the ability to crush. With claws shimmering with ghostly light, it tore apart the earth-shaking bear's head, blood splattering everywhere. Shall you be careful? Zhou Shi exclaimed in alarm, suddenly noticing another earth-shaking bear silently approaching. Though the firebird was merely a level 7 contracted spirit, its potential rating was A, and since the earth-shaking bears feared flames, it naturally regarded Su Xiaoyu as a target for hunting. However, before that earth-shaking bear could launch its attack, it was suddenly knocked aside by a yellow poop that appeared out of nowhere. Goop. The golden slime opened its large eyes and suddenly leaped into the air, activating its skill violent sit kill. Crush this beast for me. The earth-shaking bear was not particularly fast and was quickly pinned down by the slime. However, the next moment the bear's fierce gaze revealed its immense strength as it surprisingly lifted the slime. The coffin board. Cough. The black bear spirit can't hold it anymore. Chen Shu's expression was resolute as he recalled the slime back to the Beastmaster space. It couldn't sustain any more injuries. Though he didn't subdue it completely, he had at least delayed it considerably. The black-clawed wolf rushed forward decisively, swiftly killing the earth-shaking bear. Since Zhou Shi had summoned the black-clawed wolf, he wouldn't recall it anytime soon, so he resolved to finish the battle quickly. With the combined force of two black iron-level contracted spirits, they easily annihilated all the earth-shaking bears. Chen Shu looked on enviously. Black iron-level beast masters were truly formidable. The crowd quickly cleared the battlefield to avoid attracting more ferocious beasts. The attacking earth-shaking bears were all of ordinary level and not very valuable. Only the bear paws could be sold to local restaurants, but they were inconvenient to carry and were consumed by the contracted spirits on the spot. Let's rest, Zhou Shi said as he saw everything was handled, instructing Lao Deng and Chen Shu to return to the tent to rest while he began the night watch with Su Xiaoyu. The night passed peacefully. The battle that erupted last night had made Chen Shu aware of the dangers of the alternate space. We set off for home today. Zhou Shi spoke. This time they had gained significantly, mainly by hunting a mutated level bloodfawn wild boar. They were deep within the Qingyuan forest, and the return journey would take several days. Naturally, the group would not return along the same route, otherwise they would end up with nothing. Fortunately, they did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way, and even the wind-wing eagle in the sky appeared bored. Suddenly, Zhou Shi raised his right hand, signaling the group to stop. Had they encountered ferocious beasts? Chen Shu focused his gaze and saw a Beastmaster team approaching. The wind-wing eagle in the sky vigilantly watched the opposing contracted spirits, emanating the aura of a black iron-level beast. The leader of the opposing Beastmaster team was a refined young man, probably in his 30s. He calmly glanced at the wind-wing eagle and smiled, nodding at Zhou Shi. Neither Beastmaster team exchanged words or approached each other. They maintained a safe distance and passed by. The atmosphere felt rather eerie. Only after the other party had walked far did the group appear to breathe a sigh of relief. If you encounter other Beastmaster teams in the alternate space, the best course of action is to ignore them, avoid confrontation, and keep your distance, Zhou Shi said to Chen Shu, who was on the Firebird. On the third day, Zhou Shi recalled the wind-wing eagle back to the Beastmaster space and summoned the black-clawed wolf. The black-clawed wolf was his first contracted spirit, the one that had been with him the longest and had the highest obedience. Although obedience might seem unimportant, it could indirectly influence the combat strength of the contracted spirit. If a contracted spirit has low obedience, it might take 1 or 2 seconds to release a skill upon your command. Don't underestimate those 1 or 2 seconds. They could determine the outcome of a battle. It's like in Beastmaster Glory, where others operate smoothly without delay. If you take 10 seconds to cast a skill, isn't that just a joke? The Black Crow surveyed for enemies from above, while the Black-clawed wolf handled the main combat. They had not encountered any significant crises along the way. Is the journey in the Qingyuan forest about to end? Chen Shu couldn't help but think that although it had only been about 10 days, he had gained a lot of experience. Unfortunately, his contracted spirit was not strong enough, at most comparable to a level 7 ferocious beast, making him feel less involved. At night, everyone still rested as usual. Based on their journey, they would return to the town spirit army base in no more than 3 days. Chen Shu, Lao Deng, you two keep watch, team leader Zhou Shi said as he returned to the tent with the other teammates. Chen Shu lay bored in front of the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. Xiao Chen, to be honest. No, Lao Deng, don't say it. Chen Shu rubbed his head, feeling as if it was akin to though I am an extraordinary talent and have a solid background, there's no need to flatter me like this. Hey Lao Deng, has your Beastmaster team ever hunted a Lord-level creature? Chen Shu suddenly recalled the mission he had taken to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Are you kidding me? Lao Deng's mouth twitched as he shook his head. The weakest Lord-level creatures are all Black Iron level. Based on the team composition, at least 3 Black Iron Beastmasters, meaning 6 Black Iron contracted spirits, would be needed to have a chance at hunting one. Is it really that strong? Chen Shu asked in confusion. You saw the rat tide that day, Lao Deng replied. If we had dared to charge in that day, we would have definitely faced an accident. Over 100 steel-toothed rats activating their innate skill, sharp teeth, would be enough to devour the black-clawed wolf. Don't be fooled by how strong Black Iron contracted spirits are. They can't withstand the sheer number of enemies. So a team with 3 Black Iron Beastmasters could hunt a Lord-level creature. Chen Shu pondered. Of course not. Lao Deng shook his head again. With 3 Black Iron Beastmasters, they'd head directly to the dangerous level alternate space for adventure. Why stay here? Why? The value of Lord-level ferocious beasts is at least over 1 million. Are Black Iron Beastmasters really that proud? You fool, the probability of encountering a Lord creature is so low. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well make a few trips to dangerous level alternate spaces. You might end up earning a fortune. Chen Shu looked speechless. No wonder there were no entry requirements for hunting Lord-level ferocious beasts. It was so difficult to accomplish. Beastmaster teams capable of hunting Black Iron Lords wouldn't come to the Qingyuan forest, and those that did come lacked the ability to hunt. Isn't this a blatant paradox? I'm about to burst. Do I need to take a leak? Chen Shu yawned and walked toward the distant bushes. Just as he was about to relieve himself, an option appeared before him. Option 1: urinate right beside the bushes. Reward: obtain the title Nature's Good Friend. Effect: increases the urgency to urinate when near bushes. Option 2: stand on a large tree to urinate. Reward: increases the dominant skill of contracted spirits. What the hell is this ridiculous option? Chen Shu had a bewildered expression, wondering if even going to the bathroom could trigger options. Moreover, what kind of title is the reward for the first option with the effect of increasing the urge to urinate? Chen Shu looked around and chose a nearby large tree. He didn't even want the title from the first option, even if it was given to him for free. As for the second option, it could enhance the Golden Slime's bull-like skill. The bull-like skill is indeed a powerful ability, but unfortunately, it can only immunize against control effects from creatures of the same rank. Chen Shu usually fought above his level and momentarily overlooked this combat skill. If he could raise his level, it would surely have significant effects. With agility reminiscent of a monkey, Chen Shu swiftly climbed up the adjacent large tree. As the night breeze brushed by and the moonlight shone brightly, Chen Shu felt a wave of comfort and decisively began to relieve himself. The sound of water flowing. "Oh, this feels good." Chen Shu breathed a long sigh, realizing that relieving himself from a height had a unique charm. The bull-like skill has been enhanced. Duration increased. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Shu's mouth as he prepared to leave the tree, but suddenly looked down and froze in shock. He saw two dazzling blue lights flickering, appearing extremely eerie in the darkness. "Oh, what is this?" His pupils constricted as an ice ball rapidly magnified in his field of vision. Adrenaline surged through Chen Shu, and he felt his mind sharpen as he tilted backward, narrowly avoiding the ice ball. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, the golden slime appeared beneath him, cushioning his fall. A strange cry sounded as the large tree crashed down, and a gigantic black rabbit, several meters tall, appeared. Those two blue lights were its eyes. "Oh no, I've really encountered a lord." Chen Shu's voice shattered the night's silence, startling birds hundreds of meters away. "What is happening?" All members of the 666 Beastmaster group woke up. The word Lord echoed in their minds like thunder. For the Beastmaster group, a Lord could potentially wipe out the entire team. Roar! In an instant, a claw wolf charged towards them, but did not attack easily. Its eyes were filled with seriousness and even a hint of fear. A Lord-level creature has a potential rating at least equivalent to an rank contract spirit, while the claw wolf is only crank, meaning it would almost certainly perish in an unknown fight. Chen Shu rolled and crawled towards the campfire. He would never have imagined that simply going to the bathroom would lead him to encounter a Lord-level ice rabbit. Damn it, is this a ghost encounter? I've come across two Lord creatures. Zhou Shi cursed angrily. Activate the Lord-level ice rabbit's blue eyes were filled with brutal, killing intent, droplets of water occasionally falling from its head, exuding a pungent odor. I must say Chen Shu's aim is quite good. Roar! A fierce roar erupted as sounds of rustling came from the distance, as if a multitude of creatures were gathering. Run! It's summoning a horde of ice rabbits. Zhou Shi's expression turned gravely serious as he summoned a wind-wing eagle. The four members of the Beastmaster group swiftly mounted the eagle, while Zhou Shi and Old Deng rode the claw wolf. Meanwhile, Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu climbed onto the flame bird's back and sped off in one direction. "Do not let any ice ball hit you, or you're done for," Zhou Shi warned with a serious expression. The ice rabbit's innate skill is the ice ball, which slows down speed. Once hit, countless ice balls follow, enough to control you to death. Even Black Iron level contract spirits cannot avoid it. Trying to hunt the Ice Rabbit Lord is definitely a crisis point. Boom, boom, boom. Behind the Ice Rabbit Lord, hundreds of ice rabbits had already gathered their momentum, extremely terrifying, certainly not weaker than the steel-tooth rat swarm. In that instant, the Ice Rabbit opened its mouth like a cannon, and ice balls swept towards them. "Xiaoyu, fly higher." Chen Shu's expression was tense as he glanced at the ice balls behind them. The flame bird screeched and flapped its wings, soaring upward to narrowly avoid the ice balls. The other wind-wing eagle and claw wolf also moved quickly, fleeing into the distance. The ice rabbit horde did not give up, charging forward with powerful short legs like a swarm of locusts. The ice rabbit lord's eyes were filled with fury, fixated on the flame bird, or more precisely, on Chen Shu. The nighttime beasts were particularly active, and along the way they encountered several Qingjing snakes and steel-tooth rats. But they were all trampled by the ice rabbit horde, impossible to resist without the lord's leadership. The once silent night was utterly shattered. The blue eyes of the ice rabbits emitted a strange glow, chasing after the group like ghostly flames. "Xiaochen, what exactly did you do? Why do I feel like they are targeting you?" Zhou Shi asked, his expression serious as he kept, "I just accidentally urinated on the big rabbit's head." Upon hearing this, the others were shocked, having never heard such an absurd thing. "You really are a talent." After 2 full hours of pursuit, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord still showed no signs of giving up, but only a few dozen Ice Wild Rabbits remained in the chase. However, at this moment the Firebird was equally exhausted, its tongue hanging out, and if it continued to fly it might honorably sacrifice itself. Chen Shu patted the firebird's back, having thrown off all burdens. Another half hour of pursuit passed, and only the ice wild rabbit lord remained relentless. Chen Shu couldn't help but complain. I only peed on you. Is it necessary to be so persistent? You truly are a severe germaphobe. Now he had learned a new lesson: don't relieve yourself in public, even in a foreign space. The task he accepted that day mentioned that Lord-level ice wild rabbits were extremely clean and had high standards for their habitats. By urinating on it, Chen Shu had essentially committed a soul violation against a severe germaphobe. How could it endure this? The chase resumed, and the firebird was panting as if it would collapse at any moment. Chen Shu suddenly asked, Xiaoyu, do you think the meat of the firebird needs to be roasted? Hey. Su Xiaoyu's forehead broke out in black lines as she quickly grabbed Chen Shu, saying, do you still have time for jokes now? Ahem. I was wrong. I just wanted to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Chen Shu raised his hands in apology and shouted ahead. Uncle Zhou, let's turn back and fight. There's only one ice wild rabbit lord left. He had realized the turning point half an hour ago. The other ice wild rabbits had poor stamina, and after such a long chase they were probably back there foaming at the mouth. This was an excellent opportunity. Zhou Shi experienced as he was also reacted instantly. Xiao Yuan checked this around. A black crow took flight, its innate ability night vision coming into play, and soon it called out, Captain, everything is... Xiao Yuan clenched his fists slightly, his eyes filled with excitement. Since the Beastmaster team was formed, they had only hunted 3 mutated-level fierce beasts, but never dared to consider a Lord-level fierce beast. Now was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity as the greatest crisis posed by the ice wild rabbit was about to be resolved. Let's attack. Zhou Shi was equally decisive, and the wind-wing eagle suddenly turned around, unleashing a fierce wind blade. The blue eyes of the ice wild rabbit lord were still filled with fury, even losing its sanity. Whenever it calmed down, a putrid smell would waft above its head, driving it back into rage. Its keen gaze caught the trajectory of the wind blade, and it spat out an ice ball. Boom. The two collided violently, dissipating almost simultaneously. Roar. The claw wolf suddenly dashed in, its claws shimmering with a ghostly light as the ripping claw acted. The ice wild rabbit lord had no time to evade, and its body was instantly torn apart, crimson blood gushing forth, making it even more frenzied. Hiss. A brilliant blue ice arrow shot out from the mouth of the ice wild rabbit lord. Its speed was so great that even Zhou Shi couldn't react in time. If hit, the claw wolf would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. But just then a yellow figure appeared, the golden slime, accurately landing on the ice arrow. The originally high-speed ice arrow came to an abrupt halt, dragging nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, making it impossible to maintain its speed. As the claw wolf was about to take advantage of the opportunity to evade, a voice suddenly called out, "It's in a stiff state, attack quickly." Chen Shu's expression was tense, entirely different from his usual playful demeanor. The claw wolf glanced at Zhou Shi, and immediately its body radiated ghostly light, its speed skyrocketing as it charged toward the ice wild rabbit lord. At this moment, the ice wild rabbit lord found it hard to move, its eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. Again, it was that human who had humiliated it. The ice arrow ultimately shot toward a large tree, and the golden slime was too slow, crashing into the tree as well, but fortunately it suffered no major harm, only a bit of a buzzing head. Roar. The claws of the claw wolf were incredibly sharp, continuously slicing into the skin of the ice wild rabbit, the lord-level blood staining the claw wolf's head, making it increasingly bloodthirsty. Fall back. Chen Shu's eyes were sharp, almost instinctively predicting that the ice wild rabbit was about to recover. Zhou Shi ordered in his heart, and the claw wolf retreated. Hiss! Hiss! The ice wild rabbit lord kept gasping, the loss of blood making it feel weak, and its previously furious mind began to recover. But Zhou Shi and the others would not let it off. Hunting a lord-level fierce beast was exhilarating. Just to imagine, it was the pride of the entire Beastmaster team. The ice wild rabbit lord's gaze remained fierce as it scanned the crowd, as if to remember them, knowing that if it were fortunate enough to escape, it would undoubtedly seek revenge. Especially that damn Chen Shu. He'll pee on you again next time. Chen Shu stood on the back of the firebird, shaking his head provocatively. In an instant, the ice wild rabbit lord's blue eyes turned extremely fierce, its blood rapidly heating up, and the blood dripping from its wounds onto the grass made a hissing sound. The skill Raging Blood activated. Hold it down. Zhou Shi's expression turned serious as he ordered the claw wolf. The ice wild rabbit's sturdy limbs pushed off, its massive body darting like a gust of wind, reaching incredible speed. The two black iron-level creatures instantly became entangled, but after a short while the claw wolf sustained injuries. If this dragged on, the claw wolf would likely die here. Everyone attack. Zhou Shi's face was grim, and the others landed one after another, summoning their respective contracted spirits. The wind-wing eagle joined the fray, and the wind blades cut through the air, temporarily halting the ice wild rabbit's assault. The firebird, ironback beast, blue-tailed butterfly, and others joined the battlefield. Although they were merely basic-level contracted spirits, their skills and innate abilities could still make a difference, which was why they were so precious. The battlefield instantly fell into a stalemate. Once the ice wild rabbit lord's skill duration ended, the situation would undoubtedly reverse. Xiaochen, good job. At this moment, Zhou Shi wore a smile, not expecting that a simple act of urination from Chen Shu could resolve the problem that had troubled Beastmasters for a long time. As long as they could dirty the ice wild rabbit, they would have a chance to separate it from its group. Just then a hint of weakness appeared in the ice wild rabbit's eyes, its body covered in blood, looking severely in. Don't let your guard down. Chen Shu, however, was not being playful. His eyes carried a serious expression. It was all fun and games, but one should never joke around with a Lord-level beast. The skills of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord have not been officially disclosed, clearly indicating a lack of concrete information. Even if there were beast tamers who had hunted it before, they would not divulge such knowledge for free, as human nature is inherently selfish. Zhou Shi nodded, fully focused on the battlefield, as controlling 2 contracted spirits required immense concentration. At that moment, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord exerted its limbs with force, leaping several meters high and instantly knocking the Claw Wolf to the ground. The other contracted spirits were eager to rush forward and mount an attack to aid the Claw Wolf. Don't go over there. Chen Shu shouted loudly. The temperature around us is dropping. A chill swept through, causing everyone to be startled and quickly react, urging the contracted spirits to flee the battlefield, while they themselves retreated several dozen meters. This was undoubtedly a major move from the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. At this moment, the Claw Wolf was without assistance and found it hard to escape, letting out an angry roar. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. As long as it could deal with the Claw Wolf, the other contracted spirits were not a concern. Once the Windwing Eagle in the sky was captured, it would definitely be killed, instantly preventing it from serving as the main force. Zhou Shi clenched his fists tightly, realizing he only had 2 options. Withdraw the Claw Wolf, or let it endure the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's powerful move. Once retracted, it would require some time before it could be summoned again, by which time the bodies of everyone might have already gone cold. However, the Claw Wolf was not a defensive contracted spirit. It likely wouldn't withstand the major move either. Xiaochen, what do you say? Zhou Shi unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Chen Shu. As an experienced beast tamer leader, would he choose to trust a student new to this other world? Yet the others remained silent, casting trusting looks at Chen Shu. Although his contracted spirits were not strong, his judgment was remarkably accurate. Order the Claw Wolf to break free. If it fails, retract it immediately. Chen Shu's expression was serious, his focus entirely on the battlefield. Zhou Shi nodded, and the Claw Wolf swung its sharp claws, repeatedly cutting into the Ice Wild Rabbit's abdomen. As the temperature continued to drop, the Claw Wolf finally broke free from beneath it. But at that moment, the corner of the Ice Wild Rabbit's mouth revealed a sinister, human-like smile. The temperature had dropped to an extreme, rendering the Claw Wolf's body incredibly stiff, unable to escape the skill's range. Zhou Shi clenched his fists tightly, preparing to withdraw the Claw Wolf while starting a new escape plan. Leave it to me. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. Zhou Shi was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with hesitation, but ultimately chose to trust him. If they took the full brunt of this move, the Claw Wolf might very well perish on the spot. The importance of contracted spirits to a beast tamer is self-evident. Losing one would instantly have Zhou Shi's strength. Even as a silver-level beast tamer, he would still be a third weaker than his peers. This would result in a permanent weakening that no beast tamer could accept. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's eyes glinted with brutal, murderous intent, and the temperature continued to drop, approaching a critical point. The golden slime reappeared. You again? Just in time for a buy one get one free. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord looked excited, knowing that the slime was the contracted spirit of that person, leading to a deep-seated hatred. However, the speed of the golden slime was unnaturally fast, almost like a small train charging forward. Everyone looked at Chen Shu in confusion. Entering its skill range at this moment was practically a death sentence, and he was charging and using a skill. The journey of life is so long, yet you insist on taking shortcuts. Boom. To everyone's surprise, the slime did not collide with the Ice Wild Rabbit, but instead crashed into the Claw Wolf. The 6-meter slime was significantly larger than the Claw Wolf, undoubtedly the heavyweight competitor in the arena. The effect of the LV3 charge skill came into play, and with the Claw Wolf offering no resistance, it was instantly sent flying. Though it sustained some injuries, it managed to escape from the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's skill range. This infuriated the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. How could its meticulously planned killing move be thwarted? Go. The slime's large eyes appeared extremely innocent, resembling a cute and silly creature. You die? The Ice Wild Rabbit let out a fierce roar. But the next moment, the golden slime instantly vanished, forcefully retracted back into the beast tamer's space. A beast tamer's ability to forcibly retract their contracted spirits is essentially an invincible skill. If used well, it becomes an extraordinary weapon. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, under the moonlight, ice crystals erupted, resembling translucent snow lotus, yet filled with terrifying, murderous intent. In a terrifying range of several dozen meters, the temperature plummeted to extremes. Everyone shivered in unison. As the ice crystals dissipated, the Ice Wild Rabbit's ultimate move was rendered futile. Make your move. Zhou Shi's expression was exhilarated as the contracted spirits surged forward with the Claw Wolf as the main force, successfully annihilating it right there. A Lord-level ferocious beast had thus fallen. We did it. We really did it. Chenpai, did you see that? Old Wong was ecstatic, continuously shaking Chen Shu's shoulder. It was just a few dozen meters away from me. I'm not blind. Chen Shu looked speechless. Was it really necessary to be this excited? Truly, he had never seen the world. Quick, collect the spoils and leave as soon as possible. Zhou Shi appeared relatively calm. Whether encountering ferocious beasts or the beast tamer team crises could erupt at any moment. A lord-level ferocious beast was worth at least several million, naturally inciting people to take risks. Shall we dismember the corpse? The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord was 4 meters tall, making it impossible to carry it all. Moreover, it was about a 3-day journey back to the base. By then the flesh would have spoiled. Shao Li held a dissection knife, clearly forged from special materials, and easily dismembered it. The Ice Wild Rabbit King's Beast Tamer Pearl can greatly enhance beast taming power, and its blue eyes have a chance of allowing contracted spirits to comprehend the talent skill Ice Ball. This probability is significantly higher than that of mutated ferocious beasts, but success is not guaranteed. The others quickly finished clearing the battlefield and decisively left the area. Chen Shu secretly stored a small piece of the rabbit's head, preparing to hand it over to the Beast Tamer Association to complete the mission. As everyone departed, the surroundings once again sank into the quiet of the night. Xiao Chun, how did you predict the trajectory of the ice arrow? The group found a tree hole preparing to spend the night inside. Zhou Shi inquired at that moment, his eyes filled with confusion. What impressed everyone the most wasn't that Chen Shu thought to use the charge skill to save the claw wolf, but rather that he had previously ordered the slime to suppress the rapidly flying ice arrow. Otherwise, that blow would have been enough to render the claw wolf incapable of fighting. I felt it could be suppressed, so I did it, Chen Shu sighed. That's called talent. For a moment, everyone was speechless, but did not refute. Whether it was his strong predictive ability or his calm psychological quality in a crisis, he was superior to everyone present. You really are a freak. In the end, Zhou Shi uttered a sentence, and everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Was he praising or scolding me? Old Deng suddenly spoke. Captain, our harvest this time is quite substantial, isn't it? The group had entered the Qingyuan forest multiple times, but never had they been this fortunate. It's estimated to be around 5 million Huaxia coins. Zhou Shi calculated, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It's a pity we didn't take on the Beastmaster Association's task. I heard the reward is precious Huaxia points. Old Deng wore a look of regret. Who would have thought they would successfully hunt down a lord creature? This outing equated to their harvest from 4 or 5 previous trips. Typically, a standard Beastmaster group's half-month adventure yields only about 1 million. It sounds like a lot, but when divided among them it amounts to just over 100,000, and that was at the cost of their lives, which seems a bit not worth it. Yet the greatest allure of adventure lies in its unpredictability. If they could hunt a lord creature or gather top-tier medicinal herbs and ores, it would be a tremendous bounty. Of the 5 million harvest, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord accounted for a significant portion, with just its pair of blue eyes valued at 2 million. This was also because the Ice Ball skill was not particularly versatile, only applicable to water attribute contracted spirits. If it were a skill like Frenzy, the value would be even higher. As everyone chatted, the night quickly passed. The next morning they set off towards the base of the Spirit Guardian Army, without any further delays on the way. 3 days later, when they saw a small village, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Passing through the spatial passage, they safely returned to Blue Star, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Although the air wasn't as fresh as in the Qingyuan forest, at least they didn't have to be constantly on edge. Whether it was the steel-toothed rat-tide, the blood-toothed wild boar, the quaking bear pack at night, or the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord, they all felt a sense of crisis. A moment's inattention could lead to casualties. This time's harvest will be credited to everyone's accounts. Xiaoqin, you'll get a share too. Zhou Shi announced, being a senior member of the 666 Medicine Company, he naturally had better channels to handle the spoils. Chen Shu initially just wanted to experience the different space. According to reason, the spoils had nothing to do with him, but this time he had played a significant role and thus was treated as a teammate. No need, Uncle Zhou, why be so polite? Chen Shu smiled and waved his hand. Besides, I've already put the gathered herbs in my bag. You can divide the money among yourselves. Everyone was speechless. Old Deng checked the backpack and indeed found only a solitary second-level iron core fruit. Your actions are quite efficient, Zhou Shi managed to say after a long pause. The value of the medicinal herbs was about 300,000. Although it wasn't as beneficial as splitting the cash for Chen Shu, it was worth a bit more because he lacked a pharmacist's certificate and couldn't buy herbs at a proper shop. Let's rest tonight and head back to Nanjing City tomorrow morning, Zhou Shi suggested, and to celebrate, they went to a small tavern in the town. However, Chen Shu sneaked into the Beastmaster Association. You. The staff member at the task hall's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if she could fit a watermelon inside. On the table lay a severed rabbit head exuding a rich aroma that made one unable to resist drooling. What's wrong? Do you think I'm joking? Hurry up and wrap up my task. Chen Shu maintained a calm demeanor, quite unfazed while tearing off a piece of rabbit meat to chew. Is this really the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? The staff member still struggled to hide her shock. It was generally inconceivable for someone to dare falsely report a task. That would be illegal. Moreover, the task of hunting the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord was issued by the military, and anyone daring to falsely report it would certainly face imprisonment. The staff member took a bit of rabbit meat to prepare for inspection, and as she inhaled the enticing aroma, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Results soon emerged. Not only did the staff come over, but beside her was also a soldier in military uniform with the words Spirit Guardian prominently displayed on his shoulder. In an instant, Beastmasters in the task hall turned to look, their faces filled with respect. Unlike the soldiers of Qingyuan Town, the Spirit Guardian army often stayed in different spaces and rarely left unless there were significant matters. Hello, I am Xieshan. Xieshan smiled slightly, extending his right hand. Hello. Chen Shu likewise extended his hand, glancing at the rabbit head on the table. Want some, buddy? Xieshan was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head and whispered, This is indeed the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Please provide your ID. The Huaxiao points will be automatically recorded. Chen Shu wiped the oil off his hands and took out an ID card. You're only 17. Xieshan exclaimed continuously, sizing up Chen Shu. Chen Shu was taken aback, saying, Doesn't it look like it? Am I not a handsome young man? Xieshan fell silent, not responding, and took out a communication device to report Chen Shu's ID number. Before long, Xieshan returned the ID card to Chen Shu. All right, 50 Huaxiao points have been credited to your ID. You can go to the government department to exchange for resources at any time. Chen Shu nodded, surprised at how simple it was. Did the other party not worry that he just happened to find the head of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? In fact, this possibility was minimal, as generally the corpses of ferocious beasts would be devoured by the killer's contracted spirits. This rabbit head is a gift for you. Chen Shu quietly left with his ID appearing quite low-key. The staff member remained in a daze. A 17-year-old student killed the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Everyone else took on this task as a joke. How come he was serious? Xiaosu, which restaurant did you get this barbecued rabbit head from? It's well grilled, just a bit dry, probably left out too. Only then did the Beastmasters in the task hall approach, previously hesitant to eavesdrop on Xieshan and Chen Shu's conversation, fearing it involved some secrets. What you ate was the head of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Of course it's good, the staff member said, her eyes lifting. Ice Wild, you're just making things up. If this is true, I long out Yin will stand on my head and have diarrhea. At that moment, the task hall was filled with a lively atmosphere. Early the next morning, the party set off for home. By afternoon, Chen Shu had already returned to Nanjiang City. Son, after half a month of this, how do you feel? His father Chen Ping happened to be resting at home. One word: exhilarating. Chen Shu went back to his room and began to sort through what he had gained. 6 Delihua, 3 Tai, Higua, 2 Kai Huigua, and some ordinary medicinal herbs, such as a century-old ginseng and Hishowu extract. The otherworldly space also produced some blue star herbs, though they were not particularly valuable. Modern cultivation techniques could already reproduce them. What remained costly were distinctive herbs like Delihua. Delihua and Tai Higua went without saying. Kai Huigua was the principal ingredient for formulating intelligence elixirs, essentially a brain tonic for contracted spirits capable of enhancing their intellect and combat awareness. Chen Shu focused intently, laid out the rest of the herbs, and nearly exhausted his 100,000 Huaxia coins. Time for another tedious custodial task. No time to brew potions. In the space of an afternoon, Chen Shu completed all the concoctions. His final yield: 39 bottles of mid-grade Dali elixir, 9 basic defensive elixirs, and 6 intelligence elixirs. The 9 defense elixirs raised the slime's defense by 5. As for the intelligence elixirs, watching the slime doze and drool, he doubted whether the brain tonic would truly work. Let's try it. At least make it look a little keener. Chen Shu poured all 6 intelligence elixirs into the slime. As expected, there was no visible effect. Forget it. Let's take the Dali elixirs to the black market first. After tidying up and enjoying a proper bath, Chen Shu headed straight for Zhang Dali's house. Dali. To his surprise, Zhang Dali opened the door at once. Chen Pai, you're back. HM. Why did you open the door so quickly today? Not playing games. Don't mention it, Zhang Dali sighed. My game account was banned. The system accused me of passive play. Chen Shu nodded, not surprised at all. The game had just lost another toxic player. Zhang Dali protested indignantly. I've been learning to jungle recently. How could that role be deemed passive play? He then pulled out his phone to show Chen Shu his match record. Chen Shu glanced at it and his chest tightened. The statistics were an unbroken string of 000. You claim to jungle, yet you truly only jungle. Don't be downcast. At dinner's on me tonight, and we'll swing by the black market afterward. Chen Shu patted him on the shoulder with a look of sympathy, not for Zhang Dali, but for his former teammates and whatever misfortune had fallen upon them. The two went out together to a restaurant near the black market. What would you like to eat? The waiter asked with a polite smile. Wait a moment, Chen Shu replied, his expression guarded. You don't serve those rip-off lotta noodles here, do you? The waiter looked bewildered but shook his head with a smile. The main dish isn't tomatoes fried with tomatoes, is it? Chen Shu asked again. The waiter's smile stiffened. Tomatoes fried with tomatoes, that's absurd. What kind of dish would that be? Are you serious? He sighed and shook his head. Do you have that kind of cola that sells for 3 outside but you charge over 20 here? The waiter finally couldn't contain himself, rolled his eyes, and walked away. Looks like a respectable restaurant, Chen Shu nodded. 2 orders of egg fried rice. After they ate, the two made their way into the black market. Chen Pai, what are you doing at the black market? I want you to see the cloud of the black market's top man. Chen Shu returned to the stall he had visited before, but Lao Wang was nowhere to be seen. Even scammers aren't motivated these days. No future, Chen Shu muttered, spreading a blue cloth and laying out all his mid-grade Dali elixirs. Chen Pai, have you sunk so low as to become a swindler? Zhang Dali glared, clearly treating him as a stall con. Brother, these are genuine. Genuine elixirs, understand. Chen Shu shook his head and said proudly, watch how my reputation works for me. No need to shout, returning customers will come. Just then 2 men happened to approach. Buddy, how much for a bottle of? Chen Shu's face brightened. Here was a buyer. Even if he had drifted from the Jianghu, his legend still persisted. 8,000 a bottle. Good heavens. Are the bottles made of gold, or is the medicine made of gold? Where nowadays can you find cheap Dali elixirs? These were just freshly brewed. Chen Shu frowned, sensing something amiss. Get me a bottle, one of the men demanded. One of them spoke. Chen Shu sized the man up and produced a mid-grade Dali elixir. Is this medicine authentic? I run an elixir stall. Would I sell you fake medicine? Chen Shu smiled. The man's expression turned hostile. I asked, is this medicine genuine? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Will you take it or not? Chen Shu felt a flicker of unease. If your medicine is real, I'll definitely take it. The man unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Shu. And if it's not real, if it's fake, I'll drink it myself. Happy. Chen Shu grew increasingly vigilant. Though they were in the black market and the man dared not act rashly, Chen Shu could not shake an invisible pressure and even found himself instinctively clutching his stomach. You said it. If it's fake, you'll drink it yourself. The man spoke with bland tones, but a savage glint in his eyes seized a Dali elixir and was about to open it. Dare to touch my medicine without paying. Don't you know the renown of the black markets, Dali brother? Chen Shu reached out to seize the man's wrist. But at that moment, a silvery shackle flashed into existence. Before Chen Shu could react, he found himself handcuffed. What on earth is happening? Zhang Dali's expression also froze, and before he could move, another person subdued him. Nanjiang City Jinling Bureau. Don't resist. Don't resist. One of them produced his credentials, instantly quelling any thought of resistance. Paiga, you're really my brother. This is your black market influence. Indeed extraordinary. Zhang Dali looked aggrieved. I was only out to eat a bowl of egg fried rice. What did I do wrong? I don't know. How would I know? This isn't how the script goes. Chen Shu was equally dumbfounded. He looked at the officers. Sir, you've got the wrong people. We're both upstanding young men. I even once caught a wanted criminal. Enough nonsense. We've been investigating your ring of fake medicine peddlers for half a month. Fake medicine dealer. Me, eh? Chen Shu was even more bewildered, and as he was about to be taken away, he cried out, Brother, let me put away the medicine first. It's worth hundreds of thousands. Do you people selling fake medicine have no conscience at all? How dare you sell such a little thing for hundreds of thousands? A spirit guard appeared indignant, showing great anger, but did not stop Chen Shu from putting the medicine away. Oh, otherwise if someone picked it up, it might lead to worse consequences. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were confused as they were brought to the Spirit Guard Bureau in Nanjing City. The judgment day had come too quickly. Speak up, where is the gang behind you two? Confess early. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. In the interrogation room of the Spirit Guard Bureau, a spirit guard asked sternly, Brother, I really am not a fake medicine dealer. Chen Shu rubbed his forehead, wondering how a trip to the alternate space had changed everything. Not admitting, huh? Wait until the victims come to identify you. The spirit guard snorted coldly and left the interrogation room. Originally, the black market had both real and fake products, and the Spirit Guard Bureau would not manage such small matters, but recently the fake medicine dealers had become too arrogant, with the amount involved reaching over 10 million. About half an hour later, let's see the victims you've deceived. The Spirit Guard took Chen Shu out, and in the lobby of the Spirit Guard Bureau more than 10 people had gathered, all representatives of the victims. Look carefully, is it him? In an instant, more than 10 people turned their gazes towards Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, of course directly ignoring Zhang Dali. It's him. It's him. Black Market Dali brother, a young man shouted. Because of him, our contract spirits have all turned into jet fighters, and they've been in a weak state ever since. The crowd was filled with anger, glaring at Chen Shu. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Had he really become a fake medicine dealer? I say, brothers and sisters, are you sure the potion was sold to you by me? There was confusion in his eyes. His medicine could not possibly be fake, otherwise the golden slime would have had issues long ago. This person is in cahoots with you, right? He claimed that the fake medicine dealer was selling real products. One person took out a phone showing a photo. Wang Bei. Chen Shu focused and immediately recognized the person. It was old Wang from the stall next to his. Now he understood why the other party had disappeared. It turned out he had run away. Chen Shu said in exasperation, he's just a scammer selling mud. We're really not familiar. We're not on the same level. No wonder they were deceived. He was truly worried about the intelligence of these people. Think about it. Did anything go wrong when you took my medicine, eh? A soul-searching question from Chen Shu left everyone. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in. Uncle Wang. Zhang Dali exclaimed as if he had found a savior. It was indeed Wang Qian, a friend of Zhang Dali's father, who had delivered the reward to Chen Shu that day. Captain, the spirit guards in the lobby looked over. What's going on? Wang Qian furrowed his brows and asked. A spirit guard explained the situation to him, and there was contemplation in Wang Qian's eyes. Although these two were a bit reckless, they were not likely to sell fake medicine, and the amount involved was so large. Xiaochen, what do you two have to say? Although Uncle Wang knows the two of us, he did not immediately release us for fear of gossip. Uncle Wang, we are really wronged, and no matter how short of money I would never sell fake medicine. A mid-grade dolly potion priced at 10,000 a bottle is unaffordable for many a which family doesn't have a strength-type contract spirit. Chen Shu looked sorrowful and sighed. My dolly potion is only sold for 8,000. I'm only 17, just wanting to benefit the people. What crime have I committed? Wang Qian rubbed his forehead. You really know how to talk nonsense. But as a spirit guard for many years, he still extracted key information. Your dolly potion sells for 8,000. Is there such a cheap potion? Wang Qian's gaze was sharp as he looked at Chen Shu, giving an invisible sense of pressure. Chen Shu, however, was unfazed, shrugged, and said, my potions all come from 666 pharmaceutical company. If you don't believe me, I can have someone from the company verify it with you. As a large company in Nanjing City, it obviously had a certain credibility enough to prove Chen Shu's innocence. After speaking, Wang Qian nodded and indicated to return Chen Shu's phone and other items. Opening the phone, there had been a message on Super Message an hour ago. 666 Leader, Xiao Chun, the Beast Tamer Association is preparing to celebrate tonight. Want to come for a meal? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Just in time, he immediately sent a message via Super Message. Uncle Zhou, I've been caught by the Spirit Guard Bureau. They insist I'm a fake medicine dealer. Seeing you didn't reply, Uncle Zhou thought you had just quit the internet. I didn't expect you'd been caught. Wait for me. Chen Shu put away his phone and looked at Wang Qian. Uncle Wang, do you have any leads on that fake medicine case? Chen Shu was very angry. How dare someone use his name to swindle? Not only had it tarnished his reputation, but it also caused him to be caught by the Spirit Guard Bureau, and most importantly, he hadn't received any franchise fee. It was like borrowing paper from him and then defecating on his head after finishing. This was intolerable. Not yet. The Spirit Guard Bureau is busy, and we can't spare too many people. Wang Qian shook his head. Even the Spirit Guards who captured Chen Shu and the others were just interns. Uncle Wang, I think we should leverage the power of the masses and directly post a task at the Beast Tamer Association offering 1,000 or 800 Huaxiao points as a reward. With great rewards, there will surely be brave men. 1,000 or 800. Wang Qian's eyes widened. You really dare to ask for that? Huaxiao points are incredibly precious, not something that can be measured by Huaxiao coins. Don't mention that he's just a captain of the Spirit Guard Bureau. Even the director needs to apply to higher-ups. However, Chen Shu's suggestion reminded him that since he was short on manpower, he might as well outsource it. Soon a dark-skinned man walked in from the lobby. Zhou Shi had a smile on his face. Xiao Chun, how's the big bowl of prison food? Chen Shu rolled his eyes. How much did you hope I'd be caught? He helplessly said, Uncle Zhou, don't say that you say one thing, and he says another. I'll have to confess in prison sooner or later. Brother Wang. Long time no see. Zhou Shi looked toward Wang Qian, clearly an old acquaintance. Brother Zhou, are those strength-enhancing elixirs he's selling on the black market all from your company? Wang Qian asked. Zhou Shi nodded, casually unaware that Chen Shu had earned $1 million in just 10 days. Had he known, he'd have lain. Wang Qian nodded. Understood. Then there's no issue. Having confirmed Chen Shu bore no connection to the counterfeit elixir dealer, and that his own elixirs were genuine and traceable, there was no legal basis for detention. You're all victims here. Do any of you have further objections? Though personally acquainted with them all, Wang Qian upheld due process. The entire hall was under surveillance. The young man leading the group opened his mouth to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? My contracted spirit beast has diarrhea again. The toilet exploded. He jolted upright, pocketed his phone, and said, if he's not affiliated with the fraudster, then it's settled. Captain Wang, please apprehend the real culprit as soon as possible. The group departed the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Zhang Dali took a deep breath and murmured, Chen Pai, why do I feel like I've been reborn? Truth be told, I feel the same. Outside the bureau, the two stood side by side, breathing deeply, freedom filling their lungs, as they stretched their arms wide, as if embracing a radiant tomorrow. Are you too ill? Zhou Shi stepped out to find them behaving like lunatics. Uncle Zhou, you wouldn't understand. Chen Shu sighed wistfully. We're upright citizens, law-abiding, morally grounded, not regulars at the Spirit Suppression Bureau like some people. That sounded as if he were the hardened criminal. Zhou Shi's forehead twitched with dark lines. So securing their release had somehow become a crime. By the way, the Beast Taming Guild is holding a group dinner. Would you two like to join? Chen Shu turned to Zhang Dali, seeking his opinion. Zhang Dali replied, I'll pass. I need to document this historic day. Then another time. Uncle Zhou, I need to recover first. They hailed a taxi home. Chen Pai, this isn't like you. You actually refused free food. Are you daft? He'd definitely trick me into paying. Do you think Chen Shu would fall for such an obvious ploy? Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant as high fructose corn syrup. Zhang Dali suddenly asked, say Chen Pai, were you framed? Of course. With summer break dragging on, I'm determined to catch that fake elixir peddler and make him regret ever crossing Chen Shu. Now unemployed as a summer intern, Chen Shu found himself utterly idle. As for summer homework, forget it. Has any student ever begun assignments the moment vacation starts? Not until the final hour. Absolutely not before, was the sacred rule. Zhang Dali nodded solemnly. Chen Pai, I fully support you. Chen Shu clapped Zhang Dali on the shoulder. Good. That's my true brother. Now, lend me your father for a bit. Zhang Dali blinked. Huh? What do you mean, lend me your father? Well, I'm concerned about danger. He is a criminal, possibly even a beast tamer. With Uncle Zhang guarding me, I'd face no worries whatsoever. My parents are away traveling. No time for your shenanigans. Zhang Dali shook his head, then paused, remembering something. But I do know someone who might help you. Who? A legend, savior of the clueless, Nanjiang covert agent Dongdongjiu. Whatever the problem, he solves it. Efficiency guaranteed. Chen Shu's eyebrows shot up incredulously. You, besides me, have such a high-caliber friend. So what precisely does he do? A butcher at Xiaofei intersection. Chen Shu fell silent, fixing Zhang Dali with a profoundly unsettling gaze. Chen Pai, don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Under that stare, Zhang Dali squirmed. Chen Shu said nothing, yet somehow said everything, as if two unspoken words echoed silently between them. Idiot. Back in their residential complex, Zhang Dali kept one hand over Chen Shu's eyes the whole way, unable to bear that gaze any longer. Bright and early tomorrow, I'll fetch you, to broaden your horizons. It's time you met Nanjiang City's elite. With that, Zhang Dali sprinted home. Recruit a butcher to investigate a counterfeit elixir dealer. Have I lost my mind? Or has the world? Back home, Chen Shu washed up and collapsed onto his bed. The day's events had been overwhelming. Ding. His phone chimed. Huh. A message in the group chat. He opened the Nanjiang No. 2 high school QQ group, populated solely by beast-taming students, no teachers. Zheng, teacher Zheng, thank you for your guidance. My contracted spirit beast has truly mastered a skill. Zheng, apologies. I accidentally sent that to the group. How transparent could he get? Chen Shu instantly saw through Zheng Yi's boasting. Du's eating, is it a combat skill? That's a massive upgrade. Wei Tong, Black Iron Tier contracted spirits rarely learn skills at all. Congratulations, class rep Zheng. Congratulatory messages flooded the chat. Skill acquisition was self-evidently monumental, valued in the millions of Chinese yuan. Especially when self-attained, such skills harmonized flawlessly with a spirit beast's combat style, significantly amplifying its power. At that moment, a new line appeared quietly. Chen Pai, congratulations, class rep Zheng, for combat skills. Zheng Yi froze mid-excitement, jaw slackening. What the hell? Why add that parenthetical? Zheng Yi, thanks. Chen Pai, all of us should learn from class rep Zheng, soon entering the Senior 3 special training program. Zheng Yi, Chen Pai, any study tips to share? Cultural Studies score 396. Wang Ming, Wise class rep Zhang's avatar gone gray. Offline. Lying in bed, Chen Shu smiled faintly. Let him keep pretending in the group. Your gray avatar won't light up again. Humming softly, he switched off his phone. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi clenched his fists, whispering hoarsely, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. It has his proudest achievement dismissed so casually. This blow had shattered his composure entirely. This novel leans toward light-hearted slice-of-life storytelling, written steadily. Read at your leisure. Early the next morning, as the sky began to brighten, Zhang Dali knocked on Chen Shu's door, shouting at the top of his lungs. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes, looking quite drowsy. What the heck, why are you here so early? Who gets up this early during a... Reluctantly getting out of bed, Chen Shu tidied himself up and went to the living room, where he saw Zhang Dali having breakfast with his parents. Chen Shu yawned and said, You didn't stay up late last night, did you? Why are you here so early? Are you stupid? If you come any later, your family's breakfast will be cold. Chen Shu shook his head, realizing that Zhang Dali got up this early just to mooch off food. What do you want from me? Chen Shu picked up a fried dough stick and started eating it with soy milk. Zhang Dali replied, To meet someone important. Did you forget about last night's events? Chen Ping, Chen Shu's father, looked over and asked, Dali, what important person? A pig butcher. Chen Shu shook his head, feeling that Zhang Dali had lost his mind. After breakfast, Zhang Dali insisted on taking Chen Shu to see something, forcibly dragging him along. Half an hour later, they arrived at the intersection of Shifei Road. I say, Dali, have you been brainwashed? A pig butcher can investigate drug traffickers. When have I ever lied to you? Zhang Dali looked indignant. Have you never heard the saying, if you don't know Sunin in your lifetime, being called a hero is in vain? Just as he finished speaking, an unknown object suddenly flew towards them. Who is it? An ambush? Chen Shu reacted quickly, grabbing the object in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pig's trotter with a few shiny hairs still attached. I didn't expect my name Sunin to be so well known that even two small fry like you have heard of it. A man, bare-chested and wearing a brown apron, sighed as he spoke. His expression was melancholic, holding a gleaming kitchen knife, and he had a thick beard, making him look incredibly mysterious. Xiagu, it's me, Dali. Upon seeing the man, Zhang Dali ran over with great excitement. Chen Shu looked up and saw the pork stall in front of the man with a sign that read Xia Pork. The man glanced at Zhang Dali and then said, Oh, you were the one who asked me to investigate their origins last time, right? Chen Shu's body suddenly shook, looking at Zhang Dali with a peculiar expression. Investigating origins? He wouldn't seriously doubt that he wasn't biologically related, would he? Unbelievable, Zhang Dali. Xiagu, it's me. I can't believe you still remember me. How could I forget? Even a pair of underwear or a tissue has its uses. Zhang Dali felt it was a bit strange, but didn't think too much of it. Siego, my friend, wants to ask for your help today. Xie Sunan turned to Chen Shu and asked, young brother, are you also doubting your biological origins? Chen Shu quickly shook his head and said, I want to find someone. Who? A black market drug trafficker. Do you have any other information? Appearance. Height. Squatting posture. Chen Shu looked confused. Is squatting posture really important information? Xie Sunan asked seriously, is there a problem? Brother, just because I have this expression doesn't mean I have a problem, it means you have a problem, okay? Chen Shu shook his head, feeling that this was unreliable, but since it was someone Zhang Dali knew, he could only take a chance. Can you help me find this person? Chen Shu took out a photo of Wang Beige, now fairly certain that old Wang was mingling with drug traffickers. Having a photo makes it easier. What other information do you have? This person used to be a scammer in the black market specializing in selling mud, and now has started dealing in counterfeit drugs. What the hell? Selling mud made money. Xie Sunan was somewhat shocked, feeling that the pork in his hands suddenly lost its appeal. He said indignantly, the current world really has too many fools. There aren't enough scammers around. There's no way around it. Who in their right mind would buy mud just to play with it at home? Truly, it's a paradise for foolish children. The two of them exchanged words while Zhang Dali stood by, twitching at the corners of his mouth, unsure how to retort, since he was the one who had bought mud the first time. Are you two just beating around the bush? Bro, both of you, we have important matters to discuss. Zhang Dali finally couldn't hold back any longer and forcibly interrupted their conversation. Right? Important matters. Xie Sunan nodded and said grandly, since we have all the other information, this will be easy. Come find me in 3 days. Thanks, brother Nan. Chen Shu set down the pig's trotter in his hand and smelled it, pretty fresh. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Dali pulled him back and whispered, bro, we haven't paid yet. What payment? I didn't order a pig's trotter. Chen Shu was taken aback. The payment for the work. Chen Shu's eyes widened and he spread his hands, saying, is this a paid service? 50,000 yuan. No bargaining. Xie Sunan frowned. Brother, you're not getting the point. When you take someone's money, you do something for them. I can't do anything without being paid. Don't joke with me. Chen Shu looked speechless. Selling Wang Beige wouldn't even be worth 50,000 yuan. Just as he was about to turn around, an option suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, accept Xie Sunan's help, reward a large amount of beast mastery power. Option 2, seek help from others, reward high quality strength potion. Option 3, solve it alone, reward medium quality beast mastery pearl. Chen Shu's expression froze, and he suddenly turned around decisively, saying, absolutely no problem. Transaction. Both of them were stunned. Your change of attitude was too fast. For Chen Shu, skills and talents are the most important, followed by beast mastery power. Everything else is rather average. In 3 days, payment upon delivery. Xie Sunan nodded and suddenly remembered something, saying, by the way, you're the beast master from Nanjiang, no? 2 high school, right? What? Does Xie Guess son also study at no? 2. Xie Sunan's mouth twitched. Am I that old? After saying that, he stroked his beard. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali both nodded. You're too much. Xie Gu, give me 2 pounds of ribs. A middle-aged man riding a bicycle passed by and looked at the pork stall. Xie Sunan glanced at the uncle buying meat, feeling a mix of emotions, especially upon seeing the man's bald head. He silently sighed. A breakdown for an adult can happen in an instant. I say, uncle, can you stop calling me that? I really don't look old. As the pork stall gradually gained customers, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali left Shifei Road. Is it really reliable, Dali? Chen Shu still harbored doubts. If the Spirit Suppression Bureau couldn't resolve it, how can a mere pork seller do it? Reliable, very reliable. Zhang Dali had no doubts. He's just working part-time during the summer vacation. This is what you call a small hidden gem in the market and a great hidden gem at a pork stall. Chen Shu did not hold much hope and considered it a purchase of 5,000 yuan for a lot of beast mastery power. By the way, come with me to the Beastmaster Association. Chen Shu suddenly recalled something. Wang Qian from the Spirit Suppression Bureau should have issued a task at the association by now, right? Let's go anyway, I have nothing to do. Zhang Dali nodded. The Beastmaster Association was not far from Shifei Road. Oh, and the two prepared to walk there. By the way, Chen Pai, I'm planning to go to Kyoto in August. What for in Kyoto? Traveling. Chen Shu looked puzzled. I want to take the entrance exam for Kyoto Culinary University. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's expression changed. University? You? Yes, what's wrong with that? There's no problem with university, and there's no problem with you, but having both combined is a big problem. Zhang Dali retorted, are you mocking me, or what? Chen Shu replied, you're only in the 2nd year of high school. What exam are you participating in? Even if you pass, they won't accept you. In the country, there are various majors in Beast Master universities, including potions, materials, medicine, and culinary arts, but the main focus remains on combat-related fields. After all, Beast Masters exist to suppress anomalies in other spaces. Without combat-oriented Beast Masters, everything else would be futile. The other majors are auxiliary and not the main focus of the universities. However, there are some special universities that only offer an auxiliary major, such as Culinary University, which focuses solely on cooking knowledge, of course, using the meat of fierce beasts to nourish contract spirits. Unlike potions, food does not have resistance to medication, as long as it can be consumed consistently, it greatly enhances the contract spirits over time. Otherwise, the country wouldn't have established universities specifically for this. I am participating in the early admission exam, and as long as I pass, I can enter the university ahead of time. Zhang Dali wore a proud expression, extremely confident in his culinary skills. Kyoto Culinary University is considered the premier culinary institution in the chef world, and graduating successfully would certainly mark one as an elite talent in society. Wait, does that mean I'm the only one left in Nanjing? As long as he could pass the exam, Zhang Dali wouldn't need to enter the third year of high school and would directly become a university student. After all, Culinary University has a 5-year program, so entering early would be the best option. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had suddenly fallen behind. Zhang Dali said, "Anyway, you'll come over in a year, and then you can take the entrance exam for Kyoto University of Pharmacy." Kyoto University of Pharmacy is also a prestigious university with a very high score requirement. Chen Shu didn't expect Zhang Dali to think so highly of him. At that moment, Chen Shu thought about it. Just then Zhang Dali paused and continued, "Of course, I mean it's by Long College." Chen Shu twitched his mouth. Any prestigious university comes with a college that diminishes its value. Kyoto University of Pharmacy requires over 600 points, while by Long College only needs over 400 points. Is that even the same school? Besides, what kind of ridiculous name is that? By Long. More like a slapdash college, right? Chen Shu stated, "I will take the entrance exam for Huaxia University. Oh, I can still come to Kyoto." Huaxia University? Is there no college beneath it? How will you take the exam? Zhang Dali looked puzzled. Looking at Zhang Dali's innocent expression, Chen Shu just wanted to give him a good beating. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Suddenly someone shouted loudly. A young man was seen sprinting down the street with a bag, while a middle-aged woman was chasing after him, clearly close. "Who the hell dares to block my way? I'll kill whoever tries." Li Hua's voice was fierce, and for a moment passers-by hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to get involved. Chen Shu's options appeared before him. Option 1, act decisively, catch the thief, reward a small amount of beast mastery power. Option 2, ignore it, blend in as a bystander, reward disguise potion. Option 3, shout loudly, "Go for it, go for it," and call on passers-by to step aside, reward, gain the title Evil Cheerleader effect. If the contract spirit has a wicked nature, speed increases by 20, if benevolent, speed decreases by 20. Option 4, run alongside the thief, keeping pace with him. Reward, unlock new illustration, speedy potion. Chen Shu was slightly taken aback, swiftly passing on the first 3 options, especially the third ridiculous choice. He pushed off with his feet and sprinted towards the thief. Zhang Dali was equally unwilling to be outdone, and both of their physical qualities were top-notch, running like a whirlwind. Now the thief was all alone and unarmed. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to take him down right. At that moment, the thief glanced back and saw the two chasing him, and his heart sank. Are there really people who aren't afraid of death? Come and try me. Li Hua attempted to appear fierce, hoping to scare the two off. However, it was ineffective. Try? Then let's try. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali increased their speed once more. They were close to catching up to the thief, and the other passers-by cheered them on. Although they lacked the courage to be heroes, they didn't hesitate to cheer. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Li Hua lamented, inwardly knowing he would likely be spending a few days in the police station. Chen Shu suddenly sprinted forward, finally matching speed with the thief. The bag is yours, just stop chasing me. Li Hua gritted his teeth. Both of them were quite robust, and he knew he couldn't take them on. But Chen Shu completely ignored him, allowing the bag to fall to the ground. He said nothing and made no move, simply maintaining his running posture while staying aligned with Li Hua. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali caught up as well, but seeing Chen Shu unmoved, he was puzzled. Chen Shu shook his head, just running alongside Li Hua. You want to torment him? I like it. Zhang Dali thought to himself, a wicked smile appearing on his face. The two trapped the thief in the middle, and the three ran in sync down the street. At this moment, the passers-by were bewildered, and the woman who dropped the bag was confused as well. What was going on? The most perplexed of all was Li Hua. After years in the business, he had never seen such a bizarre scene. Li Hua could only feel a buzzing in his head, and with his limited brain capacity, he could no longer comprehend the scene before him. Yet driven by instinct, he kept running. If one didn't know any better, they would think that these were three young sports enthusiasts. After a while, Li Hua, panting heavily, said, clearly exhausted, I was wrong, dear brothers, I truly understand my mistakes. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali wore indifferent expressions, transformed into merciless running machines at that moment. The three figures running together became a picturesque sight on the street. As they ran further away, the onlookers gradually forgot that Li Hua was a thief and began to discuss among themselves. Are they chasing the sun? I really envy the vitality of today's youth. Indeed, unlike my lazy one at home, still fast asleep. Go for it. Go for it. Many passers-by even began to applaud, cheering them on. The atmosphere was slowly beginning to shift. Distort. Old man, please let me go. I really can't go on. I might vomit. Li Hua was already at his wit's end. He would rather be detained than continue running. Meanwhile, Chen Shu thought to himself, why hadn't the system issued any rewards yet? Upon hearing the thief's words, Chen Shu immediately became displeased. No rewards had been issued, and yet you claim you won't run anymore. Chen Shu raised his right hand, and Zhang Dali raised the other's left in response. As long as you don't run to death, keep running. Chen Shu and the others forcefully dragged Li Hua along. The morning sunlight shone down, enveloping the three in a sacred glow, like aspiring youths releasing their dreams on the street. After half an hour of running, Li Hua's face had turned pale, his eyes were barely open, and he occasionally gasped, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. New achievement unlocked: explosion speed potion. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, even though both of their bodies felt fatigued from dragging along a burden. As soon as they let go, Li Hua collapsed onto the ground. Now he was gasping for air, staring at the blue sky, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Chen Shu spoke up. Dali, keep an eye on him while you go buy 3 bottles of water. Old man, how have I offended you? I'll change, I really will. Li Hua gasped, trying to catch his breath. Chen Shu squatted down and looked at Li Hua, saying, stop the nonsense, answer me a question, and if you get it right, I'll let you go. A question? Li Hua's spirit jolted. Could it be that he would truly be let go? May I ask where the road leads? Li Hua looked utterly confused, thinking he was really crazy. What kind of question was that? Don't know. Chen Shu clenched his fist, squinting his eyes. Little brother, have you ever seen a fist as big as a sand? Li Hua swallowed hard, attempting to respond. The road is beneath my feet. Bang. Chen Shu's fist struck Li Hua's left eye. How dare you even sing it out? Am I here to discuss lyrics with you? Old man, I truly made a mistake. Tears welled up in Li Hua's eyes. He had been thoroughly tormented by Chen Shu. Not bad, it seems you've realized your mistakes and shed some regretful tears. Chen Shu nodded and reminded him, at the upcoming intersection, what is the first building if you turn left? Li Hua's eyes darted, as he was very familiar with this area. After all, he wouldn't have stolen if he wasn't. He said with a face of grievance, Nanjing Public Security Bureau. Correct, you know what to do now, right? Li Hua nodded. It was a form of mercy, but not complete mercy. If he didn't answer the question, he would keep getting beaten. If he answered, he would be sent straight to the police station. With your physique, what kind of thief are you? Go home and train properly, got it? Just then Zhang Dali returned, holding a bottle of mineral water from Lu Shifu, and handed it to Li Hua. By the way, what? Li Hua. Chen Shu patted his shoulder and said, when you get out, write letters to your foreign friends. Why are you always being a thief? Get a proper job. What? Write letters to foreign friends. Li Hua looked bewildered, unable to comprehend what the two were saying. Let's go. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, with comforting smiles, watched Li Hua enter the police station. By the way, that person is a thief. Oh, we can check the surveillance at the Zi-Fi Road intersection. Chen Shu said to the duty officer at the entrance to prevent the other party from playing tricks. Keeping their accomplishments hidden, the two slipped away. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Beastmaster Association of Nanjing City. Chen Shu, familiar with the surroundings, headed directly to the task hall and looked at the tasks posted. Task name: tutor a prospective senior high school student for review. Task difficulty: none. Task content: the son is about to become a senior high school student, hoping for a college student in Beast Mastery to come and tutor him. Task requirements: students or graduates from key Beastmaster universities. Task name: accompany training in Beastmaster Dojo. Task name: eliminate mutated rat groups. As Chen Shu browsed through the tasks, he was quite intrigued. This was his first visit to Nanjing's Beastmaster Association. Most of the tasks had no difficulty ratings, being social work tasks. They were entirely different from those in Qingyuan Town, as the latter was backed by the Qingyuan Forest, and the tasks were related to it. Tasks involving monster fighting in the city were also quite rare, such as the task to eliminate mutated rat groups, which had a danger rating that was merely ordinary. The once ferocious beasts had invaded Blue Star and naturally interbred with local animals, leaving behind their bloodlines and resulting in mutated creatures. However, those creatures couldn't even be called ferocious beasts, and in turn Beastmaster could easily handle them. Chen Shu then found the task about the counterfeit drug dealer. Task name: investigate counterfeit drug dealers. Task difficulty: none. Task content: a counterfeit drug dealer has recently appeared in the black market with dealings amounting to over 10 million. We hope to apprehend him as soon as possible. Note: this task is issued by the Town Spirit Bureau and requires no deposit. Task reward: 100 Huaxia coins. Task difficulty: the counterfeit drug dealer has not shown himself for many days, making him extremely elusive and difficult to track. Task tip 1. Photo of the accomplice. JPG 2. It can be confirmed that the counterfeit drug dealer has not left Nanjing City. Chen Shu assessed the task and decided to take it. The reward for this task was 100, and CS Sunin only charged 500. If he really had accurate information, it would be like earning 500 for free. The middleman doesn't make a profit just spinning in circles. P.S. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf so you don't lose track of it. When you finish work or have a day off, read it just for fun. Thanks again for everyone's gifts, positive reviews, and urging for updates, and so on. After sending off Li Hua, the two arrived at a hot pot restaurant, enjoying their meal and singing, reveling in the moment. By the way, Li, I need to go to the Beast Taming Resource Bureau in Nanjing this afternoon. What do you think? Chen Shu asked as he picked up a piece of tripe. He still had 50 Huaxiao points left to exchange, and if he didn't spend them, he would probably have nightmares at night. He still had 50 Huaxiao points left to exchange, and if he didn't spend them, he would probably have nightmares at night. Zhang Dali said me, specifically for my slime in the future. Half an hour later, both of them had eaten and drunk their fill. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to fall silent. They exchanged glances, not uttering a word, as an invisible tension hung in the air. Zhang De Li was the first to break the silence, saying, Chen Pai, it's time to settle the bill. Hey, Chen Shu naturally took out his phone. Yes, it's me, what's up? I'll be right there. Zhang De Li looked speechless. Chen Pai. Shu. Chen Shu made a gesture to silence him and whispered, I'm on the phone, it's a multi-million deal. Chen Pai. Zhang De Li's forehead broke into a sweat, and he spoke again. Chen Shu waved his hand. Mr. Lu, prepare the contract, I'm coming over to sign it directly. After saying this, Chen Shu got ready to leave. Chen Pai. Zhang De Li suddenly slammed the table and said, You're holding your phone the wrong way. I mean, can't you at least pretend to be a little convincing? You actually think I, Zhang De Li, am an idiot? Chen Shu's expression froze, and the next moment, he awkwardly smiled. No wonder there was no sound. You're not thinking of running away, are you? Zhang De Li scrutinized Chen Shu, his eyes filled with suspicion. Am I that? Chen Shu glared with wide eyes and promptly settled the bill. The two parted ways at the hot pot restaurant. An hour later, Chen Shu arrived at the Beast Taming Resource Bureau in the east of the city. This was a place where huaxiao points were used. Although various materials and resources were available, few came here, as huaxiao points were not easily obtained. Looking at the low-rise building in front of him, Chen Shu felt a sense of doubt. How could a government agency be built? He walked into the lobby and saw an old man in a tank top, lounging on a rattan chair, swaying a fan half asleep. Old man. Chen Shu squatted down, getting closer to the old man, speaking softly. Hoo-hoo, the old man still squinted his eyes, showing no sign of response. Old man. Chen Shu raised his voice. Hoo-hoo, Chen Shu shook his head, stood up, and mumbled, There's a fire. Suddenly the old man almost instinctively jumped up, his eyes wide with alarm as he looked around. Are you trying to fool me, kid? The old man yawned and pointed his fan at Chen Shu, saying, Also, this is a government agency. Do you dare to trespass? Watch out, or I'll have the Spirit Control Bureau catch you. I'm just a decent person coming to use points, so why would you catch me? Chen Shu shook his head and said, Old man, I'm here to exchange huaxiao points. Exchange what? Huaxiao points. Huaxiao what? Points. What points? Come on. Old man, you just keep resting. All right. The old man stretched and lay back on the rattan chair. Chen Shu had a face full of disbelief. Communicating was truly difficult. Does your ear even work properly? He directly walked into the lobby where a young woman was at the counter. Hello, I'd like to use huaxiao points. Please show me your ID. The staff looked Chen Shu over with surprise, especially after seeing his ID. Her mouth dropped. A student can actually obtain huaxiao points. Hello, here's the exchange manual. The staff handed him a small green book. Chen Shu eagerly opened it to see what was inside. Beast Taming Orb Section Low Grade, Beast Taming Orb 1 point Medium Grade, Beast Taming Orb 3 points High Grade, Beast Taming Orb 6 points Basic, Beast Taming Pearl 5 points Black Iron Grade, Beast Taming Pearl 20 points. Potion Section Low Grade Strength Potion 0, 5 points. Medium Grade Strength Potion 1 point, High Grade Strength Potion 3 points, Basic Size Potion 3 points. Material Section Strength Flower 3 points, Level 1 Giant Fruit 4 points. Chen Shu glanced over and found that there was almost everything he could want, but as he was merely an apprentice beast tamer, there were no resources above Black Iron listed. Moreover, huaxiao points could be directly exchanged for huaxiao currency at a rate of 1 point equal to 20,000. In other words, the reward for hunting the ice wild rabbit lord reaches up to 1 million huaxiao currency. However, Chen Shu had no intention of exchanging it for huaxiao currency. After pondering for a moment, he decided to exchange it for medicinal materials. Currently, otherworldly medicinal materials were becoming increasingly rare. Even the 666 Medicine Company no longer supplied strength flowers, and Zhou Xiaoming's shop hadn't received any medicinal materials for half a month. Even the black market shops were mostly sold out. The nurturing of medicinal materials inherently takes a long time, and they would surely become scarcer. The future trend will inevitably be that large companies directly cooperate with beast taming groups, and private small shops will lose their supply sources, leading to closures, while official material shops will also no longer sell easily. I want 5 level 1 giant fruits and 7 level 1 iron core fruits. That'll be a total of 48 points. The iron core fruits and giant fruits are of equivalent value, both requiring 4 points. If measured by market price, they are definitely worth more than 960,000. But the problem is they cannot be bought. Chen Shu had no time to wait. He valued efficiency. Chen Shu's golden slime could still consume 20 bottles of size potions and 25 bottles of defense potions, so he naturally prioritized filling these two attributes. Soon the staff retrieved the medicinal materials from the warehouse. The benefit of huaxiao points is that there's no limit on exchanging for anything. Even if they run out in Nanjing, they will be sourced from all over the country. No need for a bag, just put it here. Chen Shu took out a blue urea bag from his backpack. Oh, the staff's mouth twitched. Who carries a urea bag? Chen Shu packed all the medicinal materials into his backpack, whistling as he prepared to leave. I say, kid, what do you need so many medicinal materials for? Are you going to plant them at home? The old man at the door lightly shook his fan and said, Really don't understand the importance of huaxiao points. Are your points legitimate? Chen Shu smiled slightly and said, Old man, I heard the stray dogs at the black market entrance had puppies. Do you know about that? What does that have to do with me? The old man was confused. Oh, what's wrong with you thinking so fast? Then my using my points to exchange for things, what does that have? The old man was immediately left speechless. The old man was instantly choked into silence. Chen Shu strode away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Interesting. The old man shook his head and continued to sleep. Chen Shu stopped by the herbal medicine store to purchase the remaining materials, leaving his little savings completely depleted. It was as if he had returned to the past. He returned to the community, preparing to concoct the potion. Why is it so lively? At the entrance of the community, he saw a crowd of more than 10 people. Chen Shu's instinct to watch the commotion drew him over. Excuse me, why is there 1,000 yuan missing from my bag? Also, how did my phone get broken? A girl with delicate makeup questioned, her expression harsh. Opposite her was a little girl with slightly red eyes, on the verge of tears, unsure of what to say. The surrounding crowd murmured among themselves, but no one stepped forward. Chen Shu pushed through the crowd and came to the little girl's side. Nyo, what happened? He picked her up. She was the daughter of his downstairs neighbor, so he naturally recognized her. Brother Chen Shu. The little girl's chubby face instantly turned pitiful, as if she had found support, and began to cry loudly. You must be her guardian, right? The girl opposite frowned and said impatiently, Tell your brother what happened. Chen Shu completely ignored her and gently asked. Nyo then stopped crying and recounted the events in detail. She had been playing at the entrance of the community when she found a small bag, but not knowing who it belonged to, she waited in the same spot for 2 hours until the owner finally arrived. Originally happy for doing a good deed, Nyo didn't expect the owner to turn on her. Not only did they not thank her, but they also insisted that Nyo had taken the money inside the bag and even broke her phone. Brother Chen Shu, did I do something wrong? The little girl looked utterly wronged, unable to comprehend why doing a good deed led to this outcome. Mothers, there's more to this. Chen Shu clenched his fists, unable to suppress the urge to hit her. Just then the girl looked extremely impatient and said, How do you suggest we handle this? I have limited time. Chen Shu's expression turned angry and options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Compensate the lost money to the other party. Reward: obtain the title Legendary Sucker Effect, increased chance of encountering misfortunes. Option 2. Directly ignore the other party and leave with Nyo. Reward for completion: medium grade ice elixir. Option 3. Argue logically, use special means if necessary, and make the other party apologize. There's no need to choose. Chen Shu picked up Nyo and coldly asked, How do you want to handle this? The girl's previously impatient expression now showed a hint of greed as she said, Return the lost Huaxia coins to me, and I want a new phone and bag. Chen Shu smiled broadly, dreaming big for someone so ugly. What do you mean by that? Just say whether you will compensate or not. If it comes to it, I'll just call the police to handle it. The girl's expression turned cold as she pulled out her phone to threaten. Chen Shu looked at her disdainfully and said, You said it yourself, your bag had 1,000 yuan and a good phone, while this bag has nothing in it. Obviously it's not your bag, so what am I compensating for? Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt it made sense. After saying that, Chen Shu suddenly reached out with his right hand and forcibly grabbed the bag. Your bag? Hand it over. The girl was caught off guard by Chen Shu's sudden attack. Seeing her bag being snatched away, her anger flared, and she shouted sharply, Nonsense, if the bag isn't mine, then whose is it? Chen Shu shook the bag in his hand and said, How can you prove it? None of the items inside match up now. My ID is inside, my name is Hao Meili, you can take it out. Chen Shu took out an ID card and compared it. Sister, are you serious? Are you sure this isn't your mother's ID card? The photo on the ID card looked completely different from her. Hao Meili's face flushed red as she realized the other party. Look at the name. What can a name prove? You can be called Hao Meili, he can be called Hao Meili, I can too. Cough cough, of course I wouldn't be named that. Chen Shu's expression was calm when he suddenly thought of something. How about this, I'll ask you one more question. If you answer correctly, I'll admit the bag is yours. What question? Chen Shu took out the other party's ID card, covered it with both hands, and stretched it out while asking, Which side is the front? Hao Meili's teeth were itching with anger. What kind of question is this? What does it have to do with proving my identity? Not going to answer. Then there's nothing to be done. Chen Shu shrugged, preparing to take the bag and leave. Wait. Hao Meili gritted her teeth and randomly guessed an answer. The top side is the front. Chen Shu nodded, flipped his hands, and then revealed the back of the ID card. Are you messing with me? Hao Meili's eyes widened, immediately realizing she had been played. In this situation, how could the answer not be at the other party's discretion? Unexpectedly, Chen Shu seriously nodded. Smart, you caught on. The others burst into laughter. When it comes to getting popular, Chen Shu was quite experienced. In Nanjing City, if he claimed to be second, who would dare claim first? Hao Meili said, You a grown man bullying a little girl, is that amusing? Auntie, enough already. I'm just a student. Chen Shu waved his hand, appearing modest. I didn't see you being so weak when you were making things difficult for others. Hao Meili was slightly softening. She didn't expect Chen Shu to be so hard to deal with. Chen Shu casually replied, It's simple, apologize first, then we'll discuss the rest. Hao Meili lowered her head, sinking into silence. After a long pause, she quietly said, Sorry. I can't hear clearly without my glasses. Hao Meili felt extremely frustrated and took a deep breath, saying, I'm sorry. That's more like. Chen Shu looked at Nyo in his arms and asked, Do you forgive Annie? I forgive you. Nyo was still a child with a kind heart, not wanting to make things too difficult for the other party. Reward obtained a lot of beast mastery power. Chen Shu nodded and said, "Did you hear that? Nyo did not forgive you, so I'm taking the bag for now." After saying that, he directly carried Nyo into the community. How Meili felt the anger in her chest surge, making her extremely uncomfortable. "Are you deaf? Others have already forgiven me." How Meili pointed at Chen Shu, her hands trembling, clearly very furious. "You can't prove the bag is yours, just go report it. Let the police prove it for you." Chen Shu didn't care at all, taking the bag and leaving with Nyo. "Damn it." How Meili panted heavily, her body slightly trembling as if she was about to have a fit. The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered, feeling extremely relieved by Chen Shu's actions. It truly echoed the saying, evil people will have their own evil retribution. "Nyo, if that aunt comes back, just let her come upstairs to find your brother, okay?" Chen Shu gently stroked Nyo's head and sent her back home. Upon returning home, he casually tossed How Meili's bag aside, completely indifferent to it. If the police were to come knocking, he would naturally return it to her, but whether it was calling the police or retrieving surveillance footage, it would be a hassle. Chen Shu had his own way of dealing with annoying people. He returned to his bedroom and summoned the golden slime. After completing the previous options, he successfully advanced to a level 6 beast tamer, with the slime's attributes also greatly enhanced. Even the sound of its snoring was louder than before. What surprised him the most was that the slime's charge skill had automatically leveled up. Each breakthrough had a chance to allow a contracted spirit to comprehend a new skill or upgrade an existing one. Although the chance of upgrading skills was slightly higher than comprehending new ones, both were still appallingly low, especially for an 5th grade contracted spirit. You must show some spirit and smash all the stinky fish and rotten shrimp in the future. Chen Shu patted the slime's head and began to take out herbs for alchemy. Not until the afternoon of the next day did the slime finally digest the potion, with its defense and size swelling significantly. If it used giantification, the slime would have a terrifying size of nearly 10 meters, which most black iron grade contracted spirits could not reach. Although its power was far inferior to black iron grade spirits, at least it had a strong sense of oppression. "My contracted spirit is massive, opponents might not be able to handle it." In the afternoon, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali lay on the sofa playing games all day, successfully ranking up from gold to silver. "I say, Dali, is your gameplay really that terrible?" Chen Shu couldn't help but complain. After playing all afternoon, they had only won one game, and that game had 2 opponents disconnecting. "How am I terrible? I'm not even hiding in the jungle anymore." "Exactly, you're not staying in the jungle anymore, you're just leeching off the minion waves." Chen Shu took a deep breath and said, "Leeching off minion waves is fine, but for you, a jungler, to leech off a gold mid laner is just too much." Zhang Dali was silent for a long time before saying, "Is this your reason for reporting me?" "I'm just getting rid of harm for the people." Chen Shu suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I'm going to find Xie Sunan tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" "Me? I'm not going to. I have to attend spirit chef training." "Do you have confidence?" Chen Shu inquired. Although Zhang Dali's culinary skills were excellent, spirit chef training required handling beast meat, which was much more challenging. "I can barely manage to get first place, I suppose." Zhang Dali shook his head, looking dissatisfied with himself. "By the way, when will auntie and uncle be back? I'm a bit hungry." "So you're leeching off the minion waves, and then leeching food." Just then the door opened. Chen Shu's parents returned home, but aside from them, there was also a police officer and a girl. "Oh, is this your bag? Quite efficient, huh?" Chen Shu immediately recognized the person. It was How Meili from yesterday. "Chen Pai, speak properly," his father Chen Ping scolded. "Hello, officer." Chen Shu got up and smiled, completely ignoring How Meili. At this moment, How Meili no longer had the arrogance she displayed yesterday, and even seeing Chen Shu made her feel a bit. The police officer spoke up. "Hello, Xiao Chen. The investigation results are out. The money inside was a mistake by Ms. How, and her phone was accidentally broken. If possible, please return the bag to her." Chen Shu nodded and retrieved the bag from beside the room's trash can, saying, "I can return it, but you need to apologize to Nyo again downstairs." "Do you know you are harming the flowers of our country, Annie?" Chen Shu questioned sternly. How Meili remained silent, and Chen Shu couldn't be bothered to argue with her and returned the bag. After the two left, the three immediately asked Chen Shu. After he explained, Zhang Dali suddenly slammed the table. "Shouldn't we just beat her up?" Chen Shu looked over, sharing the same sentiment as a hero. Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at Xiaobei Road, ready to deal with the issue of the fake medicine dealer. Just as he reached the intersection, a voice suddenly rang out. "Chen Shu." A girl with a ponytail jogged over. "Xiao Bing." Chen Shu recognized her immediately. She was the class monitor from before. "What a coincidence. What are you doing here?" "I live around here." Xiao Bing explained. "Didn't I still owe you money? Today I wanted to pay you back." "No need to rush, though I don't lack money," Chen Shu said generously, immediately adding, "By the way, is it through Chao Xine or cash?" Xiao Bing was speechless. "I thought you really weren't in a hurry." "And it's not that I'm in a hurry, I'm just counting the interest every day." "Let's do a bank transfer." "I borrowed 100 from you at that time, calculating with double the bank interest that would be." "No need for the Chen Shu said generously. Xiao Bing looked Chen Shu up and down. Oh, could this really be something he would say? Was he help me with a favor? Chen Shu grinned, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Xiao Bing felt something was off. Why do I have the feeling this is not a good thing? How could that be? Help me catch a scammer. To maintain the city's public order as a morally upright and red-blooded youth of the new era, it's our duty. Xiaobing hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, then consider it a thank you for lending me money. According to Chen Shu's judgment, Wang Beige was definitely not the main culprit. How could a mere mud dealer have such audacity? There must be someone else involved, and it was more likely that it concerned beast tamers. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to. Chen Shu alone might not be able to handle it, but with Xiaobing it was a different story. Her contracted spirit was an ice wolf which combined both attack and control. If they really couldn't win, they could let the ice wolf stall for time, allowing him to make a strategic retreat. Who could refuse a free henchman? Xiebiru. Chen Shu approached the pork stall, where Xie Sunan was idly swinging a cleaver board. Did you bring the money? His gaze locked onto Chen Shu. Chen Shu stiffened slightly as if infected by the tension and replied with unnerving depth, naturally. Where is my merchandise? Here it is. Xie Sunan pulled several photographs from his pocket, face down, and placed them atop the pork stall. I must inspect the goods first. Chen Shu declared coldly. Snap. Xiaobing, brawny and swift, snatched the photos midair and scoffed. It's broad daylight. What are you playing at? Some underground syndicate rendezvous. Both instantly dropped the act. Chen Shu began studying the photos. The subject was unmistakably Wang Bag. Even masked, his sleazy posture remained eerily recognizable. In one shot, he stood before a small convenience store, clutching 2 large bags. Another captured his retreating back. The final image showed an abandoned factory. We can confirm, he's living inside. Xie Sunan retrieved his grease-smeared sunglasses from his pocket and wiped them repeatedly with his apron. He tucked the photos carefully into his pocket and added gravely, let me warn you, there are beast tamer cultivators inside. More than one. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This won't be easy. Though beast tamers are present, their cultivation ranks cannot exceed level 9, certainly not Black Iron tier. Which Black Iron tier beast tamer would stoop to peddling counterfeit medicine? That would defy all reason. Xiaobing, we're leaving. Chen Shu gathered the photos and nodded firmly. In that very instant, a gleaming cleaver flashed into view. A pungent wave of raw pork overwhelmed Chen Shu's senses, prompting him to shout, in broad daylight. You're actually going to chop someone? Enough talk. I knew you'd try something sneaky, planning a double cross. Xie Sunan flicked his right wrist, attempting an elegant knife spin. But the greasy blade slipped from his grip and soared wildly away. Damn it. Chen Shu instinctively leapt backward, narrowly evading the cleaver. Cold sweat broke across his brow. You really meant to slash me? Accidental slip? Total accident. Xie Sunan flushed with embarrassment, never expecting such a blunder, and silently thanked heaven no one had been injured. Chen Shu snorted disdainfully, an accident. I nearly met my end. Compensate me for emotional distress. Brother, that cleaver flew toward your lower region. How could your life possibly have been in danger? You know it flew toward my lower region. My family has carried the Chun bloodline unbroken for 9 generations. If that line ends today, my ancestors will haunt you in your dreams. Xie Sunan fell speechless, regretting his bravado. Fine. For 10,000 it is. Just sell your pork in peace. What's with all this posturing? Chen Shu withdrew his phone, transferred the sum, and departed with Xiaobing. Had she not repaid him, he'd already planned to use a mid-grade strength-enhancing elixir as collateral, though its market value had recently plummeted. Driver, take us here. Chen Shu handed the photograph to the taxi driver. Isn't this the derelict factory on West City Road? What business do you two have there in broad daylight? The driver studied the photo, squinting, then instantly recognized the location. Oh, we're just out for a casual stroll. Chen Shu grinned broadly. The driver shook his head and drove them westward. An hour later. The road ahead is impassable. I'll drop you here. Chen Shu and Xiaobing stepped out, entering desolate West City, where waist-high weeds sprawled in silent abandon. Nanjing City had long prioritized development. Elsewhere, a West City lagged behind by a vast margin. Let's go. They located a narrow footpath and advanced. Guided by the driver's directions, the abandoned factory lay just ahead. There it is. Chen Shu immediately spotted the factory, identical to the photograph. Xie Sunan, impressive, reliable. To find such a remote place was no small feat. Huh, someone's here. Chen Shu suddenly caught movement, and both he and Xiaobing melted into the tall grass. A figure emerged, wearing a mask despite summer's heat, fully covered, and lugging a heavy bag. Wang Bag. Chen Shu's eyes narrowed, the recognition instantaneous. Xiaobing whispered, Chen Shu, what's the plan? Her sense of justice stirred her pulse. This felt like stepping into a cinematic thriller. Stay quiet. Let the professionals handle this. Chen Shu dropped his backpack and withdrew. Not a weapon, but a urea fertilizer sack. Why does the sack look so familiar? Xiaobing murmured, puzzled. Chen Shu ignored her, slipping forward soundlessly with the sack in hand. His stride was lithe, his steps utterly silent. A phrase flashed through Xiaobing's mind. See that? That's what professionalism looks like. Wang Bag paused, sweltering beneath layers of clothing. Damn it, I should have refused this job. Regret clouded his face. He'd imagined petty fraud, not a scam spiraling into tens of millions, leaving him utterly dazed. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, preparing to resume walking. Huh, why did the sky suddenly darken? Old Wong blinked, startled. Then darkness swallowed him whole. Shit. Ambushed. Old Wong's reflexes were sharp. He braced to kick free. But before he could move, a strike sent him crashing into unconsciousness. Chen Shu dragged him deep into the weeds, then hastily began stripping off his own clothes. The scene grew increasingly awkward. Aunt. Chen Shu, do you have to be this disturbing? Xia Bing clapped her hands over her eyes, but peeked fiercely. What did I do? Chen Shu froze. Then realization struck. Oh, come on. You've got some serious issues. It turned out Xia Bing had conjured scandalous imaginings. Chen Shu might not be virtuous, but he was no pervert. Yet Xia Bing nodded solemnly. Exactly. That's precisely the problem. He's male. It turned out Xia Bing had conjured scandalous imaginings. Chen Shu might not be virtuous, but he was no pervert. Yet Xia Bing nodded solemnly. Oh. Xia Bing nodded slowly. Yet her gaze remained deeply suspicious. After all, Chen Shu was unpredictable, capable of anything. Chen Shu abandoned explanation, completed his disguise, swiftly donned a fresh mask, and strode toward the factory. Wait for my signal. What is the signal? Xia Bing called urgently after him. Hallelujah. He carried 2 large bags of daily necessities and walked naturally into the abandoned factory. Inside, he found desolation with only a few rusty old machines, while in the corner He carried 2 large bags of daily necessities and walked naturally into the abandoned factory. Inside, he found desolation with only a few rusty old machines, while in the corner several individuals squatted, conversing among themselves. Gathering to squat, Chen Shu slowly approached. Wow, for sharp guys. How long have they been in the factory? Lao on your back. A middle-aged man with a weary expression looked over and said, just in time, everyone is discussing the next steps, you should join us. Chen Shu nodded and squatted down. A young man with a buzz-cut frowned and said, when we've stirred up the Spirit Control Bureau this time, things are going to be difficult. Difficult or not, we must proceed. The middle-aged man grunted and lit a cigarette. Think back to the days when we risked our lives in the other space for tens of thousands. Another chubby guy nodded and said, yet 10 million. That's enough for us to take many risks. Moreover, with the captain gone, we can't enter the other space anymore. Just thinking about that Lord-level green-eyed snake makes me break out in a cold sweat. Chen Shu remained inconspicuous, listening to the conversation, and realized that the 4 in front of him were once part of a beast-controlling team who had become unemployed after their captain perished. However, nurturing a contract spirit is quite an expense, and without access to the other space, there is naturally no money to be made, leaving them with no choice but to take risks. It's definitely not possible to leave the city now. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said, I'm planning to go to the town to avoid the heat. Victims are mostly from the urban area, so they will be much safer in the town. Furthermore, their appearances haven't been exposed, and if they intentionally hide, even the Spirit Control Bureau would have difficulty capturing them. What about him? The chubby guy suddenly looked at Chen Shu. Among the 5, only Lao Wang's appearance had been exposed, and he was already a well-known fugitive who bringing him along would only be a burden. In an instant, all 4 turned to look at him. The sharp gaze made Chen Shu's heart skip a beat. No way, sir, I just disguised myself. How did I stumble upon this situation? How about we just take him out? The buzz-cut young man stroked his chin, suggesting. All 4 were beast masters, easily capable of deciding the life and death of an ordinary person. Suddenly, options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, shout loudly, big brother, don't kill me. Completion, reward small amount of beast controlling power. Option 2, in a low voice, say, wanna kill me? You can try. Face the wind. Completion, reward slime power increases by 3. Option 3, pretend to be terrified in hopes of evoking sympathy from the assailants. Completion, reward skill violent sit kill increases by 1. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he contemplated. Ultimately, he decided to choose option 3. The skills were evidently superior to attributes. Kuan-gu, it seems you've scared him, silly. The chubby guy laughed, and indeed, Chen Shu's dazed expression looked as if the leading middle-aged man spoke. Enough nonsense, let's act. We'll head to the town in the afternoon. Shall you do it? A weak young man paused upon hearing this and nodded. Wait. Chen Shu exclaimed, you can't kill me. Look, he's so scared he's changed his voice. The buzz-cut youth said with a mocking smile. Give me one reason not to kill you. People must have some value after all. Because. Chen Shu with a look of fear replied, because killing is impolite. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the 4 burst into laughter like a pack of hungry wolves surrounding a little white rabbit. Shall let him see your unrefined side. The slender youth nodded and stood up, his gaze venomous and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen Shu trembled as he stood up, staggering towards the factory exit, portraying fear to the fullest. Lao Wang, don't run. The youth crossed his arms as if playing with a mouse. Chen Shu barely made it to the factory door only to stumble and fall to the ground. Are you afraid of such a big beetle? The youth summoned his contract spirit, revealing a black beetle nearly half a meter in size. Its mandibles were sharp and its wings buzzed, its gaze filled with ferocity. It was clearly a contract spirit with an evil nature. Xiaohei, you can have a hearty meal today, the youth said with a smile, patting the beetle's back. Reward obtained violent sit kill increases by 1. Skill damage increases. Chen Shu fell to the ground appearing panicked, but inside he remained as steady as a rock. Could a level 5 beast master dare to put on airs in front of him? Chen Shu said, "Your beetle is indeed big, but mine is larger than yours." The youth had yet to react when a massive shadow instantly loomed over him. What is that? He instinctively looked up only to see a round yellow backside, which became the last scene of his life. Boom. The nearly 10-meter-tall golden slime fell, and the man didn't even let out a scream, instantly being crushed into a mosaic. Host deceased, the black beetle also instantly perished. What's going on? The remaining 3 felt the tremor, looking up to see an enormous slime leaping up. Violent sit kill activated. My god, what the hell is that? The expressions of the 3 changed, drastically regretting not being born with 2 extra legs, hastily rolling away to barely escape the slime's attack. Chen Shu inwardly lamented how unfortunate it was, wishing he could have killed one more person. Damn it. He's not Lao Wang. The buzz-cut youth called Kuan Gu cursed angrily and instantly summoned his contract spirit. A black wild boar appeared, snorting and filled with rage. The other 2 also reacted, quickly summoning their respective contract spirits. A bluebird flew at low altitude, and a humanoid figure engulfed in flames stood tall. A fire. Chen Shu's gaze fell on that fiery being, which belonged to a special type of fire element spirit with a bloodline range covering F to S class. The middle-aged man's eyes held a murderous intent as he spoke. A level 6 beast master dares to come here. Wengu, are you sure he's only level 6? Yeah, he is level 6. Wengu could sense Chen Shu's beast-controlling power, but his gaze kept drifting towards the 10-meter giant slime, his expression filled with uncertainty. It should, probably, possibly be level 6. Brother, when now's not the time to say should. The overweight youth's lips twitched, his eyes flickering with alarm. The slime before them was utterly overwhelming. What on earth had it been feeding on? It had grown to such an enormous size. The short-haired young man's gaze hardened with ruthless intent as he declared, "Whether it is or isn't no longer matters. Xiao has already fallen. He'll never let us go. Brother One and I will hold this thing off. Your blue-feathered bird must strike him down first." They were 3 against 1, as sheer numbers alone gave them the upper hand. Kill Chen Shu and his contracted spirit would perish alongside him. Go to sleep. Chen Shu commanded the slime, then bolted from the abandoned factory. After him, the overweight youth unleashed his blue-feathered bird and gave immediate chase. The slime instantly fell into deep slumber, its defenses surging dramatically in its dreams. Though one was a level 7 beast tamer and the other a level 8, inflicting serious injury upon the slime would still take time. You can't run. The overweight youth's eyes burned with ferocity as his azure avian swooped forward. In an instant, sapphire light flared within the bird's eyes, and from its beak shot forth a volley of crystalline ice needles. Hallelujah! Chen Shu threw back his head and bellowed at the top of his lungs. The overweight youth blinked in bewilderment. What in the world was this guy yelling about? But it no longer mattered. Gazing upon the airborne ice needles, a cruel smile curled his lips, until in that very instant a razor-sharp claw flashed into view and crushed the needles to glittering dust. What is that? The overweight youth recoiled in shock. Before him loomed a towering blue ice wolf, nearly 3 meters tall, exhaling plumes of frost with terrifying authority. Back up. Chen Shu, are you alright? Xia Bing emerged from the undergrowth. The moment she heard the signal, she'd summoned the ice wolf without hesitation. Chen Shu shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. You handle the bird. I'll deal with this fatty. He dashed back into the brush, retrieved a cobalt blue urea bag, and let out a series of low, sinister chuckles. The overweight youth's face paled. He whirled around and sprinted back toward the factory, screaming, "Don't come any closer." Chen Shu closed the distance in 3 frantic strides, brandishing the urea bag like a weapon. After only dozens of meters, the fatty was fully enveloped by the urea bag. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Shu's fists flew. No restraint, no mercy. Each blow drawing agonized cries. Do you even know my other title? Nanjiang Bandit. You actually thought you could play tough with me? Dare to stab me with needles. Don't you know I have needle phobia? Pummeling and kicking relentlessly, Chen Shu finally exhaled in grim satisfaction, then delivered one final knockout punch. All 4 were wanted fugitives on the Spirit Suppression Bureau's most wanted list. Even if they died in the process, no legal consequences would follow. A chilling truth that explained why ordinary citizens feared the Bureau so deeply. Once marked by them, ruin was inevitable. Disaster. Song the fatties in trouble. Inside the factory, the 2 remaining men heard the commotion outside and felt their blood run cold. Could it be the Spirit Suppression Bureau? Only then did they realize how gravely they'd miscalculated. Though massive and astonishingly resilient, the slime moved with glacial slowness, easily ignored. And with the factory's narrow entrance, it couldn't possibly get out. Escape through the secondary exit. Brother One reacted swiftly. His sole focus now escape, all thoughts of combat abandoned. They exchanged a glance and fled toward the exit with their contracted spirits, only for a colossal blue ice wolf to materialize before them in an instant. A piercing, bone-deep chill swept over them. The 2 men shuddered violently, and even their contracted spirits' movements slowed markedly. It was the Ice Wolf's innate ability, Frost Domain, capable of decelerating enemies within its radius. Just a level 6 contracted spirit. Kill it. Ruthless determination blazed in their eyes as they ordered their spirits into battle. 3 contracted spirits clashed in furious, swirling combat. Though the Ice Wolf bore a higher potential rating, its mere level 6 status made overcoming 2 higher-tier spirits an arduous, near-impossible feat. Within moments the wolf found itself besieged. Chen Shu. Xia Bing's brow glistened with sweat as she channeled her full concentration into commanding the beast, yet danger loomed at every turn. Temporarily restrain them. Chen Shu arrived just then, ordering the golden slime to unleash its charge. Xia Bing nodded slightly. The Ice Wolf's eyes shimmered with twin sapphire flames, and a vast luminous ring erupted beneath its paws, radiating raw ice energy. The black boar and fire elemental instantly froze in place. Unless equipped with mobility-based skills, neither could move freely within the domain. Boom. Leveraging the full force of its charge, the golden slime crashed straight through the factory wall. It was simply too massive. This was the only way out. The slime launched skyward, its brutal seeding assault activated with devastating impact. Both criminals stared upward in utter disbelief. Sunlight bathed the slime in radiant gold, transforming it into something sacred and unmistakably monumental. Crunch. Its colossal mass flattened both contracted spirits beneath it. A mere level 6 spirit dares challenge fate. No need to worry, they muttered, exchanging grim nods before preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques, determined to pierce right through the slime. The black boar's eyes blazed with feral fury, its guttural snorts growing louder, as if gathering power for a cataclysmic attack. 1 minute passed. Snort. 5 minutes passed. Snort. Snort. Silence reigned, save for the boar's relentless hollow grunts. May I ask, aren't you at least a little embarrassed right now? Chen Shu crossed his arms, wearing a mischievous, self-satisfied grin. The short-haired youth instantly grasped the issue. Brother one, the skill won't activate. The middle-aged man's fire elemental attempted its own technique, with identical failure. Even its flames dimmed. To the slime, the pressure beneath it felt like nothing more than a warm heating pad. Its invincible crush sealed all skills of black iron rank and below, as long as it remained seated upon them. One invincible crush didn't just silence both contracted spirits. It left the 2 criminals utterly speechless. Xia Bing, leave the rest to me. Watch how I beat these 2 senseless. Chen Shu chuckled, darkly rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward. Brat, you're asking for death. The short-haired youth suddenly drew a gleaming pocket knife, his gaze sharpened with lethal menace. Chen Shu stiffened, then executed a flawless dramatic pivot, landing smoothly beside Xia Bing. I think I'm feeling a bit tired today. Let the Ice Wolf handle it. Damn it, using a blade. That's outright dishonorable. You really do know when to back down. Xia Bing's lips twitched. She hadn't expected Chen Shu to retreat so decisively. Ice Wolf, go. The power of the contract spirit is beyond what a human body can withstand. Don't even mention a small knife. Even holding a handgun wouldn't suffice unless you carried a missile. Moments later, Uncle Wong come to the west of the city. I have captured the scammer from the black market. Chen Shu took out his phone and called Wang Qian from the Spirit Town Bureau. Soon a group of people arrived at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Is this really a black market scammer? Wang Qian immediately recognized the black market's Wang Beige. Aside from this, the other 3 were in a state of unconsciousness, one of them a fat man with a head as big as a pig, his face covered in bruises, evidently beaten badly. Chen Shu crossed his arms and said, of course I will never spare those who tarnish my reputation. Indeed, Wang Qian nodded, not expecting that in just a few days Chen Shu would have captured the scammer. Chen Shu pulled Wang Qian aside and whispered, Uncle Wang, I have a scammer who has been rendered a mosaic. It's alright as long as we can confirm they are accomplices. They probably won't see the light of day for the rest of their lives anyway. Wang Qian waved his hand. Anyone wanted by the Spirit Town Bureau was definitely a highly dangerous criminal. Is this called murder? Certainly not. This is called self-defense. Uncle Wang, look at the great contribution I've made. Shouldn't the Spirit Town Bureau show some appreciation? Chen Shu rubbed his hands and raised an eyebrow. By the way, there's a task at the Beast Tamer Association with a reward of 100,000. I'll get it for you later. Wang Qian said, look at what you're saying. Did I catch criminals just for money? Chen Shu shook his head, appearing to be extremely principled. Oh, so what's your reason? Are you really a messenger of justice? Wang Qian's eyes were peculiar, eager to see what. Chen Shu grinned and said, partly for justice, but of course another part is to restore my reputation. You still have a reputation? Wang Qian was taken aback, looking Chen Shu up and down. Chen Shu spread his hands and said excitedly, of course. Who doesn't know my title as the #1 in the black market? Now, because of these criminals, my reputation is ruined. How can I still sell medicine? Wang Qian asked. So Chen Shu's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully said, it's simple. You just need to sign a letter of explanation in the name of the Spirit Town Bureau, clearing my name. Wang Qian thought for a moment and nodded. Chen Shu immediately added, that's good, but that 100,000 reward must not be less. Wang Qian shook his head. You are certainly not willing to suffer any loss. The Spirit Town Bureau personnel took Wang Beige and the other 3 criminals away. Chen Shu and Xia Bing returned to the city together. Thank you so much this time, committee member Xia. Chen Shu looked at Xia Bing with sincere gratitude. Xia Bing shook her head and said, just consider it returning a favor. Without your help, I might not have made it into the special training class. That's good. We are still classmates in our senior year. Feel free to find me if you need anything. Chen Shu patted his chest, looking very generous. Classmates, you also made it into the special training class. Xia Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Shu said, isn't the special training class for top students? Isn't it normal for me to get in? Normal? Xia Bing chuckled, dryly thinking to herself, normal. My foot. Everyone has worked hard for 2 years in the cold window to finally enter the special training class, yet this guy only switched to beast taming for a month and got in. Could it be that there is an inside story? Chen Shu ignored her and suddenly said, by the way, classmate Xia, the essay you gave me last time had some flaws. Can you revise it when you have time? Essay? What essay? Xia Bing looked confused. That took the sandword essay praising me. Ooh, I feel it's lacking in sincerity. You focused too much on my appearance and didn't delve into my inner qualities. Chen Shu shook his head, talking to himself. Where did she go? He looked up and saw that Xia Bing had already run. Chen Shu nodded, feeling that she had grasped a bit of his essence, muttering, looks like she understood my inner qualities. I'll note that down at home. Let's turn in the task first. Chen Shu stretched and headed to the Beast Tamer Association. When he arrived at the association, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. Xie Biru. It was Xie Sunan, the pork stall owner. At this moment, he wasn't wearing an apron or holding a cleaver, but rather dressed in casual, wear, looking considerably younger, appearing to be only in his 40s. It's you. Xie Sunan turned around and saw Chen Shu. Chen Shu asked, what's going on? Has the pork business expanded to the Beast Tamer Association? I came here to check out the tasks, alright. You're a beast tamer. Is there a problem? Xie Sunan crossed his arms, his beard very conspicuous, saying, as a beast tamer, is it unreasonable for me to sell some pork? That's perfectly reasonable. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he approached the counter. I'd like to turn in a task. Chen Shu took out the proof given by Wang Qian. Please wait a moment. The staff smiled and quickly completed the verification, saying, sir, the task you accepted, investigate the counterfeit drug dealer, has been completed. The task reward of 100,000 has automatically been credited to your card. Thank you. Chen Shu nodded with a smile. Damn, your task is worth 100,000. Xie Sunan suddenly leaned in closely and said, you as a middleman are too cunning, aren't you? Cunning? Do you know what I went through? Chen Shu's eyes widened excitedly, saying, 5. A total of 5 criminals. Do you know how I spent today? Do you know? For a moment, the beast tamers in the hall turned to look. Xie Sunan twitched his mouth. Brother, can we tone down the theatrics a bit? There's only 100,000 in rewards and you actually charged me 40,000 in information fees. Chen Shu crossed his arms and said, at least refund me 1,000. Yeah, right, without my information you wouldn't have caught a thing. Only Xie Sunan could investigate this. Xie Sunan curled his lip, showing no intention of refunding the information fee. Chen Shu thought for a moment and decided not to press further. If he pushed too hard, the cleaver might come out. The journey to Kyoto is about to begin. Those who like it can add it to their bookshelf. For the next 3 days, Chen Shu shuttled back and forth in the black market, leveraging the name of Wang Qian from the Spirit Control Bureau, and finally restored his reputation while selling all 39 bottles of mid-grade strength potions. Finally have 400,000 huaxia coins. What should I do? Chen Shu lay at home contemplating his plan to grow strong. Out of boredom, he opened the online Beastmaster Forum, which was not officially established, allowing anyone to join without restrictions. The wisdom of the netizens is infinite. Brainstorming together might inspire him. I have 400,000 huaxia coins and want to enhance my contract spirit's abilities. Any recommendations? Chen Shu muttered, preparing to post a discussion thread, but suddenly reconsidered and deleted it all. If you don't agree, come debate. 400,000 huaxia coins do not enhance the contract spirit at all. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction. This was the right way to seek effective advice. Once the post was uploaded, netizens began commenting. What you sure and I dema, what do you know? 400,000 can at least buy 10 bottles of main attribute potions for the contract spirit, a guaranteed stable improvement. Yishigua fu cuny buy potions. Of course, you should go directly to the Beastmaster Dojo to train. You can at least book a top-notch training room and perhaps level up as a Beastmaster. Isn't that more cost-effective than taking potions? When Nung Chong Gua Ping Tian Xia, if it were me, I'd directly buy a mutated ferocious beast. What if I gain a skill? Taking risks is a kind of life wisdom. Do you all understand? Shui Ziguan Chuan, Yishang, thanks to the brother above for the advice. Hearing your words makes me want to work an extra 10 years. I still haven't paid off my debts from years ago. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Why did this generation of netizens seem so unreliable? He browsed through hundreds of replies, some suggesting he train at the Beastmaster Dojo, others advising him to hire a Beastmaster team for adventures in other dimensions. The most absurd suggestion was to seek out a rich woman's contact list to reach the pinnacle of life. However, the netizens' replies did give him some inspiration. Although he couldn't buy materials from other dimensions in stores, he could post tasks as a Beastmaster. Money can make the ghost push the mill. Chen Shu picked up his phone and hurried to the Beastmaster Association. What? 30,000 for a stalk of strength flower. The staff were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a high reward. Although the market had affected prices, with the average price of strength flowers now reaching 20,000, 30,000 still seemed excessively high. The profits from the current strength potions had already decreased, and no company would purchase at such a price, or they would face— Exactly. Chen Shu waved his hand, his face brimming with confidence. The configuration quantity for strength potions is 5 to 10 bottles. With his potion-making proficiency, he could produce 13 bottles at once, making his profits significantly higher than other companies, allowing him to acquire raw materials at a high price. Even if he bought at the high price of 30,000, the cost to produce mid-grade strength potions was about 70,000. Selling 13 bottles of mid-grade potions could fetch 100,000, leaving him with a profit of 30,000. Meanwhile, the slime was about to become a level 7 contract spirit, and he could prepare high-grade strength potions in advance. Alright, but we need to store the huaxia coins first so we can distribute rewards at any time. The staff nodded. Although Chen Shu was only an intern beastmaster, he still qualified to post regular tasks. For now, we'll purchase 10 stalks of strength flowers. Chen Shu deposited 300,000 huaxia coins at the Beastmaster Association and then left. Little did he know the purchase task he posted would mark the beginning of a collapse in the strength potion market in Nanjing. After returning home, Chen Shu couldn't help but smile during dinner. If he could purchase at such prices, he would earn 30,000 huaxia coins with each refining session. After a summer vacation, wouldn't it be simple to earn millions? What are you thinking? Eat up. His father Chen Ping— Nothing. Chen Shu shook his head and said, Mom and Dad, I suddenly discovered a bug. You say 2 people have 1 child, 100 people would have 50, and 50 would become 25. Logically, the population should decrease, so why is it increasing? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu's parents both looked stunned. I've been puzzled by this for a while. Chen Shu shook his head. His father Chen Ping looked at Chen Shu with a condescending gaze and said, I want to live a few more years after having you. Are you playing a game here? Just then his phone rang suddenly. It was a call from the Beastmaster Association. So soon I've received 6 stalks of strength flowers. Chen Shu was startled, not expecting this method to be so efficient. Who said materials from other dimensions were scarce? It was entirely a matter of money. As long as the purchase price could compete with those big companies, wouldn't materials from other dimensions flow in continuously? Chen Shu casually ate a couple of bites of food and rushed to the Beastmaster Association, bringing all 6 stalks of strength flowers back. This marked the beginning of his money-making venture. Come and see. Affordable and delicious strength potions. Chen Shu shouted, displaying over 100 bottles of strength potions, a scale that was no less than that of a shop. Next to the stall, there was a sign stating guaranteed by Wang Qian of the Spirit Control Bureau. Fake goods will be compensated. Wang Qian never expected that he would go from merely signing a name for someone to becoming the spokesperson for the stall, especially since Chen Shu hadn't paid him a dime. Besides Chen Shu, there were 6 employees, one of whom was the original Wang Tianba. The staff not only had excellent acting skills, but also worked efficiently, making them exemplary employees. Within a short afternoon, all the strength potions at the stall were sold out. Time to pack up. Come back early tomorrow. Chen Shu shouted, looking at his phone balance with satisfaction. Boss Chen. 6 people surrounded him, their faces wearing shy smiles. 5 for each of you, 5 for each of you. Chen Shu waved his hand generously. Hearing this, the 6 of them smiled broadly. Oh, wasn't this faster than deceiving people for money? Wang Tianba took the crisp huaxia coins and asked, Brother Chen, you aren't the boss of some big company, are you? Just here to experience the stall life. Every day there were hundreds of bottles of strength potions. Oh, a small shop really couldn't provide that. What are you talking about? I'm starting from scratch. A worker inquired, Boss Chen, do you have any secrets? The 6 of them looked at him with eager expressions. Start small, then grow bigger step by step. Build strength and create brilliance again. Chen Shu turned around, facing away from them as he left the black market. For a full 10 days, Chen Shu traveled back and forth between the Beastmaster Association and the black market, earning a total of 3 million huaxia coins. On the way, Chen Shu shook his head and sighed. The world today is truly tough. Earning a bit of money is surprisingly difficult. He returned to the Beastmaster Association and collected 12 giant power flowers, preparing to go home to concoct. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others mourn. In the high-tech zone of Nanjing City, the top floor of an office building was brightly lit. Can someone explain to me why the sales of the giant power potion have decreased by 30 this month? Especially at the end of July, the decrease was as much as 70. A stern-looking middle-aged man shouted angrily. The several executives sitting around the conference table wore worried expressions, unsure of how to respond. They were from the Xiaxing Pharmaceutical Company, which had forcibly cut off the supply channels of its competitors in order to seize the market for giant power potions in Nanjing City. The 666 Pharmaceutical Company had thus lost its market share of the giant power potion. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses said, the giant power potion is one of the basic potions. Its sales cannot fluctuate so dramatically. There must be a reason behind it. Investigate. Investigate fully. I want to see who dares to touch the company's case. The middle-aged man roared, having paid a great price to capture the market share of the giant power potion, and now that they hadn't yet broken even, such a problem arose. In the span of 10 days, Chen Shu sold over 2,000 bottles of mid-grade giant power potion. While it would hardly stir up a storm in a big city, Nanjing City was a small town, and his potions had already begun to impact the market. Successfully concocted the giant power potion. Proficiency has increased. From control level to great achievement level. Great achievement level, the concocted potion possesses special effects, can be consumed in an additional 25 quantity. Chen Shu let out a soft exclamation, having concocted potions so many times that he finally raised his proficiency. He summoned the golden slime and had it consume a bottle of mid-grade giant power potion. Indeed, the original resistance disappeared and its strength increased by 0.5. Ultimately, the golden slime consumed 10 bottles of mid-grade giant power potion and 10 bottles of low-grade giant power potion, increasing its strength by 10. This was the benefit brought by the great achievement level proficiency. Even wealthy families could not compare. Although the golden slime's talent was lacking, we could still rely on potions. Just then a message suddenly arrived on his phone. Lonely Wolf requests to pair with you. Chen Shu looked puzzled. What was Zhang Dali up to this time? He frowned and clicked yes, only to receive another message. Sorry, you don't match. Chen Shu immediately called, and it connected quickly. Dali, what are you doing? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Oh, I meant to pair via Bluetooth. Zhang Dali said calmly. I feel like you did that on purpose, Chen Shu said with suspicion. Zhang Dali replied. Don't mind the details. I'm preparing to go to Kyoto tomorrow. Are you coming? Why so early? The exams are about to start. Chen Shu frowned slightly. I want to go a few days early to visit Sister Fong Si. Fong Si. Chen Shu's expression froze as he remembered. She was supposed to come back during the summer vacation, but unfortunately she took on a task at the last minute. Options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, go to Kyoto with Zhang Dali. Completion, reward slime, size 5. Option 2, continue selling at the stall, grow bigger and stronger. Completion, reward, low grade, giant power potion. Production 1. After considering for a moment, Chen Shu chose the first option. He nodded and said, all right. Let's go together tomorrow. I have nothing else to do. With the proficiency of the giant power potion now at great achievement level, it granted additional effects, but the original 30 material reduction effect had vanished. This meant he could only concoct 10 bottles of mid-grade giant power potion at a time, which cost 800 yuan, leaving him with a profit of less than 100 yuan. As for the other potions, such as body-size potions and defensive potions, due to their high prices and low demand, selling them in large quantities was impossible. Chen Shu's plan to make money could only be temporarily shelved. Of course, the main reason was that doing this was simply too boring. It was a miracle that Chen Shu could endure for 10 days. Having a system, yet working like a laborer, was an insult to the protagonist's halo. With you around, I'll be at ease. My parents aren't here, so you'll have to cover the travel expenses. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and typed, so you have this intention? Zhang Dali replied, if you don't go, I'll have to take out a loan online. I've already prepared the photos. What photos? Don't loans require a somewhat private photo? Chen Shu ended the call immediately. If this continued, he would be left speechless by Zhang Dali. He turned around to start packing his luggage, stuffing all the essentials into his backpack, change of clothes, phone, ID card, urea bags. After that, Chen Shu took out his phone, bought a train ticket, and then clicked on Fong Si's profile picture. Sister Fong Si, I have good news to tell you. Not long after, a message came back. What good news? Just as Chen Shu was about to type, he suddenly thought that telling her directly would lessen the surprise. The good news is, I have good news to tell you tomorrow. Just as he sent it, Chen Shu instinctively felt a vague aura of killing intent and promptly shut off his phone. Are you sick or something? Fong Si ground her teeth in her dorm room, probably having a hard time sleeping that night. She had seen people tease others, but never so blatantly. Early the next morning, Chen Shu said a word to his parents and set off on the journey with Zhang Dali, master, to Nanjing City train station. The two carried their backpacks and got into a taxi. Chen Pai, why didn't you book a plane ticket? Are you silly? The train lets you see the scenery outside. Chen Shu explained seriously, adding a sigh. People today are too restless, and the pace of life is too fast, making us lose ourselves. We need to learn to slow down. Zhang Dali curled his lips. Speak plainly. Plane tickets are too expensive. Zhang Dali replied with an expression of disbelief. If it's expensive, just say it's expensive. You don't act like a life mentor here. The two quickly boarded the train to Kyoto, which would take about 8 hours. By evening they would arrive. No, did you not bring any? Aren't you the chef? Chen Shu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Why is your bag so bulging then? He opened Zhang Dali's backpack and his expression changed in disbelief. You actually brought pots and pans. A series of clattering sounds erupted, causing the passengers in the carriage to look over. Zhang Dali held them with great care and said, I am a chef. Oh, what else should I bring? Chen Shu rubbed his forehead. Is there anyone more outrageous than you? Of course there is. Zhang Dali nodded. The other passengers looked on with curiosity. Zhang Dali took out a bag of urea from Chen Shu's backpack. What the hell, you're even bringing out your secret weapon? Chen Shu immediately shoved it back and saying, I am a beast master, of course I need to bring this. Their conversation left everyone in the carriage dumbfounded. What on earth were these two here for? Fortunately, lunch was served on the train, and after eating, Zhang Dali began to doze off. Looks like I won't encounter any. Chen Shu yawned. One of the main reasons he bought the train ticket was to hope for an option to trigger. Since nothing happened, he also began his afternoon nap. The train is about to arrive at Bailey City. Someone has my bag. Someone has my bag. Help me stop him. At that moment a woman's shout rang out. Chen Shu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, woke up at the sound, and options appeared before him. Option 1. Take action to stop the criminal, reward medium beast mastery. Option 2. Continue sleeping, ignore it, reward basic explosion speed potion. Chen Shu's spirit was jolted, and he quickly made his choice. He saw a man pushing his way through the other passengers, trying to escape the train. Are you stupid? Even if you take the bag, you can't leave the train station. Chen Shu shook his head without hesitation. He directly pulled out the bag of urea. The man, in a mad dash, suddenly felt a dark shadow loom over him. Who is it? The man struggled, throwing punches and kicks. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and that was quite the cooperation. At this moment, Zhang Dali held up an iron pot, clearly the weapon that caused the man. The fluid actions of the two stunned everyone. They had initially thought they were just two ordinary guys, but who knew they were actually quite capable. The seemingly ordinary bag of urea and the iron pot were unexpectedly lethal. Soon the train's security arrived, thanking the two before taking the man away. However, the looks they received before leaving were a bit strange. Basic operation, basic operation. Seeing the other passengers gaze at them with admiration, Chen Shu cupped his fists in response. Oh, is it you two? Suddenly, a sweet-looking girl exclaimed in surprise. Chen Shu scrutinized her, and then said, although my charm is astonishing, please don't use such cliched pickup lines. Zhang Dali's eyes widened as he remembered something. He tugged at Chen Shu's sleeve and whispered, isn't she the one who borrowed money at high interest? Someone borrowed my high-interest loan. I don't recall that. Chen Shu replied, still looking puzzled, and having no. Zhang Dali reminded him again. It was when you got close and covered your eyes, saying you didn't see anything. Oh, Chen Shu suddenly realized, finally remembering. So that's what you look like. You don't remember me. Wang Qinghan's eyes widened, surprised that the other party had no impression of her at all. Chen Shu explained firmly. I said I didn't see anything, so of course I didn't see anything. It's surprising that you two so tall just left without a word. Chen Shu blinked and said, isn't it only right to repay debts? We can't help it. But that was a high-interest loan. You borrowed it yourself. Chen Shu retorted confidently, especially since the system's reward for violent kill was too enticing. Wang Qinghan didn't say much more. It was only natural for them not to help him, and helping would be a kindness. Neither of them knew each other, so there was no obligation. Wang Qinghan asked, by the way, are you going to Kyoto? Zhang Dali put away the iron pot and replied, yes, I'm going to take the exam at the Spiritual Chef University. No wonder you are so well prepared. Wang Qinghan smiled. Chen Shu suddenly thought of something and cautiously said, you aren't going to Kyoto to run from your debts, are you? I've already paid off my debts. Wang Qinghan replied. Then what are you going to Kyoto for? You even left your sister behind. Wang Qinghan clearly didn't want to say much, mumbling. I'm just traveling. I hope it doesn't cause us any trouble. The three of them conversed, which brought them closer together, and they had a basic understanding. By evening, they arrived at the east station of Kyoto. Following the bustling crowd, the three left the train station. We've met in the mountains and rivers. This is where we part ways. Chen Shu clasped his fists together, ready to part ways with Wang Qinghan. Sharing a taxi would be cheaper, Zhang Dali whispered from the side. Chen Shu also lowered his head and said, are you stupid? Who knows if she's running from her debts? What if it brings us trouble? Goodbye. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali turned to leave, bags in hand. Watch your legs. At that moment, a light shout rang out. Where are you looking at my legs? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali looked around, searching for the target. In an instant, a figure appeared behind them, and Chen Shu was kicked off balance, nearly falling. What the hell? There are thugs. Chen Shu couldn't help but shout loudly, who was so audacious as to kick him in public. Did they really think that a strong dragon wouldn't suppress a local snake? Before he finished speaking, he received another slap to the back of his head. Chen Shu's expression turned furious. Let me remind you, you're dealing with the notorious bandits of Nanjiang. Bang. The notorious bandits of Nanjiang, ha. Another blow came. Hey, that's enough, that's enough. Bang. Is that enough? Zhang Dali. Bang. Zhang Dali, right. Sister Fong Si, I'm sorry. Chen Shu held his head with both hands, finally beaten into submission. He saw a girl with a neat short haircut, arms crossed, with a slight smile on her lips. Little brother, do you now realize your mistake? You were quite brave online, huh? Sister Fong Si, Chen Pai is indeed too arrogant now, even I can't stand it. Zhang Dali quietly approached Fong Si from behind, flattering her. Chen Shu slowly stood straight, pointing at Zhang Dali. You traitor. It must be this internal spy who leaked information. Oh, otherwise how could Fong Si find them so easily? All right. Sister will treat you to a meal. Fong Si smiled. Although she had beaten Chen Shu, she didn't use much strength, naturally being mindful of her actions. Otherwise, given her enhanced physique, Chen Shu wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. The three of them played around, laughing as they got into a black sedan. Though it was just an ordinary vehicle, the people around looked on with envy and respect. This was because the car's license plate displayed Huaxiao Academy No. 332. Just the name Huaxiao Academy was enough to establish itself in Kyoto, far more prestigious than Chen Shu's original school, Hucking University. After all, beast masters have become the key to survival on Blue Star. The three of them got into the car and left the noisy train station. Along the way, Chen Shu frequently noticed the respectful gazes of the people around him. This was Kyoto, a place where the strong, the wealthy, and officials mingled. He could now feel the weight of Huasha Academy. As Fong Si drove, she asked, "Chunpai, I heard you've become a beast master and entered the special training class at Nanjiangno 2 High School." Chen Shu sighed. "There's no way to hide my talent anymore. Stop being coy. If you have the ability, get into Huasha Academy." Fong Si scoffed, her expression full of disdain. "How could you talk about talent in front of me? I am definitely getting into Huasha Academy," Chen Shu declared. "With such a status in Kyoto, returning to Nanjiang City would be like walking tall." "I say, Dolly, you've been grinning like an idiot the whole way. Are you in a daze?" "I was thinking about how I'm going to study in Kyoto soon, with Sister Fong Si backing me up. Isn't it like having free reign?" Zhang Dali imagined the beautiful scenes of university life, unable to resist chuckling. "A man should strive for self-improvement. You're such a useless guy." Chen Shu scolded, then immediately flattered. "Sister Fong Si, I'm coming to Huasha Academy next year, all thanks to you." Fong Si twitched her lips. "Both of you really haven't changed at all." "Oh no, my phone is out of battery." Chen Shu was about to inform his family that he was safe, but it had conveniently run out of power. "Damn, even the power bank is dead." Chen Shu looked suspiciously, wondering if he had forgotten to charge it. I used it," Zhang Dali said with a... Chen Shu said, "Wait a minute, I see your phone is out of battery too." Zhang Dali explained, "Well, I charged my power bank." "My." Chen Shu's eyes widened. "Did you seriously use my power bank to charge your power bank? Can you be any more ridiculous?" Chen Shu grasped Zhang Dali by the neck, shaking him back and forth. Zhang Dali immediately let out a pig-like scream. Hearing their playful banter, Fong Si shook her head, a slight smile on her lips. 2 hours later, the three arrived at a restaurant with the sign Sister Xiao's Depeidang. "Sister Fong Si, are you really taking us to eat at a Depeidang? Can we at least go somewhere more upscale? Having something to eat is already good enough. Sister has to support 2 swallowing gold beasts. Do you think it's easy?" Fong Si pouted, parking the car by the roadside. "Little Si, you've come." The owner of the Depeidang immediately recognized Fong Si, clearly a regular there. "Sister Xiao, bring out all the signature dishes." Fong Si waved her hand grandly, and the three sat at a table outside the restaurant. Watching the crowded people and flickering neon lights, both of them felt quite emotional. Compared to Kyoto, Nanjiang City was indeed just a small, insignificant place. Looking at the grilled fish, clams, and lobsters on the table, the three rubbed their hands and officially dug in, their actions and expressions perfectly in sync. "Sister Fong Si, I take back what I said before. The food here is of such high quality," Zhang Dali said with his mouth full, enjoying the meal immensely. "Of course, why would I cheat you?" Fong Si also ate heartily, showing no trace of elegance. Chen Shu suddenly asked, "Sister Fong Si, didn't you accept a mission from the alternate space?" Fong Si licked her lips and said, "I just returned 2 days ago. I killed a black iron 3-star Lord creature." "Black iron 3-star? Chen Shu's eyes widened. Was it necessary to speak so lightly? It felt like killing a chicken. That Ice Hair Lord was merely a black iron 1-star Lord and had nearly wiped out Zhou Shi's Beastmaster team. How powerful could a black iron 3-star Lord be? The classification of levels above black iron consists of 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. Once broken through it, would become silver 1-star. Zhang Dali asked, "By the way, Sister Fong Si, can you tell us about the situation in Kyoto? Since they would all come to Kyoto in the future, it was good to have some prior understanding." Fong Si nodded. She had stayed in Kyoto for 2 years and understood the basic situation, especially regarding Beastmasters. The three chatted while eating, occasionally listening to Fong Si recount her thrilling experiences. Just as the three were joking around, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. "Isn't this the famous Fong Si? This is the first time I've seen you dining with men, and 2 at that. How rare, how rare." 6 people swaggered over from a distance. The handsome young man in the middle had a drunken look in his eyes. As soon as he spoke, the other 5, although looking dazed, instinctively shuddered, their expressions changing as they quickly covered his mouth. "Sister Fong Si, it's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Our boss drank too much." "What are you afraid of? None of their Beastmaster team is here." The young man scoffed, removing the hand that had covered his mouth, showing no concern at all. Fong Si paused her eating, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and smiled gently, saying, "It's fine, you can go." The young man wore a face of arrogance, shouting, "I told you she wouldn't dare do anything." As she watched the 6 gradually walk away, Fong Si turned to Chen Shu and raised an eyebrow. Chen Shu nodded silently, pulling out the urea bag from his backpack. "This is called tacit understanding." Fong Si took the urea bag calmly, suddenly kicking her legs, moving with incredible speed, almost silently reaching the back of the 6. Her level of professionalism was no less than that of Chen Shu. The young man in the middle was still bragging, but who knew a wave of darkness suddenly enveloped him. The evil urea bag directly covered him. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Si's fist struck with terrifying force, the sound alone sending shivers down one's. The other 5 individuals began to regain their senses, glaring angrily at him. "What? Do you want to help him?" Fong Si grinned viciously, completely disregarding the 5. Fong Si, in a fit of rage, resembled a lioness, the overwhelming aura she exuded chilling everyone to the bone. The other 5 clenched their fists, but dared not step forward to intervene. "Fong Si, are you seeking deaths?" The voice of the boy, shrouded in darkness, was filled with resentment, not expecting such arrogance from Fong Si. In that instant, the space above his head suddenly ruptured, and a ferocious serpent's head emerged, bringing an immediate sense of dread. As a genius of the Huaxiao Academy, his control over the Beastmaster space was naturally unmatched by ordinary people. Summoning a part of the contracted spirit's body, known as semi-summoning, was something every freshman needed to master. Fong Si chuckled coldly as the space above her head also cracked open, revealing a massive dragon's head, its red scales shimmering vividly under the neon lights with flames clinging to it. This was Fong Si's first-grade contracted spirit, the Crimson Flame Pseudo-Dragon. To be precise, it was the Crimson Flame Dragon. When Fong Si became a Black Iron-level Beast Master, it underwent a bloodline evolution, shedding its title of Pseudo-Dragon. While it hadn't reached the terrifying SS grade, it was already far more powerful than the S grade. Roar! The Crimson Flame Dragon let out a roar, suddenly clamping down fiercely on the serpent's head. The two terrifying contracted spirits continued to bite and clash, yet the aftermath of the battle was contained within a 5-meter radius, not even affecting the street. This was the first rule of Huaxiao Academy. Students were allowed to summon contracted spirits in the city, but they must not harm innocent bystanders, otherwise they would face severe punishment. Even though Bai Yuan was somewhat intoxicated, he instinctively controlled his contracted spirit, ensuring no harm came to the ordinary people. Soon his mystic crystal serpent found itself at a disadvantage, completely being one-sidedly beaten. As for him, he too received a beating, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. The mystic crystal serpent finally couldn't endure any longer and retreated back into the Beastmaster space. Fong Si also recalled the Crimson Flame Dragon kicking Bai Yuan, who was wearing a urinal bag several meters away, making for a comical sight. Get lost. A bunch of worthless trash. Fong Si clapped her hands, her domineering demeanor capturing the attention of passersby. The remaining 5 hardly dared to meet her gaze, hastily dragging Bai Yuan away from the scene. In society, my sister Fong is fierce and unyielding. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were calmly eating their meal, showing no intention of helping. While they might fail to show off, they had never seen Fong Si lose a fight. Zhang Dali swallowed hard and asked, Sister Fong, is that your classmate? Yep, they probably just couldn't stand me on a normal day. Now that they're drunk, they dare to provoke me. Fong Si nodded, continuing to eat without a care. There are plenty of people who dislike her. Oh, what makes Bai Yuan so special? Although Huaxiao Academy is the highest level of Beastmaster University competition, within is extremely fierce. Aside from one's own Beastmaster team, almost everyone else is an enemy. The total resources are fixed. If you don't compete, others will take them away. An hour later, the 3 of them patted their bellies, feeling completely full. Despite her tall figure and absence of excess fat, Fong Si's appetite was no less than that of Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. Sister Xiao, let's settle the bill. Chen Shu had booked a hotel nearby, and after a day of train travel, the two were feeling a bit tired, so they prepared to return to the hotel to rest. They agreed to have Fong Si take them around Huaxiao Academy early the next morning. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Shu immediately fell into a deep sleep. In the infirmary of Huaxiao Academy, Bai Yuan, who had been beaten into a pig's head, kept wailing, the pain doubling as his drunkenness wore off. The school doctor wiped Bai Yuan's face with medicinal alcohol, saying, Who hit you so hard? That's a bit too much. One of Bai Yuan's companions replied, Who else could it be? It's Fong Si. Well, then it's nothing to worry about. The school doctor nodded in understanding. Looks like Fong Si is in a good mood today, going easy on you. The 5 of them were speechless, thinking this was quite the double standard. Sister, you just asked who hit you so hard. Bai Yuan wailed. Lu Zi, why didn't you help me? Damn. They initially thought they were 6 people, but in the end he still fought alone, having misplaced his trust. Lu Zi sighed. By bro, you know how powerful Fong Si's 2 contracted spirits are. How could we possibly? Another person suddenly said seriously, I think it's a 3070 split. Look, Wang Qi is much more confident than you guys, a bunch of timid cowards. By bro, when I said 3070, I meant 3 minutes. Fong Si's 2 contracted spirits are only 70 full. Get lost. Bai Yuan shouted, inadvertently pulling at his wounds, causing him to howl in pain. Bai bro, really don't provoke Fong Si anymore, one person sighed. We're about to be juniors, most seniors are out hunting in other spaces. There really isn't anyone left at school who can handle her. Bai Yuan said, Do you think I want this? I just got drunk. Why didn't you stop me? We tried to stop you. You insisted on courting death. The next morning, Chen Shu and the others arrived at the entrance of Huaxiao Academy. They saw 2 stern-faced stone dragons standing tall, looking quite imposing. No wonder they're the best of the best, selected from across the country. Chen Shu observed the students coming and going, noticing that their aura was extraordinary, with not a single mediocre person among them. Let's go in and take a look. They approached the entrance, where a boy pulled out a card and swiped it against the device at the gate. Beep. The school gate opened and the boy walked in. Looks like we need to swipe a card. Zhang Dali leaned over and whispered. Aren't universities usually free to enter and exit? Huaxiao Academy actually has such strict regulations. Just then an option appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, wait for Fong Si to come out, reward a small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2, attempt to blend into Huaxiao Academy, reward slime, defense 5. Option 3, force your way in, reward, obtain the title Fearless Warrior, effect, slime's personality changes to brave. Chen Shu immediately passed on the third option, not to mention the teachers of Huaxia Academy, even a random student, could beat him to death. It seemed he could only choose the second option. Chen Shu wore a calm expression pretending to take out his ID card. However, the school gate showed no response. Sir, it seems there's a problem with my card. Could you help me open the door? The security guard at the entrance twitched his mouth. Do you really think I'm senile? Can you not make sounds yourself? And could you imitate it a bit better? It's beep not drip. The security guard looked exasperated. Oh, where did this fool come from? Sorry. Chen Shu looked awkward and took out his ID card again. Beep. It must be said the imitation was indeed quite similar. Where's my electric baton? Where's my electric baton? The security guard began to rummage through his body. Reward obtained slime defense increased by 5. Chen Shu chose a strategic retreat, silently waiting while pulling Zhang Dali along. Soon the dashing Fong Si emerged. Sister Fong Si. Zhang Dali shouted loudly. For a moment, students coming in and out of the school gate looked over with awe at Fong Si. Little Fong, is this your brother? The security uncle's attitude instantly reversed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You can come in directly to Huaxia Academy from now on. Sister Fong Si, you truly are impressive. Zhang Dali felt a sense of relief. If he could truly remain in the capital, better days were surely ahead. Let's go, I'll show you around. Fong Si took the two of them for a stroll. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their faces full of curiosity. They spent 3 whole hours in the Beast Tamer Pavilion, where many students were engaged in duels, and various powerful contracted spirits opened Chen Shu's eyes. Su Xiaoyu's grade contracted spirit was already unrivaled at Nanjing No. 2 High School, but at Huaxia Academy a grade contracted spirits were as common as cabbages. Although Huaxia University values the total score of the college entrance examination, the average potential level of students' contracted spirits is all a. Only the first contracted spirit, being a grade, can transform into Scrade when one becomes a black iron level beast tamer. Thus, possessing an Scrade contracted spirit is essential for establishing oneself at Huaxia Academy. Fong Si's Crimson Flame Dragon is even above Scrade, capable of dominating the vast majority of students. However, this alone did not instill such fear in Huaxia Academy's students. Chen Shu speculated that Fong Si's second contracted spirit would also be extraordinary. The 3 of them had a meal in the school cafeteria, not only enjoying free meals, but also rare beast meat. Just this alone heightened Chen Shu's desire to apply. Due to Huaxia Academy's vastness, it took them 3 full days to get a general overview. Whether it was the library, the Beast Tamer Pavilion, or the teaching buildings, everything left Chen Shu in awe, and within it were institutions like the Beast Tamer Training Grounds and the Beast Tamer House, definitely at the top level nationwide. 3 days later, Chen Pai am going to take the exam. Zhang Dali, carrying pots and pans, headed for the capital's Spirit Chef University. The usually jovial Zhang Dali wore a serious expression. This exam was crucial for his future. If he participated in the college entrance examination, he would surely fail to achieve his desired results, as his academic scores were dismal. However, the independent exam for Spirit Chef University was different. It only tested cooking skills. As long as one could prepare perfect beast dishes while maintaining the maximum nutritional value, one could become a student at Spirit Chef University. Chen Shu cheered him on, waiting for your good news. After Zhang Dali left, Chen Shu stayed alone in the hotel. Fong Si also had some matters to attend to today, leaving Chen Shu feeling a bit bored. Let's take a stroll around the capital. Chen Shu left the hotel and headed to the Beast Tamer Commercial Street in Huaxia District, where most shops sold basic potions, as there were no black iron level materials or potions available. Those were all traded on the Beast Tamer Association's website. However, there were still a few shops specializing in high-quality items, which were incredibly expensive. Chen Shu walked into a store named Old Ghost's General Store, and at first glance, he saw the Beast Tamer pearls displayed on the counter. Boss, how much for the basic Beast Tamer pearl? This core comes from mutated beast monsters, and swallowing it directly increases beast taming power, suitable for beast tamers below black iron level. 150000. The boss, an emaciated old man, was studying an unknown bone fragment under a magnifying glass. What the heck? So expensive. Chen Shu did not expect a basic one to be this costly. What about this black iron level beast tamer pearl? The old man slightly raised his head, glanced at it, and calmly said, 4 of them, what the heck? Chen Shu did not expect the boss to be quite humorous. Of 4 of them would amount to 600. He began to examine the other materials. Not only were there beast tamer pearls, but there was even a beating heart placed in a glass container. There was no price marked, but it was labeled as Heart of the Lord Level Gale, Eagle Talent Skill Wind Breath. Chen Shu did not need to think. The price was undoubtedly astonishing, as even the blue eyes of the Ice-Wild Rabbit Lord were worth at least 2 million. In addition to these, there were also rare black iron level medicinal materials priced significantly higher than those on the Beast Tamer Association's website. I say, little brother, if you're not going to buy anything, don't linger in front of the old man, alright? The boss was somewhat irritated. He had been studying for 3 days without coming to a conclusion. Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, an option suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, leave the shop, reward high-grade flame potion. Option 2, buy the Galebird's Heart reward skill book, rebound power. Option 3, inform the boss that the bone fragment you studied is just a wild boar bone, reward medium beast taming power. Chen Shu was taken aback. He did not expect to trigger an option, but for a moment he felt conflicted. The second option was undoubtedly the best, but the problem was that it was incredibly expensive. He had a total of 300,000 huaxia coins, and he wasn't sure if he could afford it. The rewards for the first and third options were too mediocre. Are you buying or not? The boss frowned, appearing quite impatient. Buy? Why not buy? Don't I have to study it? Chen Shu pointed at the items on the counter with a grandiose demeanor, saying this one, and this one. The old man showed a hint of surprise, looking Chen Shu up and down. Could it be that he really encountered a rich second and all the medicinal materials on this row and all the beast tamer pearls on that row? The boss' face was filled with excitement. Oh, was he planning to buy out his entire store? Chen Shu pointed at various items, paused for a moment, and then said, everything I just pointed at. I don't want. The old man suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth, and said, can you just roll out if you're not buying anything? Are you saying I'm not buying anything? Who said that? Didn't I point out this heart? Chen Shu calmly inquired, how much? 300,000, no bargaining. The old man had lost his good attitude. Chen Shu's eyes widened. Didn't you check my bank account balance? Really not allowing any bargaining? No. Chen Shu stroked his chin, pondering. Spending 300,000 for a guaranteed skill didn't seem like a loss. Even if he did not comprehend the Gale Eagle's talent skill, it was fine. At least he would have a rebound power as a guarantee. Chen Shu waved his hand decisively, without any hesitation. Making money is to cultivate contracted spirits, right? 300,000 could ensure a contracted spirit comprehends a skill. People all over the world would flock to it. Did you buy it? The old man's eyes widened. Was he being toyed with again? Only after the transfer was completed did the old man finally react. He immediately switched to a friendly smile. Young man, you indeed have a good eye. I didn't misjudge you. The moment I saw you, I felt you were a dragon among men. Are you performing a Sichuan opera face change? Chen Shu twitched the corner of his mouth. At the same time, looking at the heart in his hand, he felt a flicker of small anticipation. Chen Shu summoned a golden slime in the shop. The slime was almost as tall as Chen Shu, and its massive form was no longer the toy that could be held in his arms. Little Jean, eat it. Chen Shu opened the container, and the heart inside was instantly swallowed by the golden slime. Are you feeding the heart to the slime? Isn't that a waste of valuable resources? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. A $3 million heart was fed to grade slime. Was this how rich people played these days? Although the golden slime couldn't understand speech, it could sense the disdainful gaze of the old man. It pouted and glared angrily, even wanting to charge at him. All right. Chen Shu pinched the slime to comfort it. Soon the heart inside was digested by the slime. Burp. The slime let out a satisfied burp, and a gust of wind spread out, causing the surrounding counters to rattle. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. He never expected the slime to truly comprehend wind breath. Suddenly he felt a chill on his head and exclaimed, my hair. I see, no wonder your hair is so thick. Chen Shu laughed uncontrollably at the bald shopkeeper. Having undergone professional training, he usually wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't hold it in. Little brat. Get out. The old man hurriedly turned around to search for his wig. By the way, old man, stop studying that bone piece. It's just a wild boar bone, worthless. Chen Shu, hiding his talents, withdrew. Wild boar bone. The shopkeeper was stunned, forgetting about his wig as he nervously took out instruments to compare data with the wild boar bone. Finally, he discovered something terrifying. It truly was a wild boar bone. Did he really spend 500,000 on a wild boar bone? The heart of the stormbird was bought for 2,500,000. It turned out he didn't earn a single cent, not to mention his wig was ruined. The shopkeeper supported his chin with both hands, feeling colder in his heart. Right now he just wanted to emo the whole world. Chen Shu left the shop with a smile, and although he spent 3 million, he made the slime comprehend 2 skills. Wind breath can unleash the power of a violent wind with lethality related to the wind attribute strength of the contracted spirit. Rebounding force. When suffering a close-range attack, the slime will transfer a rebounding force to the enemy with lethality related to its own defense. Wind breath is an active skill, while rebounding force is passive. Rebounding force is undoubtedly a highly compatible skill produced by the system. It must be a premium product. Wind breath, however, seems a bit useless as the slime is a spirit with no attributes. Its wind attribute power is extremely weak. The lethality of wind breath probably won't be too strong, but every skill has its use. There are no completely useless skills, only beastmasters who don't know how to pair them effectively. A day passed quickly, and Chen Shu was out of money, wandering aimlessly to experience the atmosphere of the big city. In the evening, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Shu asked, "Hey Dolly, are the exams over? How did it go?" "Chenpai, I need help. I'm being blocked." After saying this, the other end was filled with noisy sounds, and the call was immediately hung up. Chen Shu was startled, put away the slime, and hailed a taxi. "Driver, Kyoto Ling Chef University, please hurry. I'm in a rush to reincarnate." The taxi driver looked bewildered. The young man was too direct. Stepping on the gas, the taxi took off quickly. Since it's reincarnation, it must be fast. Fortunately, Ling Chef University is also in the Huaxiao area, and within an hour Chen Shu arrived at the university entrance. He immediately saw Zhang Dali surrounded by a group of people. Using his sturdy build, Chen Shu forcefully pushed through the crowd to Zhang Dali's side. "Dali, what's wrong?" Zhang Dali hadn't spoken yet when a fat guy on the opposite side spoke up. "Is this the arrow that pierces the cloud that you mentioned meeting thousands of troops?" "Less nonsense, who are you guys?" Chen Shu glared at the group opposite him. The fat guy looked like someone who lived a life of luxury, someone like that. Chen Shu could take on 10 of them. The key was that he had 4 strong men beside him, clearly trained fighters. Although he couldn't beat a black iron-level beastmaster, intimidating ordinary people was easy. The fat guy laughed and said, "Your brother is too arrogant, provoking me during the exam, claiming he would defeat me." At that moment, Zhu Dabai was filled with anger. As a member of the Zhu family in Kyoto, he had never been provoked by an ordinary person from outside before. The key point was he didn't get accepted into Ling Chef University while the other party did, and this sense of disparity naturally inflated his anger. Today he was determined to teach the bumpkin in front of him a lesson. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "What was the result?" "The result is that I defeated him." Zhang Dali chimed in. "I was 5th, and he was 50th. Zhang Dali looked displeased and didn't back down. "Who told you to mock me first?" "As a chef, is it too much to bring my own iron pot?" Chen Shu nodded. "Then that's settled. Since I said I would defeat you, I will defeat you. Isn't keeping one's word a good quality?" The fat guy looked furious. "Stop talking nonsense. You have 2 choices, either fight my bodyguard or fight my contracted spirit." Chen Shu suddenly looked down and said, "Why not call Sister Fong Si in this situation?" The other party clearly looked tough and was likely a local from Kyoto. Having Fong Si handle it would be best. Zhang Dali shrugged and said, "I called, but she didn't pick up, she might be busy. What have you considered?" Zhu Dabai. At that moment, options appeared before Chen Shu again. Option 1, accept Zhu Dabei's challenge and win it. Completion reward golden slimes full elemental resistance increases by 10. Option 2, run away immediately, resolutely refusing to fight. Completion reward medium beastmaster power. Option 3, capture the thief by capturing the king, while his bodyguard is unprepared, give Zhu Dabai a hard blow. Completion reward golden slime speed increases by 5. Chen Shu contemplated for a moment and decided to choose the first option. Clearly full element resistance was more appealing. "What is your strength?" Chen Shu squinted his eyes and inquired cautiously. Zhu Dabai sneered. "Not high, an 8th level beastmaster." Indeed, not to be underestimated, Chen Shu thought to himself. The other party was here to participate in the independent examination of the Lingqiu University. Their age was definitely comparable to theirs. Xu Xiaoyu, the top student from Nanjing No. 2 High School, was only a 7th level beastmaster, while the other was an 8th level beastmaster. One could not help but say that the gap between Nanjing City and Kyoto was indeed vast. "All right, they'll fight you." After thinking for a moment, Chen Shu decided to test the strength of the slime. Although Zhu Dabai was an 8th level beast master, the potential rating of his contracted spirit was definitely not high, otherwise he wouldn't be here to take the exam for Lingqiu University. It was highly likely that he had accumulated his status as an 8th level beast master through various resources. "You checked the opponent's identity, right?" Zhu Dabai asked the bodyguard again with caution in his eyes. There was no other choice. Although the Zhu family had immense power, this was Kyoto, where one might encounter a big shot, even while buying a fried dough stick. The bodyguard nodded. "I checked, they are from a small city in the south." They all thought to themselves, if anyone is to blame, it can only be you for bumping into the young master's path. Chen Shu whispered, "Dali, if I lose, look at my eyes and run. Definitely don't look back." He was only a 6th level beast master, and battling against someone 2 levels higher had slim chances of victory. Everything depended on the strength of the opponent's contracted spirit. The group arrived at the Beast Master Pavilion of Lingqiu University. Zhu Dabai summoned his contracted spirit, which turned out to be a large white pig with wings. All this, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali couldn't help but chuckle. This was even more comedic than his slime. The large white pig flapped its wings and huffed its way up to 5 meters in the air. "I didn't expect you to have such a rare flying contracted spirit." Chen Shu looked at the large white pig and cupped his fists to speak, but before he could finish, he couldn't help but burst. Zhu Dabei's fury intensified. "You'll regret this later. I already feel a bit uncomfortable. Ooh, just a moment." Chen Shu held his stomach, feeling as if he might laugh uncontrollably. Despite having mastered high school knowledge, he had no impression of the flying white pig before him. Could it be a newly mutated contracted spirit? 10 minutes later, Chen Shu finally steadied himself and summoned the golden slime. Zhu Dabai sneered, "Your contracted spirit doesn't seem that impressive either." Although the potential rating of the flying pig was only E, the golden slime was F, which balanced his feelings considerably. Both contracted spirits took the stage, but instead of the bloody scene imagined, they stared at each other blankly, falling into a stalemate like 2 ornamental-type contracted spirits. Chen Shu extended his right hand, curling his index finger. "Come here. Let me show you the power of the flying." Zhu Dabai snorted coldly and immediately commanded his contracted spirit to use a skill. Suddenly, the flying pig's mouth puffed up, and in an instant, an invisible air projectile shot out. Bang! The slime's body involuntarily rolled back several meters, its large eyes widening in anger. but unfortunately it couldn't fly and could only stare helplessly. Bang! Bang! The air projectiles from the flying pig were not very powerful, but the cooldown time was extremely short, continuously bombarding the slime. It seems you're going to lose. Zhu Dabai wore a smile, knowing that while the slime's defense was strong, enduring like this would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Chen Shu frowned slightly, although the opponent seemed arrogant, he had never let his guard down. The flying pig always maintained a certain distance from the slime. There's no choice, I can only try it out. In an instant, the golden slime's large eyes widened, its expression resembling that of constipation, but the next moment it lunged forward. I was already prepared for you. Zhu Dabai sneered. Although the slime was only grade, it couldn't possibly have no attacking. The flying pig flapped its wings about to escape the slime's attack range. In an instant, the original size of the slime ballooned 6 times, growing from a large round ball into a gigantic round ball. The massive shadow cast down, and the flying pig let out a terrified squeal, appearing utterly frightened. Who could have imagined its size could suddenly expand to such an extent? Damn, this is too shady. Zhu Dabai cursed. If the flying pig really got crushed, it would probably be having an extra meal at home tonight. Use a skill. Zhu Dabai commanded the flying pig to use its life-saving skill, and he saw white light flashing in the flying pig. In an instant, its plump body shrank several times, leaving only its wings unchanged, opposite to the slime's gigantic effect. Although its size shrank, its speed surged. The flying pig flapped its wings rapidly and escaped the slime's attack range in an instant. Its speed definitely exceeded that of agile-type contracted spirits of the same level. Boom. The massive slime sat in silence, shaking even the ground of the Beastmaster Pavilion. The flying pig's size quickly returned to normal, indicating that the skill's duration was not long. Under Zhu Dabai's command, the flying pig struggled to flap its wings, flying 10 meters into the air. Fortunately, the Beastmaster Pavilion of the university was quite grand and could easily accommodate battles of large contracted spirits. Bang! Another air cannon came flying in. The slime was too slow. Even if the opponent used the skill with their eyes closed, they could still hit. The situation returned to its initial state. Zhu Dabai had a smile on his lips, already preparing to beat the two up. Chenpai, what do you say? Zhang Dali signaled over, already having packed the pots and pans ready to flee at any moment. Wait. Chen Shu waved his hand, signaling not to rush. Finally, the violent sit-kill cooldown finished. In an instant, under Chen Shu's command, the slime abruptly turned around. Although slow, it managed to turn quite quickly. The slime turned its back to the flying pig, its mouth puffing up like an air cannon. This was the skill wind breath. It had whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fierce wind raged, but it had no effect on the flying pig at all. Can it even blow crooked A? Zhu Dabai was stunned, thinking the opponent was going to use it against the flying pig. But in the next moment, the slime used the charge skill, similarly charging from behind. Followed closely by violent sit-kill, and the slime's body shot up into the air. Zhu Dabai's eyes widened, as if he had seen the most horrifying thing. He saw a giant slime at least 10 meters in size actually soared into the air. A flying slime. The flying little fat pig trembled in the air, squealing in terror. This had become a shadow in its life. Flying freely above your grave. Chen Shu hummed, not expecting that 3 unrelated skills would actually combine to produce an effect. P.S. Here comes the 5th update. I really can't type anymore. For those who like it, please click to urge updates added to your bookshelf and give a good review. Also, thank you all for the gifts. The charge provides propulsion, the violent slam offers hovering capability, while the wind breath controls the skills of a contracted spirit are not as rigid as in games. There is no target locking effect, but if used flexibly, new combat methods will undoubtedly be developed. Contracted spirits of the same strength will produce vastly different effects in the hands of different beastmasters. The flying pig's speed is not fast, and a rapidly flying slime is like a flesh missile to it. Boom. The flying pig let out a wretched scream, feeling as if its body was about to be torn apart, crashing directly into the wall of the Beastmaster Hall. Boom. The flying pig let out a wretched scream, feeling as if its body was about to be torn apart, crashing directly into the wall of the Beastmaster Hall. Fallen flying pig. Gooey. Gooey. The giant round ball rolled continuously, crushing the flying pig from all angles. The tragic cries echoed throughout the Beastmaster Hall. This was a scream akin to slaughtering a pig. You dare harm my contracted spirit. Zhu Dabai reacted and recalled the barely breathing flying pig back into the beast's space. His fists clenched tightly, his face darkened, and after failing the exam, he was on the verge of bleeding from frustration. Now, with the flying pig suffering such severe injuries, relying solely on its self-healing ability would likely leave it weak for months, which is fatal for a student preparing for the senior year. He would also have to spend a considerable amount of Huaxia currency for treatment at a high-level Beastmaster hospital. The slime returned to Chen Shu's side, and both sides fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, Chen Shu smiled gently and asked, "By the way, have you eaten?" Zhu Dabai, who was initially furious, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Chen Shu suddenly charged forward and exclaimed, "If you haven't eaten, take this slap from me." "Stop. Damn it. You made it through." The 4 bodyguards, seeing this scene, were furious and were about to take action. But the golden slime rolled in, instantly injuring the 4 of them. An ordinary person fighting against a contracted spirit was nothing but pure suicide. Bang! Chen Shu slapped Zhu Dabai away with a single swing. The system rewards must be collected and proper etiquette must be observed. Take this, the Buddha's palm. Zhang Dali also rushed over and dealt Zhu Dabai a heavy slap. The other party had not been polite from the start, directly letting the bodyguards beat him several times. Now feeling discomfort in his back, how could he let this slide? After a good beating, Zhang Dali felt a sense of relief. So refreshing. He let out a long breath, feeling that the pain in his body had diminished significantly. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't provoke those you shouldn't. Understand? The two left behind their harsh words, clapping their hands as they exited the Beastmaster Hall. As they opened the large door, a man in a black t-shirt appeared right outside. Zhang Dali's pupils contracted, but he remained composed on the surface. Chen Shu also noticed, showing no signs of panic, even smiling and nodding at the middle-aged man. The two calmly brushed past each other. Run. In the next second, the two immediately bolted. What the hell did you notice? Zhang Dali looked at Chen Shu, using all his strength to run. Of course. At least 3 points resemble that fat guy. Chen Shu cursed inwardly, not expecting the other party's parents to come looking so quickly. After running for a while, both couldn't help but complain about the damned Beastmaster Hall, questioning why it had to be so large, simply a waste of the Ministry of Education's resources. The two grumbled, never feeling the road beneath them to be so long. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice rang. Zhu Xian's face was expressionless, with a flash of anger deep in his eyes. When he stepped into the Beastmaster Hall's competition area, he immediately saw the fallen Zhu Dabai and naturally understood who the real culprit was. Only a fool would stop. Chen Shu and the others ran wildly, completely ignoring Zhu Xian. Ow! Just then a gray, long-nosed creature suddenly swept in, moving with incredible speed. Damn it! Indeed, a black iron-level Beastmaster. Chen Shu was not afraid of who the other party was. He feared a powerful Beastmaster. Seeing that he could no longer dodge the long nose, he quickly took out his phone and dialed Feng Sis' number. Hello? Chen Pai, where are you two? Who? Who? The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Feng Si in the cafeteria, bewildered, wondering if someone was speaking on the other end. At this moment, Chen Shu felt as if the world was spinning and his phone fell to the ground. The long nose swept up the two, causing their insides to churn before they were brutally slammed to the ground. You two little brats. Zhu Xian commanded the giant elephant to pull the two back into the arena where Zhu Dabai was. Here in the Beastmaster Hall, there are no restrictions on the use of contracted spirits as long as they do not kill or cause serious injury. I hope Sister Feng Si can come sooner, otherwise today will truly be a disaster. Chen Shu sighed, not expecting to. Dabai, are you okay? Zhu Xian looked at the fallen Zhu Dabai. Uncle, I'm fine, but I want to kill those two. Zhu Dabai coughed a few times and slowly got up. Though his face was swollen, his eyes were filled with hatred. Fortunately, he had his uncle come to pick him up after the exam, which provided a timely block against Chen Shu and his companion. What nonsense are you saying? Do you want to take responsibility for this? Zhu Xian frowned and reprimanded. He never expected that his nephew would be so useless, not only losing to the other party, but also talking big, truly treating Wagwo's Beastmaster laws as mere decoration. Zhu Xian asked, are you physically alright? At this moment, Zhu Dabai regained his senses. He certainly did not want to take responsibility for the two. I'm fine, but the flying pig. Zhu Dabai summoned his contracted spirit, revealing the flying pig with its eyes tightly shut, continuously oozing blood and twitching occasionally, sustaining such heavy injuries. A trace of coldness flashed in Zhu Xian's eyes. The other party had indeed been ruthless. Zhu Xian approached them and looked down, saying, 20,000 yuan for treatment. Is that too much? 20,000 can buy how many pigs? Zhang Dali did not expect the other party to make such an outrageous demand, wanting to bargain. Boom. The nearby earth-splitting elephant suddenly stomped, shaking the ground. Chen Shu quickly changed his tune, saying, I think that's completely reasonable. Given how rare the flying pig is, it's worth that price. But neither of us has money. We need to call someone to bring it over. You don't have even 20,000. Zhu Xian frowned. It seemed they were indeed from a small city. Do you have relatives in Kyoto? His eyes were cautious, wondering if they had some backing. Chen Shu explained, a sister studying at university in Kyoto. Then have her send the money. Zhu Xian sighed in relief. Kyoto has numerous Beastmaster universities or cultural colleges, and he never thought it would be a Huaxia institution. Dali, make a call. My phone is broken. Zhang Dali took out his phone and called Feng Si. Dali, where are you two? Feng Si's anxious voice came through. Zhang Dali replied, at the Beastmaster Hall of Kyoto Lingchu University Competition Area 07. Something really happened. Feng Si's expression tightened. He did not believe that the two were merely visiting the Beastmaster Hall and suspected they had gotten into a conflict with someone. She said to the girl beside her, Qingyi, use your Gale Sparrow. I have urgent matters. Zhang Dali asked with some concern, Chen Pai, do you think Sister Feng Si can handle this? With so many powerful factions in the capital, although Feng Si was exceptionally talented, her family background was quite ordinary, even inferior to Zhang Dali's. Chen Shu replied calmly, it's fine, at worst I can just pay the money. After all, it was only 200,000. He would just sell more medicine to earn it back, and then repay Feng Si. Chen Shu replied calmly, it's fine, at worst I can just pay the money. After all, it was only 200,000. he would just sell more medicine to earn it back, and then reap. Having said that, he leaped and landed on Zhang Dali's back. Big brother, wait. Bang. Before Zhang Dali could say anything, Zhu Xian's fist came crashing down. Following that were several consecutive punches, causing Zhang Dali to cover his head with his hands, wailing in agony. How dare a small-town person like you provoke our Zhu family? You are truly seeking your own death. Letting you injure my nephew's contract spirit. How dare a low-level beast master be so arrogant? Chen Shu's words were forcibly swallowed. It was clear that he had misjudged the situation. Dali, you have suffered, but brother will avenge you. While Dali was being beaten, Chen Shu secretly stuffed something into his mouth. Zhu Dabai beside him also remained silent. He wanted to take revenge on both of them anyway. Is it really that miserable? Zhu Xian quickly stopped, and if one didn't know better, they might think Zhang Dali was about to be killed. Are you blind? I'm not a beast master. Zhang Dali finally managed to speak. Fortunately, his body was sturdy. Although he was screaming in pain, it was not a big deal. Did I hit the wrong person? Zhu Xian was taken aback and immediately sat on Chen Shu. Chen Shu quickly covered his head with his hands, enduring a punch from Zhu Xian. But after just one punch, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which looked shocking enough to even startle Zhu Xian. What the hell is going on? Zhu Xian jumped up, looking at Chen Shu with suspicion, fearing that the other might die right. I injured the flying fat pig. I am guilty, big brother. You hit me again, please. Chen Shu looked weak, and as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. My God, I didn't use much strength earlier. Zhu Xian jumped back, a hint of fear in his eyes. Wang Tianbai, you really are something. At this moment, Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Back when Wang Tianbai pretended to be severely injured with ketchup, it felt unreal, and he specially got some custom blood packs, sending him several small bags not long ago. Big brother, hit me. I am guilty. Chen Shu slowly stood up, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He realized he shouldn't have used so much. Holding it in was really uncomfortable. Stop. Stop. Big brother, I called you big brother. Zhu Xian was momentarily flustered. If the other really died here, the Zhu family would not be able to escape blame. Chen Shu swayed unsteadily, looking as if he could not stand, but he still leaned towards Zhu Xian. Meanwhile, Zhu Xian kept retreating, his face filled with terror. Zhu Dabai beside them was also stunned, not knowing what to do. I can handle it, cough, cough, cough. Hit me. Otherwise I feel guilty. Chen Shu coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, trembling as he reached out his right hand. Big brother, it's not what you think. Old man, don't come over, don't frame me. Zhu Xian kept retreating, wanting nothing more than to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes widened, and he convulsed violently, as if he couldn't catch his breath, and fell straight down. Spitting out several mouthfuls of blood like a fountain, his body continued to convulse, clearly on the verge of death. Hurry up and call 120. Zhu Xian looked terrified and shouted at Zhu Dabai while he rushed to Chen Shu's side to check the situation. The whole situation stemmed from him punching the other. If the Spirit Control Bureau investigated, they would definitely hold him accountable. At this moment, Fong Si, using the Wind Sparrow, quickly arrived at the Kyoto Spirit Chef University. Instantly, the crowd below began to murmur. Only those of the top tier can fly in Kyoto, be they top families, the Dragon Army, or prestigious academies. Any of these factions are not something ordinary people can provoke. Fong Si landed smoothly, heading straight for the No. 7 competition arena of the Beastmaster Pavilion. The moment the door opened, Fong Si froze. She saw the ground ahead covered in blood, and both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were lying on the ground, unable to get up. This scene made her eyes turn red instantly. An unprecedented rage surged, nearly causing her brain to explode. With a stomp of her foot, Fong Si rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick. Zhu Xian also realized someone was coming, neglecting to check Chen Shu's injuries, and turned to defend. Though he also had an enhanced body, he was clearly no match for Fong Si, who kicked him several meters away. Wait. Zhu Xian was taken aback, not expecting the newcomer to be so strong, and hurriedly tried to explain. Die. Fong Si's eyes turned red. Her anger had made her lose her rationality. Roar. Zhu Xian knew he was no match, and instantly commanded his beast to charge at her in an attempt to stop her. Fong Si didn't even look back. The space behind her suddenly tore apart, and a blazing fire dragon appeared. Its entire body was crimson, nearly 10 meters long, flapping its wings, and the intense heat swept through the Beastmaster Pavilion. Roar. The crimson flame dragon seemed to sense its master's fury, its eyes filled with terrifying, killing intent, and it suddenly conjured a fireball in its mouth. Boom. The earth-splitting elephant was struck by the fireball and let out a wailing cry. The crimson flame dragon was incredibly fast. Its 4 sharp claws suddenly attacked, tearing through the elephant's skin and causing a torrent of blood to gush out. The bloodlines of the two were not even on the same level, and the crimson flame dragon was a perfectly cultivated contract spirit, having consumed all compatible potions. If the value of the potions were converted into Chinese currency, it would amount to at least tens of millions. Fong Si had spent most of her credits to cultivate the crimson flame dragon, making its strength absolutely incomparable to an ordinary contract spirit. Damn, how can it be this strong? Zhu Xian was completely panicked. As a black iron-level beast master, he was being overwhelmingly beaten. Fong Si threw another punch, and Zhu Xian's arms even made cracking sounds. In an instant, he summoned his second contract spirit. A pitch-black golden eagle suddenly appeared. Zhu Xian hurriedly jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle's speed was extremely fast, instantly shaking off Feng Xi and coming to Zhu Dabei's side. The two were ready to take off on the golden eagle. If they stayed any longer, they would definitely face a near-death experience. As for the four bodyguards lying on the ground, who had the time to care about them? The girl before them had completely gone mad. Die! Feng Xi's eyes blazed with fury as she summoned her second contract spirit. In an instant, the space shattered, and yet another dragon appeared. Roar! A massive dragon floated in the air, its body covered in ice-blue scales, even its pupils were a deep blue. It continuously exhaled frost resembling the crimson flame dragon, yet their attributes were entirely different. It was indeed an S-class frost giant dragon. Zhu Xian turned his head for a glance, his body suddenly shaking, almost tumbling off the back of the golden eagle. What the hell, what kind of people did the Zhu family provoke? Two S-class, dragon-type contracted spirits, definitely the top talents of the Chinese academies. The frost giant dragon's eyes shone with blue light, and an incredibly cold blue frost rushed towards them at breakneck speed. The golden eagle was instantly enveloped in frost, its body feeling rigid, the power of its wings restricted, and its speed significantly reduced. Seizing the opportunity, the crimson flame dragon flew in and directly knocked the golden eagle away. Bang! Zhu Xian and his uncle fell to the ground, but despite the intense pain, they could only see the crimson flame dragon looking down at them. The indifferent pupils sent chills down their spines, and the heat emanating from its mouth was unbearable. With just a single command from Feng Xi, both of them would be doomed. No, Sister Feng Xi, we're fine. The battle was brief, and it was only at this moment that Chen Shu realized how astonishing Feng Xi's contracted spirits were. We're really fine. Zhang Dali also got up, though he had been beaten. His only discomfort was a slight pain in his hands, nothing serious. Feng Xi suddenly turned around, her eyes widening in surprise as she approached the two. Are you really okay? She examined them back and forth, her face filled with concern. Chen Shu explained, all this blood is fake. Feng Xi's nose twitched, and she immediately sensed something was off. How could there be so much blood, yet the smell be so faint? Feng Xi took a deep breath, her eyes slightly moist, and shouted, You two idiots scared me. Do you have any idea? Chen Shu and the others took a hit, followed by being kicked away. We were wrong, we really know we were wrong. They covered their heads and fled, but their eyes were filled with gratitude. Being cared for felt really good. All right, they'll deal with you two later. Feng Xi turned around, wiping her misty eyes, returning to her usual domineering self. Big brother, big sister, we're going to be roasted dry. Zhu Dabai and his nephew approached the crimson flame dragon, feeling as if they were about to run out of water. The crimson flame dragon stared hard at them, occasionally exhaling a puff of heat. Only then did Feng Xi turn back, ordering the crimson flame dragon to keep its distance. If anything happened to Chen Shu and the others, Zhu Xian and his uncle would definitely perish here. But Feng Xi was also finished. Even the geniuses of the Chinese academies could not escape the law's sanctions. Sister Feng Xi. Zhang Dali began narrating the events that had unfolded. A few minutes later, Feng Xi crossed her arms, her face cold, as she said, You want my brother to pay you 200,000 Chinese coins. No, it's not necessary, really, we were wrong. Zhu Xian's forehead broke into a cold sweat, not daring to look at her directly. Though he was also a black iron-level beast master, both his contracted spirits were merely class, completely outclassed. Though the Zhu family ran a small business in beast potion, they were at best a third-rate force in Kyoto, incomparable to the Chinese academies. Feng Xi turned back. Chen Pai, what do you say? Just as she finished speaking, a scream erupted. Ouch! Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were rolling on the ground, seemingly in unbearable pain. Sister Feng Xi, I feel like my head is splitting. I definitely need 100 beast pearls to treat this. Sister, me too, I can barely stand. I probably need 10 Lord-level ferocious beasts to alleviate this. Looking at their exaggerated reactions, Zhu Xian and his nephew were completely dumbfounded. Even if it's extortion, can't we be a little more creative? If you have a headache, just take some medicine. Why ask for beast pearls? The other one was even more ridiculous, claiming he needed Lord-level ferocious beasts for a foot ache. Is that even edible? A trace of a smile appeared in Feng Xi's eyes as she coldly said, It seems my two little brothers are seriously injured. You all can handle it. After speaking, the crimson flame dragon let out a low roar, blocking the entrance to the competition arena, while the frost dragon flew over, surrounding Zhu Xian and his nephew. The alternating sensations of hot and cold made both of them feel uncomfortable. Zhu Xian gritted his teeth and said, We are willing to pay 300,000 in medical fees. 300,000. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he took out another blood bag from his pocket and calmly swallowed a large mouthful. My insides are failing. Chen Shu swung his head back and forth like a water pipe, continuously spitting out blood. What the hell could you be any more fake? Do you think this is a high-pressure water gun? Zhu Xian took a deep breath and spoke. For basic-level beast pearls. That's the limit. According to the prices at Old Gui's shop, 4 would be worth 60,000. Feng Xi shook her head, asserting, Add 1 mutated basic-level ferocious beast. Zhu Xian and his companion didn't even dare to refute her, only nodding their heads in resentment. Not only did they fail to collect 200,000 in compensation, but they ended up losing $1 million. They were left with nothing but their underwear. As one of the decision-makers of the Zhu family, Zhu Xian could still mobilize $1 million in funds. Soon someone brought the compensation items. He, Chen Shu, and Zhang Dali wore smug smiles as they happily accepted the compensation. The primary value of a mutated ferocious beast lies in the beast pearls within and the special organs capable of comprehending skills. The three of them left the Kyoto Spirit Chef University, leaving behind the embarrassed Zhu family. Uncle, are we just going to let this go? That girl is so young. Our Zhu family has no need to be afraid. Bang! Zhu Xian slapped his nephew, giving him a beating. No need. You still know she's young. Can such a fierce young person be provoked by the Zhu family? Even your father would be crushed if he came. Do you understand? Zhu Xian, as a black iron-level beast master, had never imagined the gap between him and a genius could be this vast. Two dragon-type contracted spirits had truly opened his eyes. It's over, it's over. Just outside the beast house, the sound of an ambulance echoed. Where are the injured? Medical personnel rushed into the beast house. There. Zhu Xian clapped his hands, pointing directly at the fallen Zhu Dabai. Zhu Dabai lay on the stretcher, feeling incredibly wronged as the ambulance was actually called for him. Thank you all for your support. Sister Fong Si, you're so impressive. Throughout the journey, Chen Shu and his companion were flattering her with beaming smiles. I never expected Fong Si to be so well-connected. The Huaxiao Academy is anything but a simple university. It's a top-tier force in the capital. Stop it. Fong Si's expression was cold, clearly upset about Chen Shu's previous act of playing dead. Sister Fong Si, I was just trying to avoid danger. Chen Shu explained. That person's fist was definitely as big as a cooking pot. With my frail body, if I took a hit, I would surely perish on the spot. Perfect. This means I can enjoy the feast with Sister Fong Si. Chen Shu pushed Zhang Dali away, thinking, you're just eyeing my meal, aren't you? Fong Si nodded expressionlessly, though a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Sister Fong Si, you didn't see it. Ooh, I was staggering towards them while spitting blood. That person was so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. I bet their heart skipped a beat when I collapsed. Chen Shu continued to describe the comical scene. From that moment, his gestures and expressions exaggerated. Get lost. Your spit is on my face. Fong Si punched Chen Shu away, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth, no longer dwelling on the earlier incident. The three laughed and chatted as they arrived at a hot pot restaurant ready to celebrate. Chen Shu raised his glass and said, Dolly, I truly didn't misjudge you. From the very beginning, I thought you were a diamond wrapped in dung. Congratulations on becoming the future culinary god as expected of my little brother. Even though you're not a beast master, you managed to get into a first-rate university through an independent examination. You need to work hard in college. You are different from Chen Pai. You are young, talented, and ambitious with a boundless future. Chen Shu increasingly felt something was off and quickly interjected, Sister Fong Si, just wait a moment. What do you mean by different from me? I am also young and talented. On August 5th, 980 of the revival era, Zhang Dali successfully enrolled in the Kyoto Spirit Chef University. Later that night, the three took a taxi back to the entrance of Huash. That's nonsense. Chen Shu laughed and cursed lightly, but he didn't care much in his heart. The three of them raised their glasses in celebration, all smiles. On August 5th, 980 of the revival era, Zhang Dali successfully enrolled in the Kyoto Spirit Chef University. Later that night, the three took a taxi back to the entrance of Huaxiao Academy. Sister Fong Si, take these, you'll find them useful. Chen Shu handed Fong Si the Beastmaster pearls and a pair of beast claws from his backpack. They'll take the claws, but you keep the 5 Beastmaster pearls. With your weak strength, how can you be my little brother? Fong Si pondered for a moment before taking the claws. The beast claws came from a mutated level iron claw beast with a chance of grasping the skill tier, which was totally incompatible with a slime. At that moment, a spatial crack opened above Fong Si, and the head of the crimson flame dragon emerged, swallowing the beast claws whole. Sure enough, no skills were comprehended. To rely on a mutated level ferocious beast to grasp a skill was akin to buying a lottery ticket. Only the Lord level or higher king ferocious beasts were the primary sources for contract spiritual skills. Sister Fong Si, your dragon is so cool. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali both looked on with envy. Having 2 dragons as contract spirits made them feel like winners in life. Chen Shu spoke, can you take us for a flight? Fong Si shook her head, what are you thinking? It can only fly low, and flying once would set the entire city's greenery ablaze. Then can we touch it? The two looked curious and approached under the crimson flame dragon, reaching out to pat its head. Indeed, in winter we wouldn't need heating at all. If we hung this dragon from the ceiling, the whole room would be warm. Definitely. Plus, with that ice dragon, we wouldn't need to worry about the heat in summer. The two acted like they were sick, continually petting the head of the crimson flame dragon. Fong Si's mouth twitched. Get lost. The crimson flame dragon let out an angry roar and then returned to the Beastmaster space. By the way, Chin Pai, tomorrow help me queue at the Beastmaster department of Huaxia Hospital. What's going on? Are you sick? Are you sick? I already said it's for the Beastmaster department. My frost dragon has a minor issue. Got it. Over. Over. The two returned to the hotel, and Chen Shu swallowed all 5 Beastmaster pearls in one go. The Beastmaster power within him surged once more, bringing him one step closer to becoming a level 7 Beastmaster. The next morning, Chen Shu set out alone. Huaxia Hospital was right next to Huaxia Academy, one of the top medical institutions in the country. To congratulate Zhang Dali on enrolling in university, Feng Si specifically took him to Kyoto's pedestrian street to prepare a complete set of spirit chef equipment for him. As a spirit chef, tools like knives and pots were not the same as ordinary ones since they were specifically for cooking and processing ferocious beast meat. To punish Chen Shu for what happened yesterday, Feng Si made him queue alone at the hospital. How could a future legendary beast master be made to do this? It's humiliating. Chen Shu sighed, dramatically arriving at the beast master department of the hospital and joining a long queue. Each attending doctor only sees a fixed number of patients a day, and Chen Shu happened to snag a spot, but he was last in line. Only when faced with a long queue did he realize he was a descendant of dragons. Chen Shu held a lunchbox in hand, already prepared to queue for the whole day. Let's watch a live stream. Feeling bored, he took out his phone and opened a game live stream, only to suddenly receive a private message from someone on the streaming platform. An account with a sexy female avatar said, "Little brother needs some service. Click my profile." What the heck? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and clicked on the avatar, discovering contact information for a super chat. His eyes lit up as he added that super chat account. "Little brother needs some service. Anything you want. Anything. Of course at a low price. Perfect. I'm at Huaxia Hospital right now, and I need someone to queue for me. Come quickly." Chen Shu smiled, thinking he was clever, as such matters are best left to others. Half an hour went by without any response. Chen Shu had questions in his mind and typed a question mark. Little did he know a red exclamation mark appeared before the question mark. Why did they block me? Chen Shu's eyes widened. He didn't expect this outcome. They won't even take such a simple task and still claim they can provide any service. What a scam. Chen Shu complained and quietly resumed his place in line. Yet half an hour passed, and the line had barely moved. Before long, a loud commotion arose from the front. "Everyone, I apologize for the wait. I have urgent matters to..." A doctor in a white coat left the consultation room with an apologetic expression, leaving a large group of people staring in disbelief. Seriously, can this happen? Chen Shu sighed dramatically, but the next moment options appeared before his eyes. Option 1, patiently wait in line for the doctor to return. Completion reward, increase contract spirit's endurance by 5. Option 2, take advantage of the situation to cut in line. Completion reward, moderate beastmaster power. Option 3, pretend to be a doctor and send everyone in front away. Completion reward, increase violent killing level by 1. Chen Shu sighed, feeling troubled and torn. System, you really make it hard for me to choose. The announcement rang out, Dr. Chen is about to go online. Chen Shu donned his white coat, his expression instantly becoming solemn and dignified. He swaggered into the consultation room and took a seat in the doctor's chair. "Dr. Wang has an urgent matter, so I will be replacing him for the time being. You can call me Dr. Chen," Chen Shu said with utmost seriousness. No one expected that someone would have the audacity to impersonate a doctor from the Huaxia Hospital. "Doctor, why aren't you wearing a name tag on your chest?" The first woman in line spoke up, looking confused. Chen Shu was taken aback, observing her closely. However, his ability to think on his feet was remarkable. After clearing his throat, he replied, "I'm just a temporary substitute. I rushed here from home and forgot to wear it." "All right. Now tell me about your condition." The condition of your contracted spirit." The woman nodded and summoned a small rabbit, pure and white as jade. "Doctor, my contracted spirit has been feeling extremely hot and appears a bit agitated." Chen Shu gently stroked the rabbits, for finding the little creature quite charming. "It's not a big issue. The recent weather in Kyoto has been too hot. Just let it cool off with some air conditioning at home." The woman looked puzzled and asked, "That's it?" Chen Shu nodded. "Yes, that's it. If the condition worsens, just recall it to the beast space." Next, sometimes seeing patients is this simple. Chen Shu suddenly remembered something and said to the woman, "By the way, come back for a checkup tomorrow morning." The vitality of contracted spirits is incredibly strong, and with the presence of the beast space, as long as they don't die on the spot, they can recover gradually. Zhu Dabei's contracted spirit is quite injured, but as long as it stays in the beast space, it can recover in half a year. The main role of a beast doctor is to shorten the recovery time. Delaying a day won't cause any problems. "Doctor, hello, my contracted spirit has been a bit emotional lately. It's not a big issue. Just let it watch some movies at home to relieve stress. It will be fine soon." The question mark was practically written on his face. "I am a doctor, oh just trust me." Chen Shu spoke with such seriousness that it was hard not to believe him. "By the way, if the condition worsens, recall it to the beast space, and remember to come back for a checkup tomorrow." Chen Shu reminded each person after all his task was merely to send them on their way. If there was indeed a contracted spirit that would die from a day's delay today, they would be in the emergency rescue department. At first, everyone had skeptical looks, wondering if treating contracted spirits was really this simple. However, Chen Shu's act was so convincing that he resembled a seasoned physician. Watching each patient leave satisfied, there was a glimmer of contentment in his eyes. Is this the feeling of saving lives? The line grew shorter, and in the blink of an eye, only a handful of people remained. A man approached and said, "Doctor, my contracted spirit has been a bit anorexic lately." Chen Shu's eyes darted around, and he sighed. "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" The man's heart tightened as he replied, let's hear the good news. I've decided to name this condition after your contracted spirit. The man widened his eyes in disbelief. Could this even be called good news? It's just a bit of a loss of appetite. How did it escalate to such severity? Chen Shu said, for now, let's keep it in the beast space and observe the situation. Come back for a checkup tomorrow. A student walked over and said, Doctor, my contracted spirit has turned into a projectile warrior and has been having Chen Shu stroked the contracted spirit's head and spoke again. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? The student looked bewildered and tentatively said, bad news. Your condition is a bit serious and may require a comprehensive examination for a diagnosis. Come back for a checkup tomorrow. Then what's the good news? Good news. Just a moment. Chen Shu glanced at the line that was about to end and took out his phone. Hey, Sister Fong, see, hurry over. Oh, and bring me something. You just wait a moment next. Chen Shu conducted the final rounds of questioning and examination, sending off the last few patients. Normally, a real doctor would take an entire day, but Chen Shu resolved it all in less than 2 hours. That was tough. Chen Shu stood up and stretched. After a while, Fong Si and her companions arrived at the hospital. The distance wasn't too far. If they had been a bit later, they might have missed it. How did you arrive so quickly? Fong Si looked puzzled. Could it be that Huaxia Hospital is no longer popular? Chen Pai, you're wearing that outfit. Shu. Chen Shu gestured and took the loudspeaker from Zhang Dali. Come here, good news is here. Chen Shu pointed to the last patient and pressed the recording button on the loudspeaker. Good news. Good news. Our store is having a clearance sale. Everything is half price. Only half price. Good news. Good news? All right, now you know the good news, right? Chen Shu said with a serious face. Now go home and remember to come back for it. The student's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat, glancing at Chen Shu back and forth before finally leaving. So this was the good news. Reward received, violent killing sit-up. Chen Shu calmly removed his white coat. Chen Paiyu, Fong Si and Zhang Dali had dazed expressions. They had seen outrageous things, but nothing could compare to this. You're really something else, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of delaying others' medical treatment? Don't worry, I have my limits. I'll let everyone come back for a checkup tomorrow. Chen Shu shrugged and said, with the beast space there won't be any problems. Furthermore, many people only have minor issues. They might recover after staying in the beast space for a day. How come there are so many wealthy people in Kyoto? They bring their contracted spirits with diarrhea and loss of appetite to Huaxia Hospital. While the three were conversing, a doctor in a white coat walked in. He looked astonished and said, where are the patients? Fong Si and Zhang Dali both looked towards Chen Shu, who casually said they all left. Are today's patients so impatient? The doctor shook his head, not paying much attention, thinking it was a good chance to take a break. Little did he know that tomorrow's patient count would leave him in despair. Because returning patients do not need to pay for a diagnosis again, they could stack up with tomorrow's patients. Do you have any questions? The doctor had a smile on his face. Fong Si summoned the head of the frost dragon, and the temperature in the consultation room dropped significantly. A dragon. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise. Beast tamers with dragon-type contracted spirits are always a minority, and even Huaxia Hospital doesn't see them often. My frost dragon has recently fallen into a weakened state, with only 80 of its usual strength. Fong Si spoke of its condition. Additionally, it cannot swallow or absorb food and potions. The doctor took out a pile of instruments, constantly checking the frost dragon's bodily indicators. This is truly professional. Preliminary judgment suggests it has swallowed something from an alternate space. The doctor frowned slightly, reaching a temporary conclusion, and wrote out a prescription saying go to the hematology department to test the blood composition. Fong Si nodded, took the prescription, and recalled the frost dragon. The three of them left the examination room, with Chen Shu boasting, see how fast I queued. Quick, don't be with us tomorrow. I'm afraid a crowd will surround and attack you. Chen Shu stroked his chin and said, really? At the same time, he had a bad premonition in his heart, resolving to stay in the hotel tomorrow. The three arrived at the hematology department, and while they were queuing, a girl suddenly walked over. Fong Si recognized her at once and called out, Xiao Qinghan. The girl looked up suddenly. It's you. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali spoke in unison, not expecting to encounter Wang Qinghan in the hospital. Sister Fong Si. You guys. Wang Qinghan exclaimed in surprise, quickly recalling. Do you know each other? Fong Si raised an eyebrow, looking at the three. Chen Shu grinned, saying, of course we know each other, Lone King Qinghan. Wang Qinghan's smile froze as she replied, I am Wang Qinghan, you are the Lone King. We came here by train with her. Zhang Dali assessed Fong Si, and Wang Qinghan asking, how do you two know each other? We used to play together since childhood, but unfortunately Qinghan moved away later. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he said, Sister Fong Si, weren't you two playing together all along? Fong Si pouted back, then you two were still playing in the mud. Oh, I found it disgusting, so how could I play with you? Wang Qinghan covered her mouth and smiled, not expecting such a coincidence. By the way, Xiao Qinghan, how did you end up at Huaxia? Did something happen with your contract spirit? Wang Qinghan sighed. I borrowed money from a loan shark to pay off my debts, participated in the underground spirit fighting arena in Nanjing City, and although I won a hefty prize, my contract spirit was severely injured. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali looked at each other, surprised that she indeed paid off her debts, thinking she might have run away. It's okay. Huaxia Hospital can treat it well. It won't affect your studies. You should be in your third year of high school now, right? Fong Si comforted. Wang Qinghan nodded. Yes, I will start my third year. Good luck. Aim for a good school, and your pressure will be much less. Fong Si's tone was gentle, completely different from usual, as she said, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. You have my phone number. Not for now. Oh, I have money now. Nanjing, no. To high school gave me a lot of transfer fees. Chen Shu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Nanjing, no. To high school. Transfer fees. Yes, I was originally at Nanjing, no. One high school, but Nanjing, no. Two high school paid to have me transferred to the special training class. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me sort this out. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he said, so the leaders of Nanjing, no. Two high school gave you money, and then had you come to attend the special training class. Exactly. Wang Qinghan nodded. Damn, did the school leaders lose their minds, specifically spending money to bring someone to use the school's resources. Aren't all of us students from the same school who worked hard to get into the special training class? Wang Qinghan continued. I heard they seem to have recruited other students as well. Wait, what kind of talent do you have to deserve this money? Chen Shu frowned. Maybe because my Beastmaster talent is outstanding and my contract spirit is a grade. Then it's no problem. Chen Shu felt that this was a self-inflicted humiliation. The Beastmaster talent is categorized as ordinary, excellent, outstanding, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the more efficient one is at cultivating the Beastmaster power. Wang Qinghan will surely become a level 9 Beastmaster before the college entrance examination, similar to Su Xiaoyu, and she has the potential to be accepted into Huaxia Academy. It seems Nanjing, no. Tu High School has been driven crazy by the previous year's third-year students. If they fail again in this college entrance examination, they might not recover. Wang Qinghan raised the blood test form in her hand and said, Sister Fong, see, I'll go find the doctor now. Okay, let's chat later. As she watched Wang Qinghan leave, Fong Si turned to say, from now on, Xiao Qinghan will be from your school, so take good care of her. Her parents were level 8 Beastmasters and died in an alternate space while she was in middle school. For so many years, she has been supporting herself and her sister with part-time jobs. Don't worry, Sister Fong Si. Whether the second school is chaotic or not, Chen Pai has the final say. Zhang Dali nodded. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. What does that count for? With her talent being so good, does she need me to take care of her? One is at the bottom of the special training class and the other is a transferred top student. Is there any comparability? Fong Si pouted. Come on, I always feel something's off about you. In just 1 month, you went from an ordinary person to a level 6 Beastmaster. There's no one like that in Huaxia Academy. Chen Shu helplessly nodded, saying, fine, I'll try to take good care of her. Soon the frost dragon had its blood drawn and received the blood analysis results, and the doctor reached a conclusion. It swallowed some unknown spirit fruit in an alternate space. As long as it digests it over time, not only will it be fine, but its strength will also increase. Fong Si breathed a sigh of relief, saying the school is fine for now. Tomorrow, they'll take you to explore around Kyoto. The day after tomorrow, that's better. Chen Shu spoke up, saying that he would have to stay obediently in the hotel for a day tomorrow. Fong Si smiled. I thought you... After that, Fong Si called Wang Qinghan and found out that she had to stay in the hospital to take care of her contract spirit and could not leave at the moment. Let's go have lunch first. You guys eat. I'm going back to the hotel. Chen Shu looked around, clutching the lunchbox he brought. He had diagnosed dozens of patients in the morning, some of whom were even silver-level powerhouses. How could he not be scared? Some things are like this, the less you want to think about, the more you will fear it. Early the next day, Fong Si drove to the hotel entrance. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali packed their luggage and left. Fong Si smiled and said, Chen Pai still alive? Chen Shu sniffled and replied, for now I'm safe and sound, just sneezed all day yesterday. This guy probably got scolded a lot yesterday. Let's go, we'll take you to explore Taqing Mountain in Kyoto. The three rode off. Taqing Mountain is a famous tourist attraction located on the outskirts of Kyoto where most tourists from other places come to visit. Chen Shu glanced at Zhang Dali's phone screen beside him and said, Dali watching a live stream. Zhang Dali looked very serious, almost mesmerized. Chen Shu leaned closer and saw a sweet-looking girl live streaming while cooking. He sighed, patting Zhang Dali earnestly. No matter how many times you watch her, she isn't yours. But if you read 100 books, knowledge will be yours. Wake up. Our task is to build our motherland. While driving, Fong Si asked, Dali, weren't you the one who disliked seeing these things the most? What's going on now? Has Chen Pai led you astray? Sister Fong Si, there's nothing we can do. That's just how the world is. Dali has ultimately become the very person he despised the most. Chen Shu gazed out the window, his face filled with sorrow, and sighed. But I'm different. I absolutely loathe wealthy people. I doubt I'll ever become one in this lifetime. Can you stop talking nonsense? Zhang Dali's mouth twitched as he explained. That person is a silver-tier grand chef, and I'm just learning a skill you understand. Got it. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, looking mischievous, and said, Sister Fong Si, Dali is indeed learning. The three of them laughed and joked, quickly leaving the city. Chen Shu suddenly said, By the way, are you guys hungry? I specially brought food. What food? Zhang Dali looked excited. Of course it's the best luosafen. Chen Shu pulled out the luosafen from a urea bag. Fong Si, who also had a big appetite, couldn't help but twitch her mouth upon seeing the urea bag and exclaimed, You used a urea bag to carry food. Chen Shu looked puzzled and said, Is there a problem? Forget it, you two eat, Fong Si sighed. Dali, take out your iron pot. Sister Fong Si, use your fire dragon. Chen Shu licked his lips, looking excited. Fong Si's expression stiffened as she said, "You want to use my crimson flame dragon to cook luocefen?" Chen Shu and Zhang Dili nodded as if it were the most natural thing. In the backseat, Zhang Dili excitedly held the iron pot, while the crimson flame dragon beside him emitted a gloomy aura constantly radiating flames. The value of the contracted spirit was fully exploited by Chen Shu. In the afternoon, the group successfully arrived at Taiching Mountain. Gazing at the endless mountain range ahead, the three felt a refreshing breeze. Due to the altitude, Taiching Mountain was an excellent summer retreat. Let's rest for the night first. The three got off the car and arrived at the hotel they had booked in advance. The next morning, they were full of energy and began their mountain climbing journey. Leading the way, Fong Si felt the cool wind blowing towards her and turned back to say, "Chen Pai Li, when was the last time we went hiking?" Zhang Dili recalled, "Last time. I think it was before my high school entrance exam." Chen Shu didn't say much, reminiscing about his past memories. Indeed, they had climbed a mountain together before the entrance exam. Although there were no beast tamers in his original world, everything else remained unchanged. The three followed the bus. "You three have quite good stamina," an elderly man with white hair said with a smile. The three walked swiftly without showing any signs of fatigue. Zhang Dili, carrying pots and pans, said, "Your health is pretty good too. Do you have any secrets to maintaining it?" The old man panted and replied, "Secrets for good health? That would be staying up late every day. Look, I'm 24 this year, and I still look great." The three stumbled, nearly losing their balance. "You must be kidding." Chen Shu suddenly asked curiously, "Sister Fong Si, how strong are you now?" Fong Si thought for a moment and said, "I could probably take on 100 of those young people without a problem. We should respect the elderly and love the young." Zhang Dili started to say. The three climbed swiftly. Although Chen Shu and Zhang Dili had not undergone any enhancements, their physical fitness was definitely superior to that of ordinary people. As the altitude gradually increased, the temperature dropped. They did not follow the tourist trail, but headed toward with Fong Si's strength, she could easily dominate any ordinary-level alien space, let alone a tourist site. Along the way, the three took many beautiful scenic photos. Their moods lifted significantly. At night, the three reached deep into the mountains where it was desolate and uninhabited. Fong Si looked at the night sky and said, "Let's set up camp here for the night." After saying that, she took out the tent from her backpack, preparing to rest for the night. Even with their stamina, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to traverse Taiching Mountain. Roar! Fong Si summoned the frost dragon. Although it wasn't at its peak strength due to special circumstances, it could easily intimidate ordinary wild beasts. The frost dragon restrained its frost, acting like a loyal guardian. The three set up a bonfire. Lighting a fire was prohibited in the tourist-restricted area, but with the frost dragon present, there was no need to worry about the consequences of a fire. Zhang Dili set up the iron pot and took out various vegetables and meats, surprisingly preparing to cook hot pot in the mountains. "Dili, your cooking skills are quite impressive." Chen Shu picked up a piece of fatty beef, savoring it with a satisfied expression. Fong Si also enjoyed the feast, praising Zhang Dili's culinary skills. Chen Shu said, "To be honest, the current scene makes me feel like I'm in an alien space." After that, he pointed at a shadow on the nearby tree. "If this were in an alien space, I would definitely think that was a fierce beast. Don't you think it looks like one?" Fong Si and the others shook their heads, focusing on their meal. They saw the shadow, which appeared to be a giant flying insect flapping its wings and approaching. With the light of the bonfire, Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze. A giant flying insect about half a meter long opened its menacing mouth, its saliva resembling black ink rushing towards him. "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" Chen Shu shouted, suddenly startling Zhang Dili. Only Fong Si reacted swiftly. The distant frost dragon rushed forward, swallowing the giant flying insect whole. Fong Si widened her eyes and said, "You really are a jinx." The frost dragon suddenly spat out what it had in its mouth, revealing a dead black beetle, its body completely covered in frost. "It's a bloodline impure black beetle, a fierce beast from the Demon River Plains." Fong Si, with her rich experience, immediately recognized the fierce beast. What a stroke of bad luck. Chen Shu looked around, shocked that there were fierce beasts in Taiching Mountain. What kind of... Fong Si appeared extremely rational in the face of the fierce beast, saying, "The Demon River Plains was breached a century ago. Although it was quickly suppressed, some fierce beasts remained in Blue Star. This is a species born from the combination of black beetles and blue star insects." Fong Si furrowed her brow, continuously analyzing. If this were just a pseudo-fierce beast, it generally wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would send the Spirit Defense Bureau to investigate. But the fear was that Taiching Mountain might have the original black beetles left over from a century ago, which could survive for 100 years, indicating they possess stealth abilities and, more importantly, a considerable level of intelligence. "What do you guys say?" Fong Si looked up at the two, her expression suddenly startled. She saw Chen Shu and Zhang Dili packing up the tent and putting away the pots and pans, already looking like they were ready to flee. After Sister analyzed for so long, did no one appreciate it? Sister Fong Si, what else is there to say? Chen Shu packed up the urea bag and said, "Let's leave Taiching Mountain first, and then we can call the Spirit Defense Bureau to claim the bounty. P.S. I'm not feeling well, and this chapter is a bit late. Sorry." "No way." Chen Shu suddenly reacted, slapping his thigh. Did Chen Shu discover something? How could I be so foolish? Of course I should call to claim the prize. "Hello. This is an emergency. Something happened at Taiching Mountain. There are ferocious beasts from an alternate space. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Please don't panic, speak slowly. Is there a possibility that it's just a regular wild beast? Regular wild beasts. Have you ever seen a flying insect this large? Chen Shu said as he pressed the phone between his shoulder and head, gesturing about half a meter with his hands. How big? This big? Chen Shu said anxiously. Beside him, Fong Si rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Brother, no matter how many times you gesture, others won't know how big it is. It's a bloodline impure black beetle. Fong Si stepped over and directly took Chen Shu's phone. I am Fong Si from the Huaxia Academy. If possible, please send someone to investigate as soon as possible. It's likely the black beetles from a century ago have resurfaced. Huaxia Academy. Got it, I've noted it down. Just as Fong Si was about to hang up, she suddenly looked up at something. Her eyes narrowed and her expression turned grave. Beneath the night sky, a bizarre black curtain appeared, stretching hundreds of meters long, accompanied by a cacophony of insect sounds. A swarm of black beetles. Fong Si's vision and hearing were enhanced, and she quickly recognized it. Her tone turned urgent. There's a swarm of black beetles. There are still many tourists on Taiching Mountain. Quickly notify the Dragon Defense Army. With that, she hung up the phone. Huh, where did they go? Fong Si looked up and saw Chen Shu and Zhang Dali already running off with pots and pans, making a clattering noise. Sister Fong Si, run. Chen Shu waved back. Fong Si shook her head, her expression resolute. No. There are hotels on Taiching Mountain. There must be tourists. I have to go. As a prodigy of the Huaxia Academy, enjoying various generous resources, she naturally had to make certain sacrifices. At the very least, she had to assess the strength of the black beetles. If they truly were overwhelming, it would not be too late to retreat. At this moment, options suddenly appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1, engage the swarm of black beetles. Note the leader of the black beetles is a black iron 3-star creature. Completion reward increase of beast taming level. Option 2, quickly flee to ensure personal safety. Completion reward title, stylish escapist effect, increases charm when fleeing. Option 3, start a live broadcast on the spot to report in real time to netizens. Completion reward, invisibility potion. This unexpectedly triggered options again. Chen Shu turned to Fong Si and said, Sister Fong Si, can you handle a black iron 3-star leader creature? Fong Si's eyes widened. Can you detect its strength? At such a distance, ordinary people might not even notice the swarm of black beetles. If it's a black iron 3-star, I'm confident I can delay for a long time. Fong Si replied. She was a black iron 2-star beast master, and with 2 dragon-type contracted spirits, she had the ability to contend with a leader creature. Alright, then we won't run. Let's take them on. Chen Shu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with battle intent. Beside him, Zhang Dali touched Chen Shu's forehead and said, what's wrong with you? Did you get possessed? What do you know? There are tourists on Taiching Mountain. As a beast master, protecting ordinary people is both a duty and a mission. Don't you have any spirit of the new era youth? Chen Shu patted Zhang Dali on the shoulder, speaking passionately. Zhang Dali twitched at the corner of his mouth. Can you at least put down your bag first? Besides, weren't you the one who ran the fastest just now? Let's go. Fong Si took the lead and headed towards the swarm of black beetles. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali both dropped their pots and pans and chased after her. At the forefront of the swarm was a black beetle, its mandibles fierce, its eyes emanating a faint green light, and its aura was incredibly imposing. It was the leader of the black beetles. It had originally been a leader creature from the Magic River Plains invading Blue Star a century ago. Who would have thought that as soon as it broke through the alternate space, it was violently beaten by the beast army of Huagua, with countless casualties among its kind. As a leader creature, it was exceptionally intelligent. Encountering such a situation, it would certainly flee. Thus, it was the first to turn coward and hide in Taiching Mountain, but it also missed the best opportunity to return. For 100 years at first, powerful beast masters continuously patrolled Taiching Mountain. It trembled in fear, living in terror for decades, until later, when Taiching Mountain was developed into a tourist attraction, only ordinary people came in droves. This made it think that this territory was left only for the weak, and as a leader creature, it finally felt it could venture out. With the skies clearing and the rain stopping, it felt ready to act. Screech. The black beetle leader roared to the sky and addressed its descendants. Tonight marks the beginning of our... Just as the other black beetles were about to respond, a dazzling fireball shot in at high speed. Boom. The flaunting black beetle king was directly blasted away, letting out a miserable scream. Oh no. A group of black beetles awkwardly froze in place, not expecting their king to be so easily defeated. Screech. The black beetle leader steadied itself, its eyes filled with anger, not expecting to be beaten down. As soon as it emerged, the dignity of a leader creature had been trampled. It looked down, seeing 2 flying dragons roaring to the sky, their aura extremely fierce. Be careful. Fong Si stood on the ground, speaking to Chen Shu and the others. Don't worry, Sister Fong Si. 10 meters away, the 2 had already hidden behind a large tree. Fong Si ignored them and focused on watching the battle above. The Crimson Flame Dragon launched the first attack, its scorching flames continuously gathering. In an instant, a fireball the size of a basketball shot out. But it didn't end there. The Crimson Flame Dragon continued to produce terrifying heat. One fireball after another, like a pea shooter, shot towards the black beetles. The Black Beetle King flapped its wings ready for a strategic retreat, but unexpectedly a wave of blue frost energy arrived in an instant. Its body froze momentarily, feeling its senses dull. The Ice Dragon was responsible for control, while the Crimson Flame Dragon was in charge of offense. Under Fong Sis' command, the coordination between the two contracted spirits was flawless. As a leader creature, the Black Beetle was no pushover either. A black light shield suddenly emerged from its body. Boom. One fireball after another descended, exploding like huge, splendid fireworks illuminating the night sky. Fong Sis' expression turned grave. The Black Beetle leader was completely unscathed, and even the light shield remained intact. Screech. The Black Beetle leader let out a cacophony of screeches, its eyes flashing with a venomous green glow locking onto Fong Si below. Clearly it understood that the Beastmaster's weakness was her physical form. With black lights swirling on its wings, it trembled and sped towards the contracted spirits. Watch out. Chen Shu on the tree couldn't help but shout, preparing to summon a slime to counter this blow. At this moment, Fong Si was calm and unhurried as a wave of icy chill descended, once more landing directly upon the body of the black armored beetle lord. Its body was momentarily frozen, and the Crimson Flame Dragon dove down, its claws suddenly igniting, with dazzling flames re-engaging in battle with the black armored beetle lord. Fong Si approached the Frost Dragon, observing the fierce battle. The Crimson Flame Dragon was a perfectly cultivated super-class, contracted spirit powerful enough to contend with the black armored beetle lord. The frenzied clash between the two attracted the attention of tourists on the mountain, who hurriedly left their hotels to gaze into the distance. The Frost Dragon and the Crimson Flame Dragon appeared exceptionally striking under the night sky, with periodic explosions of flames resembling a grand fireworks display. What is that ahead? A ball of blue and red light. Could it be aliens? Are you blind? It's a dragon. Does Taiching Mountain still have such sights? Mom, I've made it. Boo-hoo, I've seen a dragon. Tourists eagerly took out their phones to capture the magnificent spectacle. I'm a staff member of the scenic area. Everyone returned to the hotel. Everyone returned to the hotel. A staff member in a uniform approached with a megaphone, clearly having received a notification from the Spirit Control Bureau. Given that it was nighttime, if they rushed down in a panic, it would surely lead to great casualties. Rather than risk it, it was better to stay in the hotel and seek rescue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black armored beetle lord was furious, having just emerged from the mountains only to suffer a Waterloo just like 100 years ago. The life of the black armored beetle lord could be summarized in one phrase: always invading, always being beaten. Its eerie green gaze turned towards the distant hotel, emitting a piercing screech. The swarm of black armored beetles immediately received the command and finally recovered from their obese state, rushing towards the hotel. Not good. Fong Sis' expression changed, and she quickly realized that the opponent intended to kill ordinary people. Roar. The Frost Dragon let out a roar, sending a blast of icy blue frost into the sky. Dozens of black armored beetles fell from the sky as if a black rain had begun. However, skills had cooldown times, and the Frost Dragon could not intercept the entire swarm. Fong Seaside only able to pray for those people. Stopping a single Lord-level beast was already her limit unless she had a team to assist. She glanced at the two people in the tree and sighed again. Could she really rely on those two? But in the next moment, Chen Shu stood up and shouted loudly, "Sister Fong Si, I've got this." Fong Si was momentarily stunned as a golden slime suddenly appeared. In her astonished gaze, the slime expanded rapidly like a balloon, quickly growing several times larger, even slightly surpassing the Crimson Flame Dragon. This skill, oi. Fong Si narrowed her eyes, instantly realizing the potential of the growth skill. The larger the slime's base formed, the more terrifying the amplification of its growth. Take off. Chen Shu looked up at the swarm of black armored beetles, a hint of a smile in his eyes. At this crucial moment, it was still my turn to shine. The slime's mouth puffed up once again, executing the skill combination from before. Wind Breath Charge and Violent Sitting Kill were released in succession, causing Fong Sis' mouth to involuntarily drop open. Even with her experience, she was stunned in place. A giant pile of poop actually took off, and its speed was increasing. Boom, boom, boom. The adorable big eyes of the slime gazed at the ground as its body crashed into the swarm of black armored beetles. Although it couldn't see behind it, Chen Shu was not blind and acted as the slime's radar. The slime's speed was extraordinarily fast, like a precisely targeted missile. The originally orderly swarm of insects was suddenly scattered. They were merely a group of mixed-blood savage beasts able to bully ordinary people, but against the slime, they paled in comparison. Those that were hit suffered severe injuries, or even death. Countless black armored beetles crawled onto the slime, attempting to bite, but the skill rebound force activated, directly shattering their mandibles. The tourists in the hotel were momentarily thrown into chaos by the spectacle in the sky. With their eyesight, they could not capture the black armored beetles in the night, only seeing a giant poop soaring freely in the sky. A wonder of the world. There's poop flying in the sky. Everyone hurriedly took out their phones, snapping photos to share on their social media. Soon the slime safely landed, the skill's effect ended, and it lost power. However, the formation of the black armored beetles had been disrupted, resulting in heavy casualties. Chenpai. Impressive. Fong Si exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Chen Shu's glass slime to be so ferocious. To be honest, even a typical class contracted spirit might not be able to perform like this. Chen Shu waved his hand and said, "It was all within my expectations." Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, the black armored beetle lord temporarily suppressed the crimson flame dragon. Looking at the countless dead offspring, it was furious. Charge. The black armored beetle lord commanded the swarm to rush towards the hotel again. The slime skills were in cooldown, and it had to wait for all 3 skills to recover before it could take off again. The rest depends on those people's fate. Chen Shu felt powerless. The slime could only inflict damage on the black armored beetles through skill combinations. Fong Si paid no further attention, focusing intently on dealing with the lord beast before her. To annihilate any lord creature, one must face a crisis, which is their swarm. However, the black armored beetle lord was an exception. Its former generals had long been abandoned, and its current swarm consisted entirely of mixed blood species, completely a rabble. And with sheer solitary strength, it might not stand a chance against Fong Si. Fong Si commanded the frost dragon to join the battle, unleashing a torrent of frost. The black armored beetle instantly felt the bitter taste of ice and fire. Time to run again. The black armored beetle lord felt deeply unsettled. It had just emerged from the mountains, only to be driven back again. But the 2 contracted spirits were not willing to let it escape. The crimson flame dragon's claws were engulfed in flames, continuously tearing at the black armored beetle lord's shell. As long as it lost the protection of the black light shield, the crimson flame dragon could easily break through. Soon the black armored beetle fell into a severely injured state. Although both dragons had also sustained injuries, if they continued, the black armored beetle would definitely die first. Hiss hiss hiss. The black armored beetle's expression was furious, its wings unfurling and black light spreading out, its eerie green eyes filled with coldness, its aura suddenly becoming terrifying. Fong Si frowned, commanding the 2 dragons to halt their attack as the opponent looked ready to fight for its life. "Stop it!" Chen Shu shouted loudly from a distance. Fong Si was taken aback. She saw the black armored beetle, which had been preparing to flee, suddenly flap its wings and turn to run. She instantly realized she had been deceived. That beetle was simply acting. Fong Si turned to look at Chen Shu once more, thinking to herself, "How come you are so experienced?" "Sister Fong Si, hurry and chase after it." Chen Shu did not provide further explanation. The black armored insect was clearly just pretending. Its eyes appeared fierce, yet it kept glancing around, obviously contemplating an escape route. Compared to a master of escape like Chen Shu, she was far behind. Fong Si nodded, instructing the crimson flame dragon to pursue first while she followed behind with the frost dragon. Every black iron level beast master should have one habit: always keep a contracted spirit by their side, or they might encounter unexpected situations. Chen Shu climbed up a large tree, gazing at the distant hotel. He had thought the black armored insect was wreaking havoc at the hotel, but he only saw a massive shadow flying in the sky, with a person clearly standing atop it. Have the Spirit Control Bureau arrived? Chen Shu felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed the black armored insect swarm had perished in vain. At this moment, Fong Si was in constant pursuit. The speed of the black armored insect lord was incredibly fast, but fortunately the crimson flame dragon had left a trace of flame markings which could be tracked from afar. Tonight she would single-handedly slay a lord-level ferocious beast. Time passed slowly, and just then Fong Si's expression suddenly stiffened. She saw that the crimson flame dragon had stopped, its eyes filled with confusion as it looked around. The mark has disappeared. Fong Si's brows knitted together. There were only 2 possibilities: either the black armored insect possessed a skill to erase the mark, or the other possibility was it was dead. If it were the first, the black armored insect lord would have erased it long ago. The flame marking was not hidden at all. It was merely a persistent flame on its shell, and the opponent could not possibly miss it. Thus, only the second possibility remained. Is it dead? Fong Si's eyes gazed into the dark night ahead. Who dared to snatch food from her mouth? Just then 4 points of red light appeared ahead, gradually approaching Fong Si. The crimson flame dragon's body tensed, emitting low growls. So-called geniuses, it seems they are nothing special after all. A young man in a trench coat with an elegant demeanor slowly approached. Roar. The eyes of the crimson flame dragon glimmered with battle intent, continually releasing waves of fiery breath, fixing its gaze on the contracted spirit beside the young man. A large dog with 2 heads stood still, its crimson pupils filled with brutality and possessing immense power. It was the Sklass, 2-headed demon dog. Fong Si narrowed her eyes and calmly said, "Suhan from the 3rd year. To be remembered by a genius, it is my honor." Suhan smiled, gently tossing something from his hand. "The black armored insect you wanted." Fong Si looked down, seeing the recently deceased black armored insect lord, but its body was shattered, clearly indicating that all the important materials had already been taken. "Do you dare to steal my prey?" The crimson flame dragon and the frost dragon stepped forward, who, despite their injuries, they still appeared incredibly fierce. "What? Do you want to try your luck against me?" Suhan chuckled coldly, and suddenly a spatial crack appeared above his head, from which a large bird with a completely blue body flew out. Another Sklass contracted spirit, the wind spirit sparrow, rumored to possess a trace of bluebird bloodline, equally formidable as dragon-type contracted spirits. The Huaxiao Academy gathered the nation's geniuses. It wasn't only Fong Si who possessed two class contracted spirits. Both sides fell into a standoff. The night at Taiching Mountain was exceptionally cold, yet neither of them moved. Su-Han crossed his arms, wanting to see if the legendary school genius dared to make a move. As time ticked by, Fong Si maintained a cold demeanor, showing no signs of change. The two appeared to be engaged in another form of confrontation. The night was silent, and they were even more so. Su-Han stood still as the night wind blew his trench coat, fluttering, adding to his mysterious and elegant aura. But just then an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Look out!" A voice roared, and an enigmatic figure appeared. "Damn it! An ambush!" Su-Han reacted quickly. His two contracted spirits were about to return to protect their master, but Fong Si's twin dragons had long been lying in wait, tightly entangling him. The four contracted spirits instantly erupted into a fierce battle. Su-Han felt as if he was trapped in some. It was Chen Shu and his companion who had stealthily approached from behind Su-Han. After ensnaring him, Chen Shu retreated without striking. The opponent was a black iron-level beast master, and he could not compete. A single punch could send him flying. Now it was Zhang Dallas' turn to make his move. He held a massive iron pot tightly with both hands, using his legs to drive his waist and his waist to drive his hands, spinning his body 360 degrees. Whoosh! The iron pot in his hands produced a violent slicing sound. Zhang Dali roared, "Go to hell!" Clang! Just as Su-Han was about to lift the urea bag, his head immediately buzzed. His head was hard, but the iron pot was harder. After all, this was a pot specially designed for cooking ferocious beast meat. Zhang Dali's strike was exceptionally cunning, instantly knocking Su-Han unconscious. With their master's consciousness lost, the two contracted spirits instantly returned to the beast master space. The trio's cooperation was seamless, completed in the blink of an eye, practically perfect. Fong Si could no longer maintain her indifferent expression, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She stepped closer, kicked Su-Han, and said, "I'm waiting for support." "Oh, what are you waiting for?" So young, and yet so unaware of the harshness of society, Chen Shu shook his head, lamenting, "Do you have the strength to compete with us?" The three of them pulled down Su-Han's backpack, finding the materials of the black armored insect lord inside. "Let's go." Fong Si kicked him a few more times, preparing to leave. "Wait." Chen Shu had a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, quickly starting to strip Su-Han of his clothes. Fong Si's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Are you a freak? What are you thinking? Turn around first." Su-Han quickly ended up in only a pair of shorts resembling a naked little. Zhang Dali remarked, "Wearing pink. Truly a freak." They covered him with a urea bag, then tossed all of Su-Han's other clothes down the mountain. "Let's go." Chen Shu finally clapped his hands, ready to leave. Fong Si's mouth twitched. "You two are really something." Tomorrow morning, Su-Han would either come down the mountain in pink shorts or wrapped in a urea bag. Regardless of which, it would be a social death, and one could imagine that Su-Han would be searching online for which planet was suitable for survival. Chen Shu smirked. Who told this guy to show off? Wearing a trench coat in the middle of summer, so ostentatious. He might even think he's the main character. The three quietly left the place and were preparing to return to the hotel when a huge shadow was cast overhead. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he looked up, only to see a mighty eagle. On the back of the eagle stood a man dressed in a black robe with a golden insignia on his right shoulder bearing the words. This was none other than the Dragon Rider Army, equal in status to the Spirit Guardian Army, primarily responsible for handling various significant events on Blue Star. Unlike the Spirit Guardian Army, they were extremely few in number and operated in singular combat, but each Dragon Rider possessed immense strength, far surpassing others of the same rank. Fong Si from the Huaxia Academy. The man leaped down from dozens of meters in the air, landing gracefully. Even Fong Si would not be able to accomplish this feat, indicating that the opponent was at least a formidable beast master of silver rank. Fong Si opened her backpack and calmly said, "The Black Beetle Lord is already dead. Young people these days are truly impressive." The Dragon Rider murmured as he looked at the materials from the Black Beetle Lord's body. According to the intel, there should still be a student from the Huaxiao Academy at Taiching Mountain. Chen Shu stepped forward at this moment and said, "Big brother, that person prefers to keep a low profile, does good deeds without seeking fame, and left Taiching Mountain long ago." Chen Shu stepped forward at this moment and said, "Big brother, that person prefers to keep a low profile, does good deeds without seeking fame, and left Taiching." The three returned to the hotel and rested for the night. The night at Taiching was particularly cold, and Su-Han's bare body was curled up in a bag, shivering from time to time. However, his body was reinforced, so he would just catch a slight cold at most. The next morning, "Chen Pai, take this." Fong Si tossed over a piece of blood-red shell. If consumed, there was a chance to comprehend the Black Beetle's skill. Black Light Shield is a highly versatile defensive skill that can withstand both elemental and physical attacks. In terms of value, it is worth at least 4 million Huaxia coins. Chen Shu shook his head and said, "You keep it in. My contracted spirit doesn't lack skills." Fong Si's dual dragon contracted spirit had average defense, so comprehending a defensive skill would indeed be a good choice. Fong Si nodded, putting away the shell. Given their relationship, there was no need for further words. Although the Black Beetle incident had occurred, it did not dampen the trio's spirits for sightseeing. Over the course of 3 days, they thoroughly explored Taiching Mountain. The three then headed to other tourist spots in Kyoto, making the most of their time together. Fong Si felt an immense sense of relaxation ever since entering the Huaxia Academy. Every day was spent in fierce competition. It was either studying various subjects or hunting fierce beasts in alternate spaces. The immense pressure and competitive atmosphere had indeed ramped up her strength, but over time the constant tension would inevitably take a toll on her body. For her, the joyful moments now were incredibly precious. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the end of August. The school days were approaching, marking the time for the three to part ways. At Xiaojia's food stall, when Chen Shu and the others first arrived in Kyoto, they had dinner here. Now as they were about to part, they found themselves back here. Initially, they both complained about the low quality, but now they were eating with great enjoyment. Fong Si looked reluctant and said, "Chen Pai, you must come to Kyoto soon." Chen Shu smiled and said, "Of course he'll come to Huaxia Academy after next year's college entrance examination." He too felt a hint of reluctance, especially since the other two would stay in Kyoto while he would return alone to Nanjing City. "Dili, you really won't return to Nanjing City at all?" Zhang Dili shook his head and said, "The school has something to organize, like some training for us." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you a genius? Why do you need to study?" Zhang Dili shrugged and said, "I'm just a genius compared to ordinary people like you. Against others of the same level I'm not." Fong Si sighed, "I don't know when we'll gather again next time." Amidst the sorrow of parting, the three of them finished. Chen Shu returned to the hotel, booked a train ticket for the next day, and prepared to head back to Nanjing City. He was now a 7th level beast master on par with Su Xiaoyu, and with various skills and potions enhancing his abilities, he could even contend against a class flamebird. Of course, whether he could win in a duel between the two would depend on the specific circumstances. The next morning, Chen Shu packed his luggage and set off alone on his return journey. Master to the South Station in Kyoto. Chen Shu, carrying his backpack, got into a taxi. The driver smiled and said, "Perfect timing, you're all heading to the South Station." Next to Chen Shu sat a man wearing a duck-billed cap, who appeared somewhat pretentious and mysterious. The man's flashy outfit reminded him of Su Han from Taiching Mountain. Just as Chen Shu was about to rest for a while, he suddenly froze as options appeared before him. Option 1, forcefully get out of the car, escape to safety, reward a large amount of beast mastery power. Option 2, use every means to negotiate and find a way to escape, reward increase the golden slime size by 5. Option 3, shout loudly, "This isn't the car to kindergarten, let me out." Reward purification potion. It was indeed suspicious. Chen Shu kept his composure and his eyes darted. He saw the first option and initially thought it meant the taxi would get into an accident, but now it seemed the passenger next to him or the driver was acting strangely, or perhaps both were. The first option was definitely off the table. Although the reward was generous, jumping out of a speeding car would be tantamount to courting death. As for the third option, it would similarly alert the others. Chen Shu glanced at the person beside him and suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. "Old Wang, no wonder you looked familiar." Chen Shu smiled widely as if he had run into an old friend he hadn't seen in years. The man spoke coldly, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Song Su couldn't help but think, could it be that the other party saw through him? But he had not exposed anything unusual during the entire journey. Sorry, wrong person." At this point, Chen Shu quickly released his grip. Though it was just a simple action, it confirmed that the other person's physical prowess was weak. He was definitely not a Black Iron level beast master. What the hell? Someone who isn't a Black Iron level beast master actually wants to ambush him? Chen Shu relaxed internally and looked at the driver. "Master, the South Station in Kyoto isn't this way. You took a wrong turn." The driver did not respond and continued driving. "Kid, settle down." The man in the duck-billed cap raised his head, his face marred by a fierce scar, looking menacing and clearly not a good person. Bang! Without saying a word, Chen Shu threw a punch directly at the man, swift and accurate. "You?" The man looked dumbfounded, wondering if this was really a high school student. How did the roles reverse so quickly? Bang bang. Chen Shu kept throwing punches without holding back. "Stop it," the driver shouted, but it had no effect. "Song Su, didn't you learn martial arts?" Song Su was being beaten up, covering his head, unable to retaliate at all. "I only learned a few days of military boxing during training and performed it with classmates." The driver was speechless and said, "Then hurry up and fight." Song Su finally found an opportunity and was about to assume the stance for military boxing when Chen Shu threw another punch, causing his nose to bleed. "Are you a clown sent by the monkey?" "Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong." Song Su wore a pained expression as he admitted defeat on the spot. He initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with a high school student as a college student, but he never expected such an outcome. "Now take me to Nanjing Station in Kyoto. Is there a problem?" Chen Shu directed his gaze towards the driver, seizing the moment to throw another punch at Song Su. "Lu Ge, take him there." Song Su tilted his head back, looking quite disheveled. The driver, feeling helpless, could only take Chen Shu to the train station. The street was bustling, yet the car was enveloped in silence. Soon the driver arrived at the train station. Even the weaklings dare to act like bandits now. Before leaving, Chen Shu unleashed another round of beatings, causing wails to fill the car, and the vehicle shook, drawing odd glances from the surrounding crowd. He felt much lighter in his heart as he walked away. The mission failed. This kid is too ruthless. Song Su sighed, still unable to understand how Chen Shu saw through his plan. He originally planned to take action in a secluded area, but was directly beaten instead. Chen Shu took out his phone and dialed Fong Sis' number. Hello, Sister Fong. Be careful, Su-Han has sent someone to retaliate. Fong Sis' voice carried a hint of urgency as she asked, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. In preparing to return to Nanjing City, you and De Li should be careful. After their conversation, he hung up the phone. Fong Si showed no signs of worry. As long as Chen Shu could leave safely, that was all that mattered. As for Zhang De Li, he had been staying at the university, the top spiritual cooking university in the country, and Su-Han wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for herself, she completely disregarded Su-Han. Chen Shu boarded the train smoothly, leaving the bustling city. A year from now, I will return. Chen Shu murmured, his eyes filled with longing. Did we not catch anyone? Su-Han's expression turned cold as the glass cup in his hand shattered. Su Xiao, let me explain. Songs, you can't even handle a high school student. What use are you? Su-Han said coldly. Go clean the toilets at the company for half. Song Su left the room looking defeated. I'm a college student, how can I clean toilets? Su-Han sighed, initially wanting to capture Chen Shu, strip him of his clothes, and throw him on the street with a urinal bag. Unexpectedly, Song Su, who claimed to be proficient in martial arts, failed miserably. That day on Taiching Mountain, Su-Han was literally woken up from the cold, wearing only a pink pair of shorts and a urinal bag. Thinking of that day's scene made him want to smash his head against a wall. As a genius of a prestigious institution in China, he certainly did not want to end up like Chen Shu imagined, either wearing pink shorts or a urinal bag down the mountain. He decisively made the choice to put the urinal bag on his head and run down the mountain. Although the process was mortifying, at least no one saw his face. Meanwhile, online a new sensation emerged: a urinal-clad wild man spotted on Taiching Mountain. And shockingly, he was wearing pink shorts. The driver, old Lu, cluelessly asked Su Xiao, how did that kid provoke you? You go clean toilets with Song Su. Su-Han waved his hand, looking annoyed, too lazy to entertain thoughts about Chen Shu or Zhang De Li. His only rival was Fong Si. As long as he could become a silver-level beast master, he would certainly have his revenge. A day passed. Chen Shu returned to Nanjing City. Looking at the familiar buildings around him, he felt a sense of relief. The notorious bandit of Nanjing is back. Standing in front of the train station, Chen Shu shouted loudly, dispersing some of the melancholy of parting from his heart. The people around looked at him with strange expressions. A few minutes later, just as he was about to take a taxi home, he was suddenly stopped. Police. Chen Shu looked bewildered, not understanding what he had done wrong. No way, sir, I just returned from Kyoto. The police officer looked serious and said, you're the notorious bandit of Nanjing. Chen Shu fell silent. How could they respond so quickly? He explained, I was joking, officer. I'm a student from Nanjing, no. To high school, hey, race my ID. After checking, the police finally let him go. Chen Shu hailed a taxi and embarked on his journey home. He suddenly sighed, thinking that school would start the day after tomorrow, feeling a hint of sadness. Starting school meant losing the freedom to linger in the restroom. Just as the vehicle was moving, the taxi driver suddenly stopped. The driver said, young man, is it okay if I pick someone up? As long as it's on the way. Chen Shu nodded, not paying much attention. The car stopped, and out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a boy preparing to get in. The boy wore glasses, had a refined appearance, and fair skin. Upon seeing Chen Shu looking over, he shyly smiled. He seemed like just an introverted student, but the key was the building behind him. Nanjing Mental Hospital. The boy wore a white shirt, but held a set of blue and white striped clothes, clearly the attire of a mental patient. Chen Shu instinctively scooted away, even considering moving to the front seat. In this day and age, the brave fear the reckless fear those who are mentally unstable. Clearly, mental patients belong to the top of the food chain, while Chen Shu was merely at the bottom. The boy seemed to realize something and smiled gently, saying, I'm doing research at the mental hospital. Oh, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was overthinking. After all, how could a patient leave the hospital at any time? Chen Shu smiled. You look about my age. I didn't expect you to be doing research already. By the way, what kind of research? Being researched on. Chen Shu jolted, shouting, Master, I want to get off the car. But hold on, being researched on means being a mental. The boy grabbed Chen Shu's sleeve and said, no, I'm a student. It's just a summer job. A part-time job. A part-time job as a mental patient. The industry these days is indeed flourishing, isn't it? Chen Shu shook off his hand, panic written all over his face. Although his thought process was different from ordinary people, he should be normal. Encountering a real mental patient naturally scared him. Brother, I'm really a student just trying to earn a little extra money. The boy held on to Chen Shu tightly and said to the driver, Master, weld the car doors shut. No one is getting off today. You really are crazy. Chen Shu looked speechless. Aren't I just worried you'd run away? What if you don't pay? The driver would just charge it to me, right? Despite his refined appearance, the boy had quite a bit of strength. The two tugged at each other, and in the end, Chen Shu couldn't get off the car. The driver was also worried that Chen Shu would run away without paying, so he didn't stop all the way. All right. I admit defeat. Chen Shu cursed his luck. Today had been bizarre. First, he encountered two clowns sent by Su-Han, then he was questioned by the police, and now he was stuck in a car with a mental patient. Half an hour later, Chen Shu sighed and said, I've arrived, can I get off now? The driver finally parked, and Chen Shu handed over the fare, ready to get out. Brother, my name is Su Xingxing. Oh, let's get to know each other. Who knows, we might meet again in the future. Not a chance, so I never want to see you again in my life. Chen Shu opened the car door and ran back to the community. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. As a web writer, it's normal to occasionally post less. I believe everyone understands. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Back. Chen Shu's parents happened to be having dinner. His father Chen Ping stood up, glanced outside the door, and said, "No pursuers, right?" Chen Shu replied helplessly, "Dad, what are you thinking? I'm not a fugitive." Then he suddenly remembered something and added, "Although there are no pursuers, I did encounter a lunatic today." "Your bedfellow?" Chen Ping asked. Chen Shu forced a dry smile. "You seem to be in a good mood." Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shu returned to the dining table, served himself a large bowl of congee, and said, "Being back home definitely lifts my spirits." "We thought you would be sad about Dallas' situation." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Dolly, isn't he admitted to the Kyoto Culinary University? Why should I be sad about that?" Chen Ping sighed. "It's precisely because he got in. Even though the 3 of you grew up together, both Fong Si and Zhang Dali are so outstanding and you're so weak, it's natural to feel a bit unbalanced. Even though we are underdogs, at least we have a good mindset." Chen Ping patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you have a good attitude, you can live a long life. The one who laughs last laughs best." "Dad, you're really good at comforting people." Chen Shu said, "Besides, I'm just accumulating strength for a big breakthrough. Once I start working hard, those 2 will have to rely on me for support in the future." Chen Ping said, "That's a good attitude is fine, but it seems like your mind is a bit off." Chen Shu decided to remain silent and focused on his meal. The next day, Chen Shu originally planned to enter meditation for a day to rest and adjust his mood, but unexpectedly his phone rang early in the morning. Unknown number. It's been marked as a scam by 9999 people. Chen Shu twitched the corner of his mouth. "They don't even change their number, brother. You must be really bold." He answered the call, and before he could say anything, the other party spoke first. "Old classmate, I've missed you so much." "Wait, how do you know who I am? Just calling me an old classmate. You can't even recognize my voice. You're really forgetful. It's Zhao." Chen Shu twitched his mouth and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, do you trust Lao or Zhao?" The other end was silent for a moment before speaking again. "You haven't changed at all. I still love to joke around." Chen Shu said, "Haha, I was just messing with you. Oh, I definitely can't forget you, old Zhao." The other end was silent for a moment before speaking again. "You haven't changed at all. I still love to joke around." Chen Shu said, "Haha, I was just messing with you. Come on, old Zhao, I remember you used to have seizures and would fall to the ground and twitch while foaming at the mouth. How can you be a coach? Teach people to twitch." There was a long silence on the other end. Chen Shu forced himself to suppress his laughter, already imagining the other person's expression. Medical technology has advanced. Now haven't I recovered?" "Recovered, huh? Then congratulations. Let's not talk about the past. Let's discuss investment opportunities." Chen Shu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he said, "But that's not right, old Zhao. Didn't you drink too much in middle school, dance on the street, and end up getting hit by a dump truck? You had your left leg amputated at that time. How can you be a fitness coach?" The voice on the other end became a bit unnatural as he said, "Old classmate, you must be mistaken, right?" Right. See, my memory is failing me. I must have remembered it wrong." Chen Shu said apologetically. "After so many years, you just love to forget things." Right. See, my memory is failing me. I must have remembered it wrong." Chen Shu said apologetically. "After so many years, you just love to— Hey, old classmate. Ha ha ha." Chen Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter, guessing that the scammer on the other end was already broken. Just as he was enjoying himself, another call came in. Another unknown call. "Are there so many scammers now?" He answered the call and directly said, "What's up, old Zhao? Has your epilepsy been cured?" A familiar voice came through. "It's me, Xie Sunan. What nonsense are you talking?" Xie doesn't have any meat." Chen Shu explained. "A scammer just called, and I was teasing him." After saying that, Chen Shu remembered something and said, "You're not a scammer, are you? What do you think?" Xie Sunan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you free today? I took on a task. Are you interested?" "What task?" "Recently, a notorious thief has emerged in Nanjing." "Not interested. You should report this to the police. You have a reward of 50,000 yuan. I, Chen Shu, cannot stand criminals my whole life. Oh, where are you? I'm coming to find you." Xie Sunan replied speechlessly, "Are you performing Sichuan opera? How dare he call himself the notorious thief of Nanjing? It's obvious he wants to clash with me, the bandit of Nanjing." Chen Shu got up, packed his bag, and left the neighborhood. Half an hour later, at the intersection of Xiaofei Road, Xie Sunan was wearing a blue t-shirt and jeans, looking quite young if you didn't look at his face. "Old Xia, aren't you selling pork anymore?" "The pork market is down recently, so I stopped selling it. Besides, I was just part-time butchering." "Honestly, that sounds a bit ridiculous." Chen Shu patted his shoulder and said, "But you're doing better than me. Ooh, I actually saw someone part-time as a lunatic last night." Xie Sunan said, "I'm doing legitimate part-time work, okay? Let's not talk about that. To take a look at the mission details." Chen Shu nodded and took a small booklet. Mission name: Capture the Notorious Thief of Nanjing. Mission difficulty: None. Mission content: A notorious thief has recently appeared in Nanjing, specializing in stealing from wealthy families. His methods are superb, leaving no clues at the scene. The stolen wealth amounts to millions. Ooh, we hope to capture him soon. Mission reward 100,000 yuan. Mission challenges 1. There is no basic information on the notorious thief, not even gender can be determined. 2. His methods are bizarre, avoiding all surveillance. He may have used the abilities of a contracted spirit. Mission hint: it can be determined that the notorious thief is a lone individual and there is no possibility of gang operations. 2. The Beastmaster level is likely not very high. 3. After committing the crime, he will leave the words "rob from the rich" to help the poor at the scene, indicating he may reside in a slum. Beastmaster. Chen Shu frowned slightly, his expression becoming a bit serious. What's wrong? Sunin asked. Although he was a Beastmaster, his combat power was almost zero, which was why he specifically sought out Chen Shu as a muscle. If the criminal is a Beastmaster, then it becomes tricky. Criminals are often vicious and ruthless, and their contracted spirits tend to have the same viciousness, making them difficult to deal with. Can't handle it. I already have specific information. Sunin furrowed his brow. Chen Shu laughed and said, what others can handle I can handle, what others can't handle I can handle even better. What I mean is... His tone paused before he said, you need to increase the payment. Sunin fell into silence. As expected of you, you acted all this time just to negotiate for more money, right? I'll take 70,000, you take 30,000. Fixed price, no bargaining. Sunin said, aren't you the one who can't stand criminals the most? Chen Shu nodded matter-of-factly, yeah, but I'm most accustomed to Huaxia currency, the two don't conflict. Okay. Sunin nodded, but just so you know, I don't have any combat capability, it'll all rely on you. The two took a car heading to the northern part of Nanjing City. Aren't we going to the slums in the west of the city? The western part of Nanjing City is the most underdeveloped area. Logically speaking, they should be looking for criminals there. Sunin said, do you really believe the official information? Chen Shu thought for a moment. That's true, this is the information released. The criminals must have moved long ago. Chen Shu asked, by the way, Lao Xia, why are you suddenly taking on a task? Are you short on money? Sunin inside school is starting soon. I need to earn some living expenses. You've worked hard just to earn some living expenses for your son. It's not easy. Chen Shu patted his shoulder and said, how about this? I'll take 80,000, you take 20,000. What does a student need so much money for? It fosters a habit of extravagance. You really are a dog. Sunin made an internationally recognized gesture of disdain. It fosters a habit of extravagance. You really are a dog. Sunin made an internationally recognized gesture of disdain. We've arrived. The two arrived at a community in the northern part of the city called by Li Xiang, which was a mid-range community, not at all the slum described in the intel. Chen Shu asked, are you sure it's here? Sunin nodded, you can doubt my combat ability, but you cannot doubt my investigation. Then let's go, let's end this early. Chen Shu took the lead and headed directly to the entrance of the community, only to be stopped by the security guard. Chen Shu calmly explained, I'm an owner of building 2. I forgot my access card. With his acting skills, where couldn't he go? What are you making a fuss about? There's no building 1 here. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. What kind of community is this without a first building? The community only has buildings 2 to 9, specifically to prevent people like you. Chen Shu felt as if his intelligence was being suppressed. The two were stopped at the entrance of the community unexpectedly, not even taking the first step out. What now? Sunin asked, if we can't catch anyone, you owe me the taxi fare. Chen Shu waved his hand and said, what's the rush? There will be a pit when we reach the mountain. The boat will naturally sink when we reach the bridge. His gaze darted, and he suddenly spotted a figure. Look, isn't the pit, the road coming? Chen Shu shouted, energetic young man. A well-groomed boy looked over, smiling shyly. Hey, it's you, little brother. It was indeed the mentally ill person Chen Shu had encountered last night. My name is Su Xingxing. The boy extended his hand amicably and said, little brother, you're taking your dad out for a walk so early. Walking more is good, it can prevent Alzheimer's. Chen Shu and Sunin were momentarily dumbfounded. How could one offend 2 people with a single sentence? Sunin said with a face of annoyance, not only do you have mental problems, but your eyesight is also poor, right? Chen Shu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Su Xingxing, right? Do you live here? My relatives live here. Su Xingxing replied. Chen Shu and Sunin exchanged glances and smiled. 10 minutes later, the two successfully entered the community. Su Xingxing asked, are you really here to catch criminals? Of course, punishing evil and promoting good is our quality. Chen Shu nodded and said, Lao Xia, where exactly is that guy? Follow me. The 3 sneakily arrived at the front of room 403 in building 3. Sunin said, this is it, you go distract him to open the door. Chen Shu nodded, this kind of thing still needs a professional to handle. Knock knock. He knocked twice on the door and a voice came from inside. Who is it? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Why did the voice inside sound somewhat familiar? He didn't think much of it and said, hello, I'm from the property management, opening the door to check the water meter. Time passed second by second, but there was no response from inside. Neither a voice nor anyone came to open the door. What's going on? Exposed. Chen Shu was bewildered. He hadn't even made a move yet and problems had already arisen. He shouted loudly, is anyone there? If no one is here, just say so. The silence lingered. Looks like we can only break the door down. Su Xingxing stepped forward seriously and said, everyone step back. He crossed his arms and charged forward with his bang. Damn, why is it so painful? Su Xingxing was directly bounced back by the door, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. Isn't it always like that on TV when breaking down doors? You seriously have a problem? This is a security door. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. He thought the other party had some special skills, but now it seemed he was overthinking. Step aside, Chen Shu said, summoning a golden slime. Due to the narrow hallway, he couldn't use the giant skill, but the slime itself was nearly 2 meters tall, sufficient to break a door. The slime's eyes widened, its expression akin to constipation, and it directly used its charge skill. Boom. The originally indestructible security door was smashed open, even flying several meters away. Hurry up, such a loud noise must have alarmed others. Just as Chen Shu was about to search, Cs Sunin released his summoned spirit. Let me do it. A chubby caterpillar appeared, and the most surprising thing was that it had a pair of transparent wings. Chen Shu couldn't recognize this summoned spirit based on his experience. The caterpillar's wings fluttered slightly, as if an invisible energy was spreading. There's no one inside. Cs Sunin shook his head, quickly grasping the situation in the room. Chen Shu was amazed, and asked, you can detect the people inside the house? Yes. Then why didn't you use it earlier? You made us break the door. Who told you to be so decisive back then? What now? Chen Shu didn't expect the target to escape so quickly. No wonder the police had been unable to catch him. Don't worry, he can't escape. Cs Sunin commanded the summoned spirit to use another skill. The caterpillar's eyes shone with green light, and the glow seemed alive, floating in the air before eventually leaving through the window. Follow that light. Just as the three were about to go downstairs, Su Xingxing suddenly said, let's ride my bird. The two looked at him involuntarily, their expressions peculiar. I'm talking about it. Su Xingxing summoned his own summoned spirit. A large bird covered in blue feathers appeared, its eyes seemingly flowing with thunder. Chen Shu's expression changed. Although he didn't recognize Cs Sunin's summoned spirit, he was familiar with Su Xingxing's. It was actually an A-grade thunderbird. Have geniuses become as common as dogs now? Even a mentally ill person has an A-grade summoned spirit. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, instantly feeling that the slime in his hand was no longer appealing. The three rode on the thunderbird and flew directly out the window. In an instant, people in the community looked up stunned to see a large bird flying in the sky. Although one cannot summon summoned spirits in the city, chasing after criminals is undoubtedly a special circumstance. One spirit was for reconnaissance, another for flight, and the last for combat, perfectly complementing each other. At the entrance of the community, a man wearing only shorts and bare-chested was fleeing in panic. It was Zhao Yuan, the notorious thief of Nanjiang. If it were someone else knocking on the door, he might not have noticed. But the problem was that Chen Shu's voice left a deep impression on him, one that even made him grit his teeth in hatred. Just 2 hours ago, it was he who called Chen Shu. Of course, scamming was merely his side job. His main profession was thievery. After years in the business, he had never encountered such an infuriating situation. Not only did the other party claim he had epilepsy, but they also insisted that he was missing limbs. More importantly, he couldn't refute it. After all, he was a scammer, wasn't he? What bad luck. How did I run into such a calamity? Zhao Yuan, disregarding the gazes of others, wanted to hail a taxi in his shorts. He thought that the other party reported him to the police because they believed he was a fraud. If he were unfortunate enough to be caught, his identity as the thief of Nanjiang would naturally be exposed. At this moment, Zhao Yuan wanted to stop a taxi, but the problem was that he was in shorts and bare-chested. Who would dare to pick him up? In this attire, he either looked like a madman or someone caught in a scandal. Damn it. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen performance art? Zhao Yuan, feeling irritable, shouted at the people around him. Just then, a burst of green light surged towards him, surrounding his head. The people around couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the dazzling green light. Here he was, just in shorts with green light above. This was the manifestation of a heavenly being. Many people even took out their phones to capture such a miraculous scene. Zhao Yuan felt something was amiss. The green light above his head was clearly a skill of a contract spirit. At that moment, a thunderbird came rushing and almost appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Lao Xia, is this your skill? Love is a light. Chen Shu's lips twitched, and he immediately spotted the dazzling green light. This was truly a heart-wrenching skill. Did you cause this? Zhao Yuan narrowed his eyes, filled with anger. He had initially thought it was someone from the Spirit Control Bureau, but to his surprise, it was just 2 students and an elderly man. Huh, your voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Oh my, it's an old classmate. Chen Shu suddenly remembered, not expecting to run into the scammer from the morning. Old Zhao, has your epilepsy gotten better? Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, his face full of rage, and with the green light shimmering above his head, he looked like a returning war god. Chen Shu called out, Su Xingxing, go. Su Xingxing, looking confused, asked, go where? Use your bird to deal. Zhao Yuan was a beastmaster, and Chen Shu couldn't easily intervene, so he had to first play the fool to test the inexperienced youth. My Thunderbird doesn't have combat power. Chen Shu was equally baffled. Textbooks called Thunderbirds contract spirits that controlled lightning, with their innate skill being lightning strike, which was incredibly destructive. And now you're telling me this. My Thunderbird is a bit mutated, and its innate skill is Thunderbolt. Cs Sunin, equally astonished, asked, is it used for downloading movies? Can your contract spirit download movies? Su Xingxing twitched his lips and replied, of course it's used for escaping. Chen Shu waved his hand, saying, stop rambling. First let's deal with the old classmate. Taking advantage of Zhao Yuan, not seeing their little actions below, Chen Shu quietly took out a bag of urea. You carry this with you. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan trembled, nearly urinating themselves. For them this was clearly the first time seeing such a thing. Leave it to me. Let the Thunderbird fly a little lower. With both hands holding the urea bag, Chen Shu jumped down when he saw he was only about 2 meters from the ground. Watch me deliver justice from the heavens. Zhao Yuan looked up, but the green light above was too blinding for him to open his eyes. Out of instinct, he summoned his contract spirit. A black rat appeared on the ground, its eyes darting around, looking very clever. In fact, the real thief of Nanjiang was this night rat whose innate skill night shadow camouflage allowed it to blend into the night and effortlessly evade various surveillance. The black rat seemed to sense a crisis and chose to run away directly. Facing Chen Shu descending from the sky, damn it, Zhao Yuan cursed inwardly, but had no way out. Since he was young, he had trained the night rat to steal, and he was completely unskilled in combat. Puff! The urea bag fell from the sky, completely covering Zhao Yuan. As if sealed, he no longer had any. Xie Sunan and the others immediately came down to finish him off, and the three of them gave Zhao Yuan a good beating, finally, making him submit. Uncle Wang, we've captured the thief of Nanjiang. Really? Wang Qian's face changed in surprise, and he hurried to the north of the city. Soon the notorious thief of Nanjiang who had roamed the city for 10 days was captured, and the three of them contributed to a harmonious society. Hero Su, thank you for your help. The stability of Nanjiang City depends on you. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan were full of admiration, almost ready to elevate Su Xingxing to the skies. Something's off. Su Xingxing appeared to be enjoying it, but his eyes darted around. You want to dismiss me, right? As a wanted criminal, there must be a reward. Damn, this guy isn't dumb. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, originally planning to fool him into leaving. Xie Sunan slapped his forehead and said, how could I forget about that? There indeed is a reward, a total of 2,000 yuan. How about this? You are just an assistant, so you'll get 500. The remaining 1,005 will be split between us. No objections. Su Xingxing's eyes widened, making the two feel a bit uneasy. After a while he finally said, is there really 2,000? I earn only 2,000 in a month at my part-time job. A criminal is worth so much. Of course. Xie Sunan generously pulled out 500 from his bag. Thank you. Su Xingxing was grinning from ear to ear. Isn't this better than being researched? Chen Shu and the others happily headed to the Beastmaster Association to claim their 100,000 yuan reward. Old Xia, because you gave Su Xingxing 500, you'll get 29,500 this time. No objections, right? Xie Sunan nodded, but felt something was off. By the time he realized it, Chen Shu had already left with a flourish. Today is a good day. Chen Shu whistled and returned home. He was worried about not having living expenses for the new semester, but unexpectedly this came knocking at his door. Just as he was excited, his mother's words suddenly made his heart sink. Son, school is starting soon. How's your homework? Chen Shu's eyes widened and his body trembled as if he couldn't catch his breath. Homework? What homework? On September 1st, the disaster day for students across the nation has arrived. The start of the school year has struck. Chen Shu felt utterly weak, even losing interest in eating. Son, what's wrong? Caught a cold? Chen Shu's father Chen Ping asked, seeing his son's gloomy expression. Chen Shu sighed, saying it's nothing. They'll manage. Hang in there. By the way, did you bring your homework? I can't handle it anymore. Chen Shu slumped onto the sofa, resembling, Dad, why do you have to bring that up? His father Chen Ping patted his shoulder and said, all right. Cheer up. Today is the first day of school, not a funeral. I feel like going to a funeral. Get ready. Let's go. Chen Shu, looking dispirited, shouldered his bag and rode his bike to school. At this moment, Nanjing No. 2 Middle School was bustling with noise. Many parents came to send their children off, their faces filled with smiles, while the students looked grim, as if constipated for half a month. Chen Shu followed the crowd into the school. Hello, Pai Gu. A student from the regular class shouted. Hello. Chen Shu smiled and nodded. He intended to keep a low profile, but his fame wouldn't allow it. Pai Gu. Hello, Pai Gu. Pai Gu, I'm Lu Shuang from Class 5 of Beast Taming. Nice to meet you. Hello, everyone. Chen Shu stood with his hands behind his back, feeling refreshed, and even the gloom of starting school dissipated somewhat. When did he become so respected? Chen Shu was unaware that the school had already announced the list of the special training class. Ranking 20th in the grade, it was indeed Chen Shu from Class 5 of Beast Taming. To the students of Class 5, he was a miracle, having succeeded in entering the special training class within a month of joining. He had become a top student. To all the students in the regular class, he was a legend. Chen Shu was immensely famous in the regular class, and now he had directly become a genius among the beast taming students, which was a point of pride for all regular students. After all, normally beast taming students look down on regular students. What's going on with this school? It feels like a gang. That student doesn't look like a good person. Is Nanjing No. 2 Middle School like this? I think so too, but feels like a gang leader. At that moment, many parents turned to discuss, evidently worried about the school. Li Yuan at the school entrance suddenly darkened his expression. This kid is causing trouble on the first day. Li Yuan looked serious and shouted, Chen Shu, come here. Chen Shu, who was greeting his classmates, turned around and saw the imposing figure of Li Yuan. Everyone go back to the classroom. Chen Shu waved his hand, signaling the others to leave first, and then approached Li Yuan. What's your problem? Is it your intention to tarnish the school's reputation on the first day? No, teacher Li, what did I do? Chen Shu said with a wronged expression. All I did was greet my classmates. What's wrong with that? Li Yuan sternly reprimanded. Stop the nonsense, looking like a big shot. How do you expect parents to see that? Go back to the special training classroom. Chen Shu replied with an "oh," and suddenly options appeared before him. Option 1, return to the classroom obediently. Reward a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, shrug and say, what do you mean looking like a big shot? I am 1. Reward fearless potion. Option 3, loudly address the parents saying, if anyone's child gets bullied, feel free to find me. On the first day of school, protection fees are discounted. Reward 10 resistance to golden slime. Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting to trigger options on the first day of school. It seemed like today wasn't going to be too bad. He turned around and faced the parents loudly, exclaiming, dear parents, if your child gets bullied, feel free to come find me. On the first day of school, protection fees are at a 10 discount. After saying that, Chen Shu immediately took off running at full speed. Chen Pai, you bastard. I'll break your legs. Li Yuan's face darkened, but it was already too late. All the parents rushed forward to inquire. He could only force a smile and explain that kid is just a bit cheeky, he's just messing around. Chen Shu ran like the wind, exhilarated, testing the edges of danger on the first day and feeling a bit excited. As he was about to reach the classroom door, Chen Shu hesitated a bit, deciding to take a quick break and ease his mood. He entered a middle cubicle and started playing on his phone. Before long, a voice came from the right side. Hey buddy, do you have any toilet paper? I'm in urgent need. As he spoke, a sinful hand stretched out from under the partition. Someone actually went to the bathroom without bringing toilet paper. Ridiculous. Chen Shu, with the intention of helping others, handed over a pack of paper. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar? As he was pondering, a voice came from the left side as well. Hey buddy, I'm in urgent need too. Chen Shu was speechless. Are you both here to scam toilet paper? Initially thinking one person was absurd enough, he was surprised to find two without paper. Chen Shu handed another pack of paper to the left side. Before long, he felt something was off. Why did both voices sound so familiar, as if he had just heard them recently? Chen Shu's eyes turned, and he pulled up his pants, using his feet against the toilet partition to climb up step by step. When he successfully raised his head above the partition, preparing to see who was on either side, his expression froze, and his brain went momentarily blank. He saw the two people in the other two cubicles also climbing up, their movements almost identical, using their hands to support themselves on the partition, gazing at each other. What the hell? Su Xingxing, the son of Xie Sunan. Chen Shu's mind shook, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. No wonder it felt so familiar. Xie Sunan beside him said, you bastard, I am Xie Sunan. You. Then what happened to your beard? I shaved it, or I told you I'm not that big. Su Xingxing beside him said, are you here to send your son to school? I don't have a son. I'm only 18. Do you understand, a youthful lad? Chen Shu tilted his head to Su Xingxing. Are you here to study too? Yeah. Or did I come here just to use the toilet? That's not right. I'm an old hand at Nanjing. No. To middle school. Oh, I've never seen you guys. Chen Shu frowned, suddenly recalling Wang Qinghan, and widened his eyes. Are you both transfer students? Both nodded in unison. What the hell? This is absurd. The school leaders must be insane, spending money to buy Just as Chen Shu sighed skyward, he suddenly looked down and saw the boys' restroom already packed with people, all staring at them with strange expressions. The three of them were now about 3 meters off the ground. Is this the new posture for using the toilet? They had seen ridiculous situations, but nothing like this. A full 3-meter distance, like launching an intercontinental missile. Chen Shu appeared calm. This is the latest toilet posture developed by experts, said to help with constipation. Surely no one hasn't tried it, right? Xie Sunan said cheerfully, it does have a scientific basis. My constipation is completely cured now. Su Xingxing shyly smiled. After saying that, the three of them calmly landed on the ground, casually opening the restroom stalls without a hint of panic. You're really old, Xia. Chen Shu glanced left and right, utterly unable to believe it. A senior citizen suddenly transformed into a student. Xie Sunan arched an eyebrow. Which eye of yours fails to recognize me as Xie Sunan? 3 eyes, Chen Shu retorted. None of them saw it. Indeed, rather miraculous. Truly astonishing, Su Xingxing echoed, equally astounded. Though the age difference is vast, that unmistakable lecherous aura in his brow, and the faint scent of pork clinging to him, confirms beyond doubt this is the man himself. Xie Sunan had long abandoned the notion of explanation. I've merely matured. Surely that's no crime. The three bantered light-heartedly as they strolled back into the classroom. The establishment of the special training class had prompted a reassignment of senior year students. The former beast taming class 1's classroom was now ceded to the special training class. By then the classroom was nearly full, calm and composed, like inspectors surveying their domain. The trio sauntered slowly toward the rear seats. Chen Shu knew few people in the special training class, only Su Xiaoyu Xiaobing Wang Qinghan, and the 2 fools beside him. Chen Shu, hand over your homework. Su Xiaoyu approached his seat. As former class representative of beast taming class 1, she'd come straight to collect assignments. Chen Shu spread his hands wide. None. I'm from beast taming class 5. No homework was assigned. Really? Su Xiaoyu sighed, unsurprised. Then where did Xiaobing's homework come from? Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan chimed in together. All right, Chen Shu, just hand it in. We both know you finished it ages ago. Finished it? My sister. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he pointed at them. Why aren't you two turning yours in? We're transfer students. Su Xingxing and the other straightened up, grinning with undisguised schadenfreude. So this is the privilege of transfer students. Chen Shu groaned in despair, lowering his voice to a pitiful murmur. Xiaoyu. Given our history, just skip my name. Pretend I've submitted it. As class rep, I must ensure every assignment is collected, Su Xiaoyu replied firmly. 2 months of summer break, and not a single page completed. I recall doing half last night before bed. Chen Shu scratched his head. And the other half. Woke up to find that first half was just a dream. Su Xiaoyu's lips twitched, speechless utterly. Chen Shu spoke with solemn earnestness. Xiaoyu, just declare it complete and submit it. That's all you need to do. Our teacher isn't blind. She'll surely notice. No harm done. Last year Zhang Dali collected only 3 assignments from a class of 40 and told the teacher they were all in. Su Xingxing and Xie Sunen's eyes widened, daring to claim that was complete. Utterly fearless. Su Xiaoyu raised a skeptical brow. Did she believe him? Well, his tenure as class rep ended there. As the two spoke, a tall, slender man in a short-sleeved shirt entered, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, an air of quiet authority about him. Su Xiaoyu, return to your seat. No need to collect Chen Shu's assignment. Silence fell instantly upon his entrance. I will serve as your homeroom teacher for the year. My name is Shen Wushuang. Chen Shu's eyes flickered, certain he'd never seen this teacher before. Clearly the school had spared no expense to recruit him. Nanjiang no. Tu High School was truly staking everything on this. A bespectacled, portly boy piped up, Teacher, submitting homework is every student's duty, no exceptions allowed. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes. A little fatty, picking a fight on day 1. Shen Wushuang beamed warmly. Chen Shu scored 396 in his academic exams. Anyone scoring above 390 is exempt from all academic assignments. Exceptional ability grants exceptional privilege. Sun Xiang bristled. Teacher, is talent really so impressive? Does it excuse breaking school rules? Shen Wushuang shrugged, palms up. Apologies, but exceptional ability does grant license to act freely. A faint smile tugged at Chen Shu's lips. This teacher was unexpectedly intriguing. Shen Wushuang swept his gaze across the room. From this moment forward, remember one thing, you are the special training class. Excel and rules bend. Of course, I refer only to school regulations. Commit murder or arson and the Town Spirit Bureau takes over. Seeing the class rendered speechless, Shen Wushuang nodded in quiet satisfaction. You may have noticed, the special training class exceeds 20 students. The school specifically recruited outstanding transfers. His gaze settled upon several students. With a slight nod, 4 rose and stepped forward to the podium. Wang Qinghan, contracted spirit fire elemental sprite rank A. Beast taming aptitude exceptional. Outstanding beast taming talent. Wang Qinghan smiled gently, kind yet radiating an aloof, impenetrable chill. Du Long, contracted spirit earth subdragon rank A. Beast taming aptitude excellent. Du Long, an unremarkable-looking boy, carried himself with unmistakable arrogance. Dragonline contracted spirits were never trivial. Even a low bloodline subdragon commanded respect. Predictably, murmurs rippled through the class. No wonder the school had gone to such lengths to recruit him. Xie Sunen, contracted spirit insect butterfly rank B. Specialty tracking and scouting. A chorus of dismissive snorts rose. Most in the special training class were rank B. Xie Sunen clearly failed to impress. Clang. A metallic crash echoed. Students turned sharply. Many paled faces draining of color, eyes flashing with raw fear. From Xie Sunen's clothing tumbled a cleaver, its blade stained with dark, dried blood, evoking visceral images of human gore. For a student, such an object qualified unequivocally as a weapon. My apologies, professional habit. Accidentally brought it along. Xie Sunen retrieved the cleaver, and his entire bearing shifted, sharpening into something feral and dangerous. Professional habit. Students blanched, silently praying their earlier disdain hadn't been witnessed. Even Shen Wushuang's lip twitched, clearly unprepared for a cleaver in school. No need for concern, classmates. Now, our final transfer student. Su Xingxing, contracted spirit mutated thunderbird rank A. Aptitude outstanding. Su Xingxing appeared refreshingly ordinary, offering a shy, disarming smile that immediately won goodwill. Su Xingxing grinned bashfully and adjusted his collar, revealing beneath his crisp white shirt a blue and white hospital gown, instantly recognizable as psychiatric ward attire. Ah, this. Every student recoiled. Had the school truly sunk so low as to recruit from mental hospitals? No need to panic. This was just my summer part-time job. Su Xingxing smiled softly. What had once seemed gentle and scholarly now felt deeply unsettling. Wasn't that precisely how Patience smiled? Teacher, I apply to withdraw from the special training class. I want to withdraw too. Knowledge is precious, but life is even more valuable. Let me go? Many people raised their hands, wanting to escape the special training class. Is this really a place for normal people? Shen Wushuang was also troubled. As the head teacher, he had prepared early, thinking he understood the class well. But it now seemed he only knew the tip of the iceberg. Below, Chen Shu was staring blankly, and options appeared before. Option 1, stand up and say, as a normal person, I will be the first to withdraw. Completion, reward, disguise. Option 2, remain silent and see what the teacher says. Completion, reward, moderate, beast mastery. Option 3, stand up to comfort classmates while packing 2 people's belongings into a urea bag. Completion, reward, skill, win, breath 1. Chen Shu sighed and quietly took out the urea bag from his backpack. Students, don't panic. I can prove that they are just summer interns, not the thugs you imagine. Chen Shu's voice was powerful and convincing. The students turned to look back, wanting to see who was speaking. Chen Shu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling and nodding. His sunny smile made people feel comfortable. Come on, everyone, put your things away and don't cause trouble for the class. Chen Shu held a urea bag, packing up the pig-killing knife and psychiatric clothing. Why do you carry a urea bag with you? They are in cahoots. I saw them in the bathroom this morning. All 3 were squatting. It's them. They insisted it was a new position that could relieve constipation. A tough guy spoke up. I tried it too and ended up falling into the pit. My clothes are still not dry. People around looked over in horror, retreating a few steps. You 3 come out here. Shen Wushuang took a deep breath. This teaching task was far more difficult than he had imagined. He was already considering refunding and running away. Skill, win, breath 1. Chen Shu and the others obediently followed Shen Wushuang out of the classroom. What's going on with you 3? Shen Wushuang was serious. He had seen outrageous students before, but never a group of outrageous students. 1 pig-killing knife, 1 psychiatric outfit, 1 urea bag. Do you think this is reasonable? Teacher, I work part-time selling pork during summer vacation. Teacher, I work part-time as a patient in a psychiatric hospital. Teacher, I am a beast master. The 3 explained vehemently, and Shen Wushuang felt a headache. Where did these 3 come from? Listen, I know you all have talent, but can you act a little more serious? At least on the surface you should appear normal, so as not to scare your classmates. After half an hour of persuasion, the 3 finally calmed down. Watching them return to the classroom, Shen Wushuang shook his head and followed in. All right, classmates, earlier Chen Shu and others were just trying to liven up the atmosphere for the start of school. You don't need to worry. Shen Wushuang said with a smile, there will be an opening ceremony soon. Everyone go participate. This afternoon will be free activity time. Additionally, due to the special nature of the special training class, every student must stay overnight. Dormitories will be assigned this afternoon, so prepare your supplies. As soon as Shen Wushuang finished speaking, the students below began to discuss. Many were day students, and they didn't expect the special training class to be compulsory boarding. Moreover, there will be a class Beast Master competition tomorrow. It will determine the initial rankings. Rankings will affect the resources you can obtain, so be prepared. Hearing about the class Beast Master competition, Chen Shu's heart stirred, and he was a bit curious about the current strength of the slime. Everyone go participate in the opening ceremony. The classmates all headed to the playground while only Chen Shu and the other 2 went to the artificial lake of the school. I really didn't expect that the 3 of us would be in the same class. Chen Shu sipped a can of iced cola, looking very relaxed. Su Xingxing said, I didn't expect it either. By the way, Xiao Su, which school did you come from before? Me. From Nanjing, no. For middle school, I'm still the top of our grade. The school authorities are ruthless, directly poaching the top student. And they actually succeeded. Chen Shu sighed in admiration while looking at Xie Sunan and asked, what about you, Lao Xie? Me. I never went to school. Xie Sunan shook his head. No way is your family that poor. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, preparing to refund part of yesterday's payment to him. No, the things the teachers taught were too elementary. I wasn't interested in learning. Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly. Was it that he was overthinking? Isn't the college entrance examination coming up soon? I just came to Nanjing, no. To middle school, I became a student in the special training class because I have an auxiliary contract spirit. Chen Shu nodded. According to the college entrance examination system, auxiliary contract spirits had a bonus mechanism. Beast masters were emerging one after another, but auxiliary contract spirits were still rare. What about your competition tomorrow? You don't have much combat power. Even if we can't win, we can still annoy people. Xie Sunan smiled meaningfully. Su Xingxing also nodded, smiling shyly. By the way, is it okay if we don't participate in the opening ceremony? What problem could there be? With 3 fewer people, old Shen won't even notice. In fact, even if there were only 20 people in the class, or even 1,000, Shen Wushuang could easily spot the 3 of them. Some people are like this, just standing there is enough to make others confused. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Those who like it can add it to their bookshelf. Thank you. In the afternoon, the 3 of them coincidentally ended up in the same dormitory. Of course, this was not a coincidence, but a decision made by Shen Wushuang. Originally, the 3 were in different dormitories, but given today's performance, he was genuinely concerned for the safety of the other students, which is why he placed these 3 troublemakers together. What do you all say about this afternoon? Chen Shu lay on the bed in the dormitory, playing with his phone on the game Beast Tamer Glory. What else can we say? I'll go home and bring back my bedding and stuff. The 2 of them also lay on their beds looking extremely lazy. I say, Chen Pai, you can play games now. Aren't you only allowed to play for an hour on weekends? Chen Shu replied, what you're talking about applies to minors. I turned 18 during the summer vacation. Su Xingxing said excitedly, then let's play a game together. Xie Sunan raised an eyebrow, got up, and scrutinized Su Xingxing, saying, little Su, are you an adult now? No, I'm using my grandmother's ID. Su Xingxing said proudly last night, I was still dominating in the game at 3 in the morning. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan jolted and immediately sat up staring at Su Xingxing. In the morning news at 3 a.m. A 60-year-old got a pentakill, it wouldn't be you, would it? Su Xingxing shook his head. Is that so? I'm not sure. Enough talk, let's get to it. Add me. What's your ID? I am the Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he continuously assessed Su Xingxing. That ID combination could be said to be quite impressive. Just as the three were getting ready to team up for a game, a loud knocking sounded from outside the door. Open the door. Chen Shu frowned, clearly annoyed. He hated it when people knocked like that. He got up and opened the door, seeing two individuals standing outside. A tall and thin boy crossed his arms and looked disdainfully, saying, "You must be Chen Shu, right?" Chen Shu smiled slightly, recognizing that these two did not come with good intentions. Wang Yan, don't scare him. Next to him, Hong Ming, a strong-bodied guy with his upper body bare, scoffed. He's the top student in cultural studies. Chen Shu asked blandly, what do you want? Tang Xiao asked me to tell you to stay away from Su Xia, you got it. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Tang Xiao. Who is that? It seemed to be yet another love-hate struggle, but unfortunately, he had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. Is it just because she collected my homework this morning? Tang Lai. Oh, Chen Shu said, suddenly enlightened, then continued. Wang Yun frowned and scolded, second in the grade. Chen Shu smiled gently, that's none of my business. He was about to close the door when Wang Yun suddenly reached out, forcefully blocking the door from closing. The two exchanged glances and stepped directly into Chen Shu's dormitory. Looks like you're a bit out of touch, huh? Wang Yun's eyes held a fierce glint, who, although he was a genius in the specialized training class, beast tamers were always prone to aggression. You two get out, we need to settle something. Hong Ming looked at Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan, who were lying on the bed. Although the three of them acted strangely in the morning, it didn't scare them. The two continued to lie lazily on their beds, their gazes fixed on Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled and said, you two should step out for a bit, they want to discuss something with me. Only then did Su Xingxing and the others get up and leave the dormitory. Chen Shu turned around and began searching around Xie Sunan's bed. Kid, you're being too arrogant. Hong Ming reached out his right hand, wanting to put it on Chen Shu's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly turned around, holding a butcher's knife, and swung it down. Holy crap! Hong Ming's body jolted, instinctively retracting his hand. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Did you really dare to hack at me? Gentlemen, what exactly is the matter? Chen Shu extended his left hand, and using his strength forcibly pulled Hong Ming over, pinning him under his armpit. The butcher's knife kept hitting Hong Ming's face as he gently inquired, what do you want to discuss with me? Hong Ming could smell the bloody scent on the knife, almost making him nauseous. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes, shouting, I don't believe you really dare to slash. Chen Shu smiled at the corners of his mouth, and the butcher's knife instantly swung towards Hong Ming's lower body. In an instant, Hong Ming's heart leaped, all the hairs on his body standing on end, and he shrank back, narrowly avoiding. Wang Yun, are you freaking stupid? Of course you wouldn't believe it, because I'm the one getting slashed. Hong Ming was terrified of Chen Shu and vented his anger on Wang Yun. Bro, let's talk it over, let's talk it over. Hong Ming said with a fawning smile, his heart still not at ease. The guy in front of him was truly ruthless. Chen Shu released Hong Ming and kicked him away. Now if you two dare to fight back, this butcher's knife won't recognize. With his left hand gripping the butcher's knife, Chen Shu suddenly swung out with his right hand. Slap. Both of them received a heavy slap, feeling a slight buzzing in their heads. Why provoke me? You haven't heard of the notorious name of the Southern River Bandit, have you? Slap. Chen Shu followed with another heavy slap. Bro, I was wrong, really wrong. Hong Ming now had a shadow over him. He was just a student when had he seen something this rude. Chen Shu toyed with the butcher's knife in his hand, saying, now you two face the wall and start singing Happy Goat 100 times. Wang Yun wore a bitter expression. Bro, I really can't sing. Can't. Chen Shu's butcher knife sliced through the air, perfectly tearing Wang Yun's clothes. Feeling a chill on his back, Wang Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Shu shook the butcher's knife, feeling that no matter what weapon he used, he was extraordinarily skilled. Perhaps that was talent. The two sang loudly, Happy Goat, Beautiful Goat, Boiling Goat. Slap. Chen Shu slapped again, saying, behind Beautiful Goat is Lazy Goat. Not respecting the tyrant of Goat Village is the same as not respecting me. Whoa. The two had tears in their eyes. Oh, what were we thinking coming here to seek excitement? Moreover, when did Lazy Goat become the tyrant of Goat Village? Happy Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat, Boiling Goat. Slap. Chen Shu waved his hand again, delivering another slap. Bro, we didn't sing it wrong. You went off key. Chen Shu opened the dormitory door and let Xie Sunan, looking at the two facing the wall and singing. Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing both felt admiration. They didn't expect Chen Shu to have tamed them so thoroughly. Although Xie Sunan had sold pork, he had never been this ruthless, and Su Xingxing was similarly good-natured despite appearing strange. Even Zhang Dali was slightly inferior. In all of Southern River, perhaps only Fong Si could rival Chen Shu's ruthlessness. You two sing. If you miss a line, don't even think about leaving this dormitory. Chen Shu placed the butcher's knife beside him, lazily lying on the bed, and started playing games with Xie Sunan and the others. He was not at all worried they would summon their contracted spirits unless they wanted to leave school. Seeing the three of them lying on the beds, Wang Yun and the others exchanged glances and nodded inadvertently. In the next moment, the two suddenly turned around and attempted to open the dormitory door. The 36 strategy suggests that running away is the best strategy. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly swung his left hand, and the butcher's knife traced a beautiful arc. In the evening in the boys' dormitory 102, Chen Shu and his companions had already left to go home and gather their essentials like blankets. Yet the beautiful singing still resonated within the dormitory. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep. Wang Yun and his friend facing the wall in reflection had hoarse throats, but continued to sing, which truly demonstrated their dedication. Students passing by the dormitory wore strange expressions, even thinking it was haunted. Wang Yun, should we stop? We should be done. Even though Chen Shu and the others had left, they still dared not escape on their own, for the butcher's knife remained embedded in the door. Seeing the knife was like seeing a person. This was the oppressive feeling from the South River bandits. Let's go. It should be fine now. The two, utterly exhausted, supported each other as they left Chen Shu's dormitory. As soon as they opened the door, students passing by cast their gazes over. There stood Hong Ming, bare-chested, pale-faced, and hoarse-throated, looking extremely weak. The other students wore strange expressions with inexplicable smiles at the corners of their mouths. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Wang Yun shouted as he and Hong Ming returned to their dormitory. At that moment, Tang Lai happened to return to school from home. Tall and handsome, with a slightly gloomy expression, he exuded a villainous aura. He asked, "Did you warn that kid?" Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Wang Yun and his companion were instantly filled with tears and a face full of grievances. Wang Yun sobbed, stuttering as he said, "Tang Xiao, he. Tang Lai frowned and inquired what happened to him. "He trampled on our souls." At that moment, Chen Shu was riding his bicycle, whistling with a cheerful mood. He didn't expect to become classmates with Xie Sunan and Su Xingxing, so it seemed that the last year of high school wouldn't be a solitary battle. I need to bring home more urea bags for self-defense. Chen Shu couldn't help but think as he quickened his pace. Just as he was about to step onto the dimly lit street, an option appeared before him. Option 1. You are in crisis. You decide to take risks and retaliate to demonstrate your might. Reward increase in B. Option 2. Cleverly you choose to flee. Reward, invisibility potion. Option 3. Standing on the street, you shout loudly, "I want to fight 10. Those who don't mind dying can come at me." Reward, massive beastmaster power. Chen Shu's expression suddenly stiffened. He was in danger again. Could this street be cursed? The first time he encountered a robbery, and the second time he was ambushed by Zheng. Could this be the infamous street of crime? Chen Shu hesitated. He wanted to complete the first option as it meant an increase in his beastmaster level. Once he became an 8th level beastmaster, it would mean he would surpass Su Xiaoyu and others, becoming the top genius of the class. Let's assess the situation first. Chen Shu threw his bicycle on the street and stealthily stepped onto the road before him. The dim streetlights illuminated the area, revealing no pedestrians around, which felt rather unusual. Chen Shu threw his bicycle on the street and stealthily stepped onto the road before him. The dim streetlights illuminated. With an attitude of appreciation and learning, he silently climbed up. In the tree, 2 mysterious men were squatting on a branch. "Lugu, can we really wait for that student here?" A skinny young man asked, constantly slapping his bare body to drive away summer mosquitoes. The bald man nodded confidently and said, "Of course. I've already inquired. This street is his regular route. But Lugu, we've been waiting here for half a month, and the mosquitoes on this street have gotten significantly fatter." The bald man stroked his chin, frowning as he said, "That shouldn't be the case, eh? As long as he returns from school, he will definitely take this road." "School, eh?" The skinny young man's eyes widened as he asked, "Lugu, isn't it summer vacation right now?" "Bookshelf." "What bookshelf? I never use one." The skinny young man looked speechless and weakly asked, "Lugu, you haven't ever been to school, have you?" The bald man paused, feeling defensive, and replied firmly, "Who says? Your Lugu has a bachelor's degree. Do you understand the value of that?" "Bachelor's? What bachelor's?" The bald man calmly replied, "To be honest. To be honest. Kindergarten bachelor's degree. You must be joking." The young man rubbed his temples and slapped his arm, instantly crushing a blood-filled mosquito. "Lugu, that's really ridiculously out of line. Why aren't any mosquitoes biting you?" "Of course. I put on 6 God before going out." The young man frowned. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Just as the bald man was about to speak, an unfamiliar voice echoed in their ears. 6 God. Idiots. See, everyone knows." The bald man nodded in agreement. In no time, the two suddenly registered what happened. They turned their heads in unison, instantly looking towards the stranger beside them. The bald man wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" "South River Bandit, Chen Shu." With that, Chen Shu swiftly kicked out twice. "Down you go, both of you." The two lost their balance and fell to the ground. Chen Shu immediately summoned a golden slime, which under the influence of its massive form expanded like a small mountain, directly pressing down on the two. If this were to be confirmed, the two would undoubtedly perish. Chen Shu looked down from above, not expecting someone to actually. Just as he waited to see the two's demise, the slime that had been falling rapidly suddenly bounced back up again. Goo goo. The slime's large eyes opened wide, repeatedly gasping for air. What's going on? Chen Shu was startled. Had he encountered a tough opponent? He also jumped down from the branch and came to the slime's side. He noticed a wound at the slime's rear with a colorless liquid flowing out indicating it had been injured. It was actually breached in one hit. Chen Shu instantly dropped his playful expression. Under the dim streetlight, the two slowly stood up, and beside them stood a terrifying black scorpion. Black-tailed scorpion. Chen Shu was secretly alarmed. It was actually a crank contracted spirit specializing in attack, posing a significant threat. More importantly, the contracted spirit's aura had actually reached level 9. Two individuals who appeared to be of low intelligence were actually level 9 beastmasters. Sending out a level 9 beastmaster. Is that really necessary? Chen Shu frowned, already contemplating escape. If it were just a single level 9 contracted spirit, he might still be able to handle it, especially since the slime had undergone multiple enhancements. However, the skinny young man beside him had not made a move. The two must have similar strength. He spoke up. To be fair, I Chen Shu am upright and altruistic, definitely an outstanding youth of the new era. I shouldn't have offended anyone, right? The lean young man wore an expression of shock and anger as he said, "You are so ruthless, attempting to put someone to death right from the start, and yet you dare to call yourself a promising youth of this era? Are today's students this cruel?" The bald man scoffed. "Blame yourself for touching someone else's interests." In an instant, a shadow lunged at Chen Shu. His pupils contracted, his reflexes incredibly swift. With a roll, he positioned himself behind the slime. Another level 9 contract spirit, a class shadow leopard. The murderous intent between the two was palpable, clearly aiming to take his life. The slime's eyes were tightly closed, surprisingly falling into a state of sleep amidst the battle. This sleeping ability must be considered a talent. The slime was deep in slumber, its thick armor effect tripling, significantly boosting its defense. The shadow leopard swung its claws, producing sparks. What the heck? The lean young man could feel the shadow leopard's pain, suffering from continuous recoil. Not only did it fail to injure the slime, but its own claws were also bloodied. The shadow leopard leaped back to its useless thing. The bald man scolded, immediately prompting the black-tailed scorpion to launch its attack. Dark light sting. In an instant, the toxic scorpion's tail glowed with black light and swiftly pierced towards the slime. Sizzle. A sound of breaking defense rang out, forcing the slime to awaken from its slumber. Though filled with rage, it had no choice but to hop around helplessly in the face of the black-tailed scorpion. Chen Shu, who had been hiding behind, suddenly stepped forward, his eyes filled with anger as he shouted, "You two forced me." In an instant, the slime canceled its enlargement and returned to its original size, while its mouth puffed up, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Whoosh. In the next moment, a wild wind swept through, scattering leaves everywhere. Although it lacked lethality, at least the momentum was overwhelming. The bald man cautioned, "Be careful. This student is worth 5 million and is no pushover." Both remained unmoving, wanting to see what kind of technique the slime would employ. Chen Shu leaped up and sat atop the slime's head. "You two better not move, just wait for death." Chen Shu's hands constantly rubbed the slime's body, searching for a grip point, while he spat out threats. "You two cannot withstand the fury of the southern Jiang bandit." The lean young man whispered beside him, "Lugo, what do you think? Seems a bit intense." "Don't worry. I don't believe in class slime can turn the tides." Chen Shu finally found a grip point, his hands directly pinching the slime's nostrils. He had never noticed the slime's "Prepare to die, you two noobs." Chen Shu threatened again, prompting the slime to use its combination skill. Lift off. The slime's body rose off the ground, instantly transforming into flight mode. "Not good. This kid wants to escape." The bald man reacted as soon as he saw the slime leave the ground, initially thinking the opponent would unleash a powerful move, only to realize it was just making a getaway. The black-tailed scorpion's tail shot out again at high speed, but the distance was already insufficient. What the hell? How can a slime fly? The man wore an expression of anger, having never anticipated this turn of events. A slime flying was like a sow climbing a tree. Who had ever seen that? Smile for the camera. Chen Shu shouted from the air, one hand pinching the slime's nostrils while the other took out his cheese. Click. Chen Shu snapped several pictures capturing the faces of the two men. Riding the golden slime, he successfully flew away from that street, as flight capabilities meant he could attack or escape. "Luga, did I get on camera just now, eh?" The lean young man maintained a pose for the photo, even striking a peace sign. "Are you an idiot? Pack up and prepare to run." Both were wanted criminals from the Spirit Suppression Bureau, and if Chen Shu reported them, it would be disastrous. Who would have thought that two level 9 beast tamers would fail together? Chen Shu left the street, seeing the bustling crowd, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Hey, Uncle Wong, there are assassins." "What? Someone is trying to assassinate me." "They'll send you the photos. These two definitely have issues." Without elaborating, Chen Shu sent the photos to Wang Qian via a messaging app. A short while later, Wang Qian called back. "Did you encounter them? These are wanted criminals from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. They have never been caught." Chen Shu replied, "Yeah, just on a street not far from my home in Nanjing City. You need to investigate quickly on my leg. I am still shaken, but when will the Spirit Suppression Bureau send me my compensation for mental distress?" "They'll handle it later. I'm heading out to investigate right now." Wang Qian's hand trembled, and the next moment, he hung up the phone. If Chen Shu was trying to scam them, it would be a problem for the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu sighed, surprised that Wang Qian wouldn't offer any compensation. He took a taxi, specifically asking the driver to avoid that street, taking a longer route back home. Carrying various daily necessities, he returned to school safely after a night of adventure. Chen Shu, why are you back so late? Xie Sunan was sharpening a butcher's knife on the balcony, looking at Chen Shu, who had just returned to the dormitory. Don't mention it, I encountered 2 criminals. Chen Shu sighed, tidying up his bed and lying down contemplating. In reality, he shouldn't have been targeted for assassination. Although he had offended many people, few could afford to put up 5 million. Touched someone else's interests. Chen Shu closed his eyes deep in thought, when suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. Power potion. The only ones whose interests he could have infringed upon were the companies selling power potions. After all, he had previously sold power potions wildly on the black market, offering not only low prices, but also guaranteed effects, naturally encroaching on others' profits. In terms of motive and financial power, only those potion companies fit the bill. Was it really necessary to offer 5 million for my life? So does this mean I am more valuable than a black iron-level Lord Beast? Chen Shu was unaware that his reckless sales had caused the power potion market to struggle to recover. As the main seller of power potions, the Xiaxing Pharmaceutical Company had suffered countless losses. I guess I need to ask Zhou Shi about this. Chen Shu stroked his chin, not clear about the drug market in Nanjian City, while being completely aware as a senior executive of 666 Pharmaceuticals. At that moment, 2 people walked in from the balcony. Chen Shu immediately noticed their clothing, his lips twitching as he said, I mean, can we not wear mental hospital clothes as pajamas? To be honest, it scares me too. Su Xingxing ran over, gesturing. It's really super comfortable, the material, the fabric, the craftsmanship. Get lost. Xie Sunan put away the butcher's knife and said, Chen Shu, why don't you give it a try? I didn't believe it at first either. Not a chance. Chen Shu would rather freeze to death than wear such clothes while running around naked. A few minutes later, Chen Shu, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, comfortably fell asleep. Su Xingxing lay on the bed whispering. When the great book is angry, he says, I, Chen Shu, have suffered the bitter cold running around in the nude and would not wear your hospital gowns. Moments later, the book chuckled, so fragrant. The next day, the students of the special training class all headed to the school's beast control pavilion, preparing for today's class beast competition. Shen Wushuang glanced at the class and instantly noticed that 3 people were missing. Everyone, please be quiet and wait a moment. In dormitory 102, Chen Shu and his 2 friends were sound asleep, showing no signs of waking, a typical after-holiday syndrome. Chen Shu felt something slimy on his face, as if something was licking him. He let out his signature mischievous laugh, suddenly twitching his nose. Huh, what's that foul smell? Chen Shu rubbed his eyes and forced them open, looking beside him. He saw a horrifying snake head continuously flicking its tongue, licking his face. Seeing Chen Shu awake, the giant snake grinned as if it were laughing. What the hell? Chen Shu shouted angrily, his mind instantly clearing as he summoned his slime, which sat directly facing the giant snake. The other 2 were startled awake by Chen Shu's shout, their eyes widening as they stared at the giant snake in the dormitory, which was at least 10 meters long. Quick to react, Shen Wushuang stood on the balcony, observing the 3 in the dormitory. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Shu to react so swiftly. If it had been any other student, they would either be scared to tears or completely at a loss. Who would act like Chen Shu and jump right into action? Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow and looked at the 3, saying, How long are you 3 planning to sleep? Finally, the 3 reluctantly got out of bed, preparing to wash up and head to the beast control pavilion. Seeing the matching pajamas they wore, Shen Wushuang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, surveying the room. Was this really a high school dormitory? 15 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the beast control pavilion, where many people were already looking over. Shen Wushuang stepped forward and announced, The beast competition officially begins today. Everyone was cracking their knuckles, eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to prove themselves. Although they were beast controllers, there were not many opportunities for battle. The first and second years mainly focused on building foundations. Now that they were in their 3rd year, it was time to train for actual combat. The cultural subjects of the college entrance examination were quite similar to their usual tests, but only the beast control subject involved real combat. The country had invested a large amount of educational resources aimed at cultivating truly skilled beast controllers. Chen Shu and his friends stood at the back holding soy milk and paying no attention to Shen Wushuang's words. In the first match, Chen Shu will battle Sun Ziang. Chen Shu, who was having breakfast, froze in surprise. The first match is me. He came to the bottom of the competition stage. To prevent any accidents among the students, he personally remained off stage, focusing mainly on the strength of the contracted spirits. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that you, little fatty? Sun Ziang looked displeased and said nothing more as he summoned his contracted spirit. A creature that was neither quite wolf nor leopard appeared on stage. Its eyes were sharp and its 4 claws gleamed with golden light, clearly not to be underestimated. Upgrade Golden Claw Beast. Many people turned to watch the first match as classmates were in competition with each other and naturally wanted to know everyone's strength. The Golden Claw Beast was swift and had a powerful attack, making it a relatively perfect contracted spirit. Summon your contracted spirit. Sun Ziang's eyes were filled with fierce battle intent. Since the teacher said that those with ability could do as they pleased, he planned to go all out today. in a hurry to reincarnate. Chen Shu glanced over, took a bite of his oil stick, and summoned a golden slime. And grade contracted spirit. Can you even be in the special training class with such low quality? Dulong frowned. Being a transfer student, he naturally wasn't aware of the midterm examination situation. Dragon brother, this slime is not simple, someone explained to him, recounting the slime's outstanding performance, especially its defense. Oh, a level 7 contracted spirit. Below Tang Lai frowned in surprise, not expecting Chen Shu to actually be a level 7 beastmaster. Although summer vacation had passed, there were still not many level 7 beastmasters in the class. Sun Xiang's expression also turned serious. He was only a level 6 beastmaster, which meant he was going to fight someone of a higher level. Someone curiously asked, by the way, why doesn't this slime have any eyes? The slime let out a snoring sound, blowing a big snot bubble from its mouth. You dare to underestimate me. Sun Xiang's face turned furious as he shouted loudly, go for it. Golden Claw Beast. The Golden Claw Beast suddenly kicked off with its hind legs and lunged forward, looking extremely fierce. In contrast, the slime remained fast asleep, completely ignoring it. Bang bang bang. The Golden Claw Beast's claws wildly slashed at the slime, and soon blood splattered from the slime, creating a gruesome scene. Such a strong attack. Such fast attack speed. Someone below exclaimed, not expecting the Golden Claw Beast to be so formidable, utterly captivating. Chen Shu couldn't help but laugh. He ultimately couldn't hold it in. Someone asked, your slime is already injured, and you still have the heart to laugh. By the way, let me remind you, the slime's blood is colorless. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes widened, looking at the red blood on the competition stage. It seems the Golden Claw Beast is the one bleeding. The others turned their gaze back to Sun Xiang, who gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, yet still did not give up. With such powerful attacks, how could he not break through the defenses? And why was my contracted spirit always the one? Chen Shu was calmly enjoying his breakfast, knowing that the slime's strength was exceptionally powerful, far from an ordinary grade contracted spirit. It was just that he had been facing strong enemies all along. Now facing a level 6 contracted spirit, it was true. Chen Shu grinned and asked, had enough fun yet? As soon as the words left his mouth, the slime's eyes suddenly opened wide, trying to look fierce, but it just appeared adorably silly. The charge skill was abruptly activated. Bang! The Golden Claw Beast, eager to attack, was instantly sent flying, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. Chen Shu wins. Shen Wushuang declared, secretly sighing. He hadn't expected Sun Xiang to be so weak. Clearly unable to break the slime's defenses, the Golden Claw Beast was also suffering from recoil, yet continued to attack. If such a student were to enter another space, it would essentially be a free gift. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. Sun Xiang, you can't do it. My name is Sun Xiang. The little fatty clenched his fist, his anger soaring. Oh, Sun Xiang. Support you. Not a chance. You really are a master of breaking sentences. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts and support. I'll write more chapters to show my gratitude. 2 more chapters are coming soon. Alright, Chen Shu, put away the slime. Shen Wushuang stepped forward to intervene. Otherwise, with Chen Shu's sharp tongue, he could have reduced Sun Xiang to tears on the spot. There are a total of 24 students in the class competing in pairs. 4 rounds of matches will determine the rankings. Second match. Su Xiaoyu versus Lu Ming. Chen Shu and the others sat in another direction eating breakfast while watching the match. Su Xiaoyu remained a level 7 beastmaster, and her flame bird displayed tremendous combat power, winning with overwhelming ease. Shen Wushuang sighed. All the students in the class were at least level 6 beastmasters. Over the summer, the originally level 5 beastmasters successfully advanced. Now, every field is crazily competitive. He originally thought the competition would be evenly matched, given that the first level difference isn't significant, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Clearly, the strength of the contracted spirits was there, yet the students still lacked a combat awareness. Following several more matches, Tang Lai, Wang Qinghan, and Dulong all demonstrated powerful abilities, winning with overwhelming advantages. Although it was the first competition, there was still a noticeable gap in strength among the students. Next match. Su Xingxing versus Hong Ming. Upon hearing this, Hong Ming's expression turned solemn. He hadn't expected to face Su Xingxing. Unlike CS Sunan's grade contracted spirit, Su Xingxing's was in a grade variant Thunderbird, which was likely to be exceptionally powerful. Moreover, as a terrestrial contracted spirit, it faced a natural disadvantage against the Thunderbird. Su Xingxing strode forward with an impressive demeanor, making those who didn't know him think he was a strong fighter. Let's end this quickly. Su Xingxing summoned his variant Thunderbird. The Thunderbird was massive, with bolts of lightning swirling in its eyes, showcasing its strength through its mere appearance. Hong Ming stepped forward and summoned his own contracted spirit. A 2-meter-tall black ape appeared, which was a grade rampaging ape. Hong Ming is likely to suffer a crushing defeat. Everyone thought as one was a flying type, and the other was grounded, essentially facing a one-sided fight. The 2 contracted spirits stared at each other, and the battle was about to begin. The variant Thunderbird remained indifferent, merely grooming its feathers, looking incredibly graceful. The rampaging ape could only roar on the ground, unable to attack the Thunderbird. Before the battle even started, they had fallen into an odd stalemate. Shen Wushuang's gaze turned to Su Xingxing. As the class instructor, he understood the capabilities of the variant Thunderbird. Aside from speed, it was practically useless, likely only comparable to a grade contracted spirit strength. Time ticked by and many spectators began to yawn, expecting an exhilarating battle, only to find it so dull. Are you going to fight or not? Hongming felt it was getting a bit pointless. Su Xingxing replied, my contracted spirit is a variant Thunderbird. Do you understand what variant means? You're not my opponent, just admit defeat. Hongming, enraged, retorted, admit defeat. You at least have to fight me first. You brought this upon yourself. Once the Thunderbird strikes, it will turn you into a dog. The Thunderbird's eyes flashed with lightning, and its aura suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the Thunderbird opened its mouth wide, and everyone thought it was going to unleash a lightning ball. Plop! A splash of liquid landed directly on the rampaging ape's head. This scene left everyone stunned. Was that a skill? Could the variant Thunderbird possibly be a... Why do I feel like it didn't do much damage? It looked like spit. Hongming was also momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what kind of skill it was. Chen Shu watched the variant Thunderbird with great interest, wanting to see how Su Xingxing would win. According to his knowledge, the variant Thunderbird should not be able to break through the rampaging ape's defenses. In the next moment, the Thunderbird lowered its flight altitude almost level with the rampaging ape. Do not act rashly. Cautious Hongming refrained from rushing and wanting to see what moves the opponent had left. La la la, the Thunderbird unexpectedly stuck out its tongue and made a taunting sound, then turned around, shaking its backside wildly at the rampaging ape. The scene on the stage left everyone bewildered. What kind of move is this? The rampaging ape's eyes flared with rage, pounding its chest as it charged towards the variant Thunderbird. This blatant provocation was naturally intolerable for its fiery temper. The Thunderbird flapped its wings, and its speed truly resembled lightning, astonishingly fast. The rampaging ape could only eat dust behind it. Moreover, every time the Thunderbird ran for a while, it would pause to shake its backside. This display was simply too infuriating. The variant Thunderbird completely overturned everyone's rigid impressions of contracted spirits. Don't chase. Hongming's reflexes kicked in swiftly. He realized that the variant Thunderbird had speed, but lacked powerful attacking capabilities, which was why it was deliberately provoking his contracted spirit. The rampaging ape gradually came to a stop, temporarily suppressing its fury. Su Xingxing grinned, let's see how long you can endure, monkey. The variant Thunderbird flapped its wings and instantly appeared above the rampaging ape's head. Once again, it shook its backside, practically riding on top of the opponent's head to cause havoc. Roar! The rampaging ape could no longer hold its temper. It slammed its palms towards its head, but was again easily dodged by the Thunderbird. The variant Thunderbird kept provoking, stirring up the rampaging ape's fury. The rampaging ape's eyes gradually turned red, and it suddenly activated its innate skill, Furious Rage. The stronger its anger, the more terrifying the boost to its power from this innate skill. At this moment, the rampaging ape suddenly stomped and chased after the variant Thunderbird, its speed at least doubling. Yet it still could only follow behind the Thunderbird, eating dust. Don't move. Hongming's expression turned anxious. The rampaging ape's temperament was fierce, and its obedience was inherently low. Because of its anger, the rampaging ape was now out of control. The Thunderbird reached the edge of the competition stage, its right wing waving as if beckoning with a finger, repeatedly saying, come here. Such an act could the rampaging ape endure? Roar! The rampaging ape leaped and dove again, directly pouncing towards the Thunderbird. As expected, it fell elegantly off the competition stage. Meanwhile, the variant Thunderbird continued to groom its feathers calmly. Graceful, never out of style? Hongming shouted, damn it. You're cheating. Su Xingxing wins. Shen Wushuang stood up, shaking his head, and said, your contracted spirit's obedience is too low. If the rampaging ape had a higher obedience rate, such a ridiculous situation wouldn't have occurred. Everyone was stunned, thinking, how could this even lead to a victory? Chen Shu was equally astonished, realizing that the Thunderbird's lightning attribute was probably secondary. Its primary attribute was definitely mischievous. Shen Wushuang continuously took notes on each student's strengths and weaknesses, preparing for targeted teaching. At the same time, he announced next match, Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. Next match, Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. And upon hearing the announcement, Wang Yun burst into wild laughter. He was determined to avenge yesterday's humiliation. Chen Shu and Su Xingxing were about to speak, but Xie Sunan interjected first, don't worry. I'll concede if I can't win. Huh. You certainly know your limits. Xie Sunan was a reconnaissance-type contract spirit user. A unknown duel was inherently unfair for him. Wang Yun summoned his contract spirit without hesitation. Na crocodile 3 meters tall materialized. Its body armored in ashen scales, its massive tail, swaying faintly, eyes cold and ferocious. It was a Class B desert crocodile. And though bearing the name crocodile, it bore no resemblance to any species native to Blue Planet. It was a formidable terrestrial combatant evolved solely for war on land. Stop stalling. Where's your contract spirit? Wang Yun clenched his fist, his desire for vengeance already boiling over. And oh, a sly smile curled at Xie Sunan's lips, especially when he laid eyes upon his opponent's contract spirit. A plump, fuzzy caterpillar appeared, translucent wings fluttering delicately. It seemed absurdly mismatched, yet possessed an uncanny haunting beauty. Die! In an instant the desert crocodile lashed out with its colossal tail, launching a preemptive strike. In clearly facing a flying-type contract spirit, it had to cripple the opponent before it could gain altitude. The caterpillar butterfly wasn't swift. The blow struck true, tearing open its abdomen. Blood welled forth steadily. None was a battle-class spirit, the other support class, utterly mismatched in tier and purpose. Chen Shu and Su Xingxing leapt to their feet, urging Sunin to concede. And should his contract spirit suffer grave injury, victory would be hollow and costly. What a joke. And what was the school thinking? Assigning you to the special training class. In Wang Yun grinned, his eyes gleaming with vindictive satisfaction. And who else but Chen Shu had trampled his very soul? Sunin still refused to yield. The caterpillar butterfly beat its wings with desperate strength, finally ascending into the high air. Yet blood continued dripping from its wounded belly. Exhaustion would soon drag it down. Many spectators cried out, "Concede. There's no point continuing." Sunin shook his head, then smiled, a mischievous, almost sinful curve tugging at his lips. In the caterpillar butterfly's eyes, emerald light began to blaze. A sphere of viridian radiance stirred, a live, sentient, dancing midair. He's trying to. Chen Shu and Su Xingxing exchanged a glance, and instantly grasped Sunin's intent. It was the divine art. Love is a beam of light. The green luminescence flared, vanishing and reappearing atop Wang Yun's head in a breathless instant. At the sight of that vivid, searing green glow, the entire class erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Damn it, what is this technique? Wang Yun, you're green now. This light is blinding. I can't even open my eyes. Someone check Wang Yun's complexion. The classmates' banter turned Wang Yun's face the same shade as the light above him. He'd never imagined such an absurd ability existed. Teacher, he violated the rules, using a skill directly on a beast tamer. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, a suffocating pressure building deep within his chest. Shen Wushuang stood speechless, equally unprepared for this kind of technique. Teacher, Sunin merely applied a visual effect. No physical harm was inflicted. It's not a violent visual effect. Shen Wushuang frowned, then nodded slowly, reluctantly accepting Chen Shu's reasoning. He too saw value in testing his students' psychological resilience. Damn it, this isn't physical harm. Wang Yun clenched his fists. His soul had been crushed yesterday. Today brought a 10th sandpoint critical hit. He felt like the center of the universe's mockery. Qingdigo, you've got this. Chen Shu's booming shout shattered Wang Yun's composure anew, his body twitching involuntarily. Fine. I'll just see how long your contract spirit can last. Wang Yun shut his eyes tight, pretending the radiant green halo above him didn't exist. The caterpillar butterfly still bled from its abdomen. Yet if Wang Yun held firm, just a little longer, victory would be his. Sunin remained calm, issuing a quiet command. Mid-flight, the caterpillar butterfly opened its mouth and ejected a miniature camera. Its antennae moved with practiced dexterity, flipping open the lens cover. The spectacle left every onlooker gaping. Chen Shu jolted, suddenly realizing who had snapped those photos of the black market counterfeit drug peddler. A caterpillar that used a camera. Say cheese. Sunin beamed as the caterpillar butterfly activated. Click, click, and yes. Perfect, bro. Imagine you're a global superstar, standing on a stage watched by millions. That green halo. It's your badge of honor. Sunin's words sent the entire class into fresh peals of laughter. This was genuinely nauseating. Wang Yun's jaw twitched uncontrollably, his psyche battered beyond endurance. I surrender. But I have one condition. He sighed deeply, as though all his vitality had drained away. Sunin smiled. Relax. I won't keep the photos. Especially given Sunin's relentless razor-sharp tongue. Laughter faded, but the class's gaze upon Sunin shifted, transformed. But he'd endure it. Especially given Sunin's relentless razor-sharp tongue. Laughter faded, but the class's gaze upon Sunin shifted, transformed. They silently vowed the moment that caterpillar butterfly took flight, they'd concede, immediately. And this wasn't combat. It was psychic annihilation. Impressive. Old Xia. Chen Shu hadn't expected victory in this fashion. Sunin grinned. Pure skill. Nothing more, nothing less. Chen Wushuang's lip twitched. He'd assumed the trio was merely eccentric. Now he realized even their contract spirits defied convention. The competition was still in full swing, with only Chen Shu and his two companions standing out as anomalies, while the performances of the others were utterly mundane and unremarkable, devoid of any excitement, leaving Chen Shu to run to the restroom 8 times in just 2 hours. Finally, the first round of the competition concluded, leading to the match among the top 12. Next up, Sunin versus Tang Lai. In an instant, many turned their attention, eager to see the expressions of the two. Could it be that Tang Lai would become the second Qing emperor? Wang Yun clenched his fists, a tone of grievance in his voice as he whispered, Tang Xiao. Don't worry. Tang Lai stepped forward from the group, ready to unleash his contracted spirit upon Sunin. Get ready to fight. Don't tell me you're afraid. Tang Lai summoned his contracted spirit, a peculiar bird covered in white feathers, which was a windrunner beast rated A in potential. Not only was it astonishingly fast, but it also possessed the innate skill wind behind its combat prowess rivaling that of Su Xiaoyu's flame bird. If you want to fight me, then fight. Xie Sunan walked forward resolutely, exuding an air of fearlessness, and said, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Once you accept the light of love, you won't be able to escape." Tang Lai twitched at the corner of his mouth, determined not to let his opponent unleash any skills. "Let's begin." Shen Wushuang looked at Xie Sunan with approval in her eyes, surprised that the opponent was so unafraid. The Windrunner beast was a flying-type contracted spirit, and among the special training class, it was only outpaced by Su Xingxing's mutated Thunderbird. At the start of their battle, the insect butterfly would likely be torn to shreds, leaving no opportunity to unleash any skills. Die! Xie Sunan's face was filled with combat intent as she summoned her insect butterfly in an instant. However, the butterfly did not appear on the competition platform, but rather beside Xie Sunan. "What do you mean?" Tang Lai looked over, visibly displeased, wanting to strike first, but did not expect his opponent to play by different rules. "Afraid to go on the competition platform." "Who said that?" Xie Sunan grinned and said, "I'm here." The insect butterfly slowly floated onto the competition platform, its eyes glowing with a green light. "Die!" The Windrunner beast flapped its wings, a blue light shimmering as its flying speed surged. To ensure a one-hit kill, Tang Lai used his skill right from the start. With its claws extended, the Windrunner beast lunged towards the insect butterfly. But in the next moment, the butterfly leisurely retreated, leaving the competition platform. "I'm down again." Xie Sunan chuckled. Voluntarily leaving the platform would mean conceding. But at that moment, the butterfly's skill had already charged up, and a burst of green light surged towards Tang Lai. "What the heck?" Tang Lai's eyes widened in fear as he turned to flee. But alas, could he evade the light of love? The green light instantly enveloped Tang Lai's head, and the most bizarre part was that the light swirled and formed a 1-meter-high hat on its own. What the? The crowd was in shock, not expecting Xie Sunan to use her skill with such mastery. Behind the astonishing proficiency lay countless victims. No one knew how many people Xie Sunan had bestowed the light of love upon. "You've already lost, and you're still pulling this trick." Tang Lai's chest heaved, his fury boiling over, nearly sending him into a frenzy. "All right, Xie Sunan, retract your skill, you've lost." Shen Wushuang spoke up, actively announcing the result. Only then did Xie Sunan leisurely cancel her divine skill. Although it lasted only a moment, it had already been enough to disgust Tang Lai. Many sighed, saying, Tang Lai won the competition, but lost in life. At this moment, Tang Lai clenched his fists, his complexion slightly pale, unsure if it was an illusion, as he felt an incessant green light lingering above his head. These brief seconds would perhaps require him a lifetime to heal from. The other sighed in relief, feeling gratitude towards Tang Lai. Xie Sunan's elimination meant no one would suffer. All right, now let's begin the next match, Chen Shu versus Yang Ziyu. As soon as this was said, the attention of the classmates in the room shifted entirely. Although Chen Shu's slime was only rated F, it still gave an unfathomable impression, drawing more interest in his battle. Yang Ziyu was a girl with a pure appearance, looking pitiful enough that a single punch could make her cry for days. She stepped forward and summoned her contracted spirit of fox with a purple tail. It turned out to be a brat purple-eye fox, which already outshone the slime in terms of appearance. Yang Ziyu approached Chen Shu and whispered, "Brother Chen, could you go easy on me? Of course, little sister is meant to be cherished." Chen Shu grinned, amused by her boldness at such a young age. "If you want to play that way, then I won't hold back." Boom. The golden slime suddenly appeared on the competition platform, undoubtedly a heavyweight contender in the arena. The slime opened its big eyes, looking curiously at the purple-eye fox. The purple-eye fox's eyes sparkled, and a mesmerizing purple light shot out rapidly. The slime was too slow to evade. The purple light entered its body, and to everyone's surprise, the slime began to laugh, foolishly drooling from its mouth. Is there a seduction technique among contracted spirits? Many were astonished, not expecting such a move. Yang Ziyu smiled slightly. Although her contracted spirit was rated B, it had immense potential and was a unique control-type spirit. If it evolved to a higher level, it could even temporarily control the Lord Beast of an alternate space. Thanks to her special contracted spirit, she had managed to enter the special training class. Yang Ziyu said, "Little brother, you've lost." The slime appeared to be in a daze, foolishly walking off the stage. Hee. It continued to drool, looking incredible, but just as it was about to leave the competition platform, the slime's eyes suddenly filled with determination. The charge skill was instantly activated. The purple-eye fox had no time to react and was instantly knocked away. Everything happened too suddenly. The crowd had not anticipated this. They thought the slime was enchanted, leading to its foolish appearance, but little did they know it was simply its natural state. With the slime's level of intelligence, how could it comprehend seduction? Taking advantage of the purple-eye fox being airborne, the slime leapt up and activated brutal sit-kill. No. Yang Ziyu's eyes widened. If the heavy slime truly landed on her, it would at least result in serious injury. Chen Shu did not hesitate, and the slime descended in an instant. "Can you withstand this 200-pound weight?" I concede." Yang Ziyu's eyes misted as she looked at the appearance of the purple-tailed fox. The slime bounced away from the competition stage, constantly nudging Chen Shu's shoulder. Out of goodwill, Chen Shu gently comforted, "The deceased isn't hurt, is it?" Yang Ziyu could no longer hold back her face filled with grievance as she said, "Are you deceiving me?" Chen Shu scratched his head and said, "No, I said a younger sister is meant to be pampered. Doesn't your heart still hurt now?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Those who knew Chen Shu like Su Xiaoyu were not surprised. This was definitely something Chen Shu would say. "Alright, the treatment costs will be fully covered by the school, and it won't delay your studies." Shen Wushuang stepped forward. As a student of the special training class regular practical training, mint injuries were inevitable, and the school would definitely provide support. Free treatment. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting it to be so generous. At that moment, the slime that had been nudging against Chen Shu suddenly rolled over, fell to the ground, and twitched violently, emitting a colorless liquid from its mouth. "Teacher, my slime has sustained internal injuries." Chen Shu exclaimed loudly, pointing incredulously at Yang Ziyu. "Your contract spirit is indeed remarkable." Everyone was stunned. They had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You nearly crushed someone's internal organs, and yet claimed to have internal injuries. Shen Wushuang twitched at the corner of her mouth and said, "Can you stop drooling? Put away your acting, slime. We're starting the next match now." Shen Wushuang didn't want to deal with Chen Shu at all. Just after the second day of teaching, she already felt that this batch of students was difficult to manage. The next match finally returned to normal, and Shen Wushuang felt a bit of relief until Su Xingxing came on stage. Because the mutated Thunderbird was in a grade contract spirit, Su Xingxing's opponent was a grade contract spirit. This was also to prevent students with good talent from facing challenges too early. As for Chen Shu, was his F really a normal F? At this moment, the stage had already fallen into a stalemate. The mutated Thunderbird and the iron-armored turtle stared at each other on the stage. The Thunderbird couldn't break through the iron-armored turtle's defense, while the iron-armored turtle couldn't hit the Thunderbird. Furthermore, it belonged to the defense type and had weak attack power. The iron-armored turtle was gentle and highly obedient, completely incapable of losing its rationality. Even when provoked by the Thunderbird, it remained unresponsive, and eventually it retreated into its shell. "Do whatever you want. I won't bother. Dare you be any more boring?" The class couldn't help but go crazy. Having lived for over a decade, they had never seen such a Beastmaster competition. "Let's go, it's time for lunch." Chen Shu and the others discussed as they prepared to have lunch. Su Xingxing also ignored the match, letting the mutated Thunderbird act freely. As the three of them linked arms and were about to leave the Beastmaster Hall. "Alright, enough." Shen Wushuang finally couldn't help but stand up helplessly, making a new rule. If a winner is not determined within an hour, the result will be based on Beastmaster level and contract spirit potential rating. "Lu Feng, you have no objections, right?" The owner of the iron-armored turtle nodded, also unwilling to continue. Originally, the match could have been finished in the morning, but because of Su Xingxing, it had dragged on until the afternoon. "Everyone come back in the afternoon for class. Go have lunch first." The special training class students scattered in droves, heading towards the cafeteria. Due to dormitory assignments, the class had formed their own small teams from the start. Chen Shu said, "Old Xie, I want to ask you a question." "What is it? How have you managed to survive until now?" If it were someone with a more volatile temperament, being suddenly bathed in green light would definitely lead to a deadly confrontation with Xie Sunan. Xie Sunan said seriously, "Strength, courage, wisdom. None of it matters. What's key is to run fast." The three of them playfully arrived at the cafeteria. Although classes had not officially ended, as students of the special training class, they naturally had privileges. "Chen Shu, your slime is so strong. Are you planning to take first place?" The three chatted casually while eating. Chen Shu replied, "Of course. The world is too arrogant. I can't remain low profile any longer." "You're Chen Shu." At that moment, Tang Lai walked over slowly, arms crossed. Following him were Wang Yun and Hong Ming, along with the new transfer student Du Long. Chen Shu smiled slightly, not looking up as he said, "Don't be so unfamiliar. Oh, just call me uncle." Tang Lai was taken aback, but quickly reacted coldly, saying, "You beat up my people." Are they your people?" Chen Shu turned to look at Wang Yun and Hong Ming, speaking with a sarcastic tone. "What kind of relationship do you three have? It seems a bit off to me." Tang Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he said, "I know about you. You have talent standing out from the ordinary class, and even making it into the special training class. As long as you keep your distance from Su Xiaoyu, I can let the past go. Tang Xiao, there's no need to be polite with him." Du Long sneered from the side, "Just in grade contract spirit." Despite Chen Shu's impressive slime, it was only up against grade contract spirits. Du Long completely dismissed him. After all, he was in a grade dragon-type contract spirit born with a superior bloodline. Chen Shu suddenly stood up, his burly frame creating an imposing presence. He sighed and said to Du Long, "Little dragon, I just want to stab you in the butt with a small knife." "What?" Du Long frowned, not understanding. "Of course it's to open your eyes." Du Long's eyes flared with anger as he clenched his fists, ready to erupt into conflict. At that moment, Tang Lai waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I hope you can still be this tough in the afternoon's match." Chen Shu suddenly saw options appear before him. Option 1, calmly say, "I will always be this tough." Completion reward medium, Beastmaster power. Option 2, say to Xie Sunan, "Old Xie, spread some love to him." Completion reward slime jumping power 5. Option 3, Rally the ordinary students to beat up Tang Lai. Completion reward slime size 5. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. If he followed his true intentions, he would definitely let Xie Sunan give Tang Lai a touch of love's radiance, but summoning a contract spirit in the cafeteria without permission would violate the rules. He sighed, realizing that he had no choice but to forcefully beat Tang Lai up. Chen Shu smiled slightly, saying, I don't know how strong you'll be this afternoon, but soon you won't be strong at all. What? Do you want to make a move? Tang Lai squinted his eyes, looking utterly composed while Du Long and the others surrounded him. Moreover, the other 4 boys from the special training class had also come over, clearly all part of the same group. Is it because there are more of us? Chen Shu chuckled, not expecting Tang Lai to come prepared. Tang Lai smiled and said, that's right, I've heard you're quite the... Just as everyone was ready to make a move, Chen Shu took the initiative. He suddenly grinned and charged towards Tang Lai. Tang Lai instinctively blocked with his hand, but Chen Shu was sent flying, almost immediately crashing to the ground. Could it be that my body has been enhanced? Tang Lai's eyes widened, realizing that he hadn't used any force. Chen Shu clutched his chest, crying out in pain and tragedy. Tang Lai, you actually insulted the ordinary class. Tang Lai looked bewildered. When did I insult the ordinary class? Although he often looked down on ordinary students, he hadn't said anything today. The ordinary students dining in the cafeteria were suddenly stunned, turning to look at Tang Lai in unison. Tang Lai's heart sank, instantly realizing Chen Shu's intentions. You're truly despicable. Tang Lai wanted to argue, but unfortunately his voice was much quieter than Chen Shu's. How dare you call ordinary students trash? They'll fight you. Chen Shu stood up again and charged at Tang Lai, and sure enough, he was knocked back several meters. You still dare to... You better stop talking. I can't hold back anymore. Today I'm going to fight to the death to defend the honor of the ordinary class. Oh. Chen Shu kept shouting, his body flying out time and again looking utterly tragic. Tang Lai and the others were dumbfounded watching Chen Shu's passionate performance. You're putting on quite the show, aren't you? In an instant, the ordinary students in the cafeteria stood up and surrounded Tang Lai. Looking at the dozens of people around, the 8 boys from the special training class were stunned. Did he really manage to rally so many people with just a few words? Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Lin Xingxin from the special training class reacted quickly. He immediately yelled at Tang Lai, who do you think you are to look down on ordinary students? Beat him up. Saying that, he charged ahead and threw a punch at Tang Lai. This is going well. Chen Shu didn't expect that someone would be so decisive. Once one person took the lead, the rest would naturally follow. The psychology of conformity always exists. Du Long also turned pale, not expecting things to escalate to this extent. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to get my meal. With that, Du Long effortlessly turned around and left the crowd. In the end, only Hong Ming and Wang Yun remained loyal, enduring the beating alongside Tang Lai. The 2 lamented, stop hitting us. Chen Shu successfully withdrew, leaving the cafeteria calmly with Su Xingxing. Xie Sun inside and said, Chen Shu, you're really impressive. Chen Shu smiled slightly. Did you think it was because of me? Wasn't it? The fundamental reason is that Tang Lai often ridiculed ordinary students. They usually didn't dare to resist, but once they found an opportunity, they would naturally retaliate fiercely. Ordinary students aren't brainless. Many realized that Chen Shu was acting. After all, the plot was too absurd. He is Chen Shu. How could he give up his own interests for the honor of a group? But whether it was true or false, no one cared as long as they could beat up Tang Lai. Su Xingxing remarked, this is what they mean by retribution is not absent, it's just not the right time. The 3 returned to their dormitory and comfortably took a nap. The turmoil in the cafeteria lasted a full half-hour. Even Chen Shu didn't expect the situation to escalate so much. Upon hearing that Tang Lai was the one being beaten, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. It was evident that he had accumulated quite a bit of hatred. During afternoon classes, the 3 of them arrived at the Beastmaster Pavilion. Shen Wushuang looked around the classroom, his eyes filled with confusion at the sight of 3 fewer people. Beside him, Wang Yun had his left hand bandaged and was pushing the wheelchair with his right hand, while Hong Ming was doing the opposite, using his left hand to push the wheelchair. The 3 looked like they saw Tang Lai sitting in a wheelchair, his right leg bandaged, his eyes filled with raging fury. Beside him, Wang Yun had his left hand bandaged and was pushing the wheelchair with his right hand, while Hong Ming was doing the opposite, using his left hand to push the wheelchair. The 3 looked like a group of frail and sickly individuals as they entered the Beastmaster Pavilion. Chen Shu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, oh my. What kind of look is this? Quite unique, isn't it? Very instantly, the entire class erupted in laughter. Tang Lai's mouth twitched, his anger surging as he said, you're finished. Chen Shu, you're done for. Shen Wushuang also looked bewildered, wondering how things had turned out this way when everything was fine in the morning. All right. The match begins. Shen Wushuang shook his head, not paying it too much mind. Although Tang Lai's injuries were severe, the medical standards of this era were exceptionally advanced. He would be fully healed in 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, today he was destined to be accompanied by a wheelchair. Now the first match begins, Chen Shu versus Du Long. The opening match was the highlight. The competition had now reached the semifinals with only Su Xiaoyu, Wang Qinghan, Du Long, Tang Lai, Su Xingxing, and Chen Shu remaining. Many people looked over, eager to see the clash between a class slime and a class earth dragon. Dulong coldly said it seems your luck isn't good. Chen Shu sighed, little dragon, you'd better not meddle. The waters inside are very deep. I advise you really can't. Stop wasting time. Dulong summoned his contract spirit and a class earth dragon. A grayscaled earth dragon appeared on the stage, exuding an overwhelming aura and presence, the oppressive feeling sweeping across the venue. Dulong sneered, let me see the legendary slime. You really want to see? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Dulong spoke, are you trying to concede? He turned his back to the stage, looking over the rest of the class with a sense of superiority. It's sheer folly for a slime to compete with my earth dragon. The earth dragon, with its dragon bloodline, is said to be truly invincible among its peers. Dulong's excitement grew as he spread his hands and said, I'm not targeting anyone. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled. Everyone in the class gasped, their eyes wide in shock. Even Chen Shuang's eyes narrowed as he muttered, what a way. The slime has actually comprehended the giant transformation technique. Dulong's voice suddenly stopped, turning back in confusion. At that moment, he was similarly stunned, staring blankly at the scene on the competition stage. There appeared a massive yellow sphere over 10 meters in diameter beneath, which was the mighty earth dragon. Unfortunately, at this moment, the dragon no longer looked majestic. Its tongue was forced out, appearing utterly disheveled. The dragon looked like a dog. What is this thing? Dulong's lips twitched. He had seen large creatures before, but nothing this terrifying. Someone swallowed hard and said, I remember during the final exam Chen Shu's slime was only 4 meters long. What kind of feed was this thing eating? Chen Shu smiled slightly and said, your earth dragon is truly invincible at this tier. Fortunately, my slime is only frank. If it were a rank, it would definitely lose. Upon hearing this, Dulong felt a surge of suppressed anger in his chest. You really know how to humiliate someone. Chen Shu continued, by the way, brother, you just said you weren't targeting anyone. Oh, what now? Dulong's face changed color, alternating between green and white. Finally, he took a deep breath and asked, do you really think you've already won? The earth dragon rolled over, its eyes constantly glowing yellow, but the light would dissipate in an instant. Contract spirit skill. Dulong's expression darkened. A skill that had previously guaranteed success was now unusable. If one were to truly speak of invincibility at this tier, it would undoubtedly be the slime's exclusive skill, invincible suppression. As long as it is suppressed, it means one's own skills are sealed off. Unless one can move it with their own strength, otherwise they can only wait for death. Get moving. Chen Shu smirked, and the yellow slime opened its big eyes, its plump rear end wriggling, rubbing against the rough dragon's back. Each movement made the earth dragon deeply experience despair. At this moment, the only song echoing in the dragon's heart was, you are the heaviest in my heart. I admit defeat. Stop pressing. I can't take it anymore. Dulong sighed deeply and said helplessly, he who was always called a genius beast master was actually crushed by an frank slime, marking him with a lifelong shame. Chen Shu wins. Chen Shuang also continuously evaluated Chen Shu. It was truly rare for an frank slime to reach such strength. He even suspected that Chen Shu was the only son of a prominent family with no resources to use at home except to nurture his slime. Chen Shu stored the slime away completely unfazed. His slime had already consumed various potions, at least reaching a small perfection. Combined with the system's option rewards with dual attribute enhancements, it greatly narrowed the potential rating gap, while multiple combat skills allowed the slime to stand out as a rare anomaly. Just as Chen Shuang announced the results, options appeared once again in Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1, achieve a ranking of 4 to 6, keep a low profile. Completion reward, a large amount of beast mastery power. Option 2, achieve a top 3 ranking, make a stunning impression. Completion reward, increase charge skill by 1. Option 3, achieve first place and show off your might. Completion reward, obtain an exclusive skill. Option 4, beat up Chen Shuang's contract spirit and replace him as the special training class teacher. Completion reward, the slime receives a chance for bloodline evolution. Chen Shu's eyes widened and his posture straightened instantly. Such a rare reward was something he had never encountered before, especially option 4, which offered a chance for bloodline. It should be known that only when a beast master breaks through a major realm will the contract spirit undergo a bloodline evolution. Other than that, there is no other way indicating its preciousness. He stroked his chin, casting a strange glance at Chen Shuang. This scene made Chen Shuang, who was ahead, involuntarily shudder and turned to look at Chen Shu. Damn, why do I always feel like you're up to no good? Next match, Wang Qinghan vs. Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shuang announced the start of the second match while approaching Chen Shu. What kind of eyes do you have, you rascal? Chen Shuang finally couldn't hold back, feeling like he was going to be schemed against. Chen Shu asked, Teacher Shen, may I ask what your Beastmaster level is? Black Iron 2 stars. Then it's fine, goodbye. Chen Shu clasped his fists and quickly withdrew, realizing that the fourth option was just a joke. The two rank fire-type contract spirits on stage had already started their fierce battle, causing sparks to fly and raising the temperature of the Beastmaster Pavilion significantly. Chen Shu, however, approached Tang Lai, continuously scrutinizing his uniquely designed appearance. Young Master Tang, why do I feel like you've just been dug out? Like a mummy from a pyramid. Get lost. Tang Lai closed his eyes, ignoring the world. It's on fire. Chen Shu suddenly shouted loudly, alerting Tang Lai. Tang Lai remained indifferent, eyes still closed, saying, "Get lost." Wang Yun beside him said, "Young Master Tang, it really is burning. It's just a battle between two rank contract spirits. How can it burn?" Hong Ming remarked, "Young Master Tang, it's not the battle heating up, it's your pants burning." "Pants? What pants?" Tang Lai opened his eyes startled and exclaimed in elegant Mandarin, "Holy crap." Due to the battle of the two contract spirits, the temperature in the Beast Master Pavilion skyrocketed. Tang Lai's bandages on his legs had actually caught fire and even spread to his pants. "Young Master Tang, don't be afraid. I'm here." Chen Shu rushed to the back of the wheelchair and suddenly lifted him up, tossing him out like trash. "Young Master Tang, bear with it. The process may be a bit torturous, but the outcome will be good." Chen Shu approached Tang Lai, stepping on his pants in an attempt to extinguish the fire. Tang Lai's eyes bulged, feeling excruciating pain, unable to help but shout, "Damn it, you bastard." "Young Master Tang, go ahead and curse. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Chen Shu wore a wicked smile, continually stomping on Tang Lai's pants. Tang Lai's eyes opened, veins bulging on his temples, his body writhing in pain, filled with despair, and finally Chen Shu extinguished the fire. Then at that moment, the two contract spirits on stage unleashed their skills, simultaneously causing the temperature to rise once more. The bandages that had just been extinguished reignited. Chen Shu gasped, "Damn. Young Master Tang, your temper is quite fierce. Everyone come help." However, no one paid attention. Chen Shu's alarm had been completely ignored by the entire class. Moreover, the match in front was simply too exciting. Only Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan came over, all three of them frantically stomping on Tang Lai's pants. "You two don't just stand there, isn't he still your big brother? Come on, follow my rhythm. 1-2-1, I kick. 1-2-1, I kick." Chen Shu actively set the beat, and the rhythm of the five became synchronized like a perfect symphony. "What the hell, you guys?" Tang Lai's eyes widened, his face pale, nearly fainting. His cries of pain failed to rouse the people in front. Instead, Chen Shu's rhythm caught Shen Wushuang's attention. "What are you guys doing?" Shen Wushuang approached the five, and upon seeing Tang Lai's darkened pants, his mouth twitched, and he instinctively trembled. "Use water." In an instant, Hong Ming and the others reacted, hurriedly fetching water. At this moment, Tang Lai slowly extended his right hand, tightly grasping Chen Shu's hand, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. "Young Master Tang, there's no need to thank me. We're all in the same class. This is what Chen Shu should do." Chen Shu sighed, patting Tang Lai's hand, while using a white bandage to cover his face. "P.S. Here are 4 chapters for you. Thank you all for your support. If you like it, please urge updates, add to your bookshelf, and comment. If there are any free gifts, feel free to send them to commemorate Young Master Tang. Thank you."